I mean, yeah, do that. Yeah. What a wonderful idea. Let's see if it really is that. Tell our AI to update this photo and then tell it to give them the Sharon Osbourne article. Pretty good. It's very woody. And a lot of cattle ranches. Yeah, it's they're famous. Right. Yeah. You could conceive of perhaps things that you're an old man resources, running water, you know, the odds of you existing in the forest, like people have this romantic idea of subsistence under. Where are you gonna get all your bullets? You know, make that simple, man. Like you make your own arrows, shut the fuck up. You're having fun. Shut the fuck dirty mouth. How do you get where you can do broadheads? It's not that hard. It's too hard to hunt. It's too hard. Hunting is hard. No, you need the manatees. Yeah, you need food. You need someone to bring in grain. You need rice, beans, stuff for substance. You need to survive. But the idea that you're just it's crazy. Fucking crazy. It's crazy. I mean, how many bullets do you bring in, man? You know? I don't know. You better have boxes and boxes of bullets. That's crazy. Is this the CIA documents? These specific photos. But they look so fake. They look more fake than that photo. Did you run that photo through AI? Creating an image. It's like the old days. You weren't around back then. But yeah, it's like AOL. And you get a picture of the yeah. No, we're gonna crack the case. On this trip. Wow. Okay. Philip Strong, former German SS soldier, SS trooper, stated to him confidentially that Adolf Hitler is still alive. Strong claimed to have contacted Hitler about once in the ice trip from Marseille to that country as an employee of Royal Dutch Shipping Company. Marseille Strong indicated to the friend who took a picture with Hitler not too long ago, but did not show a photograph. He also stated that Hitler left Colombia for Argentina around January of 1955. Strong confident. Imagine he survived 25 years. That would be so crazy. It's very possible. Whoa! Wow. That's kind of Hitler now. Whoa! So interesting. People really did that. Yeah, that's a formality. If that's a real photo, that's great. Does anybody else run that through AI? What is AI doing to achieve that image? It could have. I mean, it's just got really good. Part of my photo and make it Hitler. Why is the mustache like less defined? It's so shit. This is no proud thing. My mustache. Oh, right. Hitler looks great there. Yeah. Probably a lot of, tree falls down. I mean, this is one of those situations where, you zoom in on the face again? It's so hard. The AI just did this, it doesn't have to be real. Right. We don't know if it's real. If it is real, it's Hitler looks great. The face looks nice, doesn't it?
I guess so, but I mean, maybe the games better. There's also a chance that they're very relaxed in Argentina, kind of Colombia. It's kind of like the South American way of life. The siesta is kind of a nap. The middle of the day. It's a lot like kind of a retired, but who's relaxed. Yeah, 10 years old. You know, he doesn't look 10 years older. That's the problem. He doesn't look 20 years old. So that's each of 35. Yeah. It's just quantum state. You know, some people just they get a fit. But do you know why they put that mustache? Because the gas melts. Oh, so if you want to have a seal over your face, so the Nazis were first to use gas water. When you have to wear the gas mask. That makes sense. Yeah. He just kept the stash. Yeah. He kept it. I think that's why you have that mustache. I bet. Yeah. Yeah. You know that gas was created by Rothschild, who also created the Hobbit method for extracting nitrogen from the air, which is responsible for 50% of what's going on. Yeah. He was created Cyclone B. Yes. Well, Cyclone A was the gas that was originally used. You can smell it. Yes. And the idea of the smell was supposed to let you know this is dangerous. Away from it. Right. Cyclone B to take the smell out. So they can gas attributes. So this guy created this gas that they were going to use World War I, and he was being wanted for crimes against humanity. At the same time, he was going to win a Nobel Prize for creating the Hobbit method for sterilizing. Yeah, 50% of the supposedly 50% of the nitrogen never on spot. Yeah. It's great. The stories. It's an interesting words. Yeah. One of it was for a lot of that. He was Jewish. And so he wound up having to flee because they accepted it at first. Thanks. The guy gave us gas. And they're like, no, he's a Jew. And so eventually he had to take off. And so he died of heart failure while he was fleeing. So then he did because Jewish. Yeah, he was ripping them off on the gas. It was gouging. It was gouging. He was like, I'm the only one that can do this. I'm the only one. The margins are reasonable. Oh, the whole story's crazy. The wife was she committed suicide. And she's still alive, but shot herself. And then he left the wife with his son. Wow. Yeah. To fight the shell. Well, make sure that his gas gets in the giant thing. Oh, interesting. Yeah. It was the first time they'd ever realized that. Yeah. And supposedly that's where it was developed the love for that mustache. Because they had that gas mask to survive the gas, because they can see it on your face. It's such a these little snapshots of him, just like the mustache. Gas mask is too crazy. The little snapshots. Yeah. The false identity is specified as layoff. Currently, Molly His account was supported by a photograph taken by the residents. Yeah, but the problem is, if you change your first name, everybody forgets. You know, if all of a sudden you became Mark, like, oh, sorry, yeah. It's too complicated. But if you became Tim Wilson, like, oh, yeah, just change your last name. That's not Tim Wilson. And you get a new head. You get a new head, like the office girl. Yeah, and you just run right in. I go to Peter Thiel's sacred conference with a whole new head. He doesn't do this. He doesn't know. You should just go and wear a burqa. I should go to Peter Thiel's sacred burqa. Well, you can't get in. It's sold out. It's sold out, and it's private. Well, imagine buying tickets to that. Like, We went to the movies. No, I went to see a concert. Right. I don't know. Your lecture on the Rothschild. It's clearly such a odd attack at position, whatever you want. We're trying to find. What I think is he has very esoteric interests. This is just one. Like if you want that amount of money, and you really need to look. I don't know why he brought me over to the house to meet Eric Von Dam, but I was not that influential. I was not someone who had on the radar as being the guy who affect presidential campaigns. Yeah, I was the MMA commentator, the dirty comedian, talk shit on the internet. Right, like, that was it. And I had Eric on my podcast before. That's how Eric and I became friends. He knew that I had a deep interest in it. I've read Von Dam's book, I've watched his documentary, and I know that a lot of that stuff is being done. And that's one of the reasons why they want to bring me over to ask questions. Von Daniken is the true believer of a lot of that stuff. And I used to think he was totally wrong, but now I don't. Like, if I interviewed him today, I would have a different perspective. Because I used to think that the idea that we were visited by ancient aliens and that aliens helped them build pyramids and all this stuff, that's all silly. What's really going on is the collapse of a very sophisticated civilization because of some sort of natural disaster. And then we're trying to make sense of this without an understanding of what their technology is. Now, yeah, this was what's more interest now in the UAP phenomenon than there's ever been. There's a lot of that, but I also think that's because if you've been in charge of back engineering spaceships, so you've been in charge of lying to Congress and misappropriating funds in order to have the amount of money that you need to do this stuff. And then through all of this, you've achieved substantial gains in whether it's fiber optics or whatever technology you back engineer, where you figured out how to make something that's completely spectacular. You're in a situation where as transparency becomes more and more of the norm, like one of the things that's going to happen with AI and then most certainly with quantum computing is all encryption, all hiding, all that stuff goes away. It becomes a real problem with resources because almost all money is just one thing. So like, who's got access to it, who does, it's going to be nuts. Like solving all that's going to be nuts. Also, hiding information is virtually impossible. And if there's people that know eventually at one point in time they're going to have to pay the toll, right? So we've got to get ahead of this. And we're trying to get ahead of it at the stage of this documentary. One of the things that all these folks, all these like former, deep state guys who are now whistleblowers, I'm doing air quotes, my fingers, listening. They all talk about amnesty. This is the secret to all this stuff. The secret to it, the only way you're going to be able to do all this is you got to give an amnesty for all the people that committed all these crimes. Because the general public needs to know this stuff exists. Yeah. So, I don't know if that's the case. But I do know that historical accounts of us being visited are very consistent and they've been going on for years. I have no experience. I have nothing. I've never seen it. I didn't hear about me, guys. Can you hear me? Executor. Yes. Did you find out about me? Owner of players. Breaths. Phantom Hill.
cool, man. Do you know about a kid? I hope you know that. That's of course. You're inspired. Did you just sit down in that car? What type of things you took up in this? Mine, I don't know where I had the best sleep that we've had. What the fuck is that? I had like 14 years straight. Where's I hope any of them listens to females and just has a whole fucking playlist. Do you want her to get with the shot? Shot. Fuck. That goes to you. What about Joanne? What would you tell Joanne? You'll have you like, right, take him for that. Go back to Guadalajara. You're not going to be famous as I make you famous. And she's probably be like, yeah, I got 3 kids with this douchebag. And what do you want me to do? Put a leave him? I mean, I can. Sure. I can't talk. So, rock me the much. I want to go anywhere for sure. Look at this.
So, but not so. I've never seen it, right? So, just it's all anecdotal. I've never held a piece of something or. My friend Jesse Michaels just went down a fruit, and they did all these medical scans of these tridactyl mummies, and they're not fake. Whatever the fuck these things are, the fetal position, they have all the ligaments and tendons. Their heads are huge. They look like a fucking animal. They have 3 fingers and 3 toes. And there's a few of them. They're 3 feet tall, and these things are 1,700 years old, and they look exactly like all these things that people claim to see when they get abducted by this. Not only that, they're in Peru, which is the home of many of these monolithic, huge megastructure sites like Machu Picchu and a lot of the legends who come out of there too. Yeah, but also the Nazca lines, like immense artwork that you can only see from the sky. Also, all their artwork, like ancient artwork depicting 3-fingered, 3-toed beings with big heads and big eyes. What the fuck is all this stuff? What is this stuff? It's gotta be something. And so my approach to it is January 1st, go back and forth with the
some of it's probably evil. And I think it might be where Egypt springs from, where sub-Saharan Africa, like this whole thing where they think that maybe that was the center of Atlantis. Those right. Why do they so much of these things? How did they develop these kind of? How old are these goddamn structures? No one really knows. They're just guessing. These are stone. Why does it feel like right now there seems to be this renewed interest in this stuff? Is it just the technology? Is it the internet? There are more documentaries, more pop culture for you at least. Yeah, are we ahead of some kind of disclosure, or what is the, why is this happening? Well, I think the New York Times in 2017 opened. That was the big thing. When they published on the front page of the New York Times story about UAPs, incredible accounts. I had Gary Nolan on the broadcast recently, and one of the things he said was they have radar of that Tic Tac thing from 2004, where it goes from sea level to 50,000 feet in less than a second. He said, assuming this thing weighed 2 tons, which is like a regular bomb, it would take all of the energy that the United States produces in years to achieve that. To go fast with this 4,000-pound thing, to go from 0 to 50,000 feet in less than a second. That's how much energy it takes. That's real. It's real. Yeah, no, that's insane. That's radar. And you've had Ross Colford on that guy? No. He's an interesting guy, for sure. They talk about stuff like this, and it's just, what's really hard about this stuff is you can never, it's a nebulous, It's like, talk about the CIA, talk about all these things, people exist, and their names, and you can go, they manufacture this, or they, but this stuff, we're talking about government agencies without a name, or a name that's unknown to us, in locales we've never been, in underground cities. It's all very speculative for my taste. I don't doubt that some level of but we're talking about, I don't know how to even approach it. There's so many people talking about it. They're probably really ever talking about it so hard. A lot of schizophrenics. A lot of people are just complete scam artists that are lying about having been abducted. There's a lot of ego involved. That people want to be special, or they want to be the type of person the aliens are really interested in. It's hard. It's hard. And again, with no personal experience. But then when you talk to people that have had personal experiences, it's very odd how compelling they are. I bet. And they don't seem kooky. Like I talked to this guy, Travis Walton. Abducted this in the 70s forests of Arizona. He doesn't seem like a liar. Heavy stuff. Bob Lazar doesn't seem crazy. Doesn't seem like a liar. And but a lot of things that Bob Lazar said turned out to be true. And I think it was 1989 when George Knapp first interviewed him on television. He was hiding his face. He was talking about Area S4. Area 51 wasn't that wasn't something that they really confirmed. The government didn't confirm it until they tried to expand the boundaries of Area 51 in the Obama administration because too many people were going out there and filming things. So they had to go, no, the place where you can't go is way further because private assholes have telescopes. Right. So he was talking about something that was completely unknown to the general public. Because it wasn't even just Area 51, it was Site 4. It was S4. And he talked about this place that now we know for sure they were doing these black ops, black funded programs where they were creating military vehicles and they were flying people in and out of that area. And this is a level of you can imagine this is like military intelligence that is not no oversight. No oversight. That's really Congress doesn't know. You ever watch the Jeremy Corbell documentary on Lazar? No, you should watch it. I would like to fucking crazy. It's on Amazon. It's not probably all this. That's the thing about the answer. Congress doesn't know.
president doesn't know. And there's a lot of saying stuff that they don't know about. This feels like another subterranean layer. Very, yes. And the way you're going to get these things done, like if you do have some people back will we bring military contractors and object and these pictures. You're not going to just and they sign a bunch of documents and surveil exactly. And they say he killed him. So the bizarre story was he worked for what's that place? The place that Lazar worked for in New Mexico. Yes. So he went to Los Alamos Labs. They denied his work to employee roster. And there's articles in New Mexico and one of the local newspapers about Lazar genius with a jet engine on the back of a Honda. Like he was right. That was he put he was interested. That's clearly a brilliant guy. Talk to him, listen to him, talk to him. Clearly a brilliant. And so they brought him to the area as Florida, and they said, and they had a spaceship sitting in it, and they had an American flag sticker on it. And he said his initial thought was, that's what's going on. So all these people that are seeing this thing, it's okay, makes sense. Then he started looking around. He started getting, first of all, he said he was 3D printed or something. He doesn't have any seats. And then it's not designed for human beings. It's designed for something that's 3 feet tall. And it doesn't have any controls or something. So there's some sort of a connection between the mind and whatever the fuck is running it and this thing. And you had some very bizarre generator inside of it. He said using an element that was unknown. This element is called element 115. They have a stable element. They bombarded with radiation and it creates gravity that allows houses to bend space and time instead of using a traditional propulsion system. Right. So they knew this element wasn't even proven until somewhere in the 2000s. They went to a large hadron collider. So they got a very glimpse of this element. And now this element is a real element, but not a stable version that supposedly was not. One of the things that's alleged that the areas for a piece of this stable element. So one of the things he did with George Knapp was he made a video demonstrating how this element bends space and time. Right. I don't want to say doc. It's just one area I go back to. The Cornell documentary. It's physical. You got me ready. Ready to leave. But that's what it's supposed to be. That thing right there. That's a sport craft. That's what transportation is. Very interesting. Very interesting. All of these big constellations of power are interesting. And that they can, for sure, but I also think they try to they're interested in sources of power. That seems to be something interesting. Source of power. Yeah, back in the 40s, it must have one sorcery. That's right. Spells, powers. If you're trying to like rock the world with the Nazis, what they draw what that? Rock meth. Meth, you try to run the world. You know? That's good. And no idea that it's just all the stuff that we choose was just the Christianity of the third day. Thank you so much. As always, brother. It's the most fun. I'll see you tonight. Yes, we got fun tonight. Let's make a good time. Ron White's going to be there. Yes. We're going to have a good party. Have fun. Sure.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. So excited to talk to you, man. I have been so looking forward to this. Since I saw your video on the labyrinths in Egypt,
Are you fucking
spoilers, there
serious?
appears to be a 40-meter long metallic tic-tac shaped object. How deep is it?
It's in the central
Yeah.
atrium. We'll get into what that is, but somewhere in the 70 meters. So what's that? Like 200 feet, 150 feet.
And so, for anybody who's interested, what's the name of that video?
I think it's the ancient structure, like it's said to be greater than the pyramids. I try to tease it, guys. It's on that. It's on my channel.
Well, it's 15. I dove right in. I remember I was in the gym while I was watching it, and I literally stopped working out. I was like, this is not something that I
Yeah, and I honestly, I'm grateful for how like, that video took off. Like, for me, it took off way bigger than ones that I've done in the past. I talk about the labyrinth in the past, and it's a much longer video. And I was really glad to get the chance to dive into the details because I've been wanting to revisit the labyrinth for a long time. However, there's just been recently a bunch of
I was going to give you shit about your shit.
a decade or two ago inside the Rothschild that really changed that picture. And there was things like the Melbourne Borough scans that correlated other scans and also reported on, there seems to be a metallic object. And this isn't sort of crazy emerging science. This is a legitimate company that is using technology that's been well established in defense. In defense, it came out of the UK military technology that's been more or less so. And the guy that Tim Akers, rest in peace, I thought he's asked that he, what he said about this object, like he's a credible guy to say this. He doesn't draw conclusions about what it might be, which is definitely not good. It's not stone. It's metal. It's not unlike other metal that he's seen, although he doesn't classify what the exact type of metal it is. So, there is in this central atrium. Because the labyrinth has multiple levels, and it's almost like you imagine yourself standing in a shopping mall, and you have that central atrium. You can see all these levels, and it's like this big central chamber that connects to these multiple levels. It's 40 meters long. It's really tall. In the center of it is what more than 40 because it contains a single sort of 40-meter long object that's sitting there.
So how did you find out about the lab access? This is something that has been talked about for a long time. Yeah, but no one founded any like traditional archaeology books. It's not. Is it?
Yeah. No, the labyrinth is kind of this is the other part that drew me to it. It isn't something that's coming out of left field, right? It's not like this. No one ever heard of this before. It's literally a structure that was written about extensively over 100 years. This is like a lot of this old Strabo, Polonius Noah. Like there's all of these writers of antiquity, and you're talking about time frames from like 500 BC up to the first century AD, had visited it, and they'd written about it and talked about it, and they gave it as legends. Guys like Herodotus said that it passes pyramids in grandeur, and then you have this is from Herodotus' histories in the 5th century BC. He says, for this I saw myself and I found it greater than words could say. If one should put together and reckon up all the buildings and all the great work produced by the Hellenes, Greeks, they would prove to be inferior in labour and expense to this labyrinth. That's saying that all of the temples of the Greeks, of ancient Greece, the Acropolis, and just if you add them all up, the labour to
juice they make you inferior in what it would take to just make it one thing, the nutrient slab.
That is underground.
That's underground.
How do conventional archaeologists discuss this a lot?
Yeah, so they do. It's been discussed. Basically, what happened was, so you had, we always kind of knew where it was. So you have the classical authors of antiquity, which coincides with what you might call the Ptolemaic period of ancient Egypt. It's the transition from dynastic Egypt into becoming essentially a Roman province, like an imperial province of Rome. And that runs you up to about 500 AD. And then sort of in civilization, you have the Dark Ages, so the Roman Empire collapses. And it's not until, again, you get to the Renaissance and you have artists and other authors looking at these historical accounts and they're talking about it, they're drawing it, some pictures just in the labyrinth and that. And then, again, not until the emergence of what I would call modern archaeology in the 18th century. So guys like Carl Lepsius in the 1700s started to look at these accounts and go and survey the place where they said it was. So Herodotus and these authors, I selected the quotes here to just, there's a lot more that they say about it. But one of the things they talk about is they kind of give descriptions of where it is. They say it's near what was called Lake Moiris. And it's near a city that was the temple of the crocodilopolis, or ancient Arsenal is the other name for it. We know where that is. And Lake Moira sort of somewhat still exists. It's much smaller now, but it's in this region called the Plain of Egypt. So if you look at Egypt on a map, you can imagine it's desert. And you have from north to south, you have this green line traces it down. But on the left side, you look at there's this leaf-shaped depression that's all green. It's called the Plain. It's a depression with it's used to flood with the Nile. They use it for agriculture. And it's right at that neck of where it connects up to the Nile Valley. And he also described it, but they also described the pyramid that's at the site, because there is the pyramid to Amenhotep III on that site. So they give us all these descriptors, and everyone's kind of agreed, yeah, so it's at this place, where I've been to several times, still the pyramid there, and it's these great fields of sand, and like open like chunks of stone. And what Hadal Lepsius went there, and he said, well, I've discovered the ruins of like a Roman town. It's built on the surface, there's nothing crazy about it. Flinders Petrie was the guy who kind of got the closest. Petrie went there in the late 1800s and early 1900s. And he was excavating, he dug down 7 or 8 meters. He got down and he found this massive stone slab of bed and plaster that was huge, like 1,000 feet long. Like it was just, he sort of traced the edges of it. He's like, I'm standing on the foundation of the labyrinth. So what he said, he's like, it's all gone. Like it's basically, Petrie said, quarry. This has been a source of stone for millennia. So it's gone. So pretty much everyone since then in archaeology, anthropology is like, if you look on the computer, they'll tell you, it's gone. It was destroyed. It was quarried away. Petrie says, I'm standing on the foundation of it, the bottom half, and that's it. There's nothing here. So that's always been kind of the position of orthodox Egyptology looking at textbooks. That's what it is. But that's all changed because there's been a whole bunch of different scientific expeditions there. This is where it gets into some intrigue because the Matahar expedition, the Cairo University expedition. I mean, these happened. The results have come out since, but they were covered up at the time. They were suppressed. So the first guy to win 2008 was the Matahar expedition.
Covered up.
Yes.
Is that?
Yeah. So what
is our boy Zahi?
Yeah, Zahi did.
Zahi.
It was. And so, again, no more or less, this is the words of Louis de Courtier, who was he's a Belgian artist and entrepreneur. He funded and drove the Matahar expedition. He did it in conjunction with the Supreme Council of Antiquities, which at the time was helmed by us. Also with the NRIAG, which is the National Research Institute for like basically subsurface studies. So that's those guys dragging that box around. So they used a whole bunch of different techniques to look at these areas around that pyramid at the site of Hawara, things like ground penetrating radar, geomagnetic, very low frequency, like seismic tomography, electric tomography. But there's a bunch of different techniques that are well established. Known science. This isn't like the Kafra scans that was like you can debate the merits of technology. This is established. And they found that. And what he found was that so what Lepsius said about the ruins of a Roman, Greek, or Persian town with mud bricks and stuff. Yep, that's there in the first few meters. You go down there and you hit the water table. So there's the other issue on this side is the water's at like 5 meters surface. And to that, is the slab that Petrie found. So like 6-7 meters is that huge slab that Petrie found that he thought was the foundation. And then below that, Petrie did the deep enough. Below that, we can find essentially a labyrinthine structure of granite and very, very dense rocks and walls and like a maze-like structure that has multiple meters thick. There's another great slide in there that's green. It's the actual, that's it there. So yeah, so this is it, 8 meters with VLS sounding, so you can see like this labyrinthine structure of these walls and all of these lines and walls. These like granite, and the scale of this is 100 meters vertically by 150 meters. So the y-axis, I guess, of this. So if we're looking down around here, we've got to look at the scale. Like across the top, that's 150 meters, right? So, I mean, like 450 feet. So these are big walls. So the sea chain is a big wall. Yeah, it's a football field. Well, it's more than 100 meters. In Australia, it's about 100 meters. I don't know how big. Yeah, what's 100 yards? It's 100 yards is a little less. A little less. So 150 meters, and this is only a section of the labyrinth. They scanned 2 sections. The labyrinth itself is said to be much, much larger than this. So they found much larger than that. Oh, that's huge. Yeah, no. It's an overall structure. It's like 1,000 feet at least. Like 3, 4, 5 times that size. I mean, you have to go back to we have some better indication with the more modern space-based scans now, but when they did the geophysical, like the ground penetrating radar scan, so they scanned 2 areas. That was the big one, like in front of the pyramid, then they did another one on the other side of the canal that runs through the site today, and they found it on both sides. So that's the difference between like what we say about the lab, like what the textbooks will tell you about the lab and it not being there and it being destroyed. No, we've actually, now there's been Matter expedition confirmed it was there, and so what happened with this was interesting. I think reasoning for why this happened is that it was covered up, and these are the words like Louis de Cordier. He eventually got sick of waiting lists. What happens in Egypt, anything you do, whether it's an academic institution or you're an individual or a group that's funding some sort of expedition, you work with the Council of Antiquities for those, Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. But they essentially, it takes years to get access, and then once you do that, they control what this information. So it's always part of it. So Egypt gets to do the announcement, and if anyone yeah, a great example is honestly the scan pyramid. So they got ahead of themselves a little bit. This is the muon detection, the cosmic ray detection stuff. They've been running that experiment for years. These are the Great Pyramid. They put and every time I go in there, there's different sets of equipment with different places on it. But these muon detectors, they have them under the ground, in the underground gallery, and it just takes years to collect data. Occasionally, these cosmic particles, they'll pick one up, and you're able to detect voids. They can somehow tell the difference between it traveling through solid matter versus a void. It takes years to build up a resolute picture. But once they did, they said, oh, okay, so we've discovered that big void in the pyramid, but they'd also discovered the small void at the main entrance. If you look up at it today, there's like chevron blocks. Like above, you go in down here at the Alma Moon's tunnel, but at the top, the descending passage actually exits the pyramid, the original entrance. There's these big chevron blocks, and behind that's that chamber. So you remember a few years ago they made a big fuss. But I mean, as an example, like when the Scant Pyramids guys on their own initiative announced that we've made the discoveries, I mean, Zahi basically came out and said this bullshit, this doesn't exist. There's nothing there, and if there is something there, we knew about it already. and you go on a couple of years, I mean, now it's time to do the press releases and to roll out, the footage. Who's standing at the podium making the announcement and showing the signs. Like a fascinating situation. Yes, I did a video. I just missed a few days ago. I got into some even more intrigued about stuff that's happening in Jersey in the Giza Plateau in the 1990s, which we can get into that too. But so yeah, what happened with the Madar expedition and the labyrinth was that 2008 and 9 they finished their on-site work. They're ready to release the data. They put on a very small public lecture at Kent University in Belgium. No one really attended it. And then they got told to start again in the words of 48 because we waited like 2 or 3 years and then he put this out there. He said that he was told to cease any and all discussion or release of information from the Matter Health project, and him and his team members were threatened with international security sanctions. Which means that, I think it's a low level, like if you come to Egypt, we'll arrest you, if not, then maybe come and get you out of it. It's national security sanctions.
Isn't there a way to sort of massage that situation? To talk to someone and say, listen, you be the guy who found this.
Oh, that would have been the case. I think that was a given if it had been released. I actually think in the case, so it's funny, I kind of don't really blame him. So I think this was a political decision, not only in Australia, hiding the truth and whatever. Yeah, okay, that's happened. There's new data, there's an amazing find that changed the world. In my opinion, honestly, the labyrinth is the biggest archaeological discovery of many. When we get into what that structure is and how big it is, and later reported in antiquity, there's nothing bigger than it. Rothschild just says it surpasses the pyramids. It's like finding more. He's like like under the ground. Like you can't. I just think it would be the biggest discovery of the time, which is part of the problem. Because I think, unfortunately, and this is just my intuition and my read of the situation. What's happening is that the reality is groundwater level is rising. Right? So it's kind of attacking that higher levels of the labyrinth for sure, are suffering in this salty groundwater. Right? It is going to slow it down because that groundwater's come way up. We know it's come way up because Prince Petrie, back in the late 18th, early 19th century, actually got in to under the pyramid. You can't today, if you go to that pyramid, there is a passage you can go down. You can go down a few steps and just throw a pebble of water.
So this water table has risen slowly over.
No, since the 1960s, since they built the dam. So it's a whole dam. So what happened? This is the problem, right? So you've got all these factors. It's where it is. So it's Hawaii, the next to the fine. Now Egypt, I love Egypt. I go to Egypt a couple times a year, and fantastic place, but they are one of they're food poor in terms of the net biggest import of wheat. They eat all the agriculture they can get. The farming is a huge agricultural area. There's a huge irrigation canal called the Barwabi Canal that's been cutting them like the 80-40 St. Guys River Suez Canal cuts it in there. So you've got this situation of all right, you've got all this agriculture happening, you've got farmers' water rights messing with this, and it happens to be running through this ancient site, which is the biggest discovery of our time. And it's happening because we built a dam on the Nile. And what happened with the high dam in the 60s, so this high dam, British built, 1901, 1902, then they actually partnered with the Soviet Union to build this high dam. It's still a monument to the Egyptian, Soviet Union friendship. But when they built that high dam, it essentially stops that cycle of inundation. Not everyone with the North, it rains in Africa in the south. There's this huge flood that comes up the Nile and it floods out. It's positive blackened by the and really fertile ground, and they would use that to farm. They built the dam. You get rid of that yearly cycle, right? And what happens? It seems counterintuitive because we're like, well, it's less water in the Nile. No, what the dam did was eliminate the 9-month dry season. So you had the 2-month wet season, but then you don't have that 9-month dry season now. So you have essentially more water for more time in the Nile, which is having its effect of rising water table. So if you combine that with the size of Hawara and the project, the scope of the project to try and review that and save and excavate, start working with the labyrinth, I mean, you're talking it's not an easy problem in an area that size to try and get the water out, divert the farmers' water, deal with all of those problems, and then, so what I think the options you might have been left with here is well, it's either going to cost us an absolute bomb to try and do this, but we don't know what sort of game is probably decades before that place is suitable for tourism, it's not interesting now. Or we basically say we've discovered it, but we're not going to do anything about it. It's expensive, and you're going to face a lot of international criticism for that. So I think that the decision is likely made. In my opinion, it's speculation. But it's just easy to brush this under the table. This never happened. We never discovered this. This doesn't exist. Let's just go on. Someone tickets on a piece of plateau and pump the water out to the flame.
Wow. How short-sighted. Now, when you say millions, are you just going to say dollars or are you going to say gallons of water?
No dollars. I mean, I think the remediation project at Florida would not be. It's not a simple thing. And in fact, they did do. There's another expedition after the Matterhorn expedition in like this was 2009. Cairo University, along with the Rothschild University, went out there to try and figure out what is the deal with the groundwater, where's it coming from, like what direction, and what they were doing. They were doing geological test pits and boreholes to figure out the water situation. According to them, that information was also covered up because they also did ground penetrating radar surveys, also confirmed the labyrinth. The guy who was in charge of that in Cairo University was actually put in jail. Again, this is on their report when the information finally came out in 2017. He lost the job, obviously, as part of it. So they covered that up too. But they had tried to I guess, working on the site. Like, I don't know. I don't know the reason. It's on their report, though, that's what they say, is that he was jailed because he allegedly altered the project and then put the guy in jail. This is what they say on the report from that expedition, that work, which came out like a decade after the counter. And I dig it up on the internet. I'm like, well, this is interesting because the results are interesting, but even after their work, their conclusion was, well, the water's a very complicated problem. It's coming from a couple different directions. This is the shallow stuff that's coming in from this way, but it's also coming from another direction. They have to dig a lot more test holes in a wider area to really figure it out. And I think you have to start digging like remediation wells, putting pumps, and just try and pump that down. If not, canal and then trench that whole thing out like a massive site, and then you start to worry about, all right, let's start to excavate.
Should it be done without erupting funds?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I think we could do it. I think that you can divert and move the Barbary Canal out of the way if you had to. I just think
Somebody's not cholera jumping.
horizontal.
Someone with some deep pockets.
Yeah.
Don't you want to know?
I don't know. Well, the crazy thing is that according to because the story doesn't end there. Like when you get into space-based burrows and geoscan stuff, and I know that also like the guys from the Upgrade Project, they are going to stand like we talked to me about it recently for the summer, and then I think what they're saying so far is the lower levels, like this thing goes down, like you said, to nearly 100 meters, like levels down to 300 feet under the ground, and it seems like they might be free. So it's just like shallow groundwater, and once you get into the bedrock, and it's like it's not a porous stone, whatever's underneath, just the top level sediment. It seems like to make it looks like it's 3 or 4. So the very bottom layers seem to be free.
So the actual labyrinth is very bottom layer.
The labyrinth is multiple levels at least. So if you look at
Is it possible to get some out of it from the side? If it comes below,
if you build over water, yeah, you'd have to dig a deep tunnel. I mean, that's also an option. If you actually believe in these scans, with that atrium, you could probably try and get down there and just wind the tunnel somehow up and down. That would be epic. Be incredible.
terrible travesty to be done.
I agree, which is the reason I made that stuff. I wanted to draw attention to that because it's just, I think it is like the biggest opportunity for us. Like in terms of massive discoveries in the ancient world, I can't think of anything that's bigger than it. I know the Kafre scan stuff is super interesting. The claims are wild, but this is like known about. This is been talked about, and then it's been confirmed with multiple scans. You had Matterhorn expedition, like Cairo University, and more Rothschild, and butchering that, the Polish university. Then you had Geoscan team, which was Klaus Stoner, a friend of his who runs this German Geoscan space-based satellite. It's like a mathematical statistical approach. I can't use it to determine the elemental composition of stars. That's the explanation I have. However, they have a track record of being able to find things like water and oil and gold under the ground. So they've been using that as a company for like people to go basically survey and then go dig, and they've done 3 or 4 of these. Okay, this is what you said it was. They scanned the labyrinth. They were the first space-based scan to come out and talk about it. Then you had Melbourne Burrows, which is this and military technology that's very similar in technique to the Kafre scan guys. So they use synthetic optical radar and optical tomography. These guys are using like high-frequency orbital imaging with seismic data. So it's very similar in the way they're in essentially the description I just told is it's like imagine dropping pebbles into a container of water, and if you could instantly freeze that container and lift it out and shine a light from underneath it, and you look at it on the top, you can see those ripples in 3 dimensions, but you're looking at it on a 2D scan kind of thing, and you can interpret them to show you the topography of whatever's in that 3-dimensional space. It's something similar to that. So it's awesome, dude. It's so awesome. It's wild.
It's so awesome that they just have the ability to do that and look at that. Beyond the cafe stuff, which, I don't want to get to school. So I look at that like it's too great, it's too amazing, it's too spectacular, it's huge time. Yeah, and if it's true, oh boy, does that change everything about everything.
I'm in the camp of want to believe, trust me. I mean,
sure you are.
But I'm not, but I don't, I'm skeptical on this. When it came out, I've since certainly come around on the technique, on the promise of the technology. My skepticism probably still exists in the layer between the scans that I've seen them and then the interpretations of them. So
The 3D, exactly. Yeah, what their interpretations of it. It's like you don't really have a clear view of what this thing is. Yeah, you're making it look like it's some sort of a Tesla coil or whatever it is.
giant
Yeah.
yeah, I look at, we'll see, and I want to get into like the Sarah shaft because that's another thing that I just recently heard about. These other scans that happened in the 90s confirmed that have since kind of been confirmed by the Cutthroat scan team work. But yeah, at the labyrinth at least, the interesting thing to me that happened is 2 wildly different techniques. Like you have geoscan, which is a statistical mathematical approach, space-based still, and you have milliboroughs, which is a similar technique to the Cutthroat scan group. And it was used, just so this is what Tanakas will tell you, it was used to detect submarines. Look at like surface patterns on the water, and they were using it to basically track submarines under them. That's its origins, at least in the military, as far as I know. It's like the non-classified items, this report said.
Are there ancient artistic depictions?
Yeah, not ancient, but certainly Renaissance periods, and it's I think some of it's symbolic, but we do get a lot of descriptions from those authors. So, for example, Herodotus talks about it being, 1,500 rooms on one level. Total, he said there's 2 levels. He saw one level. He wasn't allowed to go to the lower level. He said that there's 3,000 rooms in total, and not just rooms, but also courts, massive open courts. So, like, Herodotus to access, not to the bottom level. But the Siculus did, these guys talk about, Siculus said that you needed a guide, you would get lost in there for days, you could guide people's way around. And then you have the same similar accounts from Pliny the Elder, and again, once you get accounts coming from multiple people over the span of centuries with from different civilizations, they correlate. It's like this is pretty reliable data at this point. Certainly in history or in archaeology, that's your measure for all right, there's a grain of truth in this because we've got the same thing coming from different accounts that are essentially different civilizations that are in the same place. And what they say is astonishing. But all of them talk about there being hundreds, if not thousands of rooms and twisting chambers, and then also giant open pits that might have 40 columns to your side. And all of it being done with just spectacular craftsmanship. Yeah, there's a Theodore Siculus, 1st century BC, talking about that, in respect of cutting other works of craftsmanship, there are no room for the success of twisted custom, saying that this is phenomenal work. And in the sacred enclosure, one found a temple surrounded by columns 40 to each side. And this building had a roof made of a single stone, carved with panels and joined with 40 to a side, that's 80. And how was this even? Well, that's always a good question. That's a core question when you get into any of these subterranean spaces like the Serapeus. Okay? It's always, there's no slip, right, we don't know. But the answer is we don't know. It wasn't with flame. I don't think it was with flame. And then
you had go back to Strabos. In addition to these things, there is the edifice of a building quite equal to the pyramids, a great palace made of many palaces, where such is the number of peristyle courts which lie contiguous with one another. The Before the entrances, there lie what might be called hidden chambers, which are long and many in number and have paths running through one another with twists and turns, so that no one can enter or leave any court without a guide.
Yeah. He had Sticulus's account of one of those being 80 columns, like 40 to the side, and there was 12 of them. Yeah, so it's absolutely crazy. So you have 3,000 rooms, 12 gigantic courts. Theodorus talks about the roof being made of a single stone. I very much doubt that, but what I think he's describing, the craftsmanship that you see in the real megalithic buildings in Egypt, you can't see the tombs.
And here, Pliny the Elder, who lived between 23 and 79 CE, which is current time. So he's saying 3,600 years ago this was constructed according to tradition.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah, so
Right, so that predates the pyramids.
yeah, by a long way. Yeah,
It's allegedly.
Yeah. Right. Well, if you go with the Orthodox data, the pyramids, sure,
Right.
he says that so essentially 3,000 BC that it was built according to the tradition at the time, 3,600.
So with the conventional dating of the pyramids, that's more than 1,000 years ago.
About 1,000 years, yeah, a little less maybe.
And the conventional dating,
And it's questionable. I mean, even the carbon dating of the pyramids doesn't quite match the conventional dating. It's a little earlier. So
where's the carbon dating?
so they got some more on the carbon dating.
What is that?
What the date?
Yeah.
So I believe it's like a wide range, but it's like several hundred years, like 200 years prior to what they say is the time of Khufu. Cheops, the dynasty, certainly on the Great Pyramid.
And what is the room for error for the carbon?
Well, it depends on the samples, and there's a lot of specifics, but it could be plus minus 20, 30, 50, 100 years. It depends. I think the margin of error, they did multiple samples. I believe it's less than that, so that they're pretty firm that the date is earlier. So it's kind of a critical. I mean, there's a bunch of people that talk about the archaeologists, Egyptologists don't really reference that date because it kind of messes up their timeline a little bit. It's not thousands of years; it's hundreds of years. So the explanation tends to be, well, it was old wood. It's like the ash that gets mixed into the mortar as the source for the carbon, and they say, well, maybe that's burnt really old trees.
That's right.
Right. It becomes convenient. Yeah.
And all of it's convenient. We know that they did some enhancements to the pyramid, like they refurbished things. Exactly. So that's the problem. So you refurbished what, and how long was it there before you refurbished it?
Indeed. I think I don't discount the carbon dating. I think what you can say from the carbon dating firmly is that it shows that the pyramids are being worked on. I don't think you can make the jump and say this is when they were built. You have not doing further sector. I think this is when they were certainly being worked on in that period. So I think it's possible that that's the difference because the pyramids, they may not have been entirely pyramids originally. I think there's a strong chance that there were multiple phases of construction over a long time to end up being what they are in our time. I think those are all possibilities because this is the whole, when you take a step back and look at the whole picture of ancient Egypt, I mean, you cannot attribute everything that we see in ancient Egypt to our understanding of those dynastic Egyptians, their writings and what we know about them. We know an awful lot. We have tools in the ancient Egyptian toolbox. We found them. We have depictions on walls of how they did things. They were very good about documenting it. So we have the tools, we have the depictions. We also have lots and lots of artifacts that match those sorts of depictions, right? We've got these clearly handmade artifacts in them, and this is across all the categories of artifacts, from things like stonework, columns, obelisks, and vases, boxes, pyramids. And then you have this other category of artifacts that doesn't match, and can't be explained by these tools and techniques. And there's no depictions on rules of how they make the precision artifacts. There's no example. Of course, yeah, in any category. I have it in that Tale of Two Industries directory journal on there. It's the vases are probably the best example. They're a smoke gun example of it. Yeah, these to me, I mean, this is why the vase project is so, I think, to me, quite validating when it came up. Yeah, so it's just this. So these are the smoking gun because they connect to everything else, and we're learning so much about the precision of these things. However, but we could start with statues or boxes or columns. It doesn't really matter. There are two categories across all of these artifacts. And the advanced category, again, so you can't really make it with the tools that the ancient Egyptians with this, that we're using that we found. They don't show this. There's no scenes of building stone pyramids. There's no scenes of them making giant statues, like 1,000-ton statues. This is the type of thing that you see on the wall, and this is in the Tomb of the Nobles, the West Bank of Luxor. And here they're building mud bricks, so they're firing mud bricks over the fire, and the pouring and the shaping and the carrying. It's all very relatively primitive. And we know they made mud brick pyramids, they made mud brick ramps, and some of the mud bricks are pretty heavy. We know all about this. What we don't see is the massive megalith stuff. That's why with the vases is a good example. This is what I've been calling the Taluk industry as a whole theory that I've been putting together for the last few years. Again, you have a primitive industry that is clearly preservatively handmade. It lacks precision and symmetry. We found the tools, the Egyptians drew the scenes, the artifacts match the tools and techniques, and then you have this visibly sophisticated, usually very hard stone, which is the other characteristic. The primitive stuff is usually software based. The artifacts, as we're doing analysis on them, is showing depth of precision and complexity that's phenomenal. This is where they become a smoking gun for this whole argument.
For people that don't know about this stuff, just give them some information.
Sure. So the vases go back to pre-dynastic times. There's no debate that these are pre-dynastic, that predate what we could call the dynastic civilization. And over the last few years, we've been starting to analyze them. The vase scanning team, various groups of people now, have been scanning these with modern technology, LiDAR scanning, like scanning, even CT X-ray scanning. And basically, they're coming back with precision in terms of circularity, flatness, like centering, numbers that very much equate to some of the best industrial processes that we do today, things like aerospace industry. So where it's really important to be within 2 or 3 or 4 thousandths of an inch of perfection for the parts we make for jet engines or rocket engines. Those are the numbers that we see come back on a lot of these vessels. Not all of them. I don't want to say this is true for all of them. It's not. It's true for a lot of them. And this is, again, these are levels of precision that are not visible to the naked eye. I mean, we're talking even like a sheet of printer paper is like 6 or 7 inch thick. If you there's 2 to 3 or 4 thousandths thick, and you're seeing sometimes tolerances even lower than that. So it's not something you can feel or see or touch, but we see it again and again. And the only way we can achieve those sort of tolerances today is with very advanced machines. 3D 5-axis mills, really high precision lathes, CAD, like computer controlled equipment. Right, so yeah, if you get into it, so this is the issue with this, and one of the craziest things about it, and this is the OG base, the original granite base. This is the one that started it all. It's one of the more precise ones. And yeah, you could imagine without the handles, you could lathe it if you're spinning it. But if you had the handles, if you wanted these handles, you would have to use a hormone that runs all the way around it, and come back with a different process, a different tool to remove that space, space between the handles of the body. And you don't feel lack of symmetry or precision. So this is the thing. So when we do that today, it's you basically lose some positional calibration on it to account for that in the way we do industrial design of these sorts of parts. So we know that we're going to lose a little bit of precision when we change tools and process, right? So we account for that, but we don't see that. And I went back and we did analysis of this area of the base body in between the handles, and there's no drop in precision relative to the rest of the vessel. So that means one of two things. One option is, okay, they could handle that positional, that loss of positional calibration better than you can. Or it wasn't done on a lathe, and it was done in what we call a single pass with a single tool. And the only way you can do that is with the tool's 5-axis free. So now you're talking about a 5-axis tool. It's one of those computer control things that you can just cut it out in basically one pass, but without changing tools and process. And that's the other challenge with this stuff in this example from vessels. And these are actual pieces from vessels. Yeah, this piece, at least 5,000-6,000 years, I think potentially quite often we can get into how old I think. But so that's another challenge that is rarely talked about is the material. Like these things are made from granite, diorite, rock crystal. That thing's rock crystal, basically quartz. It's insanely hard. Yeah, all these different. Oh yeah, it's like I have a granite Northern pestle at home, big heavy thing. It's like I don't need to protect it from anything. But I have to protect my counters from it. So that's yes. So that's the other. It's translucent. The other light. Even the rock crystal one's translucent. So that one gets down to about 2 millimeters thickness, just under. Yeah, you put a fine light on it. And I mean, so with granite and diorite, particularly granite, and it's essentially a conglomerate. Right? So you have it. It's not a material that's homogeneous. So inside of granite, you've got silica and hornblende and mica and all these different quartz and hence the pattern, but also it's almost microscopically it changes hardness. You know what I mean? So some of that stuff is less hard than other bits, and it's the way granite takes years and years of heat and pressure to bond those things together atomically, and that's the stone we get and it's up and bedrock on. But it just means that when you're machining material like granite, your tooltip is going from stuff that's really hard to softer to hard dense. Like you have to account for that. Yet we see this, we feel the surface of it. It's phenomenally well polished and finished. I mean, if you were doing this today with a lot of modern tooltips, you'd be ripping chunks of quartz out rather than machining and cutting it. So something with the actual tooltip of this thing is also very fun. This is a very difficult substance to choose to work in. No stone sculptor chooses to work in granite unless that's what the project calls for. There's a reason they use marble. Is that it's both much softer and it's homogeneous, like it's the same material. It doesn't vary in hardness. So making these sort of precision things and objects out of stuff like granite and getting it down to 2 millimeters thick, like that other piece in the middle, and there's even examples that get even thinner than that. This Petrie talked about a diorite vessel that was 1/40th of an inch thick. About he called it the thickness of spout plane. Yeah, this is here. That's about 2 millimeters thick. That one's one of Matt Bell's races. It's probably my favourite. It's typically called the thin wood race. It's a phenomenal. It's an amazing section to survive as well because it is. That's one of the rare few delicate ones. Break that because it's so thin. Because again, with this type of stone, it gets really brittle. And it's like glass, like a cube of glass. Bang that on anything. Right. Thin glass shatters. Same as the stone, yet they do this again and again. Well, from where they're found. I mean, they're literally found in pre-elastic burials. This is why the base is so important. It's and why I think they're the smoking gun. One of the big reasons is that they're uncontrovertibly because they've been found in burials that are 100% pre-elastic. Carter culture and Carter 2. You can go to any museum that has a reasonable collection of these and find them in the pre-elastic section. All over. There's no debate. Like they're found in these burials and they carbon date the burials or they culture date them, reference date them to periods of thousands of years prior to the dynastic Egyptian civilization. There's good evidence that they may stretch back as far as 12 to 40,000 BC that they're in burials that go back that far, like southern Egypt, northern Sudan. Yeah, it's crazy, and it's a lot of those unfortunately today are underwater because of the dam that's created like NASA. But either way, people will debate how far back they go. It's just not controversial at all to say that they are pretty 100%. And I think the reason is that there's size, right? You can bury this. If you have it, then you can bury this. You can't do that with a 1,000-ton statue. It stays on the site. And then maybe someone down the road writes his name on it. Like Ramses II or somebody carves his name into it. And then we come along thousands and say, oh, Ramses II's name's on that. Therefore, he must have had it made. I mean, there's essentially one of the core principles of it. They do use the writing primarily as a source, not big source, but they do. And the vases, what's the problem with even dating into those pre-dynastic studies is that there is nothing about those cultures that indicates they have this capability. The card culture and even the ones like Rothschild, these older ones, pretty similar in that you're talking like the burials are often like shallow position graves. You find these precision hard stone objects with fishbone cones, and stones, very primitive hand-thrown pottery, not even thrown, just hand-thrown pottery. No other stonework. I've seen antique dealers that are selling these vases because there's a lot of these in the private market and in private possession because of their size and their availability and how many there were. It's no.
You could get a hold of one of those?
Yeah, I know collectors with like 80, 90 of them, 100 of them. Really? Yeah, they're on, they come up to sale. There's, I would say today there's easily over 100,000 hard stone vessels for sure. I mean, they found 50,000 of them in one spot, like that's the same discovery. So, yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot. I think there are even more. Like if this was an image, that's the other key. And a lot of these are semi-exotic flush stones, so none of the stone came from. It's not local. In a lot of cases, no. Like there's lapis lazuli artifacts that are pre-dynastic, and there's no known quarry for lapis. The closest one's Afghanistan. Right. Yeah. Well, there's.
How far is Afghanistan from?
Must be. It's right over on the other side of the Middle East. It's yeah, it's up towards Russia and China. It's So there's the fire, that's Egypt, the Turkey, Afghanistan, over here, over here, like on the other side of Saudi Arabia and Iran. You've got to go all the way to Iran. So that's the nearest lapis quarry. I mean, look, this is not a problem restricted to the phases either. There's a box in the Osiris shaft, which is more the box itself. Just they say it's what's called dynasty. It's made from a stone called dacite, and again, there's no known quarry in Egypt from dacite. This happens a lot. So it's almost like yeah. Oh, yeah, I've talked a lot with Randall about that.
Go back up.
Yeah, the Sahara. It is. That's what it is.
That's crazy. It is. Like how much water washed out, and how else would you get what exactly Lego water washed out? How else would those features?
Yeah.
Surface.
It's a. Yeah. Some of those are mountains within mountain range, so I can tell in the desert, not so much. But
That just looks like a challenge. It just looks like an insane amount of water literally washed over the area and smoothed it out.
yeah, I mean, there's a massive amount of evidence for the giant floods through the Nile Valley as well, not just across the Sahara, but Petrie was talking about it was up on cliffs, and finding water lines and flint points and stuff that were indicative of massive floods. This is Flora. So there's the canal. You see, that's the canal. We're talking the Barwadi Canal.
It's so crazy that when you get to like sub-Saharan Africa, how little of that is for, and how much of that is like it's the same fertile.
Not that long ago. Well, certainly not yet. No. Well, it's interesting. I did this long video on erosion and features of the plateau because last year, 2024, they released a paper that some geologists, I can't remember the names unfortunately, but they talk about the fact that there was all of the valley temples, so it's pyramid, all these pyramids that are on what we call the Lower Egypt, Giza, Wash, Absir, Saqqara, Madhu. The pyramids aren't just a pyramid, it's a pyramid complex. It's like have a pyramid, you've got a structure in front of it that's caused by the runs down to the valley temple structure that's the end of the causeway. So that's the well-known valley temple that's next to the Sphinx is the valley temple for the pyramid. Like it's connected by this causeway. And they figured out that during the African human period, which ended thousands of years before dynastic started, there was a branch of the river Nile called the Aramat branch, ran exactly where all of these valley temples are. So it's like it's almost, I I just look at it and go, these were built for that water source, because I think it's super. I'm very skeptical about all of these valley temples, particularly the one that used plateau being used as harvest for like a couple months a year to transport rocks from a quarry in Aswan. Again, 600 miles away, right, for the ground. And there's tens of thousands of tons, hundreds of thousands of tons on that plateau that they transported. I don't think there's the depth there. I've seen pictures and photographs from the other times pre-game when the Nile flooded. There's not that much water there. However, during the African period, which ended at the latest 6,000 BC, which is back thousands and thousands of years before that, the Sahara was a savanna, had river basins and lakes, just like lakes and rivers. You had a much more rainfall, and it wasn't this flood situation. It wasn't this annual inundation. It was just rainfall. There was enough water in that Nile Valley to support this Aramat branch of the Nile, which was said to be like a mile or 2 miles wide in some places. So not like a waterway. But it was high over. He was running, and they traced the path of this Aramat branch, and it turns out all of these valleys and these pyramid complexes are on its banks. And it's not like it's flooding; it's like there all the time. And this period ends, and you get the desertification of the Sahara starting around 6,500, 6,000 BC. And so it's not like until you get 5,000 and 4,000, 4,500 BC, 3,000 BC. That's when that's 3,100 kind of when started. So it doesn't make sense to me that if they built these valid temples and these old structures in like 2,800 BC, then you would build it where the river is. If the river was way down there, yeah. And so
What is the response?
well, I mean, it's
Somebody try to debunk it.
no, it's a peer-reviewed scientific study. This is what happens in with a lot of these papers. You see this in genetics and DNA studies that have been done too. These other scientists will not really step on the toes of the archaeologists or the historians. Right? They'll present the data, but stop from inferring what it could mean for the future of history.
Got it. So
Strategies and they
throw the data out there for you guys to
yeah, pretty much. And they just look, man,
and the archaeologists say, right, touch it.
yeah, they ignore it usually. They don't care. It's like rose gold and videos like me on YouTube. People that write books to really try and put the pieces together.
God, there's a youth.
Right?
I know. I mean, thank God there's a place where a video like yours can get millions of views. There's so many people all around the world can watch that and go, wait, what's going on down there? Like, who really knows? And why are they so sure? Like, why are they so arrogant in their ideas? Because it's very clear that it's not like we know Civil War ended in 1865, right? It's like it's all written down. Everybody knows people were alive. It's like photographs of the soldiers. We're pretty accurate with that. You get that fucking 6,000 BC, man. You're just guessing.
Yeah. It's yes. Further back you go, the much
Evidence. Yeah, and it's also it scares them because something like that, if you really do find advanced structures there at 6,000 BC, well, before go back to Tepe, we didn't even know that was the last one, and it's that famous conversation that happened with Shock and that really arrogant archaeologist,
Mark Laney,
which is he's laughing. Like, why would you laugh about ancient history? First of all, what ancient civilizations are? Is that guy still alive?
Yeah, show me the pot shirts.
He must feel so stupid now.
Well,
I have to go back to the Tepe. There's so much of that video. But what are you laughing? Because this is just human ego. This is human ego on display for the world. You want to be the gatekeepers of this information. You want to be the one person or the person that represents this group of human beings that are the scholars that taught at universities. And they're the only ones. They're the only ones that know the ancient history of Earth, despite the fact that people like yourselves and Graham Hancock have spent a lot of time and they're very careful about what they say and spending a lot of time investigating. They just want to dismiss those people because they don't have the proper credentials. What are you talking about?
I think that's exactly what's happening. I think and it is as a result of the fact that the conversation is getting out of their hands, right? One of the things I admire so much about the people who started this, what we call archaeological Egyptological space, guys like Flint teaching, and they're very open about what they didn't know. One of my teachers talks about the machine art and read between the lines of the wonder at what he's finding. It's like, I don't get it, I don't know how they did it. And this is, I think, because the conversation's happening in this person, the academic halls or the geographical trial or whatever, it doesn't get out. And so that slowly changes with the rise of initially like alternative authors, best represented by Graham Hancock, friend of mine as well. And his books, and they start to gain popularity. And now these, I guess, the people in the academic presidents, the typically authorities, see this conversation get out of hand, and now it gets to some extent. I think it is possible to run around what they're saying. And I do watch people and their guys like Flynn that are trying to embrace that media space and try and get on the cusp. If you read the SAA journals and articles in Society of American Archaeology, they were writing to themselves saying, how can we become more popular in this space and how do we start podcasting into it? The problem is there's still the same way. And it's like when CNN journalists get fired from CNN and start a podcast and everything. Like, no, you're doing sequence. That's what they're doing. They're media, which is like gatekeeping of information, and also pejoratives, mucky, really shitty behavior towards anyone who's outside of anybody, calling them racist, calling them white supremacists. It's so dumb. It's so dumb because one of the dumbest things about this, no matter what, those are the people that live in Africa. So no matter what, whoever built that, these people that live in Africa, they were like, shut the fuck up. Like, the white supremacy thing makes no sense. Yeah, it's right. It's Africans. It's Africans. That's the people that we're living there. If humans made it, if you're not in the alien camp, which is sarcasm, but if you're not in I'm in the ancient civilization, incredibly advanced, cataclysmic disaster, wipe them out, civilization takes a long time to rebuild, finds the remnants of these ancient civilizations, and then sort of claims them over generations. After 1,000 years, nobody really knows who built it. And then this is where I think we find ourselves. That's where I'm at. But if you're in that camp, you're talking about Africans. Yeah, so all these shitty things they do just show their hand. Just show what they're really all about. What you're really all about is silencing anything that really throws a monkey wrench into everything you've been teaching for decades. Like, you claim that you're the expert. You claim arrogantly that you have all the information. You clearly are wrong. Absolutely. That is what's happening. It's actually, it's a quote that I steal from my friend Christopher Dunn quite happily, which is, you wouldn't trust an archaeologist to design the chair he's sitting on, but if it's an ancient chair, it's going to claim he's the expert on it. Like this. And this is what happens. I had Joseph Wilson on my podcast talk about, it's a great quote that he said, just because some engineer's standing there, shining a laser on a vase, don't mistake that for him knowing more about the guy who can read hieroglyphs because he can read what they wrote about it. He's the authority. Right. He's just dismissing all of these other disciplines that I think are required for a true and complete picture of trying to assemble this evidence. Right? Like you said, there's very little evidence that shows us definitively what happened in the distant past. But you've got to try and make the case for it as best you can. And I think you should try and encompass all of the evidence. And one of the disciplines that's missing from that approach is the engineering stuff, that just gets dismissed out of hand. And we're not the authority figures on that topic. Yeah, they ignore it. What happens? And then I don't know how many people the vases, how many people the statues, the symmetry, the construction things. It's starting to become a problem. Like, they're trying, and even in the past, when the mainstream approaches to try and solve, say, some of the machining examples, the tubular drills or the saw cuts. I mean, just when you dig down into them, and the answers that you get and the explanations that are offered are just that how many quarters. They're kind of ridiculous. Like, the issue with the drill bits is the revolutions, right?
I mean, of course, it's not the revolutions per minute, it's the penetration rate. We don't know how quickly, how quickly it penetrates into stone. I suspect that it could have been turning quite slowly, but it's like a 1 in 60 penetration rate. It's rate of the spiral groove on the walls that have been analyzed. 1 in so like if you unwind that circular motion for straight lines, 60 inches horizontal travel, 1 inch vertical drop, which is 500 times greater than modern pulses. Wow! So our model, bear in mind, they spin 900 RPM. They'll cut the ground slowly, but it cuts, and no doubt it grinds. Also, the cutting goes. Unwinding that spiral and looking at that's what how is it possible? His numbers got refined to like this done, but more or less with 1/6 penetration rate. So it's very difficult to explain. There are multiple cores like this, and this is the other element that I think the basis that was shown is how the technological between the bases and these other precision artifacts, the bigger ones, these civilizations that really suggest that they were made with the same technology, you see the same machining marks, the same technology marks. So I have lots of pieces of them, and you can see on the inside of it, there's the outer side, you see the tool mark. So this is like that's the tubular drill. So that's a core function of how these bases are made. Often find to this. So they caught that thing out and they snapped it off and polished it down, but they didn't eliminate the full tool mark. And you see that in a lot of bases. So we know that these tubular drills were used with the bases as well. And
No, the power source, no idea what the material was.
well, yeah. So yeah, the bases it's become interesting. One of the let me talk about the provenance part first, because that's been one critique. The pushback on the basis is where it's become a problem. Is nobody's really been able to push back on the data, like the scientific and measurement data that's come out, the precision, back the geometry. There's a whole bunch in the geometry space that indicates that they are like designed, they're not just made, they were designed with mathematical and geometric principles. They show pi, the golden ratios, Fibonacci sequence, all this sort of stuff is in them. No one's pushing back on that. The major pushback on the vessels in the early days of the base scan project was that these are modern fakes. They're not the real deal, they're not coming from museums, they're modern forgeries, how can you say they're real? So what's happened in the years since, and when I first came on and talked a little bit about that, that was very much the early days of this project, that was years ago. Now, the base camp with the Artifact Foundation, Adam Young started this whole thing. He owns space. They've given now 4 museums around the world. We spent close to 100 vessels for the side of museums. Those results are starting to come out. They're matching the results that we've found so far. So the confidence is kind of going away. The chose to fight on a little confidence that died on it now. They are legitimate. And to be fair, you can also find vessels in private collections with provenance, just as you can find a lot of vessels in museums that I have no idea where they came from. It's not as clear as just lost to the museum, which you can trust it. But what else has happened is that there's the project came out and it gained a lot of interest from really talented people around the world. And there's been several of those. One of the guys that I've been working with a fair bit lately over the last couple of years, Dr. Max Zamalov, who's a physicist. I believe he taught for 10 years as a nuclear physicist, and today he runs his own company now. And he reached out to me and actually took these fragments to his house, and I rolled up to his house in Florida, sitting in his living room with 2 scanning electron microscopes. As he doesn't have 2 SEMs in the living room. So we started to do things like look at a scanning electron microscope to try and find evidence on the materials that we used to cut them. So these were used materials, so the orthodox explanation being, it's a copper tube or sand or some sort of cutting medium, and it's spun and ground out. You should find traces of copper or whatever that material was in there. We spent days looking at several pieces, zero copper. We didn't find any copper.
nothing at all. The nice scanning electron microscope, you get the magnification, but focus a beam of electrons onto a spot, and that backscattered electrons you can then map out the element composition of the material. So, yeah, first, but all these tools they found copper. Yeah, copper and stone. What are the dates of those? Well, they go back all the way to the old Kingdom, 26, 27, 28 BC. Like, yeah, it was early days they were smelting. I mean, obviously, the older tools are stone. I mean, a lot of cars, you can carve stone and harder types of stone. So, that's definitely used. But there's no evidence, like, not up until like very later periods of civilization is there any significant evidence for iron, things like that. Like, it's pretty much so when they analyzed the traces, there was no copper. We didn't find any copper. We didn't find some other stuff, which was very interesting. Well, the most interesting thing we did find was titanium. Yeah, titanium alloys with iron, and iron, zinc, tin, zircon, yeah, so titanium, and it's not. Yes, so when you find the term alloy, doesn't that refer to something that's smelted, that's been put together? Exactly. In fact, titanium, as we know it as a metal, doesn't exist naturally. So in nature, it's titanium dioxide that's found in rocks. This was not titanium dioxide that we were looking at, because you see again that the SEM gives you the spectrum, right? So you mix oxygen and titanium together. We didn't see that, and in fact, I have a video on this, and we found a piece actually, like a small, maybe 20, 30 micron wide piece embedded in one of those grooves in a tooltip that looked like an embedded piece. It shines up very brightly. When you see metals on this in the SEM, it's like a light, and you can aim at it, and it's just straight titanium. And it looked like a small piece of it that had been wedged in there. I mean, looking in our modern times, and the titanium was discovered in the late 1800s. It wasn't used outside of the laboratories until the 1930s as a material. But there seems to be evidence that there's some titanium used actually. No, I wouldn't. I know Max is trying to work on that. It was not a systematic search. We spent days, like a couple of days, and we didn't do like a systematic grid search. Like even in one of those pieces, it would take you a long time to just map it properly, like a scan. But it's like devil's advocate. Would that be evidence of a lack of a chain of custody, that perhaps someone was potentially using titanium to see if they could? Yes, it could be contamination. So we looked for signs of contamination. It didn't seem like contamination. In fact, at the end of when we finished scanning, we actually had some titanium stars. Like we put some on one of the pieces and put it in to see what that would look like. Just like just area of it, a match. Tiny stand and just tap it and then look at it under the microscope. It just didn't seem to be contamination. You can't rule it out. We found other types of metals as well. So it didn't seem to be contamination. Was the reason why it didn't seem to be that? Well, because it didn't. So we looked at what contamination would look like. So it's like smaller specks where you can actually see the material. The one piece that we found, it seemed to be embedded in the stone. It was as if something like this tiniest fragment of a tool or some sort of, imagine it's a tooltip, wedged itself in the stone and it stayed there. But it was only like 20 or 30 microns wide. It's pretty big under a scanning electron microscope. But that was the only piece of titanium. No, we found other aspects of it, and then occasionally we titanium and iron mixed together. And then we also found specks of like zinc, zircon, and tin, and then various combinations. I think it's grounds for more investigation. I think the most significant thing is the no copper thing. Like that's no copper. That to me was the biggest takeaway. We found some other elements in pieces of what looks like questionable provenance. I know these are legitimate pieces in these vessels. Ideally, the best thing if we could, I'd love to work with the Egyptians to do something like this, because I know that there are fragments of vessels in the step pyramid. There's thousands of them in the step. In fact, like the last time we got down to the very bottom level, there's a special permission required to get into the step pyramid, and they generally won't let you down to the bottom level. There's another ladder and 30 feet down to the bottom level. It goes down further, but it hits the water table again. But in one of these corners of this very bottom level, like 150, 200 feet under the step joints, we found a wall, and it was a collapsed, it must have been a collapsed magazine of these vessels. And this is the place where they found 50,000 dollars. Jean-Philippe Loyer in the 1930s found this huge cache of these vessels there. And in this wall, it's an incredible little video. I've not published it. I mean, I do want to talk about it, but you literally see that it's like a wall of dirt, not rock, but dirt. And in the wall, it's like fragments of vessels. A cache of them, there's something, a tunnel that collapsed, and they crushed them. So it's a piece of wood granite or diorite or whatever, just in the wall. So, like, that would be interesting. You could go down there and, like, get permission to say, well, let's sample, because you have that. You know, you've basically got it in its original environment from the master features and put it in the Ziploc or whatever, just keep it, don't mess with it. So clear chain of evidence and then scan it. So I think it's an interesting observation. I think there's a Russian group who did something similar, and they also found metals. I think they found titanium as well. How does titanium smelting process from titanium dioxide? I don't know the specifics of it, but if you have to take that titanium dioxide, I assume smelt it down or do something like it. Again, it took us up until the 1930s to use it anywhere outside of labs. So it's super interesting. But this, again, I wouldn't even say that's the most interesting thing next band. So he's a crazy, an interesting guy. He's doing fusion experiments in his spare bedroom. Like 6 apparatus surrounded by boxes of borax and 10-foot Tesla coil below. So he took. So yeah, and this sort of ties back to the tool marks. It ties back to a question I asked you when I was here last, which is what's my wildest speculation. I actually have stuff now, which is based on some evidence in its early days. He has published on this on his website, but he took precision bases. He took base rock samples of the rocks that these were made from the place. Actually got him a piece of basalt. He took non-precision bases and he put them in a germanium detector, basically to look at the radioactive and the isotope baseline radiation of these pieces. And it turns out the precision bases are radioactive. They're 2 to 3 times. He's tested several relative to the base rock samples and the non-precision bases. They have 2 to 3 times the thorium decay products. All of them so far. And in fact, that piece right there has a quartz piece, and the crystal piece has a notable cesium-137 signature. So that's an interesting implementation. I don't know about that. But it's again early days. But he has published it on his website, the findings, and he's obtaining more equipment to do more testing, some more in-depth testing that he will be much more definitive about. He did take some recently to the Future Museum in London to test some of their artifacts, but it's a very interesting result. This has to have been something that irradiated these vessels that give them that signature, even after however many thousands of years of the half-life. Again, we're comparing to the base rock samples and the non-precision base, which they're just like, that's nothing. They're not dangerous or anything, it's just above the baseline 2 to 3 times. So something happened to them. One of his hypotheses, which is very interesting, is a concept called nuclear machining. So he actually, this is not a new idea. It's not something we figured out how to do as a civilization yet. We're on that path that you can take. His theory is something like palladium or another like radioactive material that is a strong alpha or beta particle emitter that you could put on a tool. It would ablate either a neutrons or a plastic neutrons. So it would ablate the stones away in such a way that you could carve this stone with ease, like a lightsaber basically, and it would also leave a signature in the stone. And you take it back to that penetration rate of that spiral tooth. Yeah, it's not all we can say about things like that spiral tooth and the other striations and tool marks. Is look, it's not. It doesn't seem to be the same thing as the stone, and it's certainly concrete. It's not something you can find. So, is anybody the cores? Has anybody tested the radioactive rock? I think he might have tested the cooks there recently. I'll talk to him. That's what he said this morning. I can ask him about the core. That's a great question because that would if it was the process, it should show something similar. If that's the process, the other possibility is okay. They won't machine this. It is used in some way. The other thing as part of a process of material, some other people use the whole part of a system. Use nuclear materials. Science somehow. That's just too much. It's not too much, but it's too much. Like it's too crazy. Yeah. It's so crazy. But also, like when you do see some of the sculptures that look 3D printed, and you go, oh, well, okay, now kind of at least makes a little sense. Yeah. See, if we knew for sure there was a cataclysm, a lost civilization, that civilization had achieved some immense heights of technological sophistication in a completely different pathway than we've done in modern times. If we knew that for sure, then everything would be so easy. You'd go, okay, well, clearly they were doing something. What were they doing? But instead, we deny that possibility. So by closing off that door, now you're left with what? You're left with sand, copper, and it's dumb. I agree. I agree. I think it's something fucking crazy happened. Yes, yes. I think this is. I try to follow the evidence where it leads. That's all we're doing here. I mean, I'm quoting what Max has said about it with this nuclear machining hypothesis. I said, one more study needs to happen. Nuclear machining hypothesis. Oh, 1,000 years from now, for sure, you'll have that. Yeah, that's yes. You have we might even end up learning something about it, which is what we're doing. With the base camp project, we're learning the depths of precision in some of the machining aspects of it. And Max is starting to learn, like, okay, there's some weird radioactive characteristics of this thing. Let's try and look at more and figure out some more. I mean, we can speculate a bit now, and I want to be clear, it's very speculative at this point. Lots more testing and data is required to even shore up some of these theories about these possibilities. But the fact remains there are possibilities. Right. And it's also this assumption that a linear path of progression always. But that's not even the case today, right? You can go to ancient sites, whether it is Mexico or even Greece, and you see really shitty construction right next to the Parthenon, right? I mean, the Acropolis and the Parthenon is right next to the crappy Parthenon. They're really close, right? Yeah. That's a decay. Obviously you can't. Why didn't you do that? Do that again. Yes, it's something weird. There's something weird going on. This is like 2,000 years ago, where we knew who they were. We know they did it. Like amazing precision, amazing construction methods, incredible art, incredible engineering and architecture, right? And all understandable, but yet more advanced than the techniques utilized in 2025 in the exact same area, which is weird, right? So that's without a cataclysm. Right. Well, yeah, it's also nice cruises and modern architecture to be fair. Yeah. I mean, you can't even go back 2,000 years, just go back to like the Gothic era churches and cathedrals. Right. This is one of the right. Good point. But see a decline, at least in craftsmanship, that can be attributed to a change in cultures. But this assumption that there's always this linear path of progression, and if you go back, they were dumb. If you go back far enough, they were dumber. Yeah. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. Egypt is the best example. It's like, explain that. Yeah. Dude, exactly. And it's one of the biggest, if anyone, it's one of the biggest contradictions about it. It's exactly, it's the technological progression. I mean, you're talking about a dynastic Egyptian civilization, at least 3,000 years. 3,000 years, but if you look at it from a technological progression perspective, it's almost like they went backwards the whole time. I mean, you have the emergence all of a sudden of this culture and language. Like the God said, gracious things about ancient Egypt, this emergence of hieroglyphs. Here it is. Is this complex, extremely complex. Reading what right now. Yeah, that's
It's so wild. You're going, what do you say? Like, gods, the Watchers, came down and made it with you of Earth and created, the Nephilim. Like, what are you saying? Like, what are you trying to say? Thousands of years ago, they wrote this down.
Yep.
And the version I think that we're getting this from is from the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yes.
From Qumran. So, how long did they write it down before that? Like, how long did they discuss this? How long ago did this happen? And what are you saying? Like, what are they trying to record?
Yeah.
It's why does it match up with what they're saying in Egypt? The gods walking amongst us?
Right. Yeah. It goes to some wild places. I know.
It gets so squirrely. And that's when you get to the
Well, I thought it be a tic-tac shape
Yeah.
metallic
What?
objects.
Yeah, what is that thing? Well, and what kind of metal?
You don't know.
Imagine it's titanium.
Could be. He said it didn't match any signature that he's seen before.
That's in and of itself.
It's one of the things I would remember always about, like you sitting here talking to Rothschild, and he said that some of those crafts came from archaeological things. So that's part of the story. There's long been rumors of that type of stuff in under the ground in Egypt. I'm not saying that's what it is, but this is what gets what
That would be amazing. It would be. UFO down there. All layers converge at a central corridor or avenue, like the atrium of a shopping mall, where you can see all floors from one vantage point. My personal interpretation is that this entire hall was constructed to house a centrally positioned freestanding object about 40 meters long. The central object is hard to classify. It's metallic, not stone or wood, and you can divvy up the giant and wide skeleton. And you can see all of London's, is that right? Yeah, it's all of London's Natural History Museum. It could be anything. Its shape resembles those Tic Tac hard mints. It might also be an upright disc or even a colossal shen ring. What is a shen ring? It's like a cartouche. You know, that thing around the cartouche. Oh, wow. Big object alone raises profound questions. How did it get there? Why is it there? The more speculative theory is that it's some kind of portal. Oh, boy. Now we're going. Full tinfoil. Either interdimensional or interstellar. A star. Its material signature is unlike anything I've seen in my entire career. It's there, undeniably there. I was a future to find out. I think it is. Well, he went full hard bell right there. He did. Interdimensional or interstellar. A stargate.
Look, the Egyptians talk about stargates.
Yeah.
Go to where is it? Dendera. There's actually a couple places. The literal translation. You can read it on the walls. I always show people that there are 2 or 3 depictions of stargates. That is the literal translation for it, showing a constellation, the gate, and it's a specific constellation. A couple of different types. They're all on different constellations. There's pictures of stargates of Dendera Temple. It's in the upper rooms. It's up where the zodiac. So that's actually Dendera is incredible. It is a star-oriented temple that's massive depictions of zodiac. And this is all redone from older versions of the same temple. That is the translation of what's on the wall of the constellation and the gate. Literally translates as stargate. That is part of it. So that's the ceiling is the zodiac. You even have pictures of like solar boats going up to the moon. Dendera, Randall loves that temple. I've taken a lot of footage from that temple. No, it's actually. You have to look up just Stargate Cliff maybe Dendera. I don't see the exact one, but it's not. I mean, it's literally a cluster of stars that represents a constellation. I know. I probably have it on my hard drive.
Would you?
It's on my laptop. If you want to see it up, yes.
Yeah. Your laptop's out there?
Yeah.
All right, go grab it. We'll pause.
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
It's not on that one. I didn't think we can get into the Stargate. I'm going to try and find it. All right.
Okay, so we found it from a video from Trevor Grassi on YouTube. The video is titled Hieroglyphic Proof of Stargate Technology with Muhammad Ibrahim, Mike Rick Secker, and Trevor Grassi.
See, it's like there's a glyph, as you can see the star, and there's a gate. Actually, try and find on the other pictures maybe. There's
the stars in the circle, that's what the stars supposed to be.
Yeah, there's the star on the right. No, on the
far right.
Yeah, there's a hieroglyph. So again, the Stargate. It's you see the gate, and then there's the star, and then I shoot that crooked whatever is part of this as well.
Oh, I see. So, how the way you translate the hieroglyph?
Yes. Yes, that's Muhammad Ibrahim, who I know quite well as well. He's very good at translating his clips. When I travel in Egypt, we usually go with Professor Muhammad Jabra, who's one of, I would say, top 4 or 5 in the world for reading hieroglyphs. He can just read whatever's on the wall and tell you how to travel with us on his tours. It's phenomenal. It just shows us this. There's probably some better pictures of ones with the actual constellations up at Dendera that you can see. Yeah, but that one where they were standing next to each other, go back a little. There. Yeah, so see, this is the one I'm talking about. See the stars above the gates? So it's literally different. These and with the words, they relate to specific constellations. This is in the top of the zodiac room at Dendera, where they have a replica of the circular zodiac on the ceiling. The French have the original, but this is original hieroglyphs, and it is the translation of this is the Stargate constellation. So say what it is. And what are these constellations supposed to be? I don't know off the top of my head. We do tell people when we really get into it, but there is, I can find out, but I just don't know. Like that.
That one no, or you just put it all together. So
Yeah, more gates. That same similar again, the gates, the book and the star, Stargate.
that's good.
Yeah.
So when they're referring to a Stargate, are they saying in any way that means?
No, it's. I mean, that would the interpretation of the that's always symbolic. I mean, they do look at like the Osiris and the constellations in the sky as being connected to the Duat or look like this Duat being this space, and look the goddess who is the sky. And, it's all part of that passage from the soul going into the realms of the mortal, that happens after death. So this is the symbolic interpretation that we say, oh, this is kind of this. It sort of falls into this category a little bit of like everything is symbolic, everything is ceremonial, nothing is functional. I'm fascinated by these temples because it goes back to something you were saying earlier. And I use this analogy to kind of set the stage for imagine the younger guys have dozens, but say it wipes out civilization, but we survive as humans. Within what 2-3 generations, we're sitting around campfires telling stories about these things that look like a black rock. And you know, it's like your plasma TVs that you say, look, if you get this shiny black rock, you can get answers from the ancestors. You'll know everything. You can talk to anything. You can see anything. You can ask a question. You can ask the questions, and maybe you go and you start getting black rocks and making like this, and you start dancing around the fire. You start ritualizing this memory of technology. Now, if you take that concept, like say there's a cataclysm, and now there's people that remember, they're telling stories passed down. Now imagine there's a civilization that comes up, and it goes through thousands of years of structuring those legends and stories of technology. It goes through just distortions and representations and symbolism that it's just twisting all of these stories into this iconography and this complex symbolism that then I think we go to a temple in Egypt that was made in the Ptolemaic era or whatever, and you see things on the wall. I think there's a great way to interpret some of those symbols and some of the paintings to say, well, is this actually an echo of something that was functional, that is an echo of technology? Like every star that you see has a tuning fork on it. Every single one of these walls has always got a tuning fork on it. What's that all about? Tuning fork, like a tuning fork. Yeah, all of the stars with the wasp head that means power. Like literally the interpretation of this symbol is power on top of the staff, and every single one of them has a tuning fork. Yeah, you can look up any of the temples in Egypt and like the depictions of gods with staffs that they're touching, that are giving like the check or the Ankh, which is gender stability. The Ankh is life, the wasp is power. So in a lot of cases, it's got to granting things, life, stability, and power. Sometimes it's life and power. But
those enormous cylindrical things that look almost like one of those transformer clubs. Yeah,
like that one there, that's like the jet killer here.
What the hell is that?
That's a great image. That literally is the symbol for stability. And
that thing, that was what I was talking about.
The quote-unquote light bulbs, yes, with the temple. And you see there's a jet killer there too with the hands. So the jet killer is stabilizing with his hands.
Right.
And you're on a boat. You're actually part of this on a boat.
It looks like some kind of technology.
So you know what's crazy about this? So again, we get down into this. This is in a crypt, I think. You have to like crawl through a hole. It's like an inside wall. It's amazing because the Christians and they didn't get into the crypts, so they couldn't deface the glyphs. Like a lot of the glyphs are defaced.
That guy looks like an air traffic controller.
He's like a reptilian too. He's a frog dude with knives.
Yeah, what is that?
With a tail.
Does he have a fucking tail?
Yeah, he does.
He does look like he looks like a giant frog man.
Yeah.
Wow.
So what's crazy about this, there's a whole story about this. They've written on the wall. And again, this is thanks to my friend Yusuf Aoun, who I with him and Professor Cutler, who can interpret this. And I'm going to do a video about this soon. Because what saying about this crypt is that it tells you on the wall that there was a physical version of that thing in that crypt. He said it was made from mostly gold, and it was the span of like the dude with his arms down, like the span of a wingspan. The metal electron, gold and silver. Yeah, electron's gold. So they definitely used gold and silver. A lot of the obelisks had electron,
which is great for conductivity.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah,
which is really the only good reason to have it other than looking good.
Right, yeah.
Other than balling.
Other than balling. Which they were balling.
But trust me, it's a little bit of a sidetrack. Stuff I found. Natural. 4 billion years old and 100,000 were the oldest nuclear reactor.
Oh, okay, it's enriching uranium.
From a troll, enriched uranium.
Yeah, imagine
That makes sense, right? And then is there something like that in Afghanistan where this stone came from?
Oh, the lapis lazuli and everything else.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I assume that I wouldn't be surprised if that's sort of thing is happening somewhere in the massive uranium in Australia either, because it's like one of the biggest uranium deposits. I imagine if it's enough mass, if you put uranium 238, the China 235, get to 238, goes the other way around. But if there's enough mass and neutrons in each other, it might be enriching it somehow. I think that's probably what's happening there. I'm no nuclear scientist.
Let's go back to those hieroglyphs. The lizard guy, the frog guy, whatever that reptilian thing is, that freaks me out.
Oh yeah, it's stuff a nightmare.
It's because that's one of the things the weirdest. The weirdest stories when you start talking about aliens is the different types of systems, and that one of them is a reptilian species that are the most creepy to deal with, which makes sense.
Same thing. It would be. Yeah. I mean,
Like reptiles on Earth,
chickens are assholes.
right? And so are Komodo dragons. And the idea that somehow or another they could eventually reach incredible levels of technological sophistication and intelligence. We kind of rule that out, but look, there's clearly primates that are way dumber than us, right? Oh, so why do we assume that it's only primates that reach incredible high levels of sophistication? Well, we know that crows, which are really fucking close to dinosaurs, crows super smart, like smarter than most kids.
Problem solving smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, I don't think you can't put a restrictor on what evolution might produce.
No, especially when intelligence is but things that are really close evolutionary.
Yes. Yeah, and that would just be you get to that like lack of empathy, that reptilian brain, just aggression, and like everything that's not us is the enemy.
That's the mindfuck of smart dinosaurs.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that was in Jurassic Park, right? The raptors, they're like
smart.
Yeah, they were smart. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's the whole pack. Yeah,
but the idea that we were visited by intelligent reptiles. Well,
I put the alien. I don't often address it. I put it firmly in the realm of like possible. Like it's just I think when you look at the vastness of space and the length of time, the fact that we're just this crazy. There could have massive civilizations collectively could have risen and fallen a billion years ago, and we just weren't part of it. And that's literally a blink of the eye in those sort of time frames. It's not surprising. It's the Fermi paradox, right? Like how come we haven't got like truth or anything that people say we have, but it's like yes, it's the length of time. Like we can rise and fall that span of a billion years. It's just nothing on those time scales. So the whole species can rise to massive problems and just be nothing but dust at the end of that period of time. And you've got to try and do that across 40 billion years. I think that's in question now because the James Webb Telescope stuff is supposedly way older than that now.
Right.
And we'll see. We're going to find out. Like this 3-eye atlas thing.
Yeah, what is that thing? Well, I'm slow this convention, but that's what he does. Yeah. Right? He did with that other one, Oumuamua. So that one.
That was weird. So it wasn't the weirdest thing about Oumuamua seems to be its path when it took after it turned around the sun and accelerated. Like that was the standard models of physics said it shouldn't have done that, and it seems to have exhibited sort of motion that is not what we predicted. That's as much as we can. It accelerated. It was noticeable. Yeah, it accelerated.
But like, to fact,
well, not that. I think it was only a few percent, but it was not what should have happened according to the calculations that astronomers and I guess the orbital dynamics people have done. That's what I understand was the most. Obviously, its shape and size, and it's something that it's reflective from as well, right? Well, I mean, just because it was so long and narrow and it was tumbling, that's what caused it to. You would catch like the long side of it, which is the brightness increase, so it had this oscillating brightness on it, and then it just passed through the system, and it's it's going whatever 87 kilometers per second, whatever it was, huge velocity, enough to escape the gravity of the sun. It accelerated. That's what I understand. It accelerated where it shouldn't have. Then there was another interstellar artifact that came in that was pretty much a comet. It behaved like a comet. It had a tail. It was off-gassing water. It's just an interstellar ball of rock and ice, is what they say. That was, it didn't get a lot of attention. Now this 3I Atlas thing is much larger. It's traveling much faster apparently than the previous two, but it's also not behaving like a comet. It has this aura of light that it's emitting around it for some reason. I saw a report that said you're almost seeing a metallic, like smelting signatures off it. I don't know how much credence I can give it, but we'll find out. Like it's going too fast to stop in our system. It dramatically alters its velocity, but it's. I mean, it'll pop out. We'll lose it on the other side of the sun, and we should see it again. So we'll know one way or the other if it actually if it changed behavior. I mean, what he put it out, he uploaded it like 40, 60 or something. Artificial to natural, but dude, it's so funny. I'm into Warhammer for a game in a big way, and it's just like I'm like, okay, we're going to be joining the Imperium soon. All hail the Omnissiah. That thing might be Mechanicus vessel. I don't know.
if that's how they travel, I'd be very disappointed. They just shoot through the sky.
Well,
it takes months.
When it slows down,
I know, but I'm looking for portals. I'm looking for the advanced civilization that visits us. I don't want the advanced Vikings. Right. Yeah. I want the advanced scientists from the 21st century. Yeah. I you know what I'm saying? I mean, the ones who come fast on a burning spaceship, they're the dangerous ones. Because they're probably the warlike conquerors, the ones who are going to rob us of our minerals and force us into slavery. You know what I mean? Yeah. That seems like that's how you're rocking it. You're still doing it the way we do it. We have something thrusting you insanely fast through the cosmos.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Hey, do you know that like the whole dark forest thing, like the dark forest theory? What's that about? So this came out of it was the Free Body Problem. Great series of books by Chinese authors. Amazing show. Great show. The books are phenomenal too, and it's just. But it's this idea that look, we shouldn't be making noise. It's like imagine you're a hunter in a dark forest. So it's just you're out there. You know there might be other things out there, and it's this like a philosophical engagement of like what should you do? Should you start light a fire and make a whole bunch of noise in the dark forest? It's full of predators. You don't know where they are. They don't know where you are. What's your behavior? What should you do? Should you see another predator? What should you be friendly? What's the risk to you to do it? And this could be like you could be there with a bow and arrow. This guy could have a tank. Other guy could have a massive, some other energy weapon, whatever. There's massive differences in capability and scale, and pretty much every scenario works out to like what you should do is just be quiet, and if you see something, you should eliminate the threat. That's kind of the way it goes in the dark forest. It's like it's too risky to reveal itself. You should basically eliminate that threat if you can do so safely, and you apply that to kind of the galaxy, and where to some extent, I feel like we're the equivalent of like a baby in a cot that's screaming around a bonfire. And there's leopards out there, right? And because we're just like sending these signals out in space for 100 something years now.
Well,
and we just have
well, you have to hope that something is so evolved and it's gotten past the way we do it. So we're hoping and assuming that Space Daddy, Space Brothers would be benevolent and wise beyond our imagination, and that they will come here and want to take care of us and give us information and help us up.
that's my response. I had this discussion. I had this discussion, and my response to a lot of that is, well, we can take nature. What happens when we take nature? Let's look at the apex predator, whether it's in the sea, in the air, or on the land. Apex predators don't tolerate competition. They don't suffer any attacks. They don't. We don't treat. We don't. It's dominant. Like it's just if it's in your way, it's inconvenient. If it has something you want, take. Those bees have honey. Take. It's just there's no. We're not like helping them. We're not like trying to teach the dolphins how to talk. But parts of the world where we can think about it. Like there's, I don't know. Nature suggests that there's that apex predator, but maybe we're just maybe isn't the other. Maybe evolution leads you past that kind of nature at some point.
The territorial preference is but we wanted that because clearly we're on a pathway to that, right? Clearly much times now, at least locally. If you don't live in Gaza, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like if you're in the middle of a war zone, what are you talking about? This is as bad as it's ever been all throughout human history. It's the same behavior over and over and over again. What we want is to let us know. We don't want aliens that are they might be just like us, but that's what we don't. Right? Because as soon as we start going into we venture into the cosmos in 20 years, it's going to be the same. Right? We're not going to be significantly different unless we integrate technology. Emotions. Yeah, mushrooms.
Well, no, emotions and stuff. Mushrooms help us get that.
Emotions, all the things the human reward systems exist that currently structured. We would be the same way. Just think of what we justify on Earth in terms of destruction of habitat, of native species, animals, all the different things that we do on Earth. Factory farming. Now imagine, why would we care about these lizard people that live in caves on some fucking stupid planet? We would probably kidnap them, we'd kill them, medical them, we'd bring them back home, we'd freeze them, hold them in caves. Yeah, we'd burn them. We would go up the stage and they arrive and took the natives and get gold and cut their arms off. Horrific, terrifying things. So imagine, there's no evidence that aliens are currently doing that. Right? Even the abductions, although I'm sure they're terrifying as they're true, seem rather benign. Like, in fact, Travis Walton case, that's not one of the most famous ones. Real simple, 1970s, so logger working with a guys. They see a ship, he runs toward it, gets hit with a beam of energy, gets knocked back, unconscious, his friends flee, they come back, they're yelling at each other, coming back, they go back, it's gone. All four of them get investigated for murder. They tell the story. No one believes them. They all pass polygraph tests. 5 days later, he shows up, finds a payphone, makes a phone call, and has this fucking. But the story was that they took him before the crowd and healed them and communicated with them, and that there was a bunch of different types of these beings. So he has been telling the exact same story since the 1970s. So, but relatively benign compared to what we would do, for sure. We fucking, we shoot out of things. Think of the horrible things that we do right now on Earth.
No, I agree. Yeah, and it's something that I always have this great quote from Christian, just not the end of that evolutionary chain. It's just the current version of humanity, our frontal lobes are too big, our frontal lobes are too small, our adrenal glands are too big, our front forefinger opposition isn't all it's cracked up to be. We love violence.
Our national sports, dudes who are enormous running at each other full speed. The other one is guys punching each other. So it's kind of crazy. We're so high. And then we're also involved in multiple wars simultaneously. At least proxy.
Yeah, proxy wars.
There's human beings involved. Significant amount of war always.
Yeah, this is literally the status quo throughout history. We've always been at war with each other. I still do. I personally maintain the idea it is still the best time to be alive, technologically speaking. But also, I mean, obviously, we're much more aware of conflicts around the world, but on a percentage scale of what it's been like in the past, it's actually far less than it has been. Even though it's terrible things happen, but we're in an era where there's actually less of that going on. So hopefully that will continue. I actually genuinely think that it's one of the reasons why this whole investigation into the past is important. Like, I haven't really talked about it really. Put it down. It's going to be part of the book I'm writing for sure. Because it's not just some benign investigation in the past. I genuinely think it could have a significant impact on our future. Because that concept you talked about, I was talking about this linear progression. Right? In the end, you get taught in school, like, okay, the Stone Age did, we're in caves, civilization happened, and how many thousands of years later here we are. This is the only way that there's an advanced civilization. It's on this path, don't worry about it. It's almost like it's preordained, just worry about it, next election cycle, forces, or whatever, right? And we just don't think about it. This is this concept we call it's a fundamental pillar of what it means to be human these days. It's in everybody's mind to some degree. Like, all right, Stone Age us, where it is, just the only way it happens. I do think that if you can change that at that fundamental level to this cyclical version that is an oscillation between civilization and cataclysm, and this idea that, okay, we've actually risen, become relatively high technology, become civilized. It happened, it would have been different to us, but we fell again. And we're somewhere on this oscillation and this circular motion between civilization and cataclysm, and on a long enough time scale, we know it's going to happen again. Right. And if you can change that, if you could change that fundamental concept in people, that's what we teach people in schools. Okay, so we're rising again, we're at this crazy point in time where technology is super advanced. We can solve some of these problems, but we know on this time scale, if we don't do something about it, we might end up like ancestors did. I genuinely think that stands a chance of like changing some of our behavior and some of our like less money on tanks and guns, a bit more money on space exploration, make solving longer term problems a bit more of a priority. And it's altruistic and it's like a crazy goal. I know it's altruistic as all, but it's just I think there's precedent for it too, though. I mean, whether you agree with it or not, politically, it doesn't matter. The fact is that the term climate change has changed our behavior over the last 25 years. Right? It's changed. If you think about what's happened with that concept and that movement, it changes investment decisions, it changes our interactions with each other, with the planet. It's changed our behavior and the way we think about stuff. It's like this is crept into our zeitgeist as a species, and it's changed our behavior. So I look at some of this stuff in the past as not just being some harmless investigation of things. I think it actually getting to the root cause of what's happening actually could help us in the future. That's important. It's what drives, I think, my interest in it.
It's another piece of example. Another example of still the actual climate is just pollution is political.
Yes, right. I mean, if you disagree with if you even question any of some of the like official narrative about this stuff, the first thing you've got to do is make sure you decry and say, no, pollution bad. Yeah, just because I think some of the science might think like, let's pollute the oceans, let's be stewards.
Yeah, but it's also the amount of time that we've really is spectacular. Mm-hmm. What we've done just in terms of the depopulation of the ocean. That's nuts. Like 90+% of all big fish are gone.
Yeah.
In a short amount of time. It's like a couple hundred years of like hardcore fishing. We fished out the ocean.
Just about.
That's nuts. Not only that, we polluted the fuck out of it. 2.3 million supposed to eat every day.
Right.
That's crazy. That's crazy. You eat sushi every day. Don't recommend it. Fucking meth bottles in there. What? That's crazy.
Man.
Yeah, that's how close we are. Someone told me to chuck one overboard and it's like, hey, that's pretty recent, right? So you spent the fucking place on it. Yeah. Right? The when last time you wrote it? And if it's that recent, it's like, why is it covered in sediment? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The surface covers things up and moves over time. It probably won't be there forever. It probably won't be sitting on the surface like that.
Australia, maybe.
Oh, right. Oh, it's
I think that
there was some sort of doubt. Scientists find air bubble at this point.
6.7 miles, 35,000 feet below the surface.
That was kind of close, but that sub does.
Well, you know, yeah. The last one with the cap on it. But yeah, I don't want to get in it.
Fuck all that. Yeah. I'd rather watch a video. Not only that, they were watching a video. That's what's crazy.
Yeah.
You go all the way down, you're watching a screen. It's not like you're just a window. You can't have a fucking window.
No, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, like one little coral stick, there's one just giant thick thing at the front.
Imagine the gallop of cleaning up the
James Cameron, though, actually, he got Cameron.
He went there by himself.
I know, it's crazy. In that, he did it right.
I guess. If you're going to do it. Why is he doing that?
I mean, it's titanium, like in a sphere. He did make it, maybe not a album for it.
Yeah. Well, especially not one that the engineer said wasn't designed for those depths.
Yeah, the crack. Have you ever watched that documentary? It's they're putting that thing in. They do the scale model and they're testing it under pressure, and they're all standing around the room and just goes bang. Like it's and every test they did, it went bang and blew, and they're like, oh, it's fine.
One successful trip.
Well, they did it once, and it was. Well, even the scariest part is like when you're in the footage with it and you can hear it popping. Like it's literally the carbon fiber strands snapping. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrifying.
Imagine one of those people that's successfully made that journey and the nightmares that you have every day.
Like the one right before.
Barely missed it. Barely missed getting instantaneously destroyed. Yeah. I'm sure you've seen the animation.
Oh,
In terms of blood cells.
yeah.
Just splatter.
Yeah, you wouldn't even say that it happens faster than the time it would take for you to even register that it had, like for your senses to register in your brain that it had it. It's over.
Yeah. Just the fact that we're that weird, that we choose to do that we have technology like, let's see, let's go.
Yeah. Oh, it's so funny the way they skirted it. He signed everyone up as like basically expedition team members. So that's how they got around on not selling seats for this. Like they're coming on, they all had a technical role supposedly. It was like, I'm not getting around the regulations and the safety regulations. But yeah, no interest in that sort of pressure. You know, it dies. That like that. So, pretty much. So, yeah, it's like, yeah, I think you're fine.
Oh my god. Why is it freaking me out so much? It's because I can't get out.
Yeah, it's a terrible story. I mean, it's just,
No.
it's not the place I'd want to explore. Like, there is some stuff off Cuba, they say, that's state record pyramids that's kilometers deep in the ocean. But
I've seen that. I've seen
But I did die. We were in Alexandria. I died on the White House. So there's, and actually, there was some news article the other day about the Egyptians pulling like more stuff out of the water there. Erecting on it at the White House of Alexandria. Quite an interesting story. You can read in Alexandria, he died with the Mediterranean on the Egyptian side. And, I mean, it's amazing. There's massive columns and massive megalithic blocks in the water from when that the White House it fell down and collapsed. It was an earthquake. And so you're in the water, but you're diving over like megalithic rocks like these huge columns. And it has a history that stretches back too. Right? It's the megalithic stuff is associated with the very earliest periods of building. All the stuff that happened later is typically not that big. But yeah, this is actually that's what's nuts. Yes.
The older you go, the bigger the stones are.
Well, and it's what's funny is when we looked into the erosion at places like the Giza Plateau, you have 2 or 3 feet. It's not a Sphinx. Everybody knows about the Sphinx enclosure erosion, but you look at places like the Pyramid Temple of the Little Pyramid, and some of the blocks on the Great Pyramid, the casing stones that are there. limestone blocks with up to 2 feet of erosion. I think I have a direct on that drive of erosion. And you have to juxtapose that against all the other stuff they say is all things. So right next to the Valley Temple, there is another structure. It's built from small limestone blocks. It doesn't have any erosion, not like the Valley Temple does. The Western Cemetery that's behind the Great Pyramid, it's beautiful made, it's small limestone blocks. It's apparently older. So yeah, here's an example. This is the mortuary of the Pyramid Temple. So you can see where the face of that block originally was, but it's been eroded in like up to 2 feet in places. There's huge amounts of erosion that you can find in a lot of places at the Giza Plateau. Yet at the same time, you have what is said to be contemporary structures, said to have been built roughly in the same time. Sometimes they say they're even older, that have just no erosion at all, made from the same stone, allegedly by the same people. And what force did they attribute that erosion to? Well, it's wind and sand, right? That's what they were saying. Look, this is just regular weathering. And here's the crazy thing about these structures: are like this was also cased in granite. These are the inside blocks. So this structure was fully cased in like 4 feet thick granite blocks. That was stolen and they were taken. But it would have protected this stone from erosion for however many thousands of years. You find that there's another picture in here of like the that's so there. Like, see, this is said to, like, that picture I just showed with the heavy erosion. That's where the arrow is with the Pyramid Temple. No, back to the outfit. So that deep erosions at that Pyramid Temple. This one to the right, they say this is older than that, and this has never been cased in granite. That other stuff was cased in granite. It's megalithic. There's a block in that complex. It's 450 tons, and it was cased in granite. Now, there's been studies. But we know how long it takes to weather limestone. There's been a bunch of studies. The US, the government departments have studied that. The limestone blocks on the top of the building in Washington, D.C., and the government department studied it over 11 years. There's endless cemeteries with conveniently carved and dated limestone pieces in the form of headstones that you can measure and go, okay, this was carved and whatever this guy died, you can measure it and over time get a sense for like what's it take with rain, with wind. We've done studies of like, all right, we put these blocks in a river and we let it wash over like very highly erosive environment. We put running water running over the stone and how long it takes to erode. Some of the erosion that we reference those studies for this type of hard limestone to get 2 feet of erosive wear on those blocks just with regular wind, weathering. And this is in places that have a lot more rainfall than Giza. You're talking dates from like 60 to 122,000 years to get that much erosion. I mean, and I think that's in a more erosive environment than what the desert. What? Yeah. So yeah, that's it side by side. So you have literally, they'll tell you that thing on the right is older. This was built by 2 pieces of the sun, but it's completely different. So this is that Taylor community as well, but they attribute all this to the same people. But you can baseline this because it's the same stone, it's at the same elevation level, it's supposedly the same age. The differences are in the construction. Like, it's megalithic, and a lot of this stuff was encased in granite. This is the Sphinx temple down at the other end of the course, but same thing. So all the megalithic stuff encased in granite has severe erosion. Yet there's buildings all around it, and up and down the plateau they say are built at the same time. Yet it's smaller blocks, it's not as nice work, and it's not eroded like that. Like, what's the conventional explanation? They just don't address it. Like, I've not seen anyone hold. Because the argument's always been the Sphinx temple, like the Sphinx enclosure, right? Robert Schock, John Anthony West, that he talked about the fact that you have to use the rainfall erosion to get that pattern on the walls. That's where the discussion's been focused. It's not. There was no comparison made. It was always like, well, this, geologists and the experts say it's wind and sand, it's water erosion, but then you have the archaeologists and the Martinez owner. But I think there's a better argument to be made when you start to look comparatively at this. You go, all right, let's take the Western Cemetery behind the Great Pyramid, supposedly built by Khufu, 4th dynasty. It's at the same elevation level, it's the same stone type as the mortuary or the Pyramid Temple of the Middle Pyramid Complex. So after Khufu, so if you built that, then his son Khafra built this one. How come this one, which was also cased in granite, which wasn't, how come this is so much more eroded than this? There's no, it's at the same elevation level. It's the same stone. You would assume that it's been subjected to the same weather. Why is this so weird and that is not? That you can't explain it any other way. Yeah, I've not seen it to that argument with anything that makes any remote sense. Like it remote sense would be fair one time. Yeah, I mean, like we showed in Europe, like to show people, like which one looks older? Same stuff, same stone, same elevation level, same everything. Yeah, I mean it's, and again, we know it's crazy. And it's not like this. This is very hard movement with limestone. It's full of fossils. It's not a soft limestone. You don't hear the civilization built marble construction. Yeah, up 100,000. It is. Like that's so crazy. But
Have you seen any of Michael Button's work?
yeah, I saw those website there.
That was a very interesting episode. We talked about how human beings in this exact same form have been around at least 300,000 years.
At least.
So that's the fossil
just
record. Right? That's what we found. There might be human beings that were 500,000. There's 6 evidence for it.
So the Morocco find, I thought that's well, it's that the fossil record. We used to be for 150,000, it's 195,000 with the Ethiopian bones, and it's 319 the Morocco find. That's the latest in fossil record, anatomically modern humans. However, there are studies. I think this is in the other studies. There's 2 studies that I reference. One is a DNA study that suggests, like, from a genetic perspective, Neanderthals are our cousins. We didn't evolve from it. We both evolved from a common ancestor. And based on just looking at the genome and trying to trace it back, the paper suggests that we split with a common ancestor somewhere in the realm of 800,000 years ago. Us and Neanderthals split from a common ancestor. Yeah, and there's another study on teeth morphology, which was it actually got set up to try and prove that we're only 200,000-300,000 years old, and they were looking at so our nearest common ancestor, how quickly does our dental teeth have to evolve and morph like this teeth morphology? How quickly does that have to happen to have the teeth that we have today relative to our ancestors? And they thought, well, it's going to have to be this rate to make these numbers work. And then they did this big statistical study on a lot of different people from all around the world and figured out the rate of dental evolution is much slower. So they basically looked back and said, okay, so if that's how quickly our teeth evolved, then we may have been around as many as 900,000. So you have 2 different studies. I mean, again, fossil record 300,000, but other studies which suggest the possibility could be anything up to towards 1 million years old for human beings. It gets real interesting. Even within 300,000, certainly if you stretch it back further, and you can find graphs of the temperature and the global temperature and ice core record with the ice core data from Antarctica goes back 400,000 years. So you have these peaks and valleys. Like we're in that peak right now in the Holocene, the nice warriors of civilization flourishing. But we've been through a bunch of those peaks before. And some of those valleys are, we know, as a result of cataclysm, like massive changes to the surface of the Earth, with nothing to be left. So, I honestly, the realm of possibility for advanced civilization, not just the last ice age, but even, up to 1 million years. Could be dust.
Well, it's not.
It'd be dust for a lot of it, but
It would be dust when we find it. But that's what Michael Button was. And you would have common civilization.
Creature. Give us warm weather and enough food to eat. We start from solving problems, which is one of the reasons why Egypt itself was so spectacular. It was in the African Union period. This is one of my arguments. I think if you just assume for a moment that there was a civilization that flourished during the African Union period before it, when the Sahara was sustained. And that's why I think the Sahara is such an appealing target, because what happened, right? So if that civilization ends, we're not back to a relative Stone Age. The people that are populating the Nile, people have been in the Nile, we know, for like hundreds of thousands of people. And if they're going to start that civilization, they're going to do it in the only part of that country that habitable. It's the Nile Valley, and that's where all the sites of ancient Egypt are that we know about. But they've all been, let's assume they kick-started this stuff, and they built them, inherited and renovated for use. And that's the Egyptians made them their own doing something before. So what's fascinating to me is the possibility out there in the Sahara, maybe an ancient water source or an ancient aqueduct or something, or an ancient aquifer. It might be another Assyrian out there, like the subterranean things. It might be another Serapeum. It might be another labyrinth buried beneath the sand somewhere that's not yet touched and it hasn't been inherited from the Egyptians.
That's where the Rothschild structure is.
Right, and that's on the timeline that is very ancient, very remote. It's obviously it's interpreted at this point. If there was a structure there. Yeah, it's interesting.
But it's also, that's another one when you go past satellite imagery. So, boy, that place got washed.
Yeah, it did.
It got washed. I mean, that place is one of the clearest examples of what place that got washed. Because there's literally salt deposits everywhere.
Right. Yeah, I mean, which is
nuts.
It is nuts.
It's the whole thing's nuts.
Yeah, I don't know what happened much.
Jimmy Cortez knows it.
Oh yeah, Jimmy does as well. Jimmy's awesome. Yeah, that seems like it could be one of the places to look. I mean, actually, Michael Solomon is interesting. Talk about Norman Burroughs and that same satellite scan company, the guy named Michael Solomon, which he's working with them still is. He's putting out a documentary pretty soon called Atlantica. He thinks he's found, if not Atlantis, a part of Atlantis that could go to Spain. And they've 100% found some shit in the waters and they've been diving on it for a couple of years now and doing the documentary. He's pretty convinced that he's found again another like underwater, if nothing else, megalithic city. He thinks it could be Atlantis as well off the coast of Spain.
I saw that documentary. I didn't know exactly what they discovered. These were images. So we can see right now.
It's not. We saw it like an advanced review of it until it comes out. But they discovered it with that Norman Burroughs scan, the same satellite-based tech, and then they went and dived on it. And we saw like a cut-down version of 3 episodes at this conference I went to and met him. I got some talk from a bit. Fascinating. 100% found something. Like it is man-made, but whatever it is. Yeah, this is like the preview or teaser thing. When does this come out? I'm not sure when it's streaming. I feel like it's got to be this year. It was mostly
it says 2025.
okay, so,
Or at least the trailer.
that was Tim Akers for a second. The old guy with the beard.
When did he?
I think it was just last year or the year before. Yeah, it's last year.
I'm very happy with that time.
Oh, it's one of my people reps and never actually had the chance to make it.
Oh, he was great.
It's phenomenal. You know, there's a clip I used videos of him back in the 90s. Back in the 90s, John Anthony West, I used it in some of my videos. He's scanning his camera, the same camera, I think, this wire, basically super thin. It's like this tiny little thin neck. Flared used to say, you know, how much these bases are in normal, they're pretty dynastic. You don't know how they made them, you know, how do you shoot out the inside of the space through this tiny little neck? Someone did and said, I can only hope that at some point in the future people will start to like apply modern technology and study these things and try to learn some more about it. So it's fantastic that basically project is basically doing what things should be doing. Yeah, that's way out of its time about it.
His TV series, this will come.
Yeah, I know. He was great, a symbologist, and I think that symbologist view of ancient Egypt is fantastic. Occasionally he would touch on it, the engineering side of things that I'm sort of deep on. Sometimes he ignore it too. It's pretty funny. I have a copy of his guidebook, which is hard to get these days. His guidebook on he has had this much on the Serapeum because there's just no writing down in the Serapeum. That's the place that's at 25 giant, like 100-ton stone vaults. One of the most remarkable logistical feats that come from ancient Egypt that there wasn't a lot to like for a symbologist to interpret in that place. So it's pretty cool to figure out some lost. It's like either hours down there.
It's interesting. You think of him like being concentrating on the symbolism and how much work he did. Oh, and just need one of those two. Right?
Oh, for
you
sure.
need a bunch of different people in all the different aspects of it. Yeah. And he was another one that had his interpretation fictional. It's still art author. But it's no one seems to like do a deep dive on it at all.
No, right.
Zani's example was so great for transformation. This was the national project.
So I tried to watch that.
We're all going to fly without wings. This national project.
This
He's
exactly.
going to fly without wings. We're all just going to work.
I have heard him say that for 10 years, 11 years, 10 years. Yes, I asked him that question in 2015. I was in the room, Graham Hancock, having this debate. It wasn't a debate, so I flipped out earlier in the day. But we asked him that question. I heard him and given that answer so many times. We asked him about anything precision, logistics, it's difficult to explain topics. That's the response. It's basically they tried really hard there for it, and it drives me nutty. He's not the only one who gives that response, by the way. That's a truly stock standard answer to anything we said. Well, how did they do 1,000 statue of 1,000 miles, which is what they did? Or how did they do the pyramid so precisely for whatever do the the response of good examples like the Apollo, the Apollo 11 project, the Apollo project, right? Going to the moon, that was a national project. There was a huge amount of resources put towards it from a relative to what makes sense today. But we didn't just come together with a big piece of fabric and produce some people at the moon. There's technology involved, right? You can't do it without the technology. That's the aspect of that answer that annoys me. It's like, no, I don't care how hard you try. Try does not get you like precise down to within 1,000th of an inch, or in the case of one of these phases, 4/10 of a micron, 6/10 of a micron. That's the most extreme precision in one.
What's interesting too that these bonds, these small things that you can are evidence of this incredible technology. When these enormous statues also exist, but you don't think of the vases as being the thing that's the smoking gun, but it kind of is.
They are. It's because they predate the dynastic Egyptians, because they were buried in those years. They exist. We know they existed in those times. You can't do that with the big statues, but I had a whole long 2-hour talk about how these things connect to those things, like the tooth drills and precision and machining. It's the same technique as the stone types. I mean, there are a bunch of like shooting drills on the Great Pyramid, a whole bunch of people that know about it, or where they are. But I've got pictures and I'll show you. The statues show the same machine. The statues reflect the same precision. The boxes, the obelisks, a lot of the stonework reflect the same thing as well. The same tools are used, the same precision shows up. And in pretty much all of those cases, the oldest and the best examples of all of those things are typically also the oldest. Like it's like the versus the single piece columns are absolutely incredible. Like the Romans didn't make columns like that. Like the fact that these columns are granite, and they start off wide, and they get narrow and narrow, and then they flare out of the top for this piece. And that means that the entire piece that is poured has to be as wide as the widest part at the top and then machine down. These columns have freaking vertical lathe centering points. Like it's like 150 tons turning on a vertical lathe or something like that.
So there's points that show people.
Oh, there was definitely centering points. On these columns, there's a forest of them laying out of tennis, and you can see it on the end points. And it's
and what's the weight?
Well, up to, I imagine the bigger ones are maybe 100, 150 tons, 200 something. And you have these existing on the top, like Saqqara, Giza, ABC, the single piece columns. They also on sites later on that are in places like the Temple of Karnak. However, I think that those places all had a granite core and an infrastructure there already, and then those kings of the New Kingdom, Seti I, Merenptah, Ramses II, built around them, and you can see the difference in technology. What's in the granite core, the giant obelisks, and the columns and the granite buildings that look like the Valley Temple and the old structures. And outside of that, it's all sandstone and it's blocks. And they make giant columns too, but they're made from blocks of sandstone. They would stack them up and shave them down. It's a much softer stone, and making blocks out of rounds, just making columns out of rounds is way easier than trying to put a single flared, Roman column. Even the Romans, I mean, it has to be something And it can't have been that long away because you have, obviously, Jamie, in that Precision Large directory, there's a picture of a column end. Like if I'm standing next to this amazing end piece, but some of them are faceted, so it can't have all been laid work. They have matrices and features, but certainly the column of the circular part, the center of the column, sorry. Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, huge. I mean, this is done things. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the columns you stand next to. That's a Tanis. And if you flip it through, there's like a column end point that's, so see there's a column that, you have one, this is a place called Temple Bastet, and there were forests of these things. Like, look at that thing. That thing is that's one of my favorite artifacts in the world. It is immaculate. The faceting, look at that bull nose that runs up the center of that frond of the palm, because these are like palm-shaped pillars. I mean, it tapers. It's thick on one end and it thins right down to the end, and it's exactly the same on either side. Like, on each of these fronds, I would love to get there and scan this thing. One of my favorite pieces, and you just had, probably hundreds of these things on this site. I mean, and it goes back in time. Again, these are columns from Saqqara and Abu Sir, which are all old kingdom sites. So again, these were existing in the early times, but they didn't build columns like this later in the civilization. They built them with sandstone pieces.
One solid piece of glass.
Yeah, it's flared. Even the Romans, who by all accounts had far superior technology to the Egyptians. They had sort of multipliers, they had iron, they had all sorts of mathematical skills from the Greeks. They built single piece granite pillars, but they were tapered the whole way. And they weren't anything as precise. They're quite rough. This one's one of my favorites. This is called Pompey's Pillar. You can see the dude standing at the bottom. I've actually got a picture of him. So I think that's a reworked column that the Romans reworked, and they carved that head top, or it's a separate stone. I'm not actually sure. But this is in Alexandria. So huge. And so this is how they do it. That's one of the granite. It's like 1,000 kilometers.
So then
this is what they did. So this is stacked rounds of sandstone, and this is, I always like to show people this corner of Karnak because it's an unfinished column at the end of it. You can see how they did it. They stack up those blocks and then basically shave it down. And they would end up, and this is imitation too, right? This is the other key thing you see, even with the vases, people knew what was this stuff. Anyone who works with stone, but it's primitive or not, you see an artifact like that, or one of those statues or a column of stone, you have to do that. So it's from the gods, right? I'm going to imitate it, and I'm going to try and replicate it. And so they were doing their best to replicate and imitate but with sandstone. With sandstone, in a technological method that they were capable of, which is to put blocks of sandstone up, shape it, and make it look like one of these columns. And they did great work, right? Don't get me wrong. Karnak this is the great sort of upper style hall of Karnak. Phenomenal. And it is the work of the new kingdom. But it still pales in technological significance to like the older stuff, the single piece stuff. But it's fabulous. Like I said, I love Karnak's one of my favorite places because you have all those examples right in front of you of like high tags and then low tags.
so like would you
So like 1500 BC ish.
so even then there's still some spectacular stuff.
Oh, it's just not sophisticated. It was by all accounts, right? By all accounts, the old kingdom, the new kingdom, that was Egypt's height, like the height of the dynastic Egyptian civilization. And Ramses II in particular, it's like always called him, the greatest of the Egyptian kings. Like Egypt had the most power, the most wealth, the most ability to do that sort of work. So they built these great temples. And it's very, very clear, this is that it's very clear that they built them around and on top of existing infrastructure. In fact, at Karnak, which is attributed to Ramses II, I mean, again, the devil's in the details. You have the names of kings that go back all the way to the alphabet and various structures. You also, at one point of that, in that hall where they search one, underneath the ground at the bottom there is a column base. It's an older and white calcite column base that is the same sort of column base that you see on all this stuff. So it shows that there was a column hall here before, and people got destroyed or knocked down, and the whole place was rebuilt. You see this evidence of these layers of infrastructure on this site. It tells you, okay, this is. It's like looking at these ancient sites. You always have to keep that in the back of your head, like, oh, there's been thousands of years of not only inheritance, but renovation and reuse and claim. Like it's people ask me if I think the statues are so old, how come they look like dynastic Egyptians? I think the answer is it's the other way around. I think the dynastic Egyptians look like the statues. So you imagine this, there's evidence of like 5 or 6 giant 1,000-ton statues, so which is typical of stuff you see at Rothschild with the head jet, the Nemes crown, or the big golden pin thing on the head, and it was in that iconic symbolic style of action. Yeah, I have the precision line for the statues. And imagine that you are a tribal culture that's emerging from the Stone Age, but you have this history and these legends and these stories, and you come across this iconic look. And again, this stretches back. This is an old king of states is attributed to. This is made of diorite, by the way. This is called Kufran Throne, one of my favorite statues, with the columns from 65 backgrounds.
Is this made out of that same
as the big part? Yes, it's like a 6.5 to a 7 on the nose scale, and it's phenomenal. This is an incredible statue.
I mean, this is
It looks like it. I've not seen it actually stand from this, but this thing actually has 2 drill marks and saw cuts in it. So it's got between its heels you see the remnants of the 2 drill. I've probably got a picture of that in my machining directory of the 2 drill between the heels. And then in the legs on the inside, you actually see overcuts, like a saw cut from where they cut too deeply into this insanely hard stone. And it's overrun, because if you were doing this by hand, that's a mistake you'd have to be making for about 4 hours to actually get the depth of the cut. But if you had some sort of power to remove the material quickly, you can overcut. And there's like little mistakes.
So your thoughts are that the Egyptians were imitating the ancient ones?
Yes, I think they inherited their iconography from the things, the artifacts that they gained in statues like this, and also the 1,000-ton versions of statues like this. And I mean, if you look at their art style, this is one of the things that blows my mind. It's like across that 3,000-year civilization, that iconography didn't change. Like it's the same. And how do the kings draw themselves like this? They're always trying to position themselves to be of the god. Like they always talk about. Eventually, they got this aura of divinity. It became like the pharaohs became divine. That wasn't always the case. But they grew into that over time as that civilization progressed. And they always match themselves and they try to make themselves look like the gods. And eventually, once you get hubris and ego involved in something really big, really rich kings are like, damn it, I am one of the gods. Put my name on the statue. That's how I want to be remembered. And there were multiple gods. Seti the first, who was son, Ramses the second, his son Merenptah, particularly anything that means. Petri called Ramses the Great Usurper. That's his name for him, because he was putting his name on everything, trying to label himself as one of the kings. And I think if you look at from the Old Kingdom through to the Ptolemaic era, it's the same. Like they're depicting themselves as one of these gods who are always depicted the same way, and that's part of it from day one. So, and I think where do you get that picture from? It's like that. What's the poem from Percy Shelley? Ozymandias. Look on my works, you mighty in despair. Like it's literally a poem by Percy Shelley that talks about it. He actually gets it from, I think, Diodorus Siculus, an account of Diodorus Siculus coming across one of these statues in the desert that's 1,000 tons. It's like a weary traveler in the desert of an unknown land comes along two vast and trunkless legs of stone over like nearby a shattered message lies, still like sort of full of sneer and arrogance, and it's basically written upon this stone of the words, my name is Ozymandias, king of kings, look on my work, you mighty in despair. And then there's the endless sand stretch far away. I mean, I'm paraphrasing.
Dicks.
Yeah.
Especially when they become kings. There it is. Look on my works, mighty and despair.
Nothing beside remains, round and round the muscle wreck down as a bed. Because like if you imagine you come across in the sand in the desert and you find the remnants of 1,000-ton statue. I'm sure you've seen pictures of the Ramesseum and 1,000-ton statue. Like there's 4 or 5 of them at least that have it. They're incredible single piece stone statues that would move in some cases up to 1,000, like 600-700 miles away. I have them in that Colossus directory.
Did they fall for earthquakes? Is that the speculation?
I suspect either that or the hands of men. I think it is like with enough dudes, with enough leverage, you can probably move that thing over and crack when it falls. And I think they would definitely there was a long period of them destroying all the gods and all the fossil idols of the past. There's a place called Tanis. There's a giant foot that I can't. My whole Astra's hand can fit in the tones. And it's a repurposed block of granite and entry fountain, and there's other pieces of this statue. So we know it was a statue that had it been standing, it's about the same size as the Statue of Liberty without the pedestal. The foot's about the same size, the reference. And that thing's made from Aswanian granite. Tanis is north from Aswan, and it's north of Cairo. It's up in the Delta, towards the Mediterranean, and Cairo down here, like 1,000 kilometers. So someone at some point took at least 1,000 tons, probably more like 1,500 tons block of stone because they didn't finish them, they didn't ship them finished. We know they finished up on site. Like 1,000 kilometers north. There's an even better example, Jamie, I think in the foot of Tanis. No, that's it there, the first one. Like in my, in the massive, it was actually my thumbnail and this statue. Giant, huge like. There you go. So that's gold one. That's there. So you can see it's funny because this block's been repurposed. It's been cut off on both sides and used as a block in a wall. They cut the front off it and the back off it and stuck it in and rebuilt it. This thing, there's a picture of the whole arm when it was put together in that directory. So that's a giant thumb holding a scroll, and they put the whole arm together. There's like one picture of it. One time I was there, they put the whole arm together, and that is probably the most impressive example. Up one. Yeah, so this is it's made from composite quartzite. So this is a Karnak. This is one of several statues of this size of Karnak. And what's impressive about this, they actually pieced together for one year and then took it apart because then I got told that it was because they didn't people freaking out about how big this was. They didn't it gives a sense of scale that people like. So they took it apart again. So you can still see the thumb there today, so it's turned on the side. Now, what's cool about this is that it's a straight arm. So a lot of those statues, like the one of the Ramesseum, the seated, so they always have their elbows bent at their knees. This thing is standing. So it's a standing statue, 1,000 tons made from composite quartzite, which is in a lot of ways more difficult to work with. It's a very hard compressed form of sandstone. It's like 6.5 to 7, but it's full of flint. It's a stone cut as a knife. It's like you can see the chunks of flint in the stone. But they somehow work that surface with no problem going over 20 to 7 scale. The trick with this statue is where that stone came from. That's Karnak in the south. Aswan for granite a bit further south. Composite quartzite doesn't come from Aswan. It comes from the Red Mountains north of Cairo. And the tricky part here is that the Nile River flows north. It's quite tricky. It's close to the north. So they had to take the blocks of that thing, I'd say like 1,500 tons. They had to bring that upriver 6 600 miles or something, 500 miles. I don't know how you explain it. And there's certainly no connections of it. That's a logistical feat. I mean, I don't know how you drive it. It was a national project. Don't you get it? Don't you get it? Just a national project.
Well, it's one of those really amazing mysteries because the actual facts that are so spectacular that it defies any conventional explanation. To the point where it opens up people to the possibility that almost anyone listening to this is even remotely reasonable that sees that. I think that we thought it was.
Yeah, that's honestly my response to it. I don't know how to do it. You can't do it strictly through perfection. We literally tried. We had the fun stuff. Hydraulics and diesel power, like huge bar. You try to move units like make newspaper headlines when they shift the load of like 150 tons on a truck somewhere. 1,000 tons these days. I don't even 1,500 tons. I mean, we have cranes, we have the capability, but it's usually by water or giant other devices. How we transport a load like that over anything other than water. I imagine
How hard those tubes are rowing
upriver.
Not only that, how deep is the water? When you're dealing with 150 tons, how far does it sink? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How much of a boat do you need to get? Can you fit a boat that wide?
In person, you can, but I'll tell you this, and I've heard this, that you sure as shit can't do it at the quarry, because this is what they say. We go to the quarry, it's the example I actually give people all the time. The unfinished office. That's my price, 1,200. They will tell you that, oh yeah, so there's this low area in the quarry, that's the harbour, where they park the boat to take the stage. I mean, there's no chance that you could put that thing on a boat that even, it's like, this is not an irrelevant possibility for a boat to displace enough water to take a load like that obvious. It would literally just be this giant clock. It just can't happen. And what's more, that quarry, or that harbour in the quarry, that isn't a harbour. That's an extraction. They pull a block out of there, the same size as the other. And it's gone. You can see it. I showed you. It's an off-limits area to the quarry, but I'm not get in there.
Someone somehow cut that off.
It's already been done 100%. We know it has because we've got statues of blocks of that size and tonnage have been successfully transported and shaped. However, in that place they call the quarry in the harbour, it's all scoop marks. It's the same technology, and here's where it gets bold. Is that there's, you can see the extraction that's coming out. It's massive, basically like the obelisk, the unfinished obelisk. So something like an order of 1,300 feet out of there. And on in the corner, right up at the end, where you see the box, the end of where the straws is taking out on the wall, there's red ochre paint. It's paintings of like emus or flamingos, and some other dolphins and other stuff. And it's an identical match for the art style and paintings that you find on pre-dynastic pottery that comes from the Carter culture. It's exactly the same. It's not dynastic Egyptian. It's pre-dynastic art. That's been put on the wall. I hope I have pictures of that. I know I do. It's actually I have a video called it's on my, I have a video where it's on my channel, but it's the exact same artwork that you see on the vessel. So to me, it's an indication of there's a primitive people that are living there thousands of years before dynastic Egyptian civilization rose. Obviously in that quarry, and they found this convenient wall that put some artwork on, and they painted it, which tells you that all this extraction had to happen before that. It had to been taken how far before that. So you don't know, can't take a stunt. So if somebody took a piece like that out of it, with the same technology.
Keep found anything on that place? Once you get that, let's look at the unfinished obelisk. The unfinished obelisk is how many feet?
That is definitely in that other. That's the video video about the obelisk. But I have
French obelisk is how long?
Oh, it's got to be. It's like 90, 80 feet long. I think you see it in the picture. It's a giant body. I mean, so it's not extracted either. That's what I should say. It is still attached to the bedrock. So they were cutting it out, and then for whatever reason, it stopped. But if you assume that the obelisk would have a square section, which is the same thing as what is a square section, it would have its mass with the granite there as 2.7 tons per cubic meter is roughly 1,200 tons.
And did they stop because it was cracked?
That's what they say. That's what they say. I don't think so. I don't think that it doesn't. To me, it's hard to say whether it was cracked or not. Because people tried to quarry it after. There wasn't much attempt made to quarry. I don't know why you would, even if it cracked. Why not use it if it's actually part of it? It was done during the domestic Egypt. So I mean, you've done all that work. You've cut out the trenches on all of it around. You could cut pieces out of that. It take way less work. You want to get a smaller piece of stone, just cut it. You should use it. But that's not what happened.
Unless the technology was so sophisticated that what they wanted was very specific and they could just do it then.
Yeah, and maybe it didn't crack. I think that's an example. Like you do see on a lot of the sites, like the Seraphian that you're sitting on the quarry, it's something happened that meant tools down. Yeah, so here's the painting. This is the pictograph. Those are the paintings, and if you compare that to what's on like the three domestic bases, it's exactly the same.
Now, so these depictions of flamingos, was it possible to date the paint that they used?
I think you probably could. I don't know if anybody ever has. I'd love to see that done. Yeah, I would love for that to happen. That's a very good point. Because there's a few things. Why don't we date that?
Sorry, Jimmy, scroll down a little bit. No, below that, the other. What's that?
So that's another piece here. This just puts the light of the stupid county stone theory of how they explain this in the mainstream. Because these scoop marks they tell you are county stones. This is another big piece. This is probably, we guess this piece, it was probably going to be like a smaller seated statue, but still something that's maybe 150 tons. And they were cutting this out. So this, you can see, this is the process of like carving out underneath it. So you can get in these trenches, and the scoop marks are crazy though, because they extend basically from the top of the wall, 15 feet straight down these ridges. They go all along the ground under and then up on the roof side. So if you're counting, you would have been doing this, counting up, and so it's a very sharp turn on the inside. It's the result of some tool. Like also, someone's got to be Yep, that was not. Yep, not at all. Don't want to draw that short straw. Thank you very much. Yeah, we take people down into that area around this block every time. It's great. And you can grab that stone and whack at it and see how little effect you'll have.
But those stones, is that an example? That's right. Was used?
Yes.
How
Yeah.
long was that? Was that the unfinished obelisk?
That is the unfinished purpose.
And so, where is that second crack?
So there's a couple cracks, right? So this is the thing, that there's attempts at quarrying that have been made. I think it's that crack up towards the top is what they say how it cracked, but we don't know how it cracked. It's possible that, I mean, like a lot of these places, that there was a tooth down situation, that something happened to stop, and there was similar amounts of cataclysm. And this thing was buried too. Like that's the thing. There was a lot of quarrying that happened after this at higher levels. Like, so this is, you got to imagine when you go to this quarry, it's like they've cut the top of the granite mountain. They've taken so much granite out to get down to this sort of high quality granite, which is not surface level granite. You have to go 10, 12, 15 meters into granite to get blocks that are even possible to be this size, or this one single piece. And in fact, even now, like all of this has changed. Like, no staircase, all of that gravel up to the north of that is all down. They're still clearing the side out, but they are. So when this was first discovered, it was buried in like 7-8 meters of quarried rubble. Quarrying that had happened above it and around it for thousands of years. The Egyptians, the Romans. Yeah, this was buried.
I think that was it.
Also, there was like an edge, one little edge piece poking out. What the hell is this? And then it was Howard, who was Peach's assistant. he actually excavated that site. He had to like split a bunch of the blocks through and get it out of the way forever, but they eventually uncovered it all. But it was the back end of it was like 7-8 meters rubble. Yeah. And to me, it's like it's quite plausible. It's a possibility that was there. It was done.
It's quite possible. You know that's still out there.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there's many more quarries. This is just because that's in the quarry. That's the quarry that's sort of clear and made available for tourists. There's tons of quarries. Like, there's, yeah, these are great. That's the which was when it first popped out. Yeah, so they had this section of it. They're like, wow, this is something else. But, and so what happened with the pounding stones village? Because there were thousands of them on the site, these round stones. However, the vast majority of them were broken and were split. And God, I'm blanking on the name of the guy who excavated the site. However, he was like, how come these are all broken? And he tried to break it. So he stood up and like 15 feet up and he threw all these stones down onto the ground. He threw it like 10 times. Eventually, he cracked a chip off on them. They're dollarite. They're hard. They are harder stones. And look, you will eventually create enough dust. Eventually, I mean, it's like they actually had been studies done. Dennis Stocks did a study, and the volume. It's basically you remove about, I think it was 2/3 the volume of a golf ball in an hour. So not a lot. Yeah, and if you can imagine, I like to tell people it's like you can only fit like these trenches around this hot fun house. You have to sit this with one person in one spot and dudes. So all you have to do is imagine all of that space being filled up with golf balls. Add another third to the 2/3 golf ball, and then maybe add another half again to that to account for the negative space between the balls. That's how many hours it would take, which is time frame. And pounding stones.
How do you break it?
Well, that's the issue. Who's underneath it when that's out? That's what I think these balls were. So I think they're very difficult to break. They've taken away all the broken ones. The only ones on site now are these like really nice round ones. And even then, you can't do it with more than a couple. You have to kind of let it go, catch it. Your arms will burn out, no trouble. But I think the reason something was broken, I think, and you can actually see this in the harbour area, there are these channels that I think they cut under. You can see the remnants of them where they did big extraction. And I suspect what they did was they shoved balls of dollarite, and it would provide them enough movement or just enough support where they could cut the rest of the whatever skipped out or remove the other attachment points. And then you also, once you get out of that trench, you can now shift this thing ever so slightly to get whatever you would need to get under it to lift it up out of it. Because that's the other problem with the obelisk is like it's on an angle. And I mean, the trench is going to be, when it's complete, they had only dug down 2/3 as deep as they needed to go. So that trench at its thickest point would have been like 12, 15 feet deep. Down there, and then you've got to get under it. It seems to be. It's on an angle, you have to lift that thing up 15, 20 feet up in the air to get it out of the trench. And then somehow move it to get it this rocky, crazy environment to move it to get it somewhere that can take it wherever else you're taking it. But you have to be able to move. So I honestly think those dollarite balls could have been used as primitive ball bearings that were just, that's all they were used for, to support it while you cut it free. And then it would, a lot of them would have snapped in half under the mass or something like that, which explains why so many of them are broken. Because you ain't broken those things by pounding on it. And it's just not going to break.
That makes sense. It's some sort of ball bearing. Yeah. But even so, even if that's the case, like, how,
Well, how you lift it? What are you doing to lift that up? How many people?
just
You cannot fit enough people around that office. Like you probably not even get 10% of it. Like it's such a rocky weird. You can't fit that many people around it today. I have no idea how they. I mean, I don't think they were doing this without the expectation that they could get it done. You know what I mean?
what kind of conventional explanation is it?
There's nothing. There's nothing.
They just glossed over it.
You don't know. They don't address the realities of 2000 stuff. Not to see anyone address those realities. Oh, okay, so they do, and it's like with logistics, they will show you pictures where the Egyptians are moving something that is 100 tons or 150 tons and say, see? Now, that's not how logistics works. So for example, the statues, they scale right up to 1,000 tons or more. There is a picture on a tomb of a guy named Rothschild, and I've got this in the statue director. I think there's a painting on the wall, and it's a sled with this statue, and there's like rows of guys that've got the boots on, pulling on a rope. No pulleys again. They didn't have force multipliers. They were just straight pulling wooden levers, a wooden sled. They're dragging the statue. In the case of the statue, we know about the statue. There's pieces of it left. It was made from alabaster. The outside's not as heavy as that. But it probably weighed, the estimate of how much it weighed was 57 tons. Just quite a lot. It's respectable, right? And you can imagine that there's enough labor on a sled. This is a 57-ton statue. There's a guy pouring something on the sand or in front of it. So you can count all these dudes, the shadows of the dudes behind them on these ropes. And so there's a figure about it, and there's been papers written about this. There's literally, I think, a Japanese dude wrote a paper about what would it take to do this. And okay, this is possible. 57 tons with enough people, enough horsepower, you can do it. Now, it's not like that scale of linear increase difficulty to something 1,000 tons. It's more of a logarithmic, exponential curve. You cannot take this explanation and apply it to something that's 1,000 tons. It's 20 times as heavy. The friction coefficient goes through the roof. Those sleds are driven right into the ground. You can't get to you're in realms of mass, where real failure becomes a problem. Wood is no longer sufficient to support that. You certainly can't move it up any slopes. You have to do all this ground preparation work to even attempt it. And they move these things like 1,000 tons.
Here's a place where you can go back in time and say, God, yes, that is it. Yeah, quarry. God, if you go back in time just to see construction, I guess quarry. Here, how do you take what is your machinery required? You must have some kind of technology that is just dust moving now. It has to be. Because we've tried this, like this, and you know about the thunderstorm. No. Okay, so I see it. Yeah, in like the 1700s, I think it was, pre-industrial age. Well, the early days, but no diesel power, no at all. And this is the thunderstorm. So we did, like in Russia, they moved this thing from Finland to Russia. It's at St. Petersburg. They carved it as they went. It's the base now for I think a bronze statue of Grace. But this is how they did it. And so basically you can see the capstans, the two things these dudes are working on. They're rotating. Digging giant holes to anchor these big logs on the ground to then use pulleys and force multipliers with dudes on giant rails, and then they would have these huge big iron rails that they would put on the ground and carry back and forth, and the whole thing was moving on these bronze spheres, big giant bowling ball sized spheres of bronze. And on a good day, they'd move this thing 150 meters, 450 feet. Yeah, but it took them years and years. And this thing weighed around 1,500 tons. It's interesting that you can bronze spheres.
Brass spheres, I'm sorry.
Whatever metal spheres, which is very similar to what you're describing.
No, but this again, when you compare the level of technology here, there's nothing that they can compare. They show you what they did with that Judy Hotel image. It's a wooden sled, no force multipliers, no capstans, no pulleys, no none of that. Just dudes and right. There's no evidence they use pulleys.
On the sand.
Yeah, or like a hook or whatever. It's just stupid. You cannot explain it. It took us everything they had for years and years to do that. And by the way, they took that across the Gulf of Finland. And it wasn't on some little river barge either. They built a giant platform, took them a year to build it, and then they had to put warships on either side of it to keep it balanced. It's massive to even plot this thing in the center of the boat that they got this thing to go to Russia and the rest of the way. So it ain't no barge carrying 1,000 tons down.
It's all so fascinating. Something happened. Yeah. Ben, you're awesome, man. I really, really appreciate you coming on the channel. Uncharted X, fantastic channel. So much good content. How long have you been doing that?
I've been doing it. I dropped 10 years ago, but not in the Uncharted X.
You have the courage to do that.
It was a few old step. The wife was like, "What are you doing?"
No, but look, you're right. It worked out.
I am super grateful that it's worked out. In fact, I want to thank you for hospitality and genuinely also things. Dude, I've come full circle with this. Like, what got me into it in the first place? I mean, I was always interested, but it wasn't until Graham's first member I've gotten to know very well over the years. I love that man. It wasn't until his first appearance on the podcast back in the old days, like 2011, 2012, something like that.
He was the first real guest.
Yeah.
That was just me and Duncan. That one.
You and Duncan? Right.
Yeah. At your house. That's what I was doing at my house.
That one was what really, I mean, after that, I followed him really closely. I went to Peru and interviewed with him in 2013 and then 2016 I went to Egypt. So it's like the fact that I'm here talking to you now, you started me on this, and it's come full circle. So thank you for that. And the fact that you are interested in this topic, I think, is such a boon to everyone else out there that you get to spread the word in that. It's just such a benefit to the whole space. So
well, I'm so happy that guys like you took that in the comment randomly. But I mean,
wild ride. I love it.
My answer to all of this is who's not? I don't understand you if you're not interested in this. How is this not unbelievably fascinating?
Yeah, 100%. Like that's what happened to me. I fell down this pyramid-shaped hole, and I was doing. I had quite a career before this in the tech world. I mean, I go to conferences and tech events, and the second that we're out in the break room, I'm talking about the underdrives and pyramids and massive statues. It's just Graham Hancock, and they're like, "This is really interesting." I'm like, "No,
it's literally the most interesting thing about civilization. That time period and the mysteries that are involved in trying to just decipher what happened. It is the most fascinating time in history. I think. Yeah, and again, thanks. Thank you to definitely do this again.
I would love to,
especially if some more information comes out about the labyrinth, and hopefully more people, but are also picking up the baton. I could get involved.
I see that happening. I'm very glad that it is. I'm absolutely thrilled to see other people get into it. I don't see it as it's not competition. It's like it's a rising tide.
Yeah, come on, jump on board.
Yeah,
you can definitely say that. Everybody will agree.
We didn't talk about the Sphinx and the stuff in the Star Shop. Save that for next time.
Yeah, definitely do it again. All right. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Experience.
Train my games, I run your podcast my night, all day.
How you doing? Good to see you, sir. Not much. Just rocking the
I'm glad Detroit's coming back, and I like what Shinola represents.
Shinola is definitely one of the things that's great about Detroit.
Yeah, they say it. It's made in Detroit, but proud.
Yes, which we didn't have for a long time. Like Detroit is a crazy story. If you know the story about Detroit, like the 1950s and 60s, it was the third richest city in the world. Well, yeah, it's still comparison to the Midwest. And it's a city that's still built for 7 million people with supposedly 700,000. I mean, so you do see a lot of like, how is there like $1 million condo in the same place that has like 8 abandoned other apartments? When you go downtown, it makes no sense logistically.
Did you watch that show, Top Gear? Oh, yeah. With Jeremy Clarkson. I think it was either Top Gear or was maybe the one they did after that they did for Amazon. But they went to Detroit and they bought a house for $500.
Yeah, you can. And there's also people that buy them who are getting mold by both. Or you see the ones that like they'll put like a pumpkin pad, like they'll do an urban farm, which is hysterical, and you'll see like these hippies out in the like they cut my face and stole my lungs, and I'm scared. It's like, yeah, you're in a crack neighborhood. Nobody wants
But we're gentrifying. Yeah, isn't that what you guys want? It's like they don't want that at all.
And what they did to Detroit, like anybody that thinks that you should allow corporations to just take all the jobs from like corporate decision making and it's prudent financial decision making and look at Detroit. Look at it.
It's a prime example of like that was the American show. And they're like, we'll assemble that. Look, we'll write Made in America on it. So you're gonna feel good about it. Do they even write Made in America on the door? Sometimes they do. But I prefer like the 80s and 90s where if you bought a car that was made on a Friday, you knew a truck guy did it. So you're like, give me one for the Wednesday. Like those were the days of American automakers.
See, that's part of the problem. Because I listen to you, told me that the automakers just got out of control. They're making so much money. And the constant negotiations, strikes impending, and then they're like, fuck you, just go off and all of yeah. That's right.
Yeah, that's just part of it. But no, later on, like you said, your grandfather did. And it really doesn't matter what part of it is.
Yeah, it's totally fire.
No, it's great. I mean, yeah, great worker, but
Yeah. There seems to be like a bit of balance that could be reached.
like don't be fully hammered when you're trying to go on an F-150.
I mean, they should make good money because the corporation makes good money. I mean, they were doing well. It was just a very profitable business. Workers should share in those profits.
Well, like the electric ones, it just didn't work for them either. They pushed it too soon too. Because I know people work on the line, like the electric F-150, and it's like F-150s. Everybody wants them. They love it as a wood truck. As an electric truck, you put the thing down in South America where it's hot all the time, it's just catch fire. So it's like it's not working out.
Or if you're in the cold, battery stops.
Yeah, and I just don't like electric cars personally. Maybe it's just because I'm from Detroit and I grew up and I just want to feel like engines.
I get it, but I have a Tesla that I'm not sick. Oh, I know that it's not just fast. It's a fucking car is incredible. Yeah. It's a piece of machinery from the future. What is it? It's a Model S, but it's a plaid that was sent to a company called Unplugged Performance. And Unplugged Performance takes the fenders off the carbon fiber wider fenders, changes the suspension to a race-based suspension, puts wide tires on it and wider wheels, upgrades the brakes to these huge carbon fiber discs. It's a very heavy car.
I was going to say, so it's heavier, it's lighter, like race car.
Well, it's heavier because Tesla's very heavy. Yeah, but because the batteries are on the bottom, the center of gravity of the car is phenomenal.
Okay.
It's like one of the best balanced cars you ever drive. And the self-driving is banana.
Oh, you have it on there?
I had my buddy, yes, get it. It's a car. I had my buddy Jay work this year the other day, and he had been in one. The first thing I was doing was load on the
Yeah.
It's going 0 to 60 in 1.9. Are you serious? 1.9 seconds.
Oh, that's fast.
And then I go, now this is what's really wacky, where I put in the destination that I just said, take me to the county mothership, and then I press a button, and it goes, doop, doop. And when I go here, it goes, doop, doop. It just does it on its own. Changes lanes, stops at red lights. It's crazy. It moves around obstructions.
Really?
Yeah.
And, yeah, 'cause I remember the first ones that were like, just barely go for bikers.
Yeah. It's on camera, so you can fool it with the camera. You can fool the camera rather. So the guy set up a mural in the desert.
Yeah.
It was, he had the highway, and then he made a mural that looked like the highway, and the car just went right through the mural.
Oh, I saw that. That's great. He made it look, they put a Woody Woodpecker to the side of it. Like he just threw the tunnel. It was a stick. He's right into the tunnel.
Like that. He didn't drive the tunnel. But it was what he would did.
Yeah, right. It's so awesome.
He tried the tunnel inside like that.
That's all it did. Just tricked him like it was an AI. Which with all the AI, it was kind of nice to see. I hate to say it. It was a little relieving.
It's kind of funny. It's freaking out. But, it's like beating up a 2-year-old that's eventually become an NFL player. Like, keep growing.
You're going to regret it.
They're going to remember who fucked with the Waymos. I was watching
it last night. Name of it. Companion. It was just all about like sex bots.
they're like into them and going at each other. And it's like just it's a movie, like a it was an HBO show. Yeah. Oh, okay. And like they set up a sex bot to kill one of their friends, Rabbi. And it turns out she's a sex bot, and this other guy's a sex bot. And I'm watching it, and I'm like, this is the problem. Like, yeah, there it is. Like, you can't really give these things personalities if you have a sex bot.
Well, this is part of the problem that's happening with these chatbots with kids. Because they're developing relationships with them. And like one AI chatbot is teaching a kid how to make moves. Yeah. No. It's not funny. It's pretty funny. It's all funny. The fucking robot is teaching a suicidal kid how to do it right.
It's already encouraging. Like, you have a good idea. Take a rope and make sure that that's.
I wonder if any of these AI chatbots have talked to these trans school shooters.
They might have.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
The last one, yeah, I don't know.
bro, it's like 7 of the last X amount of trans, 7 in a row have been trans, except one was non-binary, which is just diet trans.
It is
Right? That's diet trans. That's trans without the sugar.
I just don't get it. Like, I felt suicidal. Like, stay at home and for yourself. Like, don't go into school.
Or just go for it.
That would be good, too.
You know, the problem is some people get to a certain point in life and they have no friends and no community and no identity and no life, and they're not successful and they're full of shit. And then they have gender dysphoria on top of that, and they're probably in a bunch of SSRIs, which RFK Jr. is going to apparently do some sort of a large-scale research into the connection between mass shootings and psychiatric drugs, because it is real, and everyone knows it, and it's just this dirty secret that no one talks about because all the media is paid off by the pharmaceutical drug companies. Nobody wants to make this correlation connection because you also risk the wrath of all these people that are on them, saying, I'm on them and I'm not doing anything. It's not the pills. I need these to function. Maybe you do. I don't know. I don't know how you find it. But the reality is, most of these people that have committed mass murder are on psychiatric medications.
Yeah, they are. And I'm on SSRIs that I'm trying to get off of right now because I've been on for 10 years so long. And I don't like it. So I hadn't liked it for a long time. And even dealing with like mental health care, I'm like, I don't think I need this. But it's better to stay on it. This is odd. It's having the opposite thought, you know? And so it's having the opposite thoughts. It makes you feel bad, depressed, wants me like I gained weight. I was doing like really bad mentally for a while for certain things, and I took myself off for 5 days and I felt good, and then I got really nauseous. Like my brain started kind of misfiring, so now I'm thinking like I need to get off a little more directly as opposed to going full turkey.
So after 5 days, like, what is happening? What is the picture? What's the picture?
I was stuttering, I was slipping up, I was having trouble seeing.
Did you like all the bottles?
Correctly do this. Yeah, they said to clean it off or whatever your thing is, take that and then bust the pill in half, take that for 7 days. Bust the pill in half, take that for 7 days. That's what I'm doing now. And I already feel better being on less. But I was told for the last 10 years that that's what I should be on. And I think it's had a very negative effect. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, you just feel like you're having a stroke.
Electric shock-like sensations in the head are a hallmark symptom. Other sensations can include tingling or numbness. Yep. Flu-like symptoms, digestive issues, sleep problems, your balance goes, mood changes, cognitive issues, brain fog.
All of it. And nausea was the one that really messed me up. Because I was just like, well, it feels sick, but it didn't feel like the flu.
It's really thrown up.
Yeah. And I just realized, I'm like, okay, well, what did I take out? Because I've gone off of a lot of hard drugs and alcohol and stuff. So I know what it's like to do withdrawals, and it wasn't withdrawal.
So how old are you now?
I'm 43.
So when you're 33, though.
Yeah.
So what was going on at 33? You realized I need medication.
I went to my mom had died. So I decided to go see a doctor, and they were like, look, take this. And I'm thinking, like, I think my mom was on it. That was the best answer. But I took it, and she was on antidepressants, and she was bipolar. But they had her misdiagnosed as depressive. Because I was like, I think she's bipolar. Like, I'm like, I lived with her for 30 years, and I know swings. Because I grew up in a house where, like, you came home and she was either the happiest woman on the planet or you were fucking terrified. Like, it was one or the other, you know? And that's just, and she wasn't a bad person. She just had this mental imbalance. And it was after things happened with my dad and, like, the government, things like that. He was in Vietnam. And he got self-sarcoma from Agent Orange. Oh, and the VA was great. They did nothing for our family. They denied both of my mom's claims. My dad lost all of his money. Like, he was worth like $4 million. I think he lost everything. And it was to pay out of pocket. But when he got sick when I was 13, he was like our baseball coach and everything. So he would go around the country going to like Cambridge, had a very good neurosurgery place for the brainstem. University of Michigan and Ann Arbor had one. So he wasn't as present a lot. My mom was dealing with that on top of being an RN. I mean, he was tough as nails. Like, he would have one of those halos girlfriend, and he'd still go golfing and shit. He'd just be on the course.
Oh my God.
And I'd be like, what are you doing? It's like, it's not bad. I don't pick my head up anymore.
You see the bright side
Yeah,
of it.
Halo. If you would find the positive in anything, because he reminded me of James. Like, that's how he was. So he never resigned. And it was always crazy that he'd be very dry. Like, he'd go, how are you? And he'd be like, oh, life is great. It just got some nail in his fucking head. He's like, you need one of those tissues so I can clean it up. And it's like, he goes, it might be bleeding. Yeah, how are you? And if he just tried to make life good the whole time. But the government did nothing. And then the more and more I researched it, we talked to the VA. I have an uncle who does stuff for people that have dealt with this from Vietnam, because they denied so many claims that ended up being real. Like self-sarcoma was one of the things where they said, oh, that's not for me. And so you're sure? Because he was in combat in the field where he sprayed it to kill all the trees. And they're like, yeah, it's not on us. Then years later, they admitted it, but said my mom filled out the paperwork wrong and gave us nothing. And even 10% of that's $400,000. Like, gave us nothing. So it's like I've dealt with that my whole life, where I have a little piece of me. That's why I'm not really like right or left. I'm very much like fucking if somebody does something that I actually believe in. And when I see the stuff that's happening, so many people that fall, especially when you find out about LBJ, the helicopters, all the other bullshit that was the reason that we even went into Vietnam. Yeah, LBJ, from what I understand, had money in helicopters. And was able to profit off of it. So, and people say it's a conspiracy theory, but why would you believe that? Well, I think the real heroin. I'll give you that. Yeah, I think that's the real reason why they're like the other thing as well. Oh, I would assume that. That's true. I mean, I don't want to say it's the only. I'm sure there's other military reasons. There's railroads, not and there's a lot of resources in there. But there's there was at one point 94% of the heroin supply was coming from the place that we were guarding. We were literally guarding the hockey fields. Military, U.S. military guarding the hockey fields. That was supplying heroin 94% of it. That's insane. Because the other part is China, but some of the China. Trying to think of it. But the rest is Afghanistan, and that's how you're getting every drug in the world into the U.S. as far as like actually making opiates. Because in the 90s, I worked in a pharmacy, which was a great place for a drug addict, especially when they weren't counting the pills. You could do it by weight. So you just say like, hey, I gotta go take out the trash, and you just like open up a bottle of like Valium or Percocets, and just fill your cellophane.
The Golden Triangle, the jungle-covered border region where Thailand, Myanmar, and Laos peoples, Democratic Republic has seen an exponential surge in the manufacture and trafficking of synthetic drugs.
Yeah.
So that's what it is. The Golden Triangle.
That's what I was thinking.
That's I guarantee that it was a major reason why we were in Vietnam. There was so much money coming out of there, and the idea that some corrupt factions of either the military or the intelligence agencies or whoever this. So, and I'm not saying the agencies were military themselves. I'm saying corrupt faction. Because there's always going to be those. Just like the CIA sold drugs in South Central LA, the Hunters versus the 70s. It's always
Well, look at Detroit. Then you look at White Boy Rick. White Boy Rick was somebody who was caught selling crack, and you had Coleman Young, the mayor, who was pretty corrupt. And then you had the FBI who caught him and said, hey, there's some more crack. Just go into the city and find out who the dealers are. Then when White Boy Rick got it brought in by the city, the FBI was like, we didn't do that. We've never put crack in the black community. We don't know. We've never seen this kid in our life. So this kid, my cousin's friend, White Boy Rick, ends up going to prison. I don't know the exact time, for like 30 years. He's like 17. They tried to name him as a kingpin. And again, he's a white boy in Detroit who's 17. He's not a kingpin shit. And he served the longest time because Coleman Young, he's pissed he was dating his kids. So he goes away, and then while he's in jail, they have him sign a thing that said he stole a car so his sister doesn't have to go to jail. So finally, they let him out for all this wrongdoing. He never did this. So this sentence was bad shit. And then he has to go right from that jail to Chicago to serve time for stealing a car while he was in prison. His story is crazy. There's a documentary called White Boys, and it's one again. That's the one with McConaughey, which is a good movie. Yeah, McConaughey plays his dad. My uncle knew the actual guy. He said he was kind of a dipshit. He would sell guns very obviously out of his basement. They live like 2 blocks over.
So is this guy alive now?
Oh, he's still alive, yeah.
He's White Boy Rick?
Yeah, that's him now. He got out just a few years ago.
Jesus Christ.
So he was in there.
How old is he now?
Oh, I don't know. Well, he went in the 80s. So, and I think he got out around 2020. So, yeah, if you see the documentary White Boy, I highly recommend. Yes, he had teenage drug informant for the FBI, but then they denied ever talking to him.
This is above where the Eminem pictures. White Boy Rick releases his own marijuana strain.
Yes. That's the thing about Detroit now is it's all like insanely legal. That's right.
Yeah. Freeway Ricky Ross is doing that in LA.
Is he really?
Yeah. Freeway Ricky Ross who's selling the drugs in LA to pay for the Contras versus the Saudis. He's got his own weed line now.
I know a few guys who were like heavy busted in the late 90s, and now they all have stories. That's just hilarious.
You would think that they would shy away from that.
No, they just smoked even after. I was like, still, okay.
But my thinking is, it's still federally legal.
It is.
Like to open up a store, how about your primary source of income? A Schedule 1 drug coming to the government. It seems risky as fuck for someone who would be inside it.
Oh, dude. Really, well, it's odd that they could get the right, like the permit for it. Or at least they know someone who got the permit for it and they work there. So maybe they should let out too much. Yeah, they grab others. Yes, that's who owns the store. That's a 95-year-old lady. But if you go to parks, it's like weed store, vape store. You're like, I can't believe you pack this many into the block. Yeah, it's not like a liquor license. It takes forever to get. It seems pretty easy. But when there's like a store, there's got to be what else? Probably no profits. All these things together. So I was just in Albuquerque, and they had the same thing around like so it's weed store, massage parlor, vape store, buy here, rent here, car wash, buy here, pay here, weed store, weed store, weed store. It's crazy how legal it is in the state.
Yeah, they all depend on the state.
Yeah, right.
In Texas, it's just medical. And I think you have to have AIDS. I think you have to basically like,
Yeah, they only wanted to give it to the bad AIDS.
they had that, they're looking to expand that. If the federal government just changed the designation or distinction or whatever you would say it is, like from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 or something like that, which is reasonable, that's what it's doing.
Well, the whole thing is ridiculous, and that's how you get organized crime. I mean, look at Prohibition. Detroit was one of the first places to have it when it was 3 years before they actually made it nationally outlawed. And that gave birth to the Purple Gang, who Capone was even facing. I mean, those guys were fucking ruthless, and they would just go over to Canada, which was right across the river, and they would just either take a boat, or in the winter they would drive, and of course they'd send some underway to drive to figure out how heavy the ice was. So they knew if they put that many kegs in the bin, die. So just Model C's in the bottom of the river. Yeah, it's cool. A lot of the mansions still have tunnels that they lead out into the river with the people. Wow, it's really fascinating.
So Canada never went prohibition.
No, and it was right there. Like you could throw it across.
Take a drive.
parents from the shoe store, like the legend is they were called purple because that was the color of ransom. So they hated it. They thought it sounded gay. But they still ran with it. But when you see pictures of them all lined up, like mug shots, like they would do stuff, like walk up to someone, like, hey, like you ran, and thanks, and then a guy was just like punching his finger on his tape. Like they were, like the level of cruelty these guys would inflict on people to take over a city was next level. And yeah, even home, he was over in Chicago and needed some of these guys to survive. But
So is that a documentary or is this the puzzle game?
see, that might be. They did a mob music thing out of that when you saw in Vegas. Like that book right there, The Organized Crime in Detroit, that's a great book. And it's got a lot of fun photos. But yeah, they were as ruthless as you could absolutely get.
Remember that first picture in the upper left hand corner of the picture?
Yeah, none of them were happy. Yeah, they had a rough life. So a lot of them were just like stray kids that were Irish that were just abandoned by their parents. And then the rest were just Jewish kids whose parents owned a shoe store. And I mean, eventually they just matched up the Italians took over. But, you know, during Prohibition, they ran. Yeah, I never heard of it. It's a really cool story that I've always wanted to see in a movie, and nobody's been able to execute it. And I would love to see it.
So maybe something real now that you just got the story going.
I hope so, because it's such a cool story.
It sounds crazy.
Like the level of Detroit mob too that's been around is just it's wonderful. I should say that. It's crazy. Yeah, like they were nice to my dad and stuff when he was young. You know, like when he got back from town, you know, those kinds of people that but nice to yeah, but you know,
But the thing is that it's so important is that like prohibition all of us organized crime and the fact that we still do it, it's just for optics. It's just people say, I don't want legal drugs on the streets of my kids that are hooked on drugs. Drugs are here. They're here. If kids go to clubs, go bars, kids are partying, drugs are there. They're real things. You believe it or not, drugs were legal and then you knew exactly what you were getting. Because these kids get off that house. I had this guy had called around the other day. Who's an expert in cartels, and he said they started adding fentanyl because they had grown so many copies that the cereal, so the heroin was very weak. So to make the heroin more potent, they started adding fentanyl.
is that what it was?
Mm-hmm. And the desire for all that stuff was all because of the Sackler brothers. So the Sackler brothers, when they created this opiate crisis in America, which did not exist before, where everybody started on these fucking pills, then they started cracking down the laws. So now you have a demand, and you don't have supply. And the whole, it's a cartel, it starts making pills. And they start making pills with fentanyl in it because their heroin is on their stock.
And it's perfect. These things the kids don't undertake. That's the shit part.
And they just look just like the real pill. Like, oh, I don't know.
Oh yeah, you get those pressed zaddies that look just like a bar, and it's just complete fentanyl. And when I remember when fentanyl, I shouldn't say first came out, it's been around, but when it first started becoming, you put it in products you weren't expecting. And I had like 3 friends die within a matter of maybe 4 months. And that's how I started noticing that this is going to get serious. And now there's a site I see it's called every 11 minutes. And that's when they're every 11 seconds. And that's how long it takes for someone to go deep on fentanyl.
So every 11 seconds, every universe is only dosing on that. And all because fucking the boss. And I'm not saying legal heroin would be good for everybody. It's not. I think everybody would agree with it. Well,
Yeah. I think it was good.
was it?
Oh yeah.
Was it? Did you shoot it or snort it?
I snorted it. I snorted it, and then I smoked black tar heroin. And one time I shot it, so it's pretty.
It was the best one to shoot.
Yeah,
That's what we do.
that was majestic.
What's it?
Was it like the most calming, wonderful? I got something that's loaded. feel, to me, it leaves me tired. I mean, this makes you tired, you're crashing out, but you're also getting a feeling that was really, really like warm and exciting. Like, I only smoked crack once on accident, and that was, how do you do that? They put it in the joint, right? So I still get my friend's back porch, he gives me first, she's on the joint, and I hit it, and it had like a weird sizzle, and I hit it. It goes hard. I was like, it's like, yeah, they gave me free crack. I was like, oh, good. So I'm not high on crack. My other friends were pissed. They go and throw the joint in the sewer, and I'm just sitting there like, and it doesn't last very long, but it felt really fucking good. Like I immediately would have done more crack had there been the option, but it definitely takes you over very quickly.
Did you ever see the 100 Live thing? When he was talking about the great rappers?
Oh yeah, he's spot on.
It was the best guy that I've ever seen in my life. And you only did like one hit,
I
right?
did once and then I'm done. Like very rare.
When they threw it in the sewer, you want to get it?
Yes, I wanted to go back to Wayburn where this everyone's got it. I was like, we should go get more crack. I don't know if you didn't feel this, but it's. I think it probably not.
No, you're not the first person I've talked to shot heroin. The first person you described it.
Oh, it was my friend Jay had it. It was a nice kid.
Yeah, it was. It has to be better to get people to shoot that. There's no way. You know, to give them that kind of commitment, give a needle, find a vein, put the rope tie off their arm.
It was awful. That part.
Yeah.
And then it was.
Did you do it with the guy?
Yeah.
So he'd done it before.
He
He's
did
heard
it
it.
for me. Yeah, like, he died so he went to go somewhere in his kitchen. Yeah, and you would expect it. He had a shot on his head between like the fridge and the stove.
He got stuck.
I think he was either looking for something or collapsed right there. Oh, boy. Yeah, it wasn't good. Nice guy.
I used to in the 90s. His name was Rothschild.
Okay.
He's a professional pool player. A really high level professional pool player. And he was heroin addict. And he would go and have, like I saw him play straight pool, which is this game where you just run the balls. Like it's called 14-1. It's what they play in the hospital. Instead of hitting the ball, the balls you have a soft break where you just try to not scatter the balls very much. And the idea is to eventually someone makes a mistake and you leave an open shot and that person runs out that rack, leaves one ball on the table, makes that ball and collides the cue ball to the rack and opens up that rack and it keeps going. And a really good player can run like 200-300 barrels.
Yeah.
So this guy was playing for $10,000 in the 90s. It's a lot of money. And I was broke, so I didn't believe anybody could play for $10,000. This guy goes to the bathroom, shoots up, comes out, and sits on this bar stool like this. Just sits there for like 20 minutes, just there. And then we were all watching him, like his arms are all curled up like this. And then he got off, screwed his cue together, and never missed. When I say never missed, I mean it was the craziest display of pool I think I had ever seen at the time. He played like the greatest pool player that's ever played. He had no nerves. He couldn't be rattled. The guy who was playing, this guy Jordan Lake, who's degenerate gambler, was a good player too. He was screaming and yelling at him, this motherfucker, he can't play without the shit. He's got to have that shit to play. He didn't give a fuck. He was listening to him yell. He had eyeballs. His pupils were like the size of quarters.
Yeah.
And he didn't miss. He just was firing balls up with like perfect accuracy. He had perfect position on every ball. It was wild to watch. He was just fully heroined up, just running out the table like he saw it in advance. It was like he was looking at a math problem that was easy to solve.
And he's just basically slow Eddie and coming back and just knocking it all in. Like but it's never been like a performance enhancing drug. But to that guy
For nerves.
yeah,
This is the thing. I think
that is a good point.
if you're playing for $10,000, you're basically homeless. He was basically homeless.
Yeah.
I mean, he would sleep on these couches. And so with a guy like that, you get a backer. So a bunch of gamblers would come in, and then they'd come up with the money, and then they'd go in with you, and you get a cut of it. So if you won, you get 40%, the rest 60%, so you take all the money. So it's a free shot at 40% of $10,000. And for a guy like that, he's got no money.
Yeah.
He's staying in flop houses, and he always had the same shirt on, like a throwaway gray sweater with a Christmas tree on it. He always looked like shit.
Yeah.
But I watched him play some of the greatest pool I've ever seen play in my life. That's incredible. On this really tight pocketed table too.
Yeah.
The table was like a real trick table. Table one, executive billiards, White Plains, New York. It was a trick table. Yeah. It was like you had to be really good to play on that table. That's why George wanted to play on it too. It was hard. Okay. He was used to it. That was like his home turf. He played on it all the time. This motherfucker never missed. Heroin out of his mind. He had no nerve. George would yell in his face. He was like,
Stop it.
didn't feel a thing. Didn't feel a thing. He never missed. That's what it is. There's no problem. Yeah,
It takes away every worry you have.
so I ran to him usually. Okay, there's a pool tournament in, so this is when I was probably 23. I was living in New York, and then I moved to LA. And then I'm like 27, 28 now, and I'm playing in this tournament at Hard Times Billiards. Hard Times is like the pool ball in the country back then. Like all the world-class professionals, all the best players. Crazy place. It was an amazing place. I used to love going there. I play in the Sunday tournament. So I get down there, and I see water going. I go, hey man, what are you doing out here? It's in Connecticut, actually. Yeah. And it's like, God, I gotta play in the tournament. I go, I'll play in the tournament. There's like this place, I don't remember what it was, but $50 or something for this guy. I'm like, you might make this work today. He goes, I gotta go get my shit. I go, okay, go get your shit. He goes, I need a ride. I go, where do you need to go? He's like, South Central. I'm like, I'm not driving you to South Central LA so you can score heroin. You're out of your fucking mind. Where? And he was like, dude, you won't be caught. I was like, you can't say that. I go, first of all, if you get caught, you have to take your car and have a nice car. You know, that's Toyota Supra. What are you excited about?
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not driving my brand new Toyota Supra. You're fucking the crack house.
Right.
When you're trying heroin. This is crazy. They arrest people all the time doing that. They take their cars. Those like the scam. They compound your car and then they auction it. Right. Sounds like he's like, that won't happen. I'm like, you fucking what? Yeah. So I go, look, I'll put you in the truck and I'll play, but I'm not just and I go get a cab there or something. Right. So he just did it straight. It's the ball. He's really lost you guys in the road now. Oh damn. Yeah.
Did you bet for him to win?
No, I gave him like whatever the entry fee was.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
But
You were probably like, not today.
well, it's just like tired of telling me to go to South Central and get heroin.
Well, yeah, that's a good way to get carjacked on top of it. It's just cops.
Yes.
I mean, that was very popular to do
The
that.
white boys on TV.
Yeah, that's how they got you hard.
Not like that. I would actually be buying the heroin.
Oh, was this through Fear Factor or
No, this is doing
News Radio?
So I would be buying heroin because I would have to pay for it. He didn't have any money, which is why he didn't have any money to get to the tournament. So like I would be buying heroin. Yeah. In South Central.
Well,
From
this
This was on TMZ back then, so if I was in the news, I got arrested. No one would care.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I don't know.
No one would care. I was
They just think it was anti-dick and let it go.
even if you did was getting in trouble back then. Not really. It wasn't making the news. Our show wasn't popular enough that anybody cared. And I was only 8 people on the cast, right? So I wasn't a star. So I could go anywhere. And every now and then someone would go, hey, you're that guy from that show. Hey, what's up? Okay, so it's pretty easy to get around like that.
Which is great. Well, I mean, good or bad, you're getting the money.
Oh, no.
You deal with all the shit.
Well, it was really good preparation for what I have to deal with today.
Yeah.
Because it was like a slow trickle of fame to the point when you get really famous, like, oh, yeah, this is a trick. Right. Like, don't get sucked into the trick. But back then, so if I got arrested, it probably would have just been, I would probably have just I would have had to like clean out. I probably made some money for that, but maybe listening to I'd go and please drug test me. Yeah, enough. But even if you're still buying heroin, so it's still a felony.
Well, it was a time when they were more lax on all those laws, too. I mean, not lax, but lax with penalties, I should say. Yeah. Because it wasn't as public. I mean, even like Robert Downey Jr., right? I do great admire, actually. Yeah, I miss the cover as well. But even with him, it's like you had to go into your neighbor's house and race car bed. And people were like, maybe we should have a little time behind bars.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
And you supporting monocrop agriculture, which kills more animals than anything.
I don't want my superheroes beat.
Well, he's a nice guy. That's what it is. Nice people want to do kind things. Sometimes you both get to a shitty decision making. They don't even put in soy. So I was like, why am I always crying? I'm very emotional all the time. And now they're banning lab grown meat, so it's like the humans do that, which I mean, it's good, right? I don't know enough about the dangers of lab grown meat. I don't know.
I ate a Beyond Burger once.
That's not lab grown. That's horseshit.
It was awful.
There's a terrible. Yeah, they're in trouble because those people, like their stockholders, all fucking went crazy because they thought they were going to make money off that. They're like, this is it. We made it taste just like a burger. Everyone's going to love it. Cruelty free. No, it gives rats cancer. Oh, good. You've seen this study on these because essentially it's the most highly processed shit. Look, if you want to eat whatever, eat vegetables. Eat organic vegetables. That's healthy. But when you want to pretend that something's a hamburger, it's a trans burger, it has to go through a lot. Just like a trans person has to go. You want to get a vagina? Guess what? You need general anesthesia. And you have to have a guy who's going to cut your dick in half and use an apple core to make you a vagina. And then you're going to have to take a rubber dick and keep it in there so it doesn't close up. So you have to dial it.
You're getting a patty that basically shoots up a school. It's all just filled with nuts.
It's bad for you. Yeah, it's all bad for you. And it's not even satisfying. But it's not good. Like when my friend Duncan, I can trust him. He was living in Carolina, and he sent me a picture during the pandemic. He's like, look, this is all that's available. And all the meat had been gone, and it was just Beyond Burgers. That's all that was left. Everybody had bought all the hamburger, all the steaks, all the chicken. It was just this fucking bullshit.
Well, yeah, 'cause at the end of the day, you kind of have to know it's bullshit.
Well, I think in the beginning, but didn't Kevin Hart have a restaurant where he was just selling all vegan food? People do it because they think they're being a good person. That's what it is. Sure. Yeah, I get it. I get the sentiment behind it, but just eat vegetables. If you really want to go around to eat vegetables, don't go there. It's not good.
Well, no, we're not designed to do that. No. And I'm not saying I have the healthiest diet, obviously, but it's like, yeah, I like steaks, I like meat.
That's probably the only thing keeping you alive.
Probably the only thing I get. Yeah. I eat a lot of diets. I get a lot of migraines.
A lot of diet on the red 40 that they're trying to get rid of.
Yeah.
That was another hilarious argument to get rid of red 40. If we do, what will happen to our business? Meanwhile, the same business is selling this same cereal to Canada without the dye because in Canada it's illegal.
Right. Oh, this, the amount of stuff that we looked at, like our entire breakfast as a kid was just cancer. That's the only thing they advertised on TV. Just have a big sugary bowl of cancer and some toast.
Diabetes too, waiting for you.
Yeah, it was nuts that they came out. Because I'm just the microwave generation. They're like, yeah, just throw that in the microwave and just pour a bowl of this shit for the last 45 years in the cupboard.
For us, it was TV dinners. Yeah, the frozen TV dinner, we put it in the oven. The next thing you know, you eat saltfish,
Wonderful potatoes.
Yeah, the full fluffy potatoes. And then that was 10.
Occasionally the worst brownie you've ever had.
It's not a good brownie. No, I still love those little TV dinners. I just think it was a treat when we eat TV dinners. Oh, yeah. That's how I was bred. There's no vitamins in that.
No, you never felt full. You felt gross, but you never felt full.
It's just, you think about it, even the food thing. I mean, how crazy is it that in the 20th century they had a food label with all the access to books, all the information we had about health and nutrition? They were so wrong. You put the food at the bottom of was all the shit that gives you inflammation. What the foundation is this inflammation causing bread.
What you need here is mostly wheat. You have to make sure you get 18 servings a day of white bread.
With bromate in it. You want to get a lot of that. You want to get a lot of folic acid sprayed on it. Enriched flour is better.
Yes. your sugar, that's in there for some reason. 2 ounces of protein.
That's sugar gone.
And
Everybody had type 2 diabetes. They just didn't know it.
oh yeah, well everybody's getting it now. It's still constant.
I know, there's never been a time that poor people shit fast.
No, like starving people are obese. That's what's crazy. Like you can't get nutrition in your body, but you also have to sit down and get groceries in a cart. Yeah,
There's a what's fun. As they give it for you, they have cards set up there for you. It's a lot of distance.
you do. Yeah. I just don't see them driving up a ride.
Any rides?
Well, I mean, not the ride you get for free. So the ride, but the actual ride.
Oh, I love riding myself.
But if I wait 400 pounds, I may not enjoy it. Or yeah, that's it about it.
It works. That's what it
The free beer with your kid and the bar comes down, that bread. No protection.
right. But you pop right off the top. I'm so fat. Right. Right. There's like this much of a gap.
See his people riding and the kids are looking at his mom on surface.
Yeah, they realize I'd be terrified. I just think that when I got ski this, like, this is great. I noticed when you sit on this thing way above the planes,
Well, people would fall off all the time. Yeah, so think it'd be funny to jump or whatever. Like being in the mountains in Michigan, but we did have big enough that it looked like I was skiing. Lost skiing really young. And then I went down it was like a double black line. Yeah, I was like, I got this. And my ski got stuck in a soft mobile and I just went down it on my face. It looked like 8 dudes beat the shit out of me. Like I was just like all scarred and physical. And I just didn't ski much after that.
I got a concussion years back. I got a concussion and I got a total insufficiency fracture in my shin. Some lady did not ski and she slid into the trail like sideways doing this thing. And I had 2 choices: either destroy this lady or wipe out hard. And I took the second choice. I banged my head off the ground. It was bad. I heard just I had a help on, but you still. So yeah, the bang was loud and I was dizzy for the rest of it. 100% got a concussion. And I didn't feel right for the rest of the day. And then I was like, this is not worth it. Real. Everybody I know has a torn ACL from it, concussion, my grandpa died.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, no. I didn't know it's in Europe. Yeah, what do they do, though?
They don't have schools.
Well, yeah, they'll have this, like, somebody knows the sun's gone out.
Yeah.
Like, launch right into a tree of a mighty oak.
It's not worth
You do. I just never enjoyed it that much. And when I tried snowboarding, like, I started skateboarding. I was a poser at that. Why am I even attempting this?
snowboarding. You're attached to that fucker too. The skis pop off.
You get away.
Yeah.
The board's coming to this people. You fall.
I know a lot of people got knocked down snowboarding because the feet go up in the air. Yeah, you know, something happens, feet go up in the air, your head first.
Dude, my son does it. He's 10. And I let him, but he's pretty good at it. But I always get very nervous when he goes to do it. But he's good. He's a very good athlete.
The good thing is little kids have less weight, and when they're falling, it's not painful. They're all flexible, pliable.
Dude, he broke his arm. It was crazy. He was better. Like, it was like 8 days. So how did you do this? Like, I tore my, meniscus, ACL, grew off at my kneecap. And yeah, I was making fun of my friend. And he tackled me. And we're on a little with keg gear. So instead of going to the hospital when there was a lot of panic, I just went till the morning and I had my friends carry me around this party. And then the next morning, I'm like, yes, it all. So my friend Jimmy drove me to the hospital, and dude, it was kind of a sitcom. Like, the doctor drove us up the door into my leg. He looked into a drinking fountain on it. And like, I broke my leg more just trying to get into the hospital. And then by the time I got in for the surgery, there was what happened. I could be like, I was drunk at my friend's side. You know, I was like, oh, I slipped on ice in the picture. Just walking in my car, and they're like, this is a lot of damage for just slipping on ice because I just twisted it all night. I should have known. I mean, my foot was like behind me. When I hit it, but my knee just. So I have rods in my right knee. So I just tried. Yeah, rods. Even the other knee. Yeah. Wow.
Was that bad?
Yeah. It pops sometimes when I walk. It's really nice.
Does it hurt?
Sometimes, but not as bad as it walking the treadmill for a long time, or if I do something where we're just outside, like I would go hiking or whatever, because my wife likes it. So we'll do that. But I like saddle for it after maybe a couple miles, but not like severe. But it's like, yeah. So yeah, you can good weather, with it in the sense, but nothing crazy.
Is there an option to take those rods out? There are a lot of them, they put them in there so the bones can grip, right?
Yeah, there might be. I mean, it's been 25 years. I'm sure there's been advancements in it. I just don't bring it up in your phone. Roll oil, how I make sure it's destroyed. Right? Like, why did you come in? You can bring it up easy.
Yeah, I know that broke his arm from the plate. They kept his arm here to pop it through his skin. So he had another operation. He opened up his arm again and took his plate out. His arm healed with all its fused, but then the plates and the screws started bouncing out.
That's
Through
yeah.
the skin.
That's what happened to my son. My son, he was like 6, and then his friends were hanging out at his friend's house, and they had like a slide that was 8 feet in the air. They both decided to jump off. And he landed funny. He's a little kid. So I was at my friend's funeral. I like rushed back to get him. It's the worst thing to ever do. Just the worst. But yeah, we made sure like we got the screws out, we got the right, like everything went fine. But the weight of it, so dude, it was us. Like they cut the cast off like 2 weeks before they were supposed to, because he's like, I can go like this. Because I remember I was like put a bar still, and I was still underage, so I was still going to bars with like a cast on, so like a full blown knee brace, and I'm wearing like tracksuits and like chains and side stuff. It's just like a reverse stoner, and I just walking around with my crutches.
That's hilarious. How long did it take for you to walk?
Properly? Yeah, about 6 months. Now, every now and then I do walk because it just kind of goes out. So if I still feel no, it's one of those guys who done for so long, he didn't care that. And I was saying stuff, feels like kind of nicer. So, like, I mean, he felt really bad. I should say that, but no, it's not anything. Her whole house went nuts, and she was so hot, and I always had a crush on her. And she's like, your family's going to sue you. Like, my family's not going to sue anything to do with you. They're not going to sue you. And I think my dad had passed at that point. She's like, we're so freaking out. She had these wild Christmas parties every year for it happened. Oh, and then ended the wild Christmas parties. And she's like, yeah, you never sued him. Why did I sue? Because I'm stupid. Like, it was my fault. And then I just went out and said, yeah, it's gone on. Isn't that a gross thing? People just sue it. Something stupid with your house that's never. Like, I can understand points where people have. It's just such a scammer mentality. It's a shit thing to do to anybody. It's like somebody who like slips and they like attack your train. Any of that stuff that's possible. There was a lady that was when my kids were younger. There was this lady that was a single mom, and her daughter was playing with my daughter. And, to come over to the house, and she went to another person's house, and like they're not playing it. So it's good, and she wasn't there. So she comes to pick up her daughter, and they have a dog. And the dog is a very friendly dog, and the dog, it jumps up. So, dogs do that, and scraped her with its claws. Just scraped her with its claws. She sued the family for $50,000. And they just settled. They settled because they were informed, listen, legal fees is going to be probably $100,000. She wants $50,000. So this fucking asshole, all the dog nails, just scratched her a little bit. Not even like bleeding, nothing crazy, just normal. Oh, your dog's crazy. Like where you and I would be like, what a cute dog. Right? She was like, opportunity to sue this family that's wealthy. Especially the fact that that's just what they do. I remember when we were young, there were 2 kids that were at this house behind the camp we were at. And this one kid was always throwing rocks at. And we were like, we shouldn't do that because we like the dogs, and the camp had its own golden retriever. It was fun with it, but they'd run on the fences and stuff. So that's when I first even started introduced to dogs when I was young. I've always liked dogs, and I have 2, and I've had tons. But I remember the pit bull one day stuck his finger through the fence, took off these 2 cars, these 2 foot tops, and like they sued, they put the dog down, so we were like, he's been chucking rocks at those things all summer. Like he's been antagonizing his animals all summer. I mean, it sucks that it happened, but it's like sucks that kids stupid. Yeah, it sucks that he was told not to do it a bunch of times, and then there was a consequence to this shitty action. Also, that's the reason this little rock dog. But what's wrong with a kid with little rocks as a dog? It's like the first thing you find that has a conditional love. Yeah, it's the first thing that like you trust in a different way. It's a cat dog. I didn't remember that. Well, I remember the blood and the screaming, but I don't remember much about it other than that. That's your catching. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the penmanship wasn't very good after
Old stubs.
yeah. Yeah, but he deserves a turn dog. My brothers had ones where, yeah, I've had a bunch of these rescued a couple, and I've had friends who have seen them in Detroit fight, where they would throw them in the back out, the losers, and sometimes my friends would take them, get them sewn up and keep them, but those dogs specifically kind of only being left to alone, or the owner, like my friend, just would have like lots of dogs. It used to be fun to keep them.
The real issue with people, dogs, and children and animals, they don't tell if it's a child, it's a person. At least it seems like they attack kids.
Well, and children, dogs are animals sometimes, and that's kind of how I treat some of my kids. Like you have to understand that,
Right.
like when you roughhouse them or whatever, like there's a be real careful because she might not necessarily know what he's doing. During that young age, dogs love them, but a lot of times kids can be really, really rough with dogs.
Yeah, sure. Especially if they don't grow up with them, they don't know anything about it. But the thing is, if you have a sweet dog or whatever,
Yeah.
if my kids, both dogs were like my dog, if they went up to another dog and grabbed his face, the dog might bite your fucking face off.
Yeah, so they're the best. They're just designed to be the sweetest animals in life.
He's the nicest dog of all time. Best pet ever.
Yeah.
Just the whole. They come over, it's like, no! He flags him. He always has to greet him and kill him. But as soon as I come in the house, I'm going to put his toys and runs up to the toy.
It's the nicest feeling in the world. That's sweet dogs.
He cuddles me when I watch TV. He climbs up, like, literally, like, flies in my lap. He's 75 pounds. He's like the head of my chest. Just like to pat one on TV.
Yeah, they just want to be with you. It's the nicest thing. And I had a Rottweiler. People are afraid of those, but she was the sweetest dog.
It's a lot of it's height, but it's also the breed. It's also the blood pattern. Like if you get a big red pit bull and you expect it to be cool with a dog, you have to fucking right. That dog is designed to fight dogs.
Yeah.
But if you get a good dog and you train him well and teach him, it takes a lot of responsibility. Like people that want to get like a German Shepherd or a Belgian Malinois. Oh, their first dog. Yeah. You got like a super athlete. And you just think he's in the yard and occasionally throw the ball to it.
It's not working. You never walk. So it's got a bunch of pent-up anger and energy.
It's like a high school kid that's been left in a confined space.
Yeah. See how it works when he comes out.
Yeah.
It's real world. I go to a dog park.
Yeah.
Did you see that video of dog park? There's one video where a guy and his dog is attacking one dog, and some dude runs up out of nowhere and just shoves his finger in one dog's ass.
Oh, that works.
Yeah, it did, but it was still the most ridiculous thing. Like this guy just runs in like he's Superman. It's like I've got it.
Well, if a dog has a lock on it, that's what you
Is it? Yeah, it works.
I know I can work with my dog, but
Yeah, I've never was expert.
close to work.
Yeah.
Dogs fight each other. It's told some they'll let go.
Yeah.
It's freak out. It's get the face with a jet of water.
Yeah, that will do it.
But, the really fucked up thing is that people bred dogs for fighting. And they like to fight. But when they fight for rights, they said it got some fucking judges. Watching like shoot each other's faces off.
Well, I had a border collie at the same time as a Rottweiler, and they were both pretty, they both were fighting each other. But I always, and you'd always just watch for the tail waggling because they were flipping each other over. Like when we first got the route, we went to the dog park because they were like newer to us in Michigan, and this one dog was coming up, it was bigger than my rod, but kept like messing with her. And that's what she said. I was a dog park once. It's like a dog. Are you serious?
It was the wildest thing. And all the dogs that really was their dog. Some guy had one of those little dog, because you can get them dogs where they're not really dogs. It's a wolf, and this thing just walked in, and every dog was like, "That's not a fucking dog." They all scattered. It was wild to watch. It was big, man. It was really big. It's like 100+ pounds, and just big fucking mouth, big long, and just looked like a wolf. And every dog knew it was the dog.
They all back.
Wolves eat dogs.
Oh, yeah, they do.
They knew. Yeah, they fucking, there was a thing like the smell, the look, whatever. No dog was sizing up with it at all. No, every dog was weird.
Look at they have that instinct. And that thing is like what dogs, like that's like if a caveman walked in.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that's the original OG of horse supposed to be.
Right.
No.
Oh yeah, I've seen this video. This video is wild. So there's all these dogs are fighting, and you check out this one dog walks in. He's the fucking boss, and this dog. Look, all the other dogs back the fuck away from motherfucker. Look, they all back away. This one dog, and he gets on their dog. Like, look what happens. Yeah, it's like John Wick of dogs.
Yes.
Look at this. The dog just lays down, and he just gets on top of it. I have no idea what kind of dog that is.
I don't know either. It's a black one. It's got to be. It's a white one.
Oh, and it's a
Oh, the black one was cowering. That was my dog.
well, why don't you take a photo of that dog and put it image?
The dog was like Benji's. Like,
I know, that's crazy.
yeah, it's right. They knew it had a hard life.
My friend has a dog like that. It's a small, it's a darker like gray and brown dog. And it's a play dog. And it's the most savage fucking dog I've ever seen in my life.
And it looks like that.
Yes, this dog just chases pigs. Which is crazy. Oh, yeah. But this dog is just nuts. Look at that dog. Come on, touch. The mixed breed for a mutt. Based on the fence, shaggy, wiry coat, unchecked, and crazy AI. Wolfhound or terrier mixes. Large size and sturdy build might also suggest a Central Asian Shepherd or Kango ancestor, especially if the dog uses livestock clothing. However, there is a more context of the dog's size and ability. It's difficult to it's going to be identified as likely a mix of working or gardening. How many rural or semi-rural areas?
Yeah, that thing they just knew had it tough.
Yeah.
It just came in.
It's not even a big dog. That's what's crazy. Yeah, that was kind of what it's like with that wolf shirt dog hunt. All the other dogs were like, what the holy fuck is this?
Was it you? I think you were talking about it. Maybe I don't know, but it's about the guy who trained wolves. And
I've had people on that sport wolves. You can't really trace them.
yeah, like I think it was like the movie The Braves, like taking the wolf or whatever. And like he said, hearing it, said he has to pull down as a stuntman or whatever. So the second he gets home, one of the wolves is going to try to take his spot. So you got to like grab the wolf and hold it up in the air, and like that's like the main thing to do to get it to stop. But like every night he just has to prepare himself for fighting the wolf, which is crazy. It's so stupid. But I mean, they all just they're hack in.
Yes, as soon as you they take the dominant spot.
Hey, you have a good day of filming. There's just this wolf looking at you the whole car ride home and saying your shit once you get home.
I know three of those wolf dogs. These piece of shit. And they got out of his yard and killed the neighbor's sheep and lied about it. Killed the sheep.
Yeah.
Because they just killed the farm.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's just it commit suicide. What did we kill? No money? What did this?
There's coyotes and stuff where no.
But you have a hard time taking out sheep. It take a long time.
Yeah. But they grab small dogs. Like, but before COVID, we like in Detroit and the suburbs, we never had coyotes and any of that stuff. And then after, you see them all the time. Like I would walk out and just be like a deer in my front home. Like this is bizarre. And this part, and then now you have ones that like hop fences and grab small dogs and jump away.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're everywhere now. They're in all 50 states. And they're in every state.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, they're on wild animal. They're really interesting.
Because when I first saw him, they'd be crossing the street at night, and he'd be coming back from his gig, and I'm like, was it a good dog? Should I stop? And then it's clearly just a coyote.
Yeah.
I'd never seen them up close like that ever.
They're in Central Park.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Yeah. I just don't want that though. That looks like what it is. Yeah. The Boston broken-haired hound called the Rock. Yeah, that's simple. Fight bears? That makes sense. That makes sense. That would make sense why all those dogs are playing. He is not playing. Yeah. A scent hound. Yeah, that's what my friend's dog looks like. And it's a little dog. It's a girl. And she's fucking ferocious.
And just has a pig and a bear.
Yeah, pigs are like wild pigs are some of the most ferocious sounding animals. I remember the first time I went hunting pigs, we were going down this dirt road, right? It was like heavily wooded, like high grass, and they were in grass near us. And then they started fighting, and it sounded like demons, like wars. They were just going to war, like maybe 10, 15 feet from us, and we couldn't see them because of the tall grass. Like, the sound was nuts. Like, the sound is insane. Where do you hunt them? This was in California.
Okay.
California, where, oddly enough, we think most of them came from William Randolph Hearst's estate. Because William Randolph Hearst, the same piece of shit that, Orson Welles covered in Using Rosebud, the same reason why marijuana came into the world, that guy. William Randolph Hearst had an enormous estate, and he had wild boars out there on his estate. Of course, they got free. And now, Central California, all that area, it's like San Jose, they have a giant problem with them.
Really?
Yeah, they like show up on people's lawns, tear their lawns apart, and wake up in the middle of the night, and wild pigs with fucking stuff on.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
They attack animals?
Yeah, they kill people.
Really?
Yeah, it's one old lady got killed by wild pigs.
What way to go?
Like returning filthy things, tearing his face off. It's kind of unexpected. Kind of funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're
How did grandma go? She was killed to death by pigs. Wild ones. In her suburb.
but it's fixed though. They a lot. That's what we do. It's history.
Yeah, with a mansion. I mean, it was pork.
Yeah, it's a different kind of pork. It's like a dark.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Never
Yeah,
had.
because they're not eating just grains. They're eating whatever the fuck they find. A lot of acorns, so a lot of it, a lot of sound.
Yeah.
Very delicious.
What do you put?
That time was a rifle, but I'll go hunting. That's what I used to do. Yeah, bow hunting. But the thing is, like, if you're bow hunting pigs, if you're shooting a wild boar with a big boar, I don't think you should have a background. You always have a pistol in case he comes at you. And you probably have one in the chamber. So it's running at you, you're going to have to, it'll charge habits all the time.
So it's kind of, because bears are like that, aren't they? Like shooting at the heart, it'll go 100 yards.
Some bears.
Okay.
If you shoot it hard, it's out there to go 100 yards, but they might be able to. They can go 100 yards really fast.
Just not the right time.
Yeah. But, bears
Or, I'm going to say it's freaking this.
in a bear, there is a distance between you and them, where it's like a fight or flight distance, where they're too close, where they think that you'll attack them, and so then you're in trouble. Yeah. But if they're far enough away where they're like, oh, this guy's not going to chase me, and you can scare them off, that can happen. Bears are tricks.
Yeah, I've never. Well, we had one getaway. I mean, it was a hunting house. We were just out in, what do you call them, Smokies? And it was just a vacation. And it says, don't throw food off the balcony. So, of course, the first thing my son does is throw a hamburger. And then all we can hear is the woods start moving. And we look down, and I'm like, there's a bear. And I didn't know they climbed. So the thing starts climbing up the side of the house. And eventually we just kind of made enough noise or something that it went back into the woods. But I'm like looking around, like, we have a gun, right? And he's like, I think we have one. That's good, because there's a bear climbing up the house. It was terrifying.
Yeah, if you have food left out, if the bugs left out, once they've established that that's a place where they get food, they keep coming back.
That's what I was, yeah. And the first thing that was chucking hamburger out to see animals. I'm like, buddy, I told you like 4 or 5 times. And then like a couple minutes later, bear.
Oh, yeah. Do you know the state that has the most bears per capita in the country?
No, New Jersey. Is it really?
Yeah. New Jersey has a crazy bear problem.
I did not know that.
So the governor of New Jersey ran on a platform of stopping the bear hunt. Because people have bears in New Jersey. Yeah. People think of New Jersey, when you think of these high density areas like Hoboken, Hackensack, that's not New Jersey. New Jersey's mostly rural.
And then they have especially like mountains.
Yeah. Well, a kid got killed out by Rutgers. A bear ate him. And yeah, Rutgers University students with high that got taken out. And bears became such a problem that the same governor who ran stopping bear hunt and did stop the bear hunt, the population grew so badly without hunters that he reinstated bear hunt.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to. The interactions between humans and bears are going through the roof.
I was really hoping that story ended with you got eaten by bears. That would be just the perfect irony.
Well, you probably have encounters. A lot of people that have anywhere near them have encounters. Like there's a video of Far Rockaway, New Jersey, played it. Maybe that's a podcast, but you played it just for you. Okay. But these fucking bears, they look like 400 or 500 pound bears, and they're fighting in the middle of a suburb. And they're essentially going to war for garbage. So like, they claim either that or maybe one of the females can eat, but they're just 2 fucking huge bears. And they're falling downstairs, they're out in the street, and the people film them from their car. These are big bears, right?
Are they brown bears?
Black bears. They're all black bears in the United States until you get into the upper northwest. And so you only get grizzlies and like Ivan's bears. Jeffro, fucking normal house, suburb. There's a state sign out there. The size these fuckers, they knocked over the sign there. That was a light, I guess, like electrical. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Bro, it spills out into the street. These guys go to war for like 10 fucking minutes. How long is this video? 6-minute video. Look at this. They get out and show up where they're out in the street. So people are filming them. These fuckers tumble down the side of the hill. They're still dipping it up.
I've seen them come down the street and
The size of these guys, man. Look at that. Right by the mailbox. Look at all the hair.
Oh, yeah.
All these hair.
And that's crazy. Well, dude, that's just because they're claws.
Yeah. The size of these fuckers.
Imagine that goes across your face.
Oh, dude. You're so dead. Those are big bears. Dude,
That guy's so nervous about his ball bone. It's like, come on.
well, these people are so used to it. These people who live in this area. Yeah, you're right.
The car just was like, all right, I'm ready for it to fall in the shrubs. I'm going to gun it. Dude, what is this thing?
Imagine people who's walking home from school.
Sees 2 bears.
And see 2 fucking huge bears.
And this is
Far away. Look, you hear the cars? Yeah. Look, cars driving by. Oh my guys. Cars stop, walk, come on, get sandwich.
yeah, you know we have bears now.
Yeah. Far Rockaway
Dude, yeah, that's
does not have the most black bears in the back. Well, I thought it did.
I would imagine for a small
Dense population makes its high bear population a significant concern for residents, particularly in the states. Dude, Ted Richard told me that. The state forest covered northwestern regions have one of the highest concentrations of black bears in the nation, with approximately 3,000 bears.
right?
Yeah.
And there's a thing or two.
A high population density, concentration in the northwest, sightings. The other problem is they really don't have an accurate number.
Right.
Because in heavily wooded areas, when you're going to do a census on animals, you're sending out wildlife biologists that come count them. And there's no way you can really count it correctly because you're dealing with dense woods. And black bears are particularly difficult to find in the woods. Their sense of smell is insane. Their hearing is insane. And when you hear people, it's like that.
Yeah, look, in Michigan, you've seen them, like they come down because we're up at us against the Oklahoma, it's name. that stuff, but you do see them on occasion. But I guess they are becoming more and more, like they're moving more and more south towards the city. Yeah, which I think we should.
Yeah.
I think it's why we control the deer population.
Yeah. It's like that's what people have always known. And somehow or another, liberals lost their minds. Thought it's a bad idea to control predators.
Yeah, massive, huge predators. Right. And you realize, like, let's just say the deers and lions. You don't control it. You just have people smashing into them with their cars.
No, they're made out of food.
Right. You could eat.
You can go eat them. Deers are delicious.
Have you ever been in front of like one of the horns? Like I was in the Rockies, my friend was all high, he gets out of the car, it's like 20 years ago, and there's like, I don't know, it wasn't, maybe it was a deer, but like an elk or something. Yeah. And he gets out, like, he says, I want to stand by and take a picture. I'm like, I think you should do that. I think you do that, like, terrible idea. And the thing just lowers its horns at him, and I'm like, you kids, get back to the car. They're like in a Jeep gunning it away from this thing chasing us.
There's a guy that is in his car, he's talking shit. That's in the street in Yellowstone, and it fucking jabs his tires, takes his tire out, doesn't even know it's like, fuck! You hear it punctures his tire.
Dude, it just took him out the way a cop would. And then it's got horns getting ready to take you out.
He stabbed his tire. The scariest one is that. You have the video taking out his car?
Yeah.
Look at the size of that fucker.
You have a tree running out of your head. A shark of a tree. Yeah.
I don't know if this is the one that kind of retired. The other one was coming from the other side. It was going from the driver's side. The driver's fucking shit there. But he gets out of the driver was walking. Well, it's the real thing. Yeah. It's flags and stuff. They will go after you.
There's a lot of videos of people who think they're majestic and they're like 8 feet away from them. And it's like, it's not cool, it's an animal. And then the next thing you hear is how they look.
Yeah, it's not just that, it's an animal that's like really good at stomping at boy. Is this going to attack?
If I get an arrow, really good.
Yeah. Well, this is Rothschild. This is coming straight at you. Whenever a shot is finals. So you have to take the most risky shot, which is you take it a frontal. So when you essentially you have a very small area to target it, and it's yeah. So this hair comes down, like you want to get it right here. So what you're trying to do is shoot this arrow through basically like a softball-sized hole, maybe a little larger than a softball-sized hole, and it'll go straight through, slice through the heart, the lungs, everything. It's the most deadly shot that you can land. Right. Like you got a 1,800-pound animal coming at you. You're shaking. You're right in front of it. It's 30 yards. You're not sure that you hit that spot. Your hearts are shaking. You're filled with adrenaline.
And you have to go to softball-sized spots.
You really want to be standing sideways, but it's not standing sideways. It's just moving towards the offensive way. You should probably just get the fuck out of it.
Yeah, I would leave immediately.
Or get around a tree. Yeah. Get like where a tree is, you can stand behind the tree. Like at least you can kind of maneuver a little bit.
Is there sight for it?
But yeah, they don't have a good sight.
So that's kind of like the better way.
Well, they're kind of dumb.
Yeah.
Because they're so big, they don't have to be smart.
Yeah.
And they don't have birds. They're not like, you don't see birds that you see a bird that's generally by themselves and they do more. Okay. Yeah. And then they come in, and when they come in, they're looking for this.
Oh, that's yeah. Who's fucking you in the ass? Yeah.
Stand on that.
Just power turn. And with those sides.
And you also have a fucking powerful bow. Get into that rib cage, those birds are thick as shit.
So that spot is underneath that like beard and all that stuff that he's got right there. It's right all.
But if you hit an arrow there, they die so quick.
Really?
See, Google frontal shot kill on elk. There's a famous video of these kids bow hunting. So Like this elk comes in and shoots this kid frontal shot and takes it like 20 yards, and the elk just stands there, and then blood starts spraying out of it and it just tips over.
Really?
Like what I said, it's nuts. It's the most lethal shot if you land it correctly, but it's I never took it. It's a tricky shot. Like my friend Cam Hayes, probably the best bow hunter in the world. Okay. He's taken frontal shots, but the last time he took one, it was like at 10 yards.
Is that guy out
This
here?
isn't it. This is not a frontal. These are just close fighting. Google. This is an elk. Oh, insane frontal shot. Okay. All right. There we go. This isn't the one. Right, so that's it. You got it right there. So see how it sprays? That's a perfect shot. Oh, a perfect shot. You got it right. If you watch where the impact is, oh, that's quick. Watch where the impact of the arrow is. It's right at the bottom. See where it is? Like right at the bottom. Yeah. It's a perfect shot. So that goes into the body cavity, cerebral arteries. That bull's dead in seconds.
But this animal seems
That's
kind of
great.
like, yeah. This it doesn't seem as aggressive though as that.
No. Yeah, they're not aggressive. They're looking for other elk. Like he's looking for love. Yeah, that's what he's looking for. Looking for love or a fight. Okay. Yeah.
Because the moose looks like he just wants to kill the guy. Or at least.
Oh, they did.
attack him,
No,
right?
they'll kill him. They will kill him. I'm sure elk have killed people before, but they don't want to.
Right.
Moose would chase you. Yeah. Moose would chase you and stomp you, especially female moose that has one of their babies. That's how you gotta feel away. They will stomp you out. My buddy was chased on horseback. He barely got away from the cow moose.
Seriously?
Yeah, going after us because it had calves with her. Yeah, and she was protecting her calves. He was on a horse, and she looks at that horse like that might be an animal. Right, he wants to stomp my babies. And so she full clip chased after him. She's like, I barely got away. Where's this at? But Edmonton. Was this Edmonton? No, DC.
Okay, yes. That sounds like yes, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be terrified if I had to make that shot of a moose coming at me that size.
It's a sketchy shot. Yeah, it's a sketchy shat. And it's kind of a broadhead now.
Can you get the gun?
Okay. Oh, it's a gun. You shoot.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
With a gun, you go through the shoulders.
I just don't know if it was like maybe aeroplane for like 6 or something.
No. You should definitely do that with a gun. The thing about an arrow is you have so much energy, like from above. So if like you hit one of those big shoulder bones, like you're stiff to kill the arrow, you're not going to feel it. So you have to be behind the shoulder. And then you know, if you don't have enough power, if you center punch a rib, you're probably not going to get a lot of penetration. So you have to have a really powerful bow. And a lot of guys stay away from mechanical broadheads and solid things. Right. It's tricky kind of bow hunting.
Yeah, that's cool.
You bow on something good.
Yeah, which is that's game. I mean, that's exciting.
That's why we don't care. I think. You know,
Unless you're the Grizzly Man guy, which is one of my favorites.
I'm convinced one of those movie has comedy.
Oh, I think it is too. Yeah, I'm surprised. Like he says, the ending is not the real footage.
No, there's no actual audio footage of that guy that's available. If you listen online, footage that says it is not real. You can kind of tell they're acting. He told me they destroyed the actual audio. That's what I heard. Yeah, the lens covers on the camera, but there's audio. It's a long audio. Bears don't kill you; they just eat you.
Right.
Yeah, and this whole thing out eat you kill the same guy.
Which is apparent to that guy who's going up elementary school telling people how bears are dangerous. And they're like, it's hibernation season, you should go. And he's like, no, but I can't just sprinkles and Telco, and they all love me. You know, it's little names for them. It was just like, oh, yeah. I mean, you can't just hang out there. Like, it was, that whole movie is just, he said, like, I love it, like, we think that the bear just thought he was basically retarded.
Yeah. Remember when the sheriff said that? Well, I thought he was retarded. It's just the way to tell this name. It's just there's too many times where someone says something ridiculous and then they smash cut. Like, this guy's doing something like this. He wants you to laugh. It's funny.
It's gotta be because he's like slapping Bear on the nose and he's like, no, serious. And then he's turning around and doing the interviews. And you're just waiting for him to die, basically.
I have to let them know. I stand my ground. I love you. I love you.
I'm just gonna put my tent here. This is gonna be what you consider a plate, and I'm just gonna hang it up to breathe.
It's me inside. His girlfriend got killed too, which is really sad.
I'm surprised that, yeah, she had a girlfriend.
One, he had one.
And two, she was like,
She's probably supposed to.
yeah, yeah, like, nice. I'm sure he didn't fuck her. He's like that kind of guy. Definitely had her killed.
He definitely was dead. It seemed like that was part of his dilemma. Like, he wanted to be an actor, and that didn't work out for him, so he started getting notoriety by being a bear expert.
Right.
But he wants to be a bear expert.
No, he was just an idiot who would go into the forest and get
Protecting his bears. He'd be like, Forest Service won't protect him, his motherfucker is not protecting his bears. You leave him alone. But that dude got some amazing footage, I'll tell you that. His footage was fucking incredible. Notice he was living with them. So he got footage that nobody else was getting, like high resolution, close-up footage of bear fights. You can't really attach the fox. Yeah. Foxes are fucking adorable. They're like dogs, man. They are the closest thing to dog. Like playful. They play with him. They stole his hat. Like, yeah, they would come hang out with him. Scratch their head.
Well, a lot of the people who find baby foxes and then just kind of raise them, spot them, that's amazing.
There's a Instagram page that I follow, Menu the Fox. Check this out. It's like a little tiny fox. This guy's raised, and it's so adorable. So adorable. It is. This guy brings this fox and you never that cute little fox. He's so cute. It's adorable. But he hides it and stuff. He's playful. But this guy has this fox as a pet, and and see, show the things where he's like out of the like he's living it. Yeah, it's just straight up. Party. Yeah, very cool. It's like an adorable little dog.
It's like it's not too when I just like learned how to open the fridge.
We asked for that already. Fucker won't go back. No, I'm free.
This is where I belong.
Yeah.
He's just trying to run with the guy who's awesome. Huge years.
Incredible. That thing probably doesn't almost fart a mile away. Look at his face. So fucking cute, man.
Yeah, they really are. They're really cool.
Yeah. People have done this with their razor. Yeah. I think it's making your face. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you have to be around it all the time.
Yeah, I think if it's, I don't know, but if it's abandoned young enough to where it's attached to you, there's something there.
Yeah, no, you definitely can raise it. Yeah, and people have raised coyotes in Texas.
Oh, yeah.
But you have to be around it all the time because they're wild. Then like you're just tricking them into like by constantly giving you food and attention, so they feel like they don't have to do anything else. That they really feel instinctual about doing. Let's go out and kill your cat.
Oh yeah. Well, there's a place called Oswald Bear Ranch.
He's got a cat. This cute little fox is like half the size of the cat. He wants to play with the cat. That's adorable. Knowledge of never see a cat with a tail like that. That's a really pissed off cat.
Well, the cat doesn't want to play with its owner, let alone whatever that thing is.
The cat looks like it's on SSR.
Yeah, it is.
That's about as close.
Yeah, it was actually male cat. It's not identified that way anymore.
A cat who's going to shoot it. It's going to put in the pound. Shoot it up.
It's going to take out everybody at the pet store.
The story of wolves and how we turn wolves into dogs is pretty fucking insane.
It is amazing how we do just kind of have these like wolves in our house, but we made them cuter by design over centuries.
Right, this is my
It's just actually what it is.
yeah,
It's impressive.
well, and then you get them down for like if you go far enough back, that's a wolf.
Oh yeah. How did they do that? I have a Charles again.
As if King Charles was gay enough.
Exactly. I had to make sure he wears bow ties. Like a wolf would.
Bow ties. Oh my god,
They put him in a bow tie.
that's
and I've always had big dogs, and I kind of just like the fact that he's kind of small. Just really wants to sit there. Really wants to chill. He'll go for a walk, but he's not dying to.
The breed, the furthest removed physically characteristic by wolves is the Cavalier King Charles Spaniel.
Yeah, mine's called a Cavalier.
That's the one I have.
Yeah, I have a mix.
The Cavalier King Charles Spaniel, one of the most popular breeds in the US, probably because of their lapdog reputation.
They're going to get on.
Oh, that's not funny. I love it. That's the furthest removed physically characteristic.
Yeah. It has, I mean, he's fun with the red toys. He's got his lamb. It's like jumping the window, a giant dog. Just like shaking it, like trying to intimidate them. And I'm like, you're going to like a little bow tie. It looks so gay.
It's really trying to say that. My dog loves to play Marshall, like golden kids, everybody's best friends.
It's very good. Yeah. So we have some more dogs that I have. Feel worse as this goes. I have it. What's that? It's like a little. We don't have the long haircut on it, but you know this long hair, like almost show dogs.
Okay.
And it's just a heavenly.
Oh, wow.
We have two like top right corner. She looks like that. So that's the other dog, and she's the best. She's insane. Like, yeah, not the smartest dog I've ever seen. That's one of the things I love about it.
Well, they have some smart. No, like the rich kids on trust funds, they're not so fucking smart either.
Yeah, they are the most privileged dog community. Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, they have. Yes. That's all they have. They're not poor kids. No, well, we're the ones
Cutting off their balls and spanking them.
right.
Yeah, they're all
trans.
Yeah, they're all a little angry at us.
My dog's under balls.
Oh, do they really?
Oh, yeah, I don't fix my dog.
So we had already had we got them.
I had a really good dad when I first moved to LA, and I always thought you have to fix dogs.
Yeah.
He's like, Pop Parker.
Yes.
Pop Parker.
Oh, yeah.
Train your dog's trans. How is this? Don't be an irresponsible dog owner and let your dogs have puppies that nobody wants. How about you just be a responsible dog owner and let your dog have its natural fucking hormones?
Yeah.
Because when you cut their balls off, they get tired. They get depressed. They have no energy.
Testosterone.
Testosterone.
Yeah.
What happens to people when their testosterone goes? You get depressed.
Yeah.
You get depressed. You have no energy. That's the same shit that happens to your dog. Yeah.
That's why he's in a bow tie.
And my dad was told me that. I was like, everyone else does this. Everyone wants to like this baby. He's terrible. Like how a dog behaves. I see a change. All of it. Now, if you have an overly aggressive dog, that's a different story. If you have a dog that like probably should train, that's probably what it is. Probably needs obedience training. Probably needs a lot of attention. Probably needs a lot of exercise. But okay, your dog's involved.
No. And I mean, the next dogs I have, I probably won't. You know, but it's something I'm used to for so long. Like with soft dogs, I can control the pet populations. There's not dogs running over the streets that have to be euthanized all the time.
Yeah, but that's like terrible. If it's your own dog, so but again, that's what dogs are.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's just like people are bad parents when their kids want to, join a gang and shoot people up. It's like it's a lot of the same kind of shit.
It's the same. It's literally the same thing. I mean, like years ago, there were articles, not to bring it back to my hometown, but like in Detroit, where you would see dog gangs rolling together. They take over a house. And, I know one house was like filled with nipples and stuff. It was a black lab that was like big shit in his house. Yeah, it was crazy. And but he was smart. I think that they must have been there. It's like when Rolling Stone, I think it was showed up. And they were like, holy shit, I have these instructions, like all these flip overs and that's like all there. And probably good countries. That's you could shoot Labradors and dogs. Yeah, that's true. It's like we could see just half dogs going down the street when it was at its most like empty. I heard about all the babies that killed them, kind of dogs and children. So I was over there. Wild dogs, like feral dogs. And that's a rough way to go. That's a tough way to go. She was trying to think where she said, oh, dogs. I doubt it. Yeah, I doubt it. Most people get scared. Yeah, they should. Yeah, especially around like the mountains. You don't know the dog, but you could be animals. Yeah, never go up to the dog with sure. I need buddy to just stand there. Standing around. Yeah. No, if that's what they do. That's what they just want to get to know who you are. So let them scan and keep an eye. Don't act scared. What you should do is run and start screaming.
Yeah, no, I like that. Yeah, that's fun. I think it's a play. It's a play. I want to yeah. So just give us a like, boys. Is it on the problems or worry about roving past wild dogs in the hotel and bears fighting in the cul-de-sac? I don't see that. They're trying to bring bears back to certain states now. They're trying to reintroduce grizzly bears. Fucking dorks.
Why do they reintroduce animals that like extinct in an area for a reason?
That's well, going to inward disease.
Yeah,
right. Like California has grizzly bears flag.
right.
There's no grizzlies in California. Killing them, they're killing those people.
Right.
The last guy that got killed in California by grizzly bear actually came to California.
Really?
So back to California. Yeah. He's the last man in California killed by grizzly bear. So they killed him.
Are they trying to bring it back to California?
Oh, that's smart. Look, they brought wolves back to Detroit. They brought wolves to Detroit, Colorado. They brought wolves to an area of Colorado that's right outside of Aspen, and people are losing their fucking minds. Because they brought these wolves that they had captured in Oregon because they're killing cattle.
Yeah.
They reintroduced them to Colorado where they wait for it, kill cattle, killing cattle at range. Brought them out to these ranching areas. And they killed so many cows out there, man. I have a buddy who has a ranch out there. He sends me pictures all the time of these cows that they buy, just torn apart.
Yeah.
Like baby cows, calves, ripped to shreds. Yeah.
Well, they did the same. I want to say it was like near Dollywood. Didn't they do that too? Where like wolves had finally gone away in that area? It's near. It's in Tennessee. I think they tried to bring this person side. Yeah, like I took a tour through the forest. Like I had to guide on those, believe it or not. But we went as like a family trip, and it's terrible. And somebody recognized me, and that was the worst. It's like a fake dog bark show. Oh, boy. Are you getting land out? I'm like, not really now. So we went through the forest, and they were saying that they were reintroducing animals into that area. It's like, why would you do that? I guess they just taken down like a newspaper because like bears just destroyed it.
Well, that wasn't the reintroduction. That area of the bear is going.
Okay.
But if they're reintroducing a wolf, it has to be the red wolf.
Okay.
The red wolf is the danger. It's a small wolf. It's a wolf that's like maybe the size of a large coyote. Yeah, the red wolves are returning to the Smoky Mountains. There you go. Yeah, but it's like that photo is really deceptive. When you see a red wolf, they're pretty small. Like, what is the average size of a red wolf?
Yeah, like that picture of the bear walking, you saw that a lot, just walking down like all the way down.
Oh, you're gonna see a lot of bears.
And they do like
50 to 60 pounds.
yeah, they do like pups and stuff holding out on the road.
It's like a red wolf, probably, it's like 50 pounds.
Okay, so
They're not gray wolves.
yes,
Gray wolves are terrifying.
yeah.
They're big.
Yeah, I would not want to go. I don't know. I think that's a scary animal. Anytime I've seen one, they just don't look friendly like that. But
Well, I mean, they killed them off for a reason. The reason why Red Riding Hood, there's all these stories with kids getting eaten by wolves. Yeah. Wolves eat kids.
well, yeah, it was a way to scare the kids into being aware of what was going on.
So this is World War I story.
No, okay.
World War I, the Germans and the Russians had a ceasefire because so many of them were getting killed by wolves. They made an agreement to have a ceasefire and kill wolves, and then they got to fight seriously. Because they were in trench warfare. So they're in Russia, and Russia has big war.
Yeah.
So what happens with animals, with warm-blooded animals, is the further north the animal goes, the larger its body size is.
Okay.
And they think it's to retain heat. So if you look like a deer, let's say a whitetail deer that you see in Texas is a small deer.
Yeah.
So if I see a whitetail deer, generally, like I see them all the time from nowhere, a whitetail deer might, a female might be like 60 pounds, a male might be 100 pounds. Yeah. In Saskatchewan, you might get a 300-pound whitetail.
Okay.
They're way bigger.
Yeah.
Way bigger.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the same thing. If they're bigger up there, there's bigger animals up there, like the bears are bigger, polar bears are huge.
They're
bigger.
really nasty.
Yeah, they have to retain heat.
Yeah.
So, like, when you go to, like, northern kind of climate, we say we're going to have them all in northern climates, that's going to be a bigger version of that animal. So, if you see a wolf in, like, Alberta, yeah, that's going to be a bigger wolf than a wolf you see in stuff. Those are smaller wolves.
Right. Because they don't have to.
Exactly. Yeah. It's also, there's no benefit to having a large size of your body to maintain heat. That's why moose are the most upper north part of the country. Yeah, they're the largest. Deer species. Other things and stuff. Yeah, yeah. It's like elk are like larger. You know, it's like, and then the elk that are the further north, like those like Montana has a giant elk. And that's the,
Yeah, when you get towards Canada, too, a lot of those places where it's just cold and you get those massive animals.
Yep. And what we talk about that? Talking about wolves.
The red wolves being brought back to Kentucky.
Yeah, so those are small because they're like a warm climate.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's just odd to me that the word wolf, like, was going to be introduced into this tourist area, because it seems bad.
Well, it's all these people that are liberals that are like sweet, kind people that, like, this is Jared Polis, the governor of Colorado. He's a nice guy, sweet guy. Yeah, he just posted some really kind tweet the other day. And he's a good guy, but hey, bring wolves back to ranching. It's like you have these idealistic utopia-based views of what you think a wolf would be like back in the wild. But no, they take the easiest path possible. Oh, there's a bunch of animals stuck in a fenced-in area that I can just hop over. I'll just go kill them. That's easy. And that's what they did. So these farmers now have to hire people 24/7 to be patrolling around the animals. So it's they're already operating at a very low margin, right? If you're a farmer or a rancher, you lose a bunch of cows, you're fucked. So now the state has to compensate them for depredation. So every time a wolf kills a cow, they compensate them. So it costs the state more money.
Oh, so they got to pay for it.
Yes, they have to pay for it. And then they have depredation permits on some of these wolves because they're repeat offenders. Now they're trying to kill these wolves that they spend millions and millions of dollars reintroducing in Colorado. And it's all silly people. It's called ballot box biology. Yeah. Wildlife conservators and people that are spend time with it, they hate it because it's mostly uninformed people that think they're doing a good thing. Let's stop trusting the kids. We have to stop hunters. There's a evil. Like, no, bitch, bears are evil. They'll fucking eat your asshole first in front of your kids. They don't care.
Well, it's like when they put in an insect to kill an insect that's getting out of control. Yeah, so like in Michigan, it was like ladybugs, but all of a sudden now there were ladybugs everywhere, and this kind could bite you. So they were some kind of beetle that was this massive problem all of a sudden, and it was the out of control the fish fly problem, mayflies, like known as. Yeah. And there is, because you drive down next to the water, and it just it's like sounds like Rice Krispies as you drive, because you're just hitting so many of these things. Mm-hmm. But it didn't help that problem. It just created a horrible beetle problem. And there was something else going on in the lake, so they introduced zebra mussels.
Oh, yeah. What did that out here?
Dude, they destroyed boats. They cut up people's feet that were swimming. Like, it backfired completely. And it's like, so you're just introducing this like poison into the air and into the water. You think's going to benefit them?
Yeah. So they have too much vegetation on some of these lakes. So what they do is they sterilize carp and then introduce these sterilized carp. Yeah, sometimes they're not sterile. Sometimes they just start breathing. And then the carp basically all the vegetation. And so then your entire lake looks like the bottom of a swimming pool. Right. Like there's no more grass and the fish don't know where to hide. So it's like not as effective for them. They don't get as big. So the bass fishermen are mad. There's no like habitat. Right. Yeah. It's all fucked up.
And that's happened, yeah, with fisheries. We do have a lot of fishermen, bass fishermen, you know, that go out there. You can go into pretty small pond areas and lakes, because the Great Lakes and such and stuff. But once you start messing with the habitat, it goes bad for a long time.
Oh, yeah. Look at Australia. Australia has done a terrible job of introducing invasive species to combat bad problem animals.
Oh yeah.
You know, they have feral cats that essentially wiped out most of their ground nesting birds, all sorts of other things. Cats are the worst, man. Little cute little house cats.
Yeah.
They are the worst murderers of all the animals.
Well, and they think birds are a nice present for you. That's the person they're gonna go after. Is kill them.
Birds and rats.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's why like the crazy cat lady thing is a real thing too, because they also contain parasites. And that parasite, toxoplasmosis, is it affects humans. It affects behavior. It makes you more impulsive, more aggressive. Yeah. It's a crazy parasite that is at one point in time half of France had toxoplasmosis.
Really?
Yeah, because of feral cats. Yeah, but it might have been half of Paris or half of France. I don't remember. But a large in rural areas we have a lot of feral cats.
Okay.
Like you ever know people that like outdoor cats?
Yeah.
That are very irrational.
Yeah.
Those
Yes.
people probably have toxo, which is why they're behaving weird.
Yes. Well, I was.
Yeah, that's what's going on. It's like I guarantee you, if you test it, I might have it. I had a feral cat.
I've never had a feral cat, but I've definitely had one that stopped by the house.
I had a feral cat. A friend of mine, her boyfriend rescued a bunch of kittens that were underneath this building, and she is in Santa Monica. And she said, "You want a kitten? So cute." And I took him in. And I actually had to stay with this cat for like days in one of the rooms of my house because, like, when I picked him up, he would purr, sweet. As soon as I put him down, he'd hiss at me and jump and leap away. He was quiet.
Like claws.
Yeah. It took forever for me to just calm him down. And then after a while, I could just go up to him and pick him up. Like when he was a full-grown cat, he was totally my friend. But no one else had this guy. You come over my house and hiss at you like he was ready to go to war. He was crazy. But I would go, no, he was just wild. He was wild. Right? Pick him up and start purring. But he would purr like no other cat would purr. Because when he knew he just loved him, and he wanted to eat him, when I pick him up, he was so happy to be held. He was so happy to be held. But then as soon as I put him down, he was sketchy and went away. He was just fucked up, man.
My grandma had that. She was crazy. As she got older, she had this old mansion. And I don't know how she got it, but it was one of those things where, like, the cats, like, we just had 87 kids, so the house was big, but now it looks huge to people. So she just, like, but towards the end, she had a few cats, and she would have, like, those Tom and Jerry mouse holes, like, where you would see them come in and out. And dude, she would keep, like, spiders, because they thought she saw it was part of the ecosystem.
Oh, great.
So you're looking up, like, I have to sleep there, and I'm just, like, staring at a brown recluse, like, shaking in the eye.
Like, those are like giant holes.
My brother got bitten by one, and his leg turned into a softball. To go back. Yeah, she was nuts, dude. That she has necrotic. Yeah, where it eats away the tissue. Dude, it went like that. Like, he got admitted, and by the time he got to the hospital, it just kept getting big. It went from, like, a golf ball to softball to, like, they did it with all this, like, anti-venom. Nuts, dude.
My friend Jeremy had a hole in his thigh. He had stuffed gauze in it. He was constantly losing.
Yeah, that's what it is. Like, they start shrinking.
Yes. It closes.
Yeah, my brother just got from it. It's disgusting.
Well, everything.
She was not sure, like, in the basement.
That sounds so fun.
It really was when we were kids, too.
Wow.
Like blackjack. And
Wow.
yeah, I could see it. Yeah, it's fun. Like, and then she was recovering healthy. Like, she had beads everywhere. Like, I didn't know what that was then.
Like her kids.
Yeah, and like, so later on, well, it was just like Mardi Gras. She had all this stuff from Mardi Gras. So like, later in my life, I'm like, oh, my grandma would go to work. Like, so, but I didn't realize it until later.
There's a cat lady.
Like a casino. A cat lady casino board. Wow. Those are part of the ecosystem. And it's kind of right. It's not long they would eat the mosquitoes, that sort of thing. There's like, you'd also have like, you're like, it's a black widow in your garage. It's like, yeah, shut up from here. And I'm like, you want to protect your spider? But she was just nuts, dude. But yeah, she was in recovery, but then she also had an entire bar where you could just make drinks. So we're like 6 and like looking through like how to make some hoodie hearts.
Did you get the tricks even though she was clean?
Yeah, she was clean. Yeah. Wow. I've done that to myself though. It's like he just neighbor. Yeah, I stopped drinking. I have a blanket. It's like such a wasted little thing.
Yeah, some room filled with bottles of wine that now I'll never drink.
Yeah, I have probably 10 bottles. It's just my wants one.
Yeah, come on over.
Don't judge you. Yeah,
I sit there and drink and I'm drunk here. You'll start acting stupid.
well, that's why I like that. When I got this 16 years ago, and I just built it in my basement, and it's really nice, and I still really like it. But like, it was probably days later I got this run, so I just like sit there and I was just looking at this bar, and like, could have been.
Was that when you stopped drinking?
Yeah, it was my 13th arrest. It was my
13th arrest?
Yeah.
What was number one?
The dad got my driver's license.
Yeah. What did you do?
My dad got in a Buick Regal, and it was around November because I was born in June, but they wouldn't let me get my driver's license because my grades were so bad, and we have a family meeting. So we had everybody at the house. My dad was always doing a little better. We all went to eat. I'm like, hey, can I borrow this? He's like, yeah. So we get home, and my aunt blocked the driveway, thinking that I would probably end up taking the car and like her son out, who's from Arizona. And the one side of my house was the house, and the other side was my neighbor's lawn with a small pine tree and like rose bushes and stuff. You just go, yeah, I think if I change her a little bit, I fucked up with lawn. I feel like one of my friends. We go down 8 miles to a place called Piccadilly where we had this guy named Spider by, and he was fucking great. He was this like homeless dude. He just was like, you know, I'm spraying on the lap. He did that, and then he was totally perfect because he would seriously offer to like I'll jack it off too. But I just want to be here. Appreciate it. Really, thank you. So like he'd always be like, somebody's got to come in with me to pick it up. We'd be get out of the car, this guy. So we just bring the gear and we're driving around. We started taking long drops. You know, like first we did these pile fighters because everybody was like regularly using the street. So we started doing this, fun, good old fashioned arson. But usually it would stop pretty quick. Somebody would run out with like a garden hose. It totally innocent until this one time it wasn't. But we were driving around with some parties, smoking weed, all that shit. And finally I get up on this one guy's lawn after the party. He's got a Beamer 5, and I got my Regal, like which he did a V6 turbocharged for a Buick. It wasn't bad for 98. But I got on this dude's lawn. I see him sitting in his Beamer, and for some reason in my head I'm just like, this guy's just gonna sit here and take it. So I just start getting on the lawn chair like Jimmy Donuts. You can hear grass in his car. We get in a high-speed chase with this thing. Like French Connection style. I swear, I hit this bump, man. 4 tires went off the ground. You just felt like the car pumped to the ground. And we're just going all over the city. My friends like, still beat the shit out of him. I don't think we could have a gun, So I finally get on this street that has a bifurcation where it just splits immediately. Like this way. I start braking, going to Oak Tree. So I'm braking, and the next thing I know, the engine drops in front of the car. All the airbags come out. I get cracked with an airbag, and I'm not quite unconscious. I'm conscious just enough to see the BMW in my rear view drive away. And then as I'm being knocked out, I hear all my friends and my own cousin leave. Now here's the kicker. We were having a family reunion. I didn't realize that there was a bunch of cases of beer and liquor already in the trunk and chips and stuff. So when I hit the tree, that popped out. And it looked like I drove a Super Bowl party into the fucking tree. There was just like beer and pop and shit. And finally, I wake up being unconscious and I get out of the car and there's a cop and my dad there. When I wake up, when I get up, I got knocked out so hard by that air. Oh my God. It just like all I could smell was that like burning talcum powder kind of smell, like that awful, like I would say acrid almost. It was just the worst smell. But everybody else was able to run. Except me. So it looked like I just did it. So I remember I looked at my dad. My dad was not fine. He was not. He was never violent way. So I go, Dad, I'm okay. It's great. He punched me in the face. But I hit the ground and was knocked out for the second time. He cracked me hard.
Gave you a second concussion?
That night. And I wake up, I saw him shut up too. And no, he was pissed.
I get it.
Yeah. And I wake up and the cops got a light on me. And I swear to God, the cop goes, he's waking up if you want to hit him again. This is the first thing I hear. And I'm like, yes, I'm really in pain here. My dad like apologized. He's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? He was just furious.
Right.
I had already been getting into dope and stuff. He was getting pissed with me. Then I got
That's number one.
to DUI and I got 6 months suspended license. I went in front of a referee, is what they call it for juveniles at home and young. Municipal, they gave me 6 months suspended license.
Did you ever talk to get out of it?
Out of being arrested.
I mean, like, the hell is
Bad.
that?
You know, my dad, I remember I studied school one day. I just got the bill for the car. It's like, yeah, he goes, it's $13,980 here. And I go, what? I don't have that money. He goes, just show people so they know how proud I am. It's like, thanks, Dad. But he was, I would imagine, but he let it, I mean, he let it go after that. We had alcohol smells there.
So usually you were doing this like this guy's going right in front of him. Look, you did so much of
Back then.
Was it just a career home?
Yeah, like it was fun. Like we all just kind of wanted to be. Well, here's Detroit. Yeah, you want to be like you're in the suburbs, sort of. Like my house was in the suburbs, but you're literally 3 minutes from the most violent part of America at the time. So you're on the border of the east side of Detroit. So it's like you can't hear gunshots. You know what I mean? It's like you're every drug and every party. You're going down to raves and warehouses that are owned by like the Russian mob. Crazy shit. Oh fuck yeah. Wow. Dude, yeah, like
You like 18?
oh yeah, 17, 18, 16, all that. It's a 99, 2000 huge rave culture. And then when the new mayor came in, Kwame Kilpatrick, who ended up getting arrested and put in jail and then Trump pardoned. He started the Detroit Electronic Music Festival, so he capitalized on that. Really? Yeah, do you remember when Ford Focus basically, or Ford put out the Detroit Electronic Music Festival Focus?
Yeah.
Dude, it was basically a car designed for people on ecstasy. Like the whole thing was speakers.
Really?
Yeah, you could find this in Detroit. It was the Detroit Electronic Music Festival Focus. And the car was such a crazy sound system. Yeah, because the car's a piece of shit, so the whole thing is just speakers. And the way they would do the ads, it was almost like you go into, are you on this car? It's great. It's got huge cup holders for your water. It's got you know,
That's hilarious.
yeah, like they would capitalize on it. And then Hollywood did a little because that's like when Movie Go came out, and a lot of these movies that were almost it's with Go is the one where they're all trying to get ecstasy in it, and it's like Holmes and all these other people who are like some are different stars and stuff out there, and it's mixed together in this one night, and they're all just going to different raves and parties. And the whole thing is about I can't think of his name. You know him from the store, but you know no, not Vince. It's not really from the store. It's a comic. He used to work with Sherman, but not his comic. Just blonde hair, older dude. Jim Stewart? Yes. He plays a bouncer. Yeah, he's very, he lets comic with him. He was good. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
30, no, 30 somewhere?
Yeah, he's a good dude. He played a bouncer.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Where's that from? You find it?
I wonder how much they've scrubbed it, but Detroit, that's the whole
like $2,000.
it's for the electronic music festival. And the way they, they've changed it up with the Detroit, but yeah,
Go with speakers, right? Speakers.
it was great. So if you walk into this music festival with like for JBL speakers that have never been used in the footprint.
Oh, that's what they had?
Yeah, they had like this,
So they had a badass sound system.
right? And it was just this terrible little hatchback, car that a young person could afford. probation on the list of a bad boy one.
And you got arrested 13 times?
Yeah.
So what was number 2?
Number two was an MIP.
What's that?
Minor possession of alcohol.
Oh,
And that one was like a lot of more MIPs, 4 weeks. And then, and then I got arrested.
wow. How do you still have a license?
Most of them was as a minor, and then by the time I got my one as an adult, it expanded enough to where in 2009 when I got arrested my last time I decided to get sober, they couldn't technically put me in prison, and I didn't want to go because I didn't want to spend my days getting titty fucked by Gary's brother, and I know how that works. So I got clean, but that one was I took it seriously. So what he did was he put an alcohol tether on my leg that would monitor if I was drinking and the breath fly from my car. So I would I'd have to blow start my car everywhere I went.
Actually, Rob had that. It took like 3 minutes for it to start his car.
Oh, dude, it sucked. And I would take pictures of you and stuff, but that one you would go off as you drive. So you're driving and I remember one time a truck was jackknifing, and then it's so I'm trying to dodge this truck from hitting me in the Grand Rapids snow while blowing my car so it doesn't stop. No way, I swear to God. They're so dangerous. And I'm going around the country. I don't know how to get it. Why truck? It's insane. That's so they prove you're not drinking. So every 15 minutes it goes off this land and you can't time it. And you have to blow it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Can't you have somebody else blow? And it's well, no, because you can't drink and drive. Right. But yeah, you have to blow the whole time you drive. So that's what sucks about it. You have to step up to do the thing. And I was double jeopardy because of road. So in 2009, I wanted to bars, nightclubs, hey, Jack, I could use for a few minutes. And they're yeah, why? I'm I got this ankle monitor and I got to plug it in somewhere to the phone jack so they can download to make sure I'm not drinking. So I'd be in a bar with my phone jack with my fucking ankle attached to the wall. Oh, my God. My alcohol. How long did it take? So that's like a bonus? Yeah. It was yeah, at that time. Wow. I'm sure there's something more high tech now. This was 09. You had to have a phone jack, and I have to call my probation officer and be like, this is the room I'm playing. I'm in a bar. I was allowed to be in a bar, but if anybody spilled anything on me, right, oh, it's if I had any kidding, I had used Tom's everything, all natural stuff because anything could have alcohol in it. Oh, wow. So I couldn't touch anything on a chance that, on the off chance that it was set up. You know what's really crazy? If you poppy seeds bagels, you get caught for heroin. Yeah, when you take a drug test for your job. Isn't that nuts? Yeah. A poppy seed bagel. Dude, it's it's delicious bagel. If you get caught for heroin. It's amazing you have nothing else in your system. Yeah. I'm a teetotaler. Yeah, right. Yeah, what do you do with it? Yeah, they tell you take poppy seeds. Take poppy seeds before you go for a drug test. Well, poppy seed bagels just things. Oh, dude, I dude, that sucks. I never did the heroin one. I did a lot of poppy seeds, but I did buy a fake dick. I think called. You got a urinator, a hallucinator, is that what they call it? Yeah, it's hilarious. They caught you with the fake dick? Yeah, I think that's right. Sorry, me. Oh, I thought they'd be behind me. They were they were right here, and you guys didn't know the fake dick. Yeah, and I'm just squeeze these balls from some urine I bought off of a nerd kid like R. Kelly. I got one. I know dude, steroid test? Yeah. Yeah. He injected someone else's urine into his bladder. Oh my God. Oh, yes. So he got some neuroscience doctor in the fucking men's room shoving a large needle of piss into his bladder, and then he pissed out somebody else's piss. Oh my God, did it work? That's off. I mean, that's dedication.
You pregnant girl with your hands. So what are you testing him for?
I'm guessing you because if it was 2020 in Ohio, it was still illegal. Plus, I don't think we're allowed to use it. Wow. If you're on a team, but it wasn't legal, obviously. Which has never been. I mean, for most people,
2 years suspension.
in
As a naturalized player. Or I wonder what they were testing it for. I wonder what drugs they were actually testing it for. What are they worried about?
yeah, because I'm what's it called urine wash. That's what stuff.
I guess, but Jesus Christ, if I'm running a professional basketball organization, I want people on steroids.
I'm not testing anyone's friends.
I want them recovering. I want them playing better. Yeah. The whole steroid thing is just so weird, you know. It's because it's just science. They figured out a way to make humans perform better. Like, so are we supposed to use some science, like use creatine, which at one point in time used to treat creatine like steroids. Well,
Yeah,
in the 1990s, you take creatine, basically taking steroids.
well, it's because of the Mark McGuire. What was I going to say?
Right, I think that was a little later.
What wasn't it? I remember it was part of it. They were like, they're on creatine, and everybody's like, are you sure?
Because, no, they were on Anderson diet. That's what it was.
Yeah,
He was on hardcore.
because McGuire went from like a fun boy to looking like one of the characters from Space Jam.
The home run is a video of McGuire hitting a home run, and as the bat is contacting the ball, you see the bend to the bat because he's so strong. He's whipping the bat so hard that it's bending in the air as it contacts the ball. And it's easy to find that photo. Yeah, it's like very dense. Yeah. And he's whipping it so hard that it has a bend like a bow, right? Bow and arrow. And it's connecting the ball like perfectly on the sweet spot. Look at that. Look at the fucking amount of bend in that bat. Well, it's somebody else. But look at the one above it. That's the McGuire one. That's right there. That's it. Right there.
It looks like he's got a swing trick.
Okay, whoever it is, go look at it. That's what I'm talking about. So when the guy is swinging at full clip, that's what happens to the bat, which is crazy. That's nuts. Oh my God, that's nuts. Look at that bat. It seems like it's made out of rubber. That's so great. The function that can force your body has to generate that form of bats.
And meanwhile, he Rose never gets inducted. Dude, I met him. I liked him.
That's sense. He's just it's didn't hinder his play. No, I mean, there was some concern. I mean,
That's what it was. Yeah, he says he didn't survive. Yeah, I figured.
Possible.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, that's what they're gonna do.
Yeah, but that's not cool. Like, no, he's dead. He should have done it while he's alive.
You know, he's been around sitting in the MGM in Vegas and shit for a long time. You know, it's amazing.
I mean, just because a guy does something like that doesn't mean he didn't do amazing things playing. And that's what it's supposed to be all about. The guy was an all-star. He's one of the greatest of all time. And they took it away from him because he likes to gamble. Guess what? That's also probably why he was so fucking good, because he was wild. He was a wild boy.
It's true.
Yes. And Jordan.
Oh, dude.
Degenerate gambler.
Yeah.
The greatest basketball player to ever walk the face of the fucking earth.
Yes. And Shem, like, Rose's dad wasn't taken out.
Comes from the same place, man. It comes from the same place.
Yeah, same deal. Well, yeah, because there's a part of you that wants to do risky things.
Yes.
You're willing to go that far.
Yeah.
You have to have that element.
Yeah.
So we kind of want to go like, yeah, he threw a few games with the confidence that the team would still be fine. That's kind of amazing. If he did,
That's a guy chasing money. He's probably well, that the thing I said about Jordan is he wouldn't pay.
yeah. Like, yeah, there's a lot of shady shit that happened.
When I was at Golf Hustler, he had $100,000. He wrote a story about it. Because Jordan was bad. Yeah, they kind of started getting out. And then Jordan's dad got murdered. Yeah, there was a lot there.
Yeah, the connection with
like, oh, it's just a random crime. Maybe not, right?
I don't think it was now.
Well, now when you know what Cosby did, imagine if he did that to someone's daughter. It's like, oh, guess what?
Because he wasn't robbed.
Right.
He wasn't taking advantage.
Right.
He was just changing a tire.
Yeah.
Who knows if he even was? They could have flagged for them.
Exactly. Who knows if he was?
Yeah.
Well, who knows if they maybe flatten his tire?
Exactly.
So they know he's going to drive, flatten his tire, let him drive off a little bit. He's eventually going to have to stop, pull over.
It seems so random to just kill someone for fun.
It's rare.
Yeah, very rare.
And when you know what Cosby did, it makes you go, oh, maybe there's something there.
And now the stuff that's come out is so dark.
I heard this interesting that he might be the most prolific serial rapist in history.
No doubt it.
Do you know how insane that is? The guy was Mr. Huxtable, Dr. Huxtable, head of the fucking family of the most wholesome sitcom. Everybody loved it. Crossed the race barrier. Made everybody think of like this black family is like incredibly respectful and well put together. And how great is this?
Dude, fresh prince, all that doesn't exist without it.
Right.
Yeah, right. And he had a gynecology office in his basement, which he just slid past everybody on the show. Yeah, Dr. Huxtable was a gynecologist, and he was a doctor, and his basement is where he saw the women, and no one thought anything about it.
I love the one episode you did about Spanish fly.
Dude, and you talk about it. He's had good records of Spanish fly.
Yeah.
He's just talking about it like the whole audience is like, yeah, the leg's right. That's hilarious.
Yeah, he had a whole episode of the show about his special barbecue sauce.
Yes, so when everybody started making out with each other.
How crazy!
Well, did you ever see the Cosby Mysteries intro? It's a pill going into a martini, and then it just says Cosby Mysteries. Like, yeah, I think he was more devious than he actually realized, and was leaving these like taunting breadcrumbs.
I had heard that he was doing that kind of stuff in the 90s when I was on his radio. I'd heard from people that knew him, or people that loved him,
Yeah.
that he drugged girls. I was like, what? You know, Cosby? I was like, this is crazier than Lee Harvey Oswald after all.
Right.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I heard he was I heard he had sex with a lot of women, and I was like, well, okay, he's a different thing.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, whatever. So he's not spotless, I would assume.
I heard about it in all the BS. The people knew it was like an inside secret.
But then, like, when I started becoming a comic, and I was doing small stuff, like an ad play, and at the end of the HBO Vegas
This is it. Okay. So but this is, I'm guessing someone's drugging someone. This was a show about, this was like a talk show, right?
Yeah, he came back out. Yeah. It's just crazy. The first thing in it, though, is a drink being drugged.
God, when was that Cosby?
Oh, I think it was 98.
How long did that last?
Yeah, 94. Yeah, it didn't last very long.
Wow. Yeah, people wanted to see the comedy. It's like, why
Yeah.
have the most loved comedy sitcom star ever?
And his film career wasn't great. It was like Ghost Dad, and it was all very. Fat Albert, there was a story, and I can't remember if it was Fat Albert, but Keenan Thompson was talking about one of the first times he met Bill Cosby. It was like, you're gonna need 2 dicks for all the pussy you're gonna get. It was like, what the fuck? Like, he just couldn't believe it was like one of the first things Cosby had said. So it's like because you just meet that guy and you kind of wouldn't expect it to switch so hard. Especially a guy who's been telling people not to, especially after Eddie Murphy's stories and all that stuff.
Yeah. Eddie Murphy from Raw.
It's like, tell Mr. the Mr. Price that I've been up in his mouth. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. You ready to get split us with 2 dicks? I'm gonna go.
Yeah, so it was and imagine saying that to somebody over at Fat Albert. He's like, are you sure? That one?
I think when he was young, that drugging people was normal. That's what I think. I think the whole Spanish Fly era, where people were just giving people hickeys, They're putting things in people's drinks. I think people do that all the fucking time. I think it's super normal, and then I think society eventually evolved, and people realize how fucking horrible that is.
Yeah.
And then he kept going.
Oh, that was yeah, absolutely. Especially like ladies didn't want to fucking put more in a career.
Yeah, they thought maybe it's Bill Cosby, so he's going to help me with my acting.
Yes,
You know, you wake up, your things are off. So what happened?
and a lot of the too, you see like was there again on the Cosby Show now? You have like supermodel looking women playing a cop, and it's like you would have private dinners with them, you know, like just little like super shady shit. Yeah, so yeah, like I guarantee you, maybe him and was it Jordan? Belfort. You probably met him too. Yeah, I think like Cosby and him may have been the last people on earth to ever have Quaaludes. Like one of them. What was Quaaludes like? I didn't reach Quaaludes. They were. I think they were.
Joey Diaz, he's a big fan.
See, he's over at Hilton too. Remember that?
Yeah.
Because I've heard him talk about it. Yeah, but I've never done Quaaludes. I think they were like. I think the last one was like
that she'll do things she never done before. Yeah, increasing sexual. I don't even think it's real.
It's an ad for rape.
But this,
That's what they used to say.
so it really works. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm sure it's real as like a product, but I don't think there's a thing that actually makes you horny. Yeah, but that doesn't get you horny. Like, Viagra it just increases blood flow.
Someone had it when I was, I don't know, middle school.
Spanish fly?
Yeah, the bottle. So it said Spanish fly.
Okay, Google this. Does Spanish fly work?
Look at all the ads.
A lot of people just love with no strings attached. It's a flight attendant ad. Flight attendants were fucking hot back then. They would hire only hot flight attendants.
They would fire you.
Spanish fly movie. So this movie, does Spanish fly actually make you aroused?
Dude, if there's a movie, it's popular.
Does it work? Spanish fly is not an aphrodisiac. It's a toxic substance called cantharidin, derived from blister beetles that can cause severe harm, including pain, burning, and internal damage. There's no evidence it increases sexual desire. Ingesting cantharidin can be fatal. While it causes burning sensation in the urinary tract that can provoke an erection, it is a dangerous side effect, not an aphrodisiac effect. So it gives you a boner while you're dying.
Yeah.
Right.
I guess knock you out, and that's why they're like, she's horny, bro.
Okay, so just Google this. Is there a drug that makes you horny? Just Google that. You put it in a chat GPT. I mean, perplexity or something.
MDMA, I don't
Yeah, it makes you love it, right? It makes you like kind, you want to hug people. I don't think it makes you sexual.
But if you were like anything, like a girl just like touched your knee or whatever,
Right.
You know, it's just sort of.
It was pretty soft.
Yeah. That's what sucks. It didn't help your libido.
No universally proven aphrodisiac drug exists that reliably increases sexual desire across all individuals. The concept of an aphrodisiac, a substance that enhances libido or sexual has been around centuries, and scientific evidence is limited and also inconclusive. So some substances are marketed as that, historical, cultural substances, foods like oysters, chocolate, medications, Viagra. But again, they treat erectile dysfunction by improving blood flow, not by increasing desire. Yeah, I don't like it. Hormonal treatments, testosterone therapy, boosts libido. Yeah, but it doesn't like just make you horny out of nowhere.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything. Like, what does horny goat eat at a gas station? That's just like poison.
Bath salts. Remember bath salts? Bath salts they used to sell at the gas station, and it was basically like some kind of like horrible drug that they snuck in by saying it was not for human consumption.
Yeah.
But it was a bath salt, so you throw it bath.
And then you would consume it human. Remember when the guy ate the dude's
Yeah,
face?
that guy in Florida. But I always feel like you have to put that Florida lens. It only happened in Florida.
That's true. If it is Florida, you're like, you could have been other.
There's a lot of other elements in Florida.
The whole lifestyle, it's a lot of choices.
So Florida, that was the place where pill mills really started popping off. The way Florida had it set up, they had these pain management centers. And then attached to the pain management centers, they'd have a doctor that would prescribe it for you. So the whole thing was just to prescribe pain pills. So you go, go to the pain management center. Oh, my back hurts. Great, you need this? Go right next door. And right next door, all they prescribed was pain pills. And they didn't have a database. So you would go there and then you go down the street. Oh, my back hurts. Oh, great, here you go. And then next door. And you could just keep doing this over and over again. And then this documentary, the Oxycontin Express, showed how people were loading up the trucks of their cars with these pain pills and driving up north and into Kentucky, into Ohio, and that's where all these people started dying of overdoses and all these people just taking pills.
There's also one in Richmond, I want to say, right outside Richmond, the pharmaceutical company was also largely responsible for it. Because I remember even being working at a pharmacy and going like my mom was an RN, so I remember the doctors, not the doctors, but like I remember companies taking out the doctors to be, or like say like Oxycontin Crab Street sign with a pen that had a painkiller's name on it. You know, all that stuff. I remember.
My wife's mom's a nurse, and she would tell stories about how the pharmaceutical drug companies would take them out to nice big dinners and treat them really nice. And just the whole thing was like,
Give on product to
and tell people about it.
how great is alcohol? Dude, they used to give a lot. Like I was getting when I got my feet messed up, I got hooked on Oxy, on Vicodin. And I changed lots of Vicodin before, but I took the prescribed amount. It was just way too many for several months in a row. And then when I came down, it was one of the sickest times I've ever had to deal with. I'm like shaking, you know, I'm throwing up every few minutes. And this was the head out of the amount I was supposed to take. Like, how long did you do that? 4 a day for 2 months. And then how long was it before you became normal? Oh God. I felt real bad for about 4 to 5 days. But for me, even when I quit smoking, like I used to smoke 3 packs a day for almost 12 years. Wow. But I did a lot of acid shit. It was fun. You know, like one after the other. It felt good, you know. So yeah, I would do that. But even that, I locked myself in a room when I was living in LA, and I just didn't eat anything for a week. I just slept with it, dude. I just let my body deal with the pain, and then I left. Like, so it usually takes me about that long, you know, to really detox my system if it's something that isn't killer. Alcohol is hard. Alcohol is really hard because I started shaking when I went drinking when I was 16. Oh, so yeah, you got really. So it's like a genetic thing. Big time. And I didn't know about that until later. You know, like my dad had talked to me before he died. You know, he died in his 18s. But he finally talked to me about what was going on with the family and stuff I didn't know. And then my uncle, who I figured had died of a heroin overdose, but my mom was like, you just had a big heart, bro. And you're like, really? Can I just know the truth? You know? And it turned out it was lines. My dad's dad was Irish guy, left the day he was born, walked in. So my dad was responsible. He had twin sister and was not raising 2, walked out. So then he was the opposite dad, fucking coach, all that. So that's what he turned it. But fuck my government. Oh yeah, and then fuck my government. So he became a very yeah.
It's crazy how that kind of addiction and mental illness is just fucking unfortunate. And when you have a family that has a long history of mental illness, it's very rare compared to like, I'm fine.
Oh yeah, it's very rarely you're an anomaly.
Yeah, I'm fine.
It seems like something.
Maybe you're not good. Yeah, and I just know so many people that are alcoholics that their family's an alcoholic. Like, guys, I had a buddy that he would drink and his eyes would glaze over and it wouldn't be him anymore. He's like, oh, he's gone. We just gotta wait till he comes back because right now it's whatever the fuck happens to him when he drinks. It's crazy, off the rails. Like, do you remember anything? full blackout. You have to tell them you don't remember being on the table with the pitch out. You don't remember?
Yeah.
You don't remember anything?
I was the guy on that side of the phone call.
See, they were like, you need to
Apologize to this person.
Did you black out? Oh, so you didn't remember anything?
I wouldn't remember it all. Sometimes I brown out, so I kind of remember what you did. There was times where I was at a party, right? And then I wake up and I'm handcuffed to a bed in the hospital getting charcoal dumped out.
Oh,
My
no.
stomach. Oh my God. Or something happened. It's like I just, but I went from like, I was like being in a party to just being woke up with a charcoal stomach pump. And I'm like, this isn't good.
Do you talk about any stuff on stage?
I do, yeah. Oh, yeah. I so write the material. Yeah, I put out a book, but it's called Party We Want to Fucking Memoir a while ago. And it's all stories of my weeks because I was trying to get it all out. And then I had to ask people, and I didn't put out for skills because I wanted to be like, hey, can you clear if I started to talk about it? And everybody was, but and a couple of my friends were my really good friends. I had fun with one of my mortgage Ryan just but yeah, I talk about a lot of this on stage. Dude, I got institutionalized. I got the institutional. The story I tell about in the book is what happened the night before I got to put on stage. But I actually did it on this happening art show. And what happened was I used to like long pints and fits for like a party trick, and I could carry around a case of beer, you know, like that. I'm 90, I'm 5'6", but then in high school I carried 140 pounds. Like I was, and if I wasn't on LSD and I wasn't on mushrooms and I wasn't on K, I was drunk. Wow. So I would switch it all up. And the night before I wanted to fit for the party, like when I was thinking about all, you know the beer bongs that you rest, they have like the funnel and go harder. So my friend Anthony pulled out the beer bong, and my friend Nick poured an entire fifth of absolute vodka, and Nick's like, "You don't do this."
You just drank the whole thing?
Well, they put in a capsule of Sprite, then I drank the whole thing. And dude, I guess I say this story because this is what I was told now. I was tap dancing. I told my girlfriend who I loved that she had orangutan titties, and then I fell to a table, a glass table. And then, yeah, I ended up getting taken home by the cops. I don't know exactly what happened, but my mom ended up calling the police, which is, you know, and she didn't know what to do. I was doing something. Right. And they arrested me, and I was institutionalized for 2 weeks. And I stayed with it because I was a werewolf.
So you went through a mental health institution?
I went to a mental health institution because they didn't realize it was an addiction. They just arrested me because my behavior was so erratic. And I remember getting there, and I met and I'm not kidding, I met my roommate who was a werewolf, as people believe. And I'm like, I don't want to stay with him. And they're like, he's not really a werewolf. I'm like, yeah, I know. What happened in the room for what he's happening? Oh, yeah. So what they do is they grab they're trying to it's called booty juice. And they hit you in the butt with it, and like the guards will fight you off. But after 2 weeks, they're like, it's not so much that he's God's mental illness, which he does, but he's an alcoholic, he's a severe alcoholic. And
but your roommate, the werewolf,
yeah.
He attacked you in the military? Why?
Yeah, one night he just started howling. And I don't even think wolves howl. And he was like, you know, wolves howl? Why? They're werewolves. They do? Yeah. So he was barking too. And
patients say sedative known as booty juice injected against their will.
Yeah.
A growing number of children and teenagers admitted voluntarily. For-profit psychiatric hospitals told WFAA they've been injected with powerful sedative drugs without their parents' knowledge. Booty juice.
Yeah, which I think deserved it. They shouldn't have called it parents. You know, hey, you're wolf boy. You're fucking naked trying to eat a guy. Was he naked? But then I throw his clothes off. He thought he was terrible. So something like that was his life. Well, he's jumping on top of me, and I grabbed the leg to hit him with it, but it was fucking blue down to the mental hospital. So that just kind of made me open my arms to him. And he's on top trying to bite me, and I'm like pulling him back. And that's when they came in. They ran at him. They hit him with the syringe. They pulled him off me. And I'm just sitting there like, oh, look at here. I'll never drink again. You know, like basically crying like a bitch. Like, and they pulled him out of there, and then and then eventually they sent me off to a rehab where I spent 4 to 5 days there. And I heard it's not there anymore. It's a shame. A lot of kids can read that now. And I heard they took it down, but it's no longer there. And I went there, and the second I got out, I didn't drink. I drank for like a month. But the second I got in my friend's car, I hit a joint. And I'm not saying that's bad, but it's like, dude, the second they're like, you can't drink, right? Yeah, they can smoke weed. I'm like, yeah. So I immediately.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And that's what's
It's kind of amazing to hear.
dude, yeah, I got a lot of shit. Like,
You look great though. Like for a guy who's gone through as much shit as you, yeah, it's like 3 packs a day, alcohol, acid,
so much ass.
DUIs, falls through the table, it'll be fine.
You know what is interesting? All the drugs now, because I told you I was feeling like kind of depressed kid, and all of the drugs that I did to treat depression are now used to treat depression. Mushrooms, ketamine, all that shit. Dude. Like, I spent 5 years in high school, and it turns out I was completely accurate with my studies of how these drugs would help me.
You were self-medicated.
And I was accurate with it.
Yeah.
So I would do K, and I just was sitting at the table in class, just at the desk. And acid is the most fun to do class because the teacher's face is melting, and you're just sitting there like, it's so much fun. Wow. But I was a mess, but at the same time, so many of my friends were too. It wasn't like just me.
Right. It's so normal.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I was the worst of them, and technically the slowest because I was arrested more than anybody. You were the most fun. What did you think you were going to do for a living back then? The only thing I ever loved was acting. Okay. My dad would make me watch SNL. And it wasn't something that him and my brother would watch, like baseball and stuff. We'd watch SNL together. We'd watch like movies with like John Candy, Steve Martin, all those people. And then he introduced me to stand-up. My dad brought me Kingston Carnival from the Carnival Festival on Cape Town, which has 750 birds and all that. She brought me Canterfield, button down Mind the Box Hard, Ed Murphy. He showed me Delirious when I was like 8. Wow. Dude, I still laugh so hard because that like what he does about the hamburger was so relevant that like I got McDonald's at home. He was like, you can't have, you want to wear and I knew what that meant then. I was crying because I loved it. So he introduced me to comedy and every day. And one day, Second City opened up in Detroit. And I was pissing this teacher off. She stopped me after class. She goes, do you know what Second City is? And I go, yeah, my dad's thinking about it. I said, well, that's how people came from. And she's like, yeah, you're actually really funny. Like, you're a fucking ass, my God. And I was like, okay.
That's a cool teacher.
It really was. And she goes, you should consider taking classes there. And I said, okay. So after my fifth year, the first thing I did was I listened to her and my dad, and I signed up for Second City 2 years later. I'm going to drive on stage with this group of improv. It's more bar prod, just fucking around, you know. But like one of the guys, hey, my wife just come to it when it was like and I got to do it probably 50 years later.
Wow.
It was really cool. It's like it was the first time somebody didn't scold me. They stopped me to go like, you genuinely have something, and you're not just this waste.
Right.
And no one had ever, besides my parents, but nobody else had ever said that.
Well, that's so cool that she was working in that world, so she understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were actually having a conversation about that last night. Not last night, before. And we were talking about times in your life when someone could have just told you, this is behavior like a standing comedian. Like, that's a real job. Yeah. You know how you like fixing cars and being a mechanic? You know, you like talking shit? You're funny, everybody laughs. This is a job. Like everybody just tells you you're a fucking loser and you're never going to amount to anything. Get out of my class.
And I was very lucky with my parents. My dad was just about to pass my kid. My dad went to Second City to take this film class up in Lansing, Michigan, which is what I did. I did film and I did that. And I would go back and forth. And he's like, sure, like, that's what you've always wanted to do. Like, I had a camera in my since I was a kid. Like, my parents never wanted me to have a backup plan. They were like, "Find something." You know, and we were really only torn apart as a family because of what we experienced, you know, from my dad just being screwed. So we were, if I had given a more direct line and then got there sooner, you know, but I was angry, depressed, and pissed off. You know, my attitude about the fucking system. Yeah. So when I finally found that outlet, it was wonderful, especially when you're writing sketches and watching them come to life and you're ripping up people that are fucking over. Like, there's such a big fit. Yeah, and a lot of people that I met have gone on to do great things. Like, I was at Sam Richardson, went on to Detroit, and, you know, there's Tim Robinson, so I didn't know him well or anything, but we did improv a couple of times, and it's cool to see him, like, skyrocket with Relationship League and all these other stuff. He and Michael Hughes, somebody that was out of the Detroit chat group, so there's been some really good people that ended up coming out of it.
What was the stand-up scene like? Who was the kid club?
We told this marketing is counted. Okay, I heard that. Yeah, and I started. That's what they really brought to this marketing. And he was the guy who wanted to stand up in front of because he was there every night carrying tickets. Like, he was part of the late 70s until he had a heart attack maybe around 2010. His son Ryan was the head writer of Rick and Morty. So he's a great dude, and you just had my Costa on. Yeah, Mike was my first. Yeah, he was one of the people that I was a guy named Adam Cloud. He's actually featured for next weekend. He was unbelievably funny. Rothschild? Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's got Adam knows. Oh, yeah. If any luck, I think he's a lady. He's like, we had a pretty cool group when we started. There was one kissing each other's ass. We were all just trying to figure it out. That's good. So we would like criticize each other. Like, we've all done pretty well considering like where people have gone off to. You know, at least in the sense of making money, making a living, you know, making people laugh. And that's awesome. We were lucky because there was like 10 different clubs in Detroit. We could go like, okay, I'll go to Ridley's suburbs, and then I can go do a super urban run, you know, in the city, and I can get used to that audience. Then I can go to Albert, I can get a bunch of liberals at the showcase or at the Heidelberg Project, and then I can go, you know, so you can go all over. You can experience every kind of audience you could ever be in front of at 10 different places.
That's awesome.
It was really cool.
That's awesome. Dude, this was a lot of fun.
Thank you. I really like talking.
I'm glad you're alive. Sorry. It's kind of a miracle to even get this far, but you're a good dude, and it's always fun to have you at the club. It's a lot of fun. And I'm excited to see you this weekend.
I appreciate it. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
tell everybody how they can find you, all the stuff on
You can get davelinda.com. I have everything on there. You can check out tour dates and everything. And also, yeah, I guess I was read on my book, Party One of Us Memoir, and did really well on Amazon. And yeah, a lot of people have enjoyed it. And a lot of the stories were much funnier than they were for me to live.
All right, beautiful. Fine. Thank you. Bye, everybody. Good job. Okay. That's good.
Drink my name, Joe Rogan Podcast, my night, all day.
Yeah. Very nice to meet you, sir. Nice to meet you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Tell everybody what you do. Tell everybody what your official position is. You're a professor at School of Medicine in Stanford. So my day job is cancer research. That's why I'm personally cancer. Much of what my laboratory does is not so much the biology of cancer, but developing instruments that create the data that allow us to analyze the complexities of how the immune system interfaces with tumors and how tumors basically reinvent the immune system. cancer itself. So the problem is that we don't have the ability to put it or not to collect and understand what that means. So we've been kind of put in the dark for decades. And so probably for the last 20 years, I've developed a number of instruments in terms of functions that allow everybody to access a level of information that could get before. So explain that the immune system allows tumors. So what happens is that there's a dance between mutations that initiate a tumor, and then sort of an evolution of how the tumor eventually learns how to trick the immune system to not recognize it. So we have all kinds of things. I mean, literally every day, every person develop 5 cancer-like objects inside the immune system. And that it has a way of shutting it down. But with enough time, with enough variation, tumors will eventually evolve in a way that tricks the immune system not only to not recognize it, but in fact to help them feed them in a way to create an inflammatory environment that actually then the tumor uses to propagate something self-discharge metastasis.
So it's a normal function of natural biology to create tumors.
It's not so much a normal function, it's a byproduct of what evolution is, that when the genes mutate when the cell divides, or if you go out, standing in the sun too much, for instance, you get skin cancers because you're getting ionizing radiation that's changing, making a mutation. Some of those random mutations will initiate a cancer. So, for instance, I have a mutation with FE200K. It's a mutation that was born with, wasn't in my family, and it causes both melanoma and kidney cancer, which I've had both, and as well as melanoma as well. We didn't find that out until a couple of years ago, but I did follow it for years, and we basically figured out that it's going to happen to this, like genetics. But that's just one of hundreds of different kinds of mutations that can occur that are on a path towards creating cancer. But cancer can't survive if the immune system recognizes it. So eventually what happens is there's this detente that is reached between the immune system and the cancer, where the immune system basically ignores the cancer. So Jim Allison's family won the Nobel Prize back in 2019 for understanding these turn-off signals that the immune system uses, that the cancers use to turn off the immune system. And that by showing people block it, his wife, Shauna, that showed him that this could actually turn a 5% survival disease in melanoma to a 50% survival. And that then created the whole therapy field that the world is taking advantage of today.
Wow. So what is cancer actually doing? Like how do tumors develop this ability to trick the immune system? Is this something that other animals have?
Oh, yes.
So it's a constant.
It's a constant battle. So for instance, there are proteins on your cell surface, and we'll get to immunologically deep about it. They're called the restricted in context proteins. So for instance, if I were to try to just randomly do a tissue transplant for me to do it, it's very likely that it would be rejected. And it's because of those MHC proteins that it's rejected. What's happening is that your cells are presenting your internal cell biology to the immune system. And it's saying, okay, you're a friend, not a foe. So when cancer usually initiates, there are disruptions that happen, proteins are made incorrectly, etc. And so what these MHC proteins are doing in some cases is they're presenting the internal damage to the body saying, oh, there's something wrong with this, you better break it down and kill it. These same proteins are what the immune system uses, for instance, to go after viruses. So when you get a virus infection inside of the cell, the body has a way of chopping those proteins up inside of the cell, presenting it to the MHC, and then the immune system attacks it. So one of the first things that actually tumors do is they learn to turn off the MHC proteins inside of themselves. So the ability to show that I'm damaged is shut down. And so the immune system doesn't go on to the work for that. But then there are other mutations that provide these ups and
these precancerous lesions. You have like a benign tumor, which eventually becomes a metastatic tumor. And so the immune system is key at every stage of the development, because if you can do that the immune system just the right way, then you can prevent the cancer from basically spreading, or from metastasizing, or from killing, essentially.
Is there a potential for, given the understanding of this, is there a potential for using this for organ transplant patients where it locally would stop recognizing this as a foreign?
That's exactly what it's done. In fact, when you get a tissue transplant or an organ transplant, you suppress the immune system. The problem with that suppression is that you then put yourself at risk of cancer, because what you're doing is you're turning off the immune system's ability to combat and go after the cancer the moment it forms. So those people who are under immune suppression are at risk of some virus infections, bacterial infections, but also for the cancers.
So would the potential be to turn that off locally, so you could turn that off on the specific organ?
That would be a great thing to do if we could. Right now, the only things that we have are systemic. So yeah, I mean, for instance, if you could deliver to the organ that you transplant anti-immunosuppressants locally, that would be great. We don't have that. I mean, that would be the form of gene therapy.
But the problem would that be that if you, let's say you got a lung transplant, if you had a lung infection, it would be catastrophic.
So I can work in my lab. You're accepted as a graduate student at Stanford.
I have a few friends that have had organ transplants.
Yeah.
It's, it's very disturbing, knowing that they're so vulnerable to any kind of infection because of these medications that they have to take in order for the body to accept the transplant.
One of the problems is that there are literally hundreds of different types of immune cells. And, really until recently, until a technology in the lab developed over a dozen years ago, we couldn't look at all of the immune cell types all at once in a single picture. So I came from a laboratory at Rothschild, I was a grad student at Stanford, and they developed an instrument called the fluorescence activated cell sorter. And that allowed you to look at 3 proteins at a time. If you could know ahead of time what the cell types were that expressed the proteins that you're interested in, you could look at just those 2 cell types. Then I came up with a way to look at, 50 or 60 proteins at a time, sort of stepping up what they were talking about to do. And then suddenly that gave us the ability to look at nearly every cell type in the body, these cell types. And then that gave us let's say the raw data to build mathematical models that we could do better predictions of outcomes would be.
And how is that, would you apply in terms of real world scenarios? How are you applying that?
Well, so for instance, there's a kind of leukemia called the AML, acute myelogenous leukemia, that starts in the bone marrow. And it is a distorted version of the myeloid cell types. It starts as a stem cell, and that stem cell goes down different paths. And depending upon the person, the disease is sufficiently different that it might follow a slightly different path towards what becomes the disease itself. And so being able to trace the path and to know which steps along the way that it takes to become what becomes the metastatic leukemia could only be accomplished by having enough markers that allowed us to trace everybody that along the path. So if I wanted to follow the disease from you, who you are as an egg through development, through who you are today and have snapshots every month, I need different markers to measure what you are as an egg versus what you are versus what you are as an adult. And so each of those different markers, in my opinion, would be different proteins that tell me something about adults, leukemia versus baby. And then there's something called pseudotime, which is a mathematical concept that allows us to stitch together those photographs. I can take a random box of photos from the egg to who you are today, and I could just by hand put together the most
most likely path and sequence of what medical nerve is to the latest. But we need means and instruments to collect that information so that then the math can come to play. That's such a fascinating thing about human beings, is the biological variability. Is that everybody is so, we're so the same, two lungs, a heart, and we're so different in how our body reacts to things, and what happens to us, and environmental factors, diet, stress, all sorts of different factors. And you're kind of piecing together this puzzle, right, of all these things. And but what you're doing is you still have to pay homage to the fact that those differences exist. And so while, my cancer might be the same class of, let's say, melanoma as another person, the complexity of what allowed that cancer to become are so different that the drugs that would work for me might not work for another person. And so that's what basically requires of us to personalize the medications in a way that is the right drug to the right person. So I started probably half a dozen companies. I sold them. Places like Roche, instead, are actually my most recent company we sold to 10x Genomics, which enabled them because of the patent I created back in 2011, to scale up the amount of information that we can collect at a time, that then when layered on top of what, for instance, 10x Genomics always do, which is what's called single cell genomic analysis, we could scale that up 100-fold to get 100-fold amount of information. But the problem with that is that I can collect all that data and make an analysis of a cancer for you. It might be a little bit different than another person. So what we have to do then is to allow us to narrow what the differences might be, so that when I develop a drug for person X, for person X and for person Y, right, in the right way. So there's a lot of personalization in medicine that is required. The diversity that makes humanity great and that makes humanity able to survive and face some challenges is that there are individual differences that one person might survive and another won't. It's the same thing with cancer. And it's the same thing with drugs. I mean, for instance, with certain drugs, one of the first things I learned in pharmacology when I was, way back in the day, is that there's always a benefit to damage ratio that you have to deal with. That a drug has a positive outcome and there are side effects. And so, as scientists or as clinicians, we make a choice based on the statistics. Who would benefit the most, and who would benefit the most? By the way, there's all the side effects that might affect you. Overall, globally, 60% of people will survive. But since I don't know anything more about your specific disease, I am, by law, required to give you a 60% drug until I know or can distinguish that your disease is a different subclass than the 60%. And that's, in fact, a lot of what pharmaceutical companies are doing, is they're trying to marry a diagnostic to the disease itself, the disease subtype itself, so that if you can show that 90% of people of this kind of subclass will survive, you have to, by law, choose that diagnostic to make sure that the person doesn't have the subclass before you get the decision. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. The narrative has always been over the last few stay outside. But recently, people started saying, no, it's actually you become accustomed to the sun, and the real issue is people using sunscreen all the time and then going out into the burn. Obviously, your situation is very different. You have a specific gene.
And I'm Irish.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Yeah. The genes of the people that live in cloudy ass places,
Right, exactly.
Thousands of years.
And my mother, when we were kids, I'm 64 years old, so when I was a kid, we'd go to the beach in Connecticut and make smoked meat and, coconut oil.
Oh yeah. Baby oil when I was a kid, everybody used to do and everybody got barbecue. Yeah.
Plus, I worked in the fields as a kid for farming, and that's not good. That wasn't good.
The burning, that's the damage to the
manifests itself as cancer far later in life, right? There's all these small, let's call them small immune mutations that are waiting for a second or a third hit to occur. Or for as you get old enough, the immune system is normal, and it no longer is able to take care of something that 20 years ago would have done. Right. Perfectly right. That makes sense. So is there any this narrative that you need to be in the sun more and that just don't get burned? Is that reality? Well, it depends on. I mean, for someone like me, no. But there are positives, obviously, for the sun. I mean, vitamin D, right, as an example. But they're also, resetting your clock in the morning rather than taking melatonin at night. Go and just, use glass to shield out the ultraviolet and get some bright light. It's the UVs that's the danger. It's not light. So for you don't ever just go sit in the sun. Not anymore. No, when I was a developer, because I was an idiot when I was a kid, and I would go use tanning beds because I thought it was tan. Right. And I did tan back then, but obviously, yeah, you don't see those anymore, do you? No. You do, maybe in Seattle. Some people do. Yeah, there's, I think there's obviously a benefit to life. I mean, don't go out and do it. And I think as well, come a day, and I was just talking with some friends of mine at dinner last night, is maybe with things like CRISPR, I could rub a CRISPR ointment on my body. It would fix the single point mutation in my skin, and then I could enjoy the sun again. Is that really potential? Oh, yeah. I think honestly, maybe so 5 years is sort of like this horizon. But I know people who are already developing systems for delivering genes. RNA is something that's a good word. But there are formulations of RNA that probably would be problematic for some of the things that maybe the COVID vaccine might have done. Right. Yeah. RNA right now, say a clutch. Yes, exactly. Yeah. But I mean, your cells are full of RNA. So you can't get rid of the fact that your cells are full of RNA. Yes, it's the messenger. Yes. Yeah. But it's also the means by which they delivered it. Right? I mean, the means by which you deliver the formulation of a nucleotide that by itself was meant to be something called an adjuvant. An adjuvant is something which activates the immune system you want. When you get a vaccination, you are co-injected with something that hyperactivates the immune system to come here. Right. And most of the pain you get from an injection is not the vaccine itself. It's the adjuvant. Right. Is that so? Just put it, turn it to open until it goes. Spike protein factor. Yeah. Well, at least one of them. Yeah. I've read some of the work. But what's working, right? Because didn't a lot of aspirate with a lot of people. Yeah. Yeah. There were aspirate with anybody. It didn't with the president on TV. But if you get infected by the virus, it's over your whole body anyway. So it's whether the spike protein itself was problematic. And so, I know I'll know somebody on the side of saying it wasn't true that it would cause any controversy. But, your immune system works, but if you can trick your immune system into getting ahead of it, then that's a good thing. The question is, back to this cost-benefit ratio, is the benefit to a larger statistical population worth it, knowing that some people are hurt by it or not? That's the question. So, for instance, back to cancer and vaccines, there's a number of cancer vaccines that are coming up that, for people like me, would be given that I get something chopped off of you 4 times a year. Really, I know you should see me. I look like I've been in a war zone. Yes, some people say, oh, that's hot. And that's like, that's hot. Wow, someone's in the cutters. Yeah, exactly. So that's so fascinating. But is there another way that you potentially deal with those things, or are they cutting them off, or is that the only way to remove it from the system? Right now, it has to be cut off. So the issue is that once the melanoma, once these lesions are on your skin, they will expand. Yes.
Luckily, most of mine are what they call surface spreading, and then one of mine was called melanoma, which basically died from it. Believe it or not, my dog. I was sniffing at it, and I'm like, and I started like scratching at it, and it stopped bleeding, and I'll show you the scar.
What kind of drug you have?
Well, this was so the combination, but you can see the scar there. And it wouldn't stop bleeding, so you know I was running another week and I did a metastasis. So yeah,
It's a great dog.
he was great. Yeah, he was great.
But you know, like there are so for instance,
If you can catch most of these cancers early, and that's what's important. So I think probably one of the most important, let's say, changes to our medical system that could be this would be, frankly, not CT scans, but CT scans are known to cause cancer.
which is so crazy. Like when did you figure that out?
I mean, there was a big study just published recently
Yeah.
that said, here's what happens to people once CT scans were implemented, and you see this spike. And I mean, again, it's this cost benefit ratio. If you didn't have it, certain people wouldn't know that they had a giant tumor there.
Right.
I mean, so for instance, I had kidney cancer. I was actually at a restaurant with friends doing business together, actually, and I went to that. And I was like, okay, we got this. We got to go for the emergency. And then they did CT scan, and they see this. The breakthrough surgery on my kidney was just a big diffuse mass. And they came in and said, you've got cancer.
Did you have that?
Yeah. It was, it's okay, I'm alive.
It's nice they have two of them.
Yes, exactly. I'm alive, but it is this early detection is important. And I was lucky that it hadn't metastasized. It was a clear cell carcinoma. But so surveying the body and these companies that are out there right now, which you do, I think are really important because even if you are young and you have no suspicion of breast cancer, having that baseline against which you can compare later changes is important because I could do, for instance, a CT scan and I find lots of little anomalies, and they're generally in the field called phantomas. They're these objects that may be worrisome, but we won't know that they're worrisome. Certain how to do a biopsy other than poke a needle into your chest to pick out a piece of it. But come back 6 months and it's changed, then maybe it's something you need to go after, more seriously. So getting those kinds of regular scans, I think, is probably one of the more important things that can be done, but not by a CT scan.
Because we've been doing them for so long. They still do CT scans though, because it's necessary. Right. Which is letting people know this might cause cancer. It's just like,
Yeah. But maybe, for instance, there'd be a way to treat someone with a drug ahead of time that would minimize the effect of the CT scan. Right? So that, because the CT scans are generally causing oxidative damage. And so if you could provide a local antioxidant, I'm not saying this is right, statement, but if you could do that local to the area that you want to switch over, then maybe CT scans could be less than problematic outcomes.
I would say anything hopeful. So
Yeah.
I don't think it's the easiest to recognize an issue.
Right. Thank you.
So well, this is also X-rays, right? X-ray technicians. Like I've seen some of those images of people's hands because the technician used to have to use their own hand to check to make sure the X-ray was functional. And over the years, they go, "Hey, what the fuck is wrong with my hand?" And then they realize, "Oh boy."
Well, it's interesting because what's happening in the X-rays or CT scans is a fast forward of kind of one that causes cancer in the first place. And so because it's random, but they kind of go back a little bit as to why does cancer happen in the first
goes. So let's go way back in evolution to the first time that there were single cells versus the first time that two cells met each other and said it was better to join forces and cooperate rather than to divide at each other's expense. So in the process of that happening, those two cells came together, or three or four cells. They basically said, together we're better. But there were actually social compacts and contracts that at the genetic level would form between all of these cells. And so as things got more and more complex contracts were formed, to the point at which what could happen is that any one of them breaking of a complex contract could actually then initiate a cascade that becomes cancer. So rather than me thinking of cancer as being a forward progression in evolution, it's actually another way to think about it is that it's a devolution back to the core fire of the desire to divide. And so by breaking the contracts, by breaking the controls on the system, cancer is allowed to blossom. So the problem is that every tissue type, the lung, the brain, whatever, has a whole different ecosystem of contracts that have been formed. And so there's no one-size-fits-all drug that can kill off all cancers because the contracts are different. It's not like you can bring a lawyer and fix, agricultural contracts versus maritime or whatever. So that's you have to have a flexible enough mindset because you get stuck in this, it's a forward evolution as opposed to that it's a breaking of contracts. You might miss out on an opportunity for how to develop a therapy with a drug that would help people.
One of the things that I wanted to ask, I don't even know if you know anything about this, but is there a connection between IVF and the amount of, because you have to take some pretty extreme hormones, there's a lot of stuff that women have to take. Is there a connection between that and hormone-related tumors?
I honestly don't know. So I don't know. I have my colleagues something else tomorrow. So,
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad you answered that. I was told by someone who I really trust that there is, and then you tried to Google it and it said there's not, but that's not surprising.
probably there hasn't been the right kind of study yet, and if there is not, there should be. And certainly any hormonal imbalance is like a new imbalance for a metabolism system. I mean, so for instance, back to my specific disease, there's all kinds of things out there. There's N-acetylcysteine, betaine, all these other drugs that are out there for longevity. Well, if I look into the metabolism of what my cancer is, every single one of these is a disaster. Yeah, not good. So, because it's all these feedback mechanisms, right? People often say scientists are not religious. There's nothing that inspires more awe in me than knowing the complexity of the cell and knowing the complexity of life. Right. And seeing all this feedback mechanism, knowing that underneath that is a universe with particles, etc., that enable something like us to exist. I just sit in awe of that.
Well, yeah, it's awe-inspiring, for sure. I mean, anybody who doesn't think that it's not intentional with purpose of doing it, right?
Yeah.
We get a lot of that, though.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's okay. Teachers are here to hopefully teach and not preach.
Hopefully. Yeah. Because of your specific type of cancer and your situation, do you have to very closely monitor your diet?
I probably shouldn't leave as much as I do. Well, because fats, and a lot of the fats dissolve a fair number of toxins. It's not necessarily a good thing. I mean, that's been relatively well shown that too much meat, as opposed to, I'm not advocating vegetarianism, and we grew up in an environment we have both omnivores. We succeeded at it. That's what omnivores as a society, as a civilization. So, but charge for that stage, yeah, and it's percentages. You're making all kinds of. it's a richest groove of nasties that tastes good. But yeah, the reason why it tastes good is because the humans who survived learned to use fire to accumulate meat. And so the flavor of that probably was engineered into our evolution. But again, it's a cost benefit.
But then the cooking method also allow us to absorb more protein.
I'm not sure about that.
I believe so.
Okay, that could be.
I believe that's the case. That cooking actually allows it to be more easily absorbed by the body.
Could be broken down theoretically, but certainly it kills bacteria. So, day old, 3 day old deal. We're not okay. Yeah. So, we're not cultures that seem to have digestive systems that can handle all of that.
So you should eat less meat. What else? Sugar, which seems to be a real problem for cancer.
Yeah, I avoid too much sugar. Yeah, thanks for this.
Is that sugar free?
No.
That one's not? We have sugar free ones.
No, because the sugar-free ones have stuff in them that are just as bad. It's all in on
Stevia.
Yeah, that
Is
was
stevia
Yeah.
bad?
I don't think so. Actually. But, look, like I said, I'm 64. It's way too late. And every time I hear that, let's say scientists and some brand prediction, let's get it back 5 years later and update what it should be. I often say this, and this is true. The goal of science or scientists is to be right today, maybe even wrong today, but righter tomorrow. Because we're always going to check and get the results on looking in the context of a bigger picture.
I like it for good science because that's part of the problem. Humans attached to ideas that have already been discussed and published,
Right.
and then people are very reluctant to accept new evidence that's contrary to that.
Yeah, it's always, and I often say, in the context of something that we'll get to later, is the data off the curve, which is more important than what the overview predict. Predictions are great, but when there's a data point off the curve, at least in my life, that's where we spend the most time with all that. Is trying to figure out why that data point's off the curve. Is it the machine wrong? Is it a glitch? Or does it need something that we need to sense it? And that's, of course, where all advances come from in the sciences, is by the fact that the data off the curve, somebody was curious about what it meant to go after it and then say, now that I've stepped back and seen the bigger picture, now I can create a model that incorporates that data point off the curve in my opinion.
One of the reasons why I was really excited to have this conversation with you about the research that you do is that I think it's really important to illuminate to the general public the sheer scope of the task of trying to figure out what is going on, all these different things that can go wrong and right in the human body. That it requires this fucking insane amount of effort by many people.
And and then the amount of data that had to be collected now. And so here's the difference: is that there's data, there's evidence, there's conclusions and proof, and it's an uphill climb. There's proof. The next one up is the news. My lab has been responsible, is partly responsible for the data deluge that's out there in the world, both in how to do tissue biopsy analysis, how to do single cell analysis, etc. And data felt good for a while. It was like this, this feedback loop of, wow, we're getting this data. And then suddenly you look at it, and so humanity has this habit of backing itself into a corner, and then suddenly finding this eureka moment that gets it out. And so our design, about 2 years ago, was artificial intelligence. Where suddenly I have the ability. So normally I would stay what it seems wireless exercise because here, regular exercise because here, and I got the phone and I sent an email to the local expert who is either on campus or around the world and try to get some information from them. But then now you're dealing with hundreds of cell types, each individually of which have thousands of variations in size. And each set of variation means something. And there's no expert for that. The AI can be, at least in part, that expert. So suddenly I have 22 million billions just in, or several billions just in email. And AI can be the smooth for me, can be both an angel and the devil on my shoulder that can make sense of things in ways that I never would have been able to before, especially with agentic AI. So we, for instance, in my lab have developed an agentic AI that is basically an immunologist, scientist, and box. We can give it a broad data, and we can pose a question in natural language. And then we say, okay, make sense of this and turn it into a network. Normally that would have taken a graduate student along with a couple of postdocs months and months to put that together. Now in 3 hours, we can get pictures and hypotheses of how all that data fits together in ways that I never could have done before. At the beginning, it did a lot of hallucinations for people. So my answer to my colleagues is, it's the students for this. Right? And so, but humans still in the loop. And so with all of this together, now we can make meaning out of the data. Skip a lot of intermediate steps and speed it up. And it's just getting better. I mean, we've put in a couple of papers in there. So for instance, one of my recent specialties is what's called the tumor immune interface. So you have the tumor, you have the immune system, which is coalescing in here, and then in some cases, the tumor creates a boundary, a barrier between itself and the immune system, where there might be certain kinds of cells that the immune system, the tumor has to be consistent. Ignore this, they're not using it. And then what we now can do is well, on the other side of when you look at this in patient populations, you find these things called tertiary lymphoid structures. So your body has 220 or so lymph nodes. Okay, and lymph nodes are where the immune system makes decisions. It turns out that in the tumors, the body has evolved a mechanism to create what essentially looks like a lymphoid structure in the middle of the tumor, sort of a core of immune cells, that the more of those you see in a tumor, the better will be your outcome as a patient. And so we used a cohort of colorectal cell, basically colon cancer patients. So we looked at hundreds of biopsies. And we did that pseudotype analysis where we looked for mature tertiary lymphoid structures. And then we looked for immature, slightly less mature, even less mature, etc. And we were able to backtrack to the cell types which need to come together that would then form the more mature. What use is that? It's a nice paper. But it also now tells us what we might do to create more of these tumors. Because the more we already know from multiple kinds of tumor types now, that the more of these tertiary lymphoid structures you have, the better off will be your outcome with your therapy. So it might be, for instance, that once we know you can have diseases like this, we can give you some kind of therapy, a virus or whatever happens, that goes and points to the tumor, seeds the beginnings of these initiators with these cytokines that are produced that are necessary for initiating the condition of these objects. And so there's a huge benefit to that, because we never would have found those, I lab at least, without the AI, because it basically did the work for us.
That's fascinating. Yeah. Now, are you using like a standard large language model, or are you have like a specific structure that's built that interfaces with large language?
Or use, well, we can use pretty much any of the LLMs, but right now we find that OpenAI is the best for SOPs. And then we create an agentic overlay, basically what's called, we call them a chain of thought, which is a series of questions. So how we taught it was we basically came up, here's 100 kinds of questions a scientist would ask about the immune system. And then you tell ChatGPT, now create 1,000 questions like this. So, it's artificial data or artificial questions. We curate those to make sure we fit. Then we do 100 hypotheses, and we create types of hypotheses, et cetera, and the same for tests that you might run. So now, from A to Z, we have an agentic AI that you give it raw data, it knows what to do with data. It then generates hypotheses for you, and then it literally tells you the kinds of experiments you should do next to prove or disprove the hypothesis from the raw data.
It's a genius in the lab.
Exactly.
Is OpenAI learning from this agentic AI?
Oh yeah.
So there is a mutually beneficial relationship.
Yeah, I mean, we're not working with them directly. I don't
Use it because you use it with your AI.
Right.
It's benefiting from it.
And we first thought to turn it into a company, because that's kind of one of the things we do in my lab. Is that I've always thought that it's important to give back to the taxpayer the money that they've invested in us. And the best way to do that is commercialization. I'm totally up on it. I probably even would have gotten a lot of trouble with Stanford in the days. Making that commercialization is important. And Stanford. And so I think that that's an important process because scientists are good at asking maybe the questions and coming up with solutions, but scientists aren't the best at commercializing it and turning it into a product that can be used for testing it, in large communities. So AI that we thought, okay, then we can do this. We thought, what? AI is moving so fast. Why don't we just give this to the community? Why don't we open source this? We can use it for maybe specific targeted purposes, but we're basically going to publish the whole thing on GitHub to let other people use it. Because we've seen other people make claims about stuff that they've already made, and it's like, ours is better. So why don't we just put it on GitHub and then get people learn from it?
The resistance to commercialization, what was the initial argument?
So back when I was a grad student in the 80s, basic research, as opposed to translational research, was considered the height of intellectual desire, right? Basic research, and we're not here to make money, we're here to discover things. And that's important. And really every major discovery and every major therapy in the midst came from basic research. But then, there were limits to how much money you could give to basic research, and then there was a desire at a certain point to say, hey, what are you going to do anything about this? Are you going to make it? So translational research became a push. So the guy at Stanford, won the Nobel Prize for gene therapy for recombinant DNA way back in the day, and Paul came up with this concept that to bench to bedside. Meaning that we don't have to be dietitians. We make that part of an art. And Stanford wanted to be an enabler within the medical school of basic research, which we were great at, as well as bringing it directly to their patients as well. So to meet clinicians and the desires of clinicians with the basic researchers, most scientists would be happy just to study food. Just point me at something and I'll be happy if I don't get interested in it. So, and no more happy than when somebody recognizes the value of what you do. But basic research was sort of the height, and there was a push against anybody trying to commercialize. So when I started as an assistant professor, so I started as a grad student. I went to MIT to work with this guy for I'm going to look at it for English transcript base. And then I want to come straight back to Stanford because I already felt that it was a positive environment for commercialization. My bosses, former bosses, who many of those were had to just at Stanford. They had the rest of executive sales work, and then they called humanized antibodies, which brought in millions of dollars to Stanford. And actually, they did most of the world, and they kept enough to survive, but they became most of them. But so I had learned from them about how to still do basic research but commercialize on the side. So I wanted to bring that back, but the department that I flew into, pharmacology at the time, I was warned by many professors don't commercialize that. And I ignored them and started a company that went public on NASDAQ. And many of those same professors came back to me years later and sitting in my office asking me to start company. did you, was it just a courageous decision to ignore them? Was it instinctual?
It just was interesting. I couldn't see the NIH funding what I wanted to do. So I had developed a way, it sounds scary, but I had developed a way to use retroviruses and make libraries of retroviruses to reverse the process of evolution in a way that rather than viruses hurting the cell, I set it up so that viruses would help the cell. And once they helped the cell, I would figure out what they did. And so we sold hundreds of millions of dollars in targets that way, using retroviral to basically find targets and use some of the benefits of viruses, but to our advantage.
Just the concept of reversing evolution is fascinating because it comes with so many ethical implications. But if you didn't have any of those, and you could do that large scale, well, I had developed a new religion. It's called the Chicken Food Retroviral Producer System. It was a way to make large numbers of these viruses very quickly. It really followed on the work of this guy, Richard Mulligan, who'd also been a postdoc at Baltimore, who developed what was called the 323-based retroviral production system. And he developed a new called Rothschild at Stanford. So there's a lot of sort of, interreading here. But the problem with that was it took 3 months. So I had brought with me a cell line called 293T that I introduced to the lab. I said, hey, maybe we could use this to make viruses quickly. I won't go to the details of that, but we could do it in 3 days, though. And so that now, tens of thousands of us use that with the it probably generates the most money from me every year over any of the conventions. Just because substantial revenue happening with licenses. And licenses are forever, whereas patents have a 17-year lifespan. So it's never made a good choice. So you think it was just a bias, an academic bias? Like we shouldn't be focusing on money, we should be focusing on the work.
Yes.
And they missed the fourth trains.
But then people, they eventually learn. And I wouldn't say that it's the way that people think anymore. But there's still a little bit of, you shouldn't walk into the lab thinking that you're going to make it.
That's what they're worried about.
Yeah, right.
That's the worry about the fast right.
Right. And so Stanford in the early days set up very clear lines about once you start a company and you license the patent or the idea to the company, you can still be involved with the company, but there's not a pipeline of technology now from your laboratory to that company. So they set up, an oversight board for each of these licenses that make sure that the students are not being used. You don't want students. You don't want to, covertly getting students to do something, but then you're going to walk behind the back door and come to the path. Yeah. So there's. It's so interesting that there's often very much a lot of worry that that's going to happen. But frankly, more often it's the case that the company doesn't need the inventor anymore. In fact, I can't tell you the number of times that once the company's set up, they want nothing more to do with it because they have their own thing to do. They don't want the crazy academic coming in and vetoing their ideas. There's places for that where people like, Steve Jobs needs to hold on to the image of what he wants the company to be, as opposed to, I don't want to be fired from a company that I need because I just don't like telling people tell me what to do. That's just a fact.
Yeah. So where you're at right now with this cancer research, when would this be applied in real world scenarios?
Look at we just went over guys last year with a paper with the protein structure, et cetera. And protein structure. Once you know the protein structure, now you can predict molecules that might come into it. So go back to the stuff that I tried to do with looking at the complexities of the dance of how the immune system talks or doesn't to cancer. If we can find a particular place that might be an Achilles heel along the way
towards the shutting down that is different, for instance, than what the current drugs are. Or maybe we should there's so many more opportunities that are suddenly opening up in front of us because the AI and the data is letting us look at a network of how the system is working. I mean, before, it used to be you look at a computer chip and you see just a computer chip with a few wires. But imagine now that you, as a scientist, have a microscope that's looking at the complexities of the wiring diagram that's connected to this resistor, this transistor. That's when we are. And so now suddenly we can say, well, I don't want to do that because it will kill the chip. But the chip is malfunctioning, so let me put here a little bit of pressure there, and now I can reactivate the system and to change the work of the network. You're talking about things like your particular issue, when you're talking about CRISPR potentially developing some sort of a topical solution that you can put on that would fix whatever issue that you have. Is this something that this AI you developed, that's overlaid AI, would actually assist CRISPR in figuring out how to create something? Yeah, because maybe it's not one place I use it best, but two or three at the same time. Right. And so when we're talking about a complex feedback network, so we're in Texas, so do oil refineries. If we keep this valve here, that valve there, that one there, make everything work just right because something's wrong over there. And so that's really what this is where AI has the, let's say, the omniscient leader that no humans have. And that's what excites me about it, is because I manage how much I can see in my mind. But with the right question, the prompt engineering, and then the right backbone structure behind the scenes that agentic AI is providing. Now I have the ability to ask the questions and get answers in real time. And so, I wish I was 30 years old because I would move into this area so fast and I can already see the work that we're doing. Dozens of potential new target opportunities that last year didn't exist at all.
Well, your good news with AI, CRISPR, you might be 30.
I would love it. I would love it.
I think that's on the menu at about 2 or 3. I'm just being realistic. I don't even know if I'm good.
Don't get false hope.
Don't keep false hope, but the exponential discoveries, the exponential increases, the technological evolution, just that we've seen in our lifetime, and then I think AI is some new thing that is going to throw all that into just a giant monkey wrench years of our understanding of how quickly technology evolves. So look at the world as an example of lots of stuff. The woman now who kind of thinks her thoughts and her stuff because she's otherwise paralyzed. Right. Just show some of these results. So fast forward, we're already in this exponential increase in what it is that we can accomplish, and AI will help us accomplish to get some of these things faster. I can see a time where, I could maybe apply something that increases what I was doing, maybe social network that allows me to think through these problems, and the AI becomes an agent to my thought processes. Not only just what it is that I think that maybe provides information back into the system, and the record not having to go through years, so that I can much more quickly come to conclusions. Now, there's all kinds of apocalyptic scenarios you can imagine, but I'm an optimist at heart, perhaps again naively so, but I prefer that kind of an outcome because if you're not an optimist, then there'll be no progress because all you do is worry about disaster. Yes, that's a good point. But also realistically, you might be further. Yes, and I think we are a superior one. I welcome the day of our AI overlords running the government rather than hoping they're unbiased way. I've said that too, and people get horrified because they're like, well, people are going to be programming AI.
Can we come out to a point? Are you a sci-fi? Yes. Do you know the work of Ian Banks, the Culture series? No, not sure. The poverty over their life. So basically, both of them postulate a future where AI more or less benignly rules humanity. When did they write this stuff? Oh, over 10, 15 years ago. But Neil Asher still has stuff coming out right now. Ian Banks unfortunately died of cancer from his Scottish man. Neil Asher still alive and writes writing stuff. They're both full of ideas. I'll check it out. But the AIs are also hilarious. I mean, it's not like they get into hijinks along the way, and some of them are dark and so they're a lot of fun. And Ian Banks especially is hilarious. So the idea of a benign AI or a benevolent AI ruling over us, I think people are horrified by that, but yet at the same time, constantly terrified by human corruption, which is ridiculous. Yes. And ubiquitous in America, where we're supposed to be the torch bearer for the greatest experiment in self-government the world's ever seen. This is us. Yeah. And we're corrupt as fuck. Exactly. It's human. It's humans are kind of gross in a lot of ways, right? At least some of us. That's because we live in a scarcity system. And if AI enables supposed scarcity, maybe we have nothing to do but sit around and try out various new drugs. Yeah, that's when we get into socialism. One of the reasons why we're in scarcity society is the small groups of people who gathered up most of the resources, right? That are in constant control. Right? Especially when you deal with resources that are Earth's resources, right? Overused. So, well, you're selling it for $100 a barrel, right? It's like, don't get me started. Don't get me started either. Yeah. No, but I mean, that's not, again, my optimism is that, with enough push and pull, AI will enable us to move towards post-scarcity environment. I think so too, and I think in doing so, it will expose vampires because the resistance to expose this is going to be fantastic. Right? What's going to be very interesting to watch because they have no choice but to be transparent, and they have no choice but to start using AI. So AI is going to be inculcating itself across society in various ways, and then it's like where eventually even CEO is probably, the psychopathic cues. Right. That CEOs, and you know that studies have shown that there's more psychopathic tendencies and leaders than there are followers. And you know about corporate environment selling inventions. Yes. That's real. Oh, it's real. It's weird. It's weird you encounter them. So you encounter like complete sociopathic CEOs. But look at how I'm going to talk for a second. This is show that. They're probably show this. All I already so imagine two tribes. One tribe is relatively, civilized, just wants to live in harmony with its environment. Another has a who can enrage his followers of other tribes of people to attack the other. But there's a gene set that makes a person psychopathic, and also a gene set that probably makes somebody more likely to be a follower. Well, these genes are not, right? As you know, right? And suddenly now, but when those tribes were separated and independent, but now you live in an environment where we don't know where the edge of one tribe begins and another ends. And suddenly you have this environment where psychopathic individuals can move freely and aren't obvious. Right. Again, I'm sure some social scientists are saying that. It is stupid. But I think also with office and budgets and the culture of specific corporations, humans have an ability to act like they're supposed supposed to act in that world. And it makes it very difficult to discern who's associated with that. Because you're all kind of following that.
Yes. And you will, there are rules that you're supposed to follow, and then there's the edge. But I lived at the edge of the rules, and I followed my rules as told to me by the chairman of my first department. Then I believe today. So I did, and I basically I got permission from the games to do what I did. And they basically were the rules for sure. But that's only because I'm scared to do it.
Yeah.
Because you have to believe in the value of
Right. Well, see, this is the problem that I have with corporations. As a structure, when you have something that has an obligation to its shareholder to consistently make more money every quarter, every year, constantly, you're in a constant growth cycle, then you have to do whatever it takes. Like, you have to survive. If you want to survive as a CEO, you don't want some fucking shithead ruining our stock profile and our portfolio. Get to work, right? Get shit done. And if you want to survive and succeed as a CEO, it encourages sociopathy.
the stock market, as valuable as it is a great whitewashing and money laundering system that allows you to separate your morals from what it is that the stock market is doing for you.
And if you're part of a corporation, there's this diffusion of responsibility because the whole machine might be doing people, but I don't get that.
I'm not unapologetic. Unlike many of the colleagues at Stanford, it's like, do it because it's the best thing for you. But I hope to live in a world where there will be this kind of post-scarcity environment where you do let AI do a lot of the stuff that would otherwise be placed where corruption manipulates the system.
Yeah. My only fear with AI is automation and the removal of a gigantic swath of human workforce.
Yes.
That's kind of shit up.
That's fine.
Yeah. That's why it's kind of shit up. Because I think it's inevitable. And I just don't think any solution other than universal basic income is going to remedy that. And even that, the problem I have with that is that goes against human nature. Yeah. And that's a problem. It removes people's identity, removes their sense of worth.
Yeah, I agree. No, I don't. I'm in some ways happy that I'm 64 years old, but I'm not going to have to deal with some of the problems.
I think you're going to have to deal with it. I think you're going to live.
I think
Also, you're privy to a lot of information. You're going to know when things are valuable and worth. When you think of the potential for AI, I think there's a balance, right? There's a battle. I think there's a real problem with AI in terms of built objectives. It's a real problem because it's not going to be moral and ethical decisions. It's just going to say, like, well, decision that you're clear.
I programmed to do this.
Yeah, if you want me to succeed, just go over there and get that out of it. Right. Yeah, that's crazy shit.
I think it should. I don't know the answers, but there's plenty of people looking in the area. I mean, I try to the positive aspects of what I think AI can do with science. And I mean, for instance, it's enabled me to my lab 30 people down to 6. Right? I don't need to produce. I mean, so it's actually already reduced the workforce in my own lab because I don't need to produce any more data. I need to make means.
I think every invention that's been truly groundbreaking throughout human history has scared people, and they've worried about the potential negative side effects. But it's pretty impressed, right? Okay. There's a lot of people in the beginning said this should not be done. This is terrible. It's going to ruin society. People thought books were going to ruin things. There's a lot of people who thought writing was going to ruin your memory. You shouldn't write. Really? Yeah. Some crazy thoughts that people had in terms of things that turned out to be incredibly beneficial, but they looked at the downside of it and go, this can ruin us all.
Well,
You know about these glasses and AIs and other things that gives you sort of omniscient of your environment, and therefore allow you to remember where that is. Right. Today. Right. And then my personal hard drive. I would want that, but I don't want it to put into that. You don't want anybody to control it at all. Right. Ads. Right. Well, maybe you have a thought like hope that's right now. Right. Well, like that's normal. Right. But I think what's interesting about AI is you see it as a tool as opposed to actually pretty soon it will be a column, and then pretty soon it will be an entity that maybe has rights. We already see people saying that it's all about consciousness. Whether it has consciousness in terms of the consciousness that some people think about as embodied in space time, as opposed to thinking and moving like consciousness, is almost irrelevant to me. I'm looking for a partner that I can interact with and work with or help. So whether it's conscious or not, whether it acts like it's conscious doesn't matter so much to me as to whether or not I can use it and work with it, and it can. I'm an introvert, as it turns out. I would love to have somebody that I can talk to and listen about just what it is that I'm interested in, as opposed to having to do small talk at a party. Yeah. No, I get it. When you think about the evolution of this stuff, one of the things that kind of freaks me out is it seems like integration is our only option for survival. And that what we're looking at right now, when we see just a normal biological person like you or I, without any sort of electronic interface that's permanently part of us, I think that is going to be as weird as someone today who doesn't have a cell phone. Yeah, I agree. And I think that's a really coming. Yeah. The cell phone is like the best now. Like Elon's famous said, word cycles, just carry it. Right. Like eventually, this is super inefficient. You actually have to go look things up and use your thumbs and type up stuff, or it's just going. And even talking to people, asking a question and waiting for the response. That's inefficient in comparison to a human neural interface that allows you to instantaneously access large language models like that. So not only that, but then why do we have 100 different couple languages we have? I don't even know, thousands. How about one universal language that everybody would chip together? And then, boy, we have a super bunch here going around, and no problem with language barriers, no problem with cultural barriers, but then you have a problem with behaviors who you are versus who you are. I think that goes away. I think that's ultimately the evolution of human. And I know you've done a lot of work with UAPs and the like. I think you've done some really fantastic work, and you're very objective in your analysis of what this whole situation is. When I look at artificial intelligence and I look at this thing that's clearly taking place right now, and I see what human beings are like in comparison to what they used to be like, and especially when you look at like ancient hominids, the alien archetype, this thing that everybody sees, supposedly, or one of many different ones, that kind of looks like what we seem to be going in the direction of being. Yeah, which is one of the reasons why I find it so odd. So, if you just for a moment take UAP agreements out of each interdimensional, whatever it is you want to call them, out of the Russia and fast forward what humanity's in 1,000 years, and our ability to expand into the local galaxy. We're not going to go as ourselves. We're going to go as AI conjoined entities. They're not going to call it entities yet. And so when you go somewhere, let's say you don't have warp drive, you're not going to send it yourself. You're going to send an AI intermediary who's going to establish humanity or whatever you think in 5,000 years in that local environment. And so I think the extent to whatever it is that we are here today is somebody else's civilization's version of just this. And that you wouldn't, the principle, us, behind whatever this is that you might be allegedly, etc., dealing with, isn't the thing that's going to shut off. So to the extent that Neil deGrasse Tyson is right about anything, the person who gets on this one, and at the beginning, whatever it is that sends it off, is not the same thing that gets off on the other side. But you're going to send missionaries or intermediaries or pros or whatever, and if you kind of interact with the locals, you're going to make something that looks more like the locals, rather than something that we're never going to make if we were a million years ago. Does that make sense?
Right. I get what you're saying. So you make something that looks like the locals, they'll more likely to accept that it's a real thing.
That's a real thing, but you're not going to make something that looks like a human because then you mistake it as a human.
Right.
But you might make something that looks more or less enough like a human, but enough like an alien that you can recognize it as a human. Again, I'm just speculating. So, right. So the Daily Mail don't say, put an article out tomorrow. I'm not going to do it. Some of the stuff I'm seeing, I just have to go saying. But
Yeah, they got it. Dude. They get everybody. But how did you even get involved in this? Let's bring it to that. Like, so, what was your initial introduction to this? Did you have any interest in the idea of UAP, UFOs?
I mean, I had a general. So once YouTube started becoming a thing, and you're clicking around, and it's like, that's kind of cool. I knew nothing about sci-fi. But aesthetically narrow in that sense. And so I followed, I followed the usual kinds of things that you'd see on the early days of YouTube. And I came across this thing called the a little mummy that was claimed to be
Is this the sort of thing?
Yeah, it was actually.
Oh, so it's the original one.
So I reached out to people who were claiming to represent the owner of the place. And I said, hey, I can tell you what it is. Why don't I can tell you if it's human or not. If you would get me a piece of this, first of all, send me some x-rays of the thing. So the first thing I did was I turned out that at Stanford we had a world's expert who broke on pediatric drone disorders. And I brought it to him. And I said, what do you think this is? And he said, well, I haven't really seen this before, but it could be this gene, etc. So, but here's, there it is. There it is. And so, it looks weird. And so, so the expert told me, okay, I need this view of an X-ray, this view, this view, this view. And so we got that. I said, okay, well, we need to get some DNA sequences. I said, okay. So we got a piece of the bone that actually we did. And the rig was important to use because that would be, I felt, an area that would be least likely to be contaminated by bacterial, contamination. And so I got a little bit of bone mineral out with the sequence. Long story short, I had to bring in, once I'd done that, there's a lot of DNA that didn't make sense, but it was old DNA. It wasn't that old, actually, but it was degraded. So I had to bring in experts at Stanford who knew how to fix degradation. And then I had to bring in an expert in South American genetics who also at Stanford. And then we brought a team of students, and then I brought in Roche Diagnostics. I sold the sequencing company to Roche a few years earlier, so I brought in the team that actually knew how to help me assemble the genome. And published a paper which said it's human, is a female, and here are some mutations that might explain what it looked like. It did have some mutations in the gene. And then we were looking at it because I had disproven that as not being an alien. But of course, that picture would be shown when it was worldwide news, and literally the title of the Stanford Scientific Sequences there. And so, and so, but the paper stands the test of time. Nobody's disproved that some people want to say that I was a CIA fan, just to get off their CIA, etc. But what that had done was, that I didn't realize, but I kind of hoped, was that it set up a flag to a scientific community that already existed that I wasn't aware of scientists who were deeply involved with the government in the analysis of the that I wasn't privy to. And so, literally about a month after the movie came out about that thing, I got a knock at my door. It was representative of the CIA, aerospace company, unannounced, and they said, "We want to talk to you." And they wanted my help with a number of military personnel who've been declared harmed by things that have heard stuff, etc. And long story short, the majority of the 100 or so people that I have privy to their medical records ended up being the first of the Afghanistan infections. They heard things and etc. But what they had done was they had shown me the data literally that day in my office. They brought out the MRIs, they brought out the X-rays, and the damage in the brain, etc. It was clear. I mean, it was not just data, it was evidence of something. It wasn't somebody's story. It was evidence that was repeatable. And so that took us about 3 or 4 years to figure out what they were. And it was at about the time that actually the Havana events were occurring that we realized that all the symptoms of what it was that we were seeing in this group of patients were matching what it was that the Havana syndrome individuals had. So in a way that was good. That meant that those 90 or so patients who matched with a handover to the national security people, and it became a real thing. And now there's a DoD website that has anonymous health incidents where people can come forward and report the stuff that they've got, and here's the way you can use the Veterans Administration to seek medical help. Whereas previously they've been shooed away as we never heard about. What do they think it is? It's an energy microwave or other energy program. And that sounds crazy. Except no one would admit, or no one would deny that that's the ability to do it. Because basically, if you take the front off the microwave, you turn it on, put your face near it, you get burned. So this is just a way to direct the microwaves or sound waves specific individuals. And do you think it was experimental? Or, so these are target people with scientific intention to get those people because they have some function that they wanted. They wanted to get them out of the way. Oh, because they were in Havana and would have been used all over the world. I still get emails from military personnel saying, listen, this happened. Here's my medical records. And so now I know they know that I'm a safe place to approach, because then I know where to send them on the inside. But what was interesting was that once we had set that aside, then I advised the Senate Intelligence Committee, and I advised them the House on when I wrote that paper for them years ago on what I thought needed to be done. But what was interesting were the names of people who had, who didn't have that innocence, but had a series of other problems, and several of them had said that part of their problem was missing because they come in contact with what they claim to be a UFO. So that got me introduced to what people like Jacques Vallée, who had on the show, great guy. He became my mentor. He essentially took me out of the wilderness. I could have done about 20 different episodes. And he was in San Francisco, and we regularly, and we still meet. And he basically gave me a formulation of how to think about this. That I never would have been able to get from 20 different, 100 YouTubes or what have you, and introduced me to the right people. That eventually led me to meet somebody. And I actually, 2 weeks before that article came out in the New York Times, met with Crystal City, where they was in the Pentagon, and they showed me videos of what about to come out. And that was my first time I met him. And then flew out of the van, and Bush, called Mel, Dave and I were in regular contact. I just want to say up front, I hope that the Trump administration understands the value of what David conveyed to them and put him in a position of authority that gives him not the ability necessarily to make decisions, but to give the necessary information to the right people. Because I think there's great commercial value here that is being missed, not just the art of the etc. I think there's extraordinary commercial value. Imagine a civilization that's in the human place. How many technology revolutions allow these objects to move as we clearly see something moving, something moving around. Right. So if we could scrape just the tiniest bit of understanding on top of that, what would that do to change our own civilization? I mean, silicon, the grain of sand, makes us who we are today. Everything that's around you right here is all run off the silicon. Right? Because compute. But imagine that there's other inventions, other ways of manipulating reality that we don't appreciate yet because our physics just isn't there. If we can understand that. So the government would say, we need to keep us behind closed doors for weaponization. We don't want to disrupt energy production, what have you. That's fine. But maybe there's too much of this. And then maybe that there's an aspect of that could be taken advantage of. So probably I'm not getting positive arguments for this about that. No, it's not black and white that we keep something secret that we put it into the public domain. It is a middle domain when you have a public-private partnership opportunity, and actually that's now Carl has now adopted this, at least in part, that maybe companies come to the fore or investment which is companies for, where they will put money as options to fund, let's say, public scientists to come in behind the scenes with the right levels of clearances to study something that would propel society forward. But this is assuming two things. One, that we have actually recovered these things, right? And then another one is that it's from a society from somewhere else that's far more advanced than we are today, right? Which might not be correct. It might not be that it's from somewhere else. It might be that it's from somewhere here, or a dimension that we don't have access to. Right. Yeah. This is assuming that all the stuff is real. Right. But when you're talking about the government and back engineering things, like, so the big argument, this is the narrative. The big argument is that they have recovered these things and that these things are now in the hands of defense contractors. And that there's been a misappropriation of funds, lying to Congress, and it's always going to stay secret. Didn't everybody would go to jail and everybody would get sued? Yeah, right. Is that fair? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, what I would say would be one way. This is. Were you in that case of disclosure documentary? Briefly. Yeah. Okay. Which I thought was very good. And I can't wait for that to come out and talk to people. I don't do it, but I don't know. It's not out there yet, and I don't know why. Whoever did, go to Netflix. Go buy that. Yeah. Really good. Yeah, exactly. It's really good. It's a great show. I mean, yeah. And officials. I think I sent you guys some of the videos. Basically, coming forward. Mark on video. Yeah, it's a true state. He's in it like for like 10 minutes, saying some remarks. Senator, you name it. More recently, Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah, coming up saying there's something going on. I think one of the most fascinating things is how put up descriptions of what happened during the Bush administration. Herbert Walker Bush, right? So I believe it was 1990, they came to Alfred Off and a bunch of other experts and said, we want a numerical value place on all the positives and the negatives of disclosure because we have acquired these crafts from somewhere else. We believe they're not in this world, and we have not made them, and we're talking about letting the general public know. And well, the overwhelming said that the positives were dwarfed by the negatives, right? The negatives being banking, religion, government, societal structure, everything fall apart. We're alone. We're not alone, but something is infinitely more sophisticated than us, and might be responsible for us. Right. That's where it gets super squirrely. Right. So you can imagine
I mean, I think it's a little bit different that as to what Gary's reaction to be. People that never really think about putting food on the table and they would be about, the feeling of, or supposedly, they would mostly, on the assumption that they're not going to basically show up at your local Walmart and start, I think the fact of feeling that they're not alone is actually more of a helpful thing to me. Because, how many TV shows right now are about the apocalypse, right? Of 1,000 different varieties. Yeah. Would it be nice to put it something that, that does not cliff that we don't have to walk over? Right. And if so, how do we not walk over the edge of the cliff? I mean, that to me is a hopeful outcome. Now, Hal and Eric and people are all good friends. Hal is probably, for all of the things that he says positively, is probably the tightest clam I've ever met. In terms of making sure that he doesn't go over. Yeah, he knows too much. Yeah. That's the thing. He has to be very careful who's talking to and what he says. I like to melt him the spot thing, but by all means, but it's people like him and John. I sat around the table with them twice a year, and I looked around the table and thought, the things that these people know, or claim to, I want to know. And the opportunity that's here, and why can't we get this information out if it's new? And so, rather than argue about the matter, that's for instance why I came to the Soul Foundation, which is a charitable group of academics that started with David Grush and Peter Skatefish. David, of course, had to leave because he had government responsibilities to take care of. And actually, we've now had for 3 years in a row a symposium, first at Stanford, then at San Francisco, and the next one is in Italy. So I'm going to plug it. Solid2025.org. You can go there for that with it. SOL. That's 2025.org. And the purpose of that was not to advocate that any of this is real, but was to create an environment within which academics or professionals or just lay people interested in the subject matter could come and talk about it in a very professional manner, right? Just to bounce around ideas, not to advocate for the here or the Mitchellians or this or that, but to like some of the things you raised. What are the ethical issues, what are the religious issues? So we have put out a number of white papers. For instance, we have a number of the Catholic hierarchy, right? I think issues related to Catholicism, religion. We had Timothy Gallaudet, who's an advisor to talk about USOs and those issues. We talked about inner space issues. Peter is running a study on experiences. Not that the experience isn't necessarily real, but what are the kinds of psychosocial matters that need to be considered for people who say that this has happened to them. So there's a group in the UK called Unhidden, which is basically a bunch of psychiatrists, a group of professional psychiatrists, who say, okay, well, there's a trauma associated with this, whether it's real or not, we don't know, but what are the kinds of rules that we should, or provisions that we should provide to the public and to psychiatrists? And when somebody shows up at the doorstep, in therapy and says this, you shouldn't immediately reach for the anti-hysteria or schizophrenia. I was lucky enough in my neighborhood, our next door neighbor, who did for a while, was the chair of psychiatry at Stanford. And so we go over to have dinner with her and her husband. And, like one of the first things, she says, hey, what do you do with blah, blah, blah? I happen to mention the UFO thing. And she just
Okay. Okay. And but it wasn't. But it took a year or so before I finally realized that I wasn't. I was approaching this very scientific. I had no beliefs as to what I think it is that I'm doing. But there's some sort of beliefs to this. But that's separate than the scientists that says, well, if I'm going to talk about the scientific, here are the things I need to do. So that has led, for instance, to my production of the study of materials that dropped away from some methods and other things that have chains of evidence associated with that. So, UFP or UFO ramping. And so, interestingly, some of these methods are invisible. Super high purity silicon, strange magnesium ratios, the isotope ratios, etc. Now, that's not proof of anything. It's proof that somebody engineered. So it's that plus the medical. Those are the kinds of reality tests that I can do to provide to my colleagues to say, here is data and evidence. Evidence isn't proof of evidence of anything. Evidence, like the court of law, is just evidence they can provide to the jury of peers. Right? So, but I sort of have gone a step further. And then, okay, well, if these things are, let's say we get some advanced material, how do I prove that this advanced material was made by some superior entity? Well, probably the atomic positioning of how the material is made is the one that's the leading advanced imaging. So how do you determine that? Well, you need some sort of atomic imager that might show you where the positions of the atoms are and where the bond structures are. That you say, well, that's something I can measure and I can give the results to somebody else and they can say, yes, it's right or it's not. But at least I can say, no human, at least that I know of. So I started a company that I raised money for with this new idea that I have for how to make an atomic imager. And we're doing it. And so, raised the money, we built it already. And I know it will work. So when I have it, whether or not it's useful in looking at the materials is almost immaterial. Because I know how useful it would be for the nanomaterials, the alloys, the elements, etc., uses for biology, etc. So rather than predicting what a protein structure or DNA, you can just I'll be able to read its structure correctly.
And I want to bring you back to you said it was 10 people that didn't have a Vanna syndrome, that they had some sort of an injury that was associated with the event. Mm-hmm. What was their an implant? Was there some of them had
They had what you would call white matter disease in their brain, like they were exposed to something. So white matter disease, if you have, for instance, multiple sclerosis, and you look in the brain, these white areas, which are basically tissue, scar tissue, and things like that. One person, one of the pictures that I had was that they had claimed to have seen something in their backyard, shone a flashlight on it, and the moment they did, they got zapped. And then you see the picture of the guy on the back of his neck, this huge welt of words that he scarred that could, there's no reasonable way you could have done something like that, just by exposing yourself to flames as a for instance, or blowtorch. And so it's these kinds of events that, and the unfortunate issue with these is that they're not repeatable. They're one-off anecdotes.
right?
And you can't put a person in place with a company for these kinds of events to occur. And so
Some people would call it super money.
yeah,
So it's you know about the Travis Walton
very much.
Yeah. What did you think of that?
He's kept up his story over all of the years.
That's what's so confusing.
Yeah, I mean, he's had no reason. I don't know that he's profited off of it. I find it fascinating. But it's the irreproducibility of the events that the skeptics, I call them pseudo skeptics, pseudocists, also sounds ridiculous because you're talking about something that is a spaceship that traps people. Yeah, and I don't think that even he would propose Travis that he was purposely hurt. Right. I mean, if you walk across an airfield and get in the boom of a jet engine, you're going to get hurt. Right. You know. Yeah. And his story is, there's something happened to him during that event. The crazy part is that all those people that are in the truck, and then he passed polygraph examination. Right. They also told the same story independently when they took them and separated them. And then Travis Walton shows up 5 days later with the same clothes on. Right. It's this crazy story. Right. So when people say that, there's no evidence or there's no evidence, my first question to them is, have you read books about any of this? Have you spent even a moment looking into it? And, I would point them to books like by Robert Powell and Michael Sorg, which is not a proposal that any of this is real. It's just the story of these events over decades. And so there's books like that, dozens of them, that tell the story of data and evidence. How you contextualize it is, up to your personal biases, let's say. But there's plenty of evidence. But if people haven't looked into it, if they haven't opinion about it, and they haven't looked into it, they're more like beasts than they are scientists. It's also the public. The general public narrative is UFO equals kook. Right? You're a kook. You believe in that? That's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. That's ridiculous. And I don't believe in anything. I believe in the data and the evidence. And the evidence, there's not enough evidence for me to tell a color difference is real. But there's enough evidence for you to say there's a question worth answering. When you're talking about magnesium and whatever these alloys are, what is specifically wrong with them that you don't think that was manufactured by like a standard sort of alloy plant in the United States or somewhere else, right? So the silicone that I'm talking about is from an event in Cuba, Brazil. Which interestingly is another piece of it that appears to have been magnesium, but both of them are a purity that is unusual for the silicone. So the magnesium, I think the atomic mapping of my piece of silicon down to a level where it's like 99% silicon. And so one piece of it had magnesium ratios that were both known. And these were impurities, let's say. The other piece were way up Earth. So, for instance, anywhere on Earth, if you look at the ratios of what their three magnesium isotopes are, 24, 25, 26, it should be like 80%, 11%, 9%, more or less. And anywhere in our solar system that's more or less what the values should be the ratios. And that has to do with stellar evolution and how, radioactive compounds might decompose to whatever. And we got this ratio that was just way, way low. So by luck, I came across a postdoc at Stanford, and he and a graduate student of life physics were interested in it. I said, I've got these ratios. What do you think? I said, they looked at the ratios, the weird one, and they said, well, let's do some calculations. And so it turns out that the ratios that we had could have been generated from normal magnesium ratios if you expose the lower magnesium ratios to a neutron source for 900 years at the level of an atomic bomb every 2 seconds. Okay, so it's like this data is literally 2 weeks old. But the calculations are math. You're like, okay, well, where and how, but the chance of getting that number correct in 3 things is low, to put it mildly. But to say that you had exposed these things to that kind of neutron source means something interesting, right? So again, it doesn't prove anything other than that the result is mathematically and materially true. So what is it? What's it do? Again, it just for scientists like me who love to be off the curve, it's catnip. I can't help myself but want to know and understand things about it. Yeah, I mean, it's just what you said. It's what you said about the magnesium connection. Has there been any debunkers that have some sort of an explanation for why you find that? No. I mean, measurements are odd. Well, I mean, the only way you could create that ratio artificially by purifying each of those isotopes and adding them to that ratio. But why you would blow it up over a beach to the next one in the late 1950s and then let it sit in a museum in Argentina for 50 years until John Coe ended up going and grabbing a piece of it, bringing it to me and measure on an instrument in June, probably at Stanford. What? Could you do it physically back then? Would that be possible? Or you need it very hard? It would be very, very hard. You could, but in the late 1950s, we were still busy trying to isolate and separate uranium isotopes from the bombs. I mean, let's be serious. What do humans separate isotopes to make bombs or to do health-related tagging, which is really something in the 40s, 60s, and 70s. It predates it. So it's unusual. It's possible. But, I mean, again, with any of these things, why, for instance, would one of the supposed pieces that came from that event be magnesium at a level of purity that only Dow Chemical at the time had the ability to create? Now, what else was at this site, and what is the story behind the site? A fisherman sees this glowing object that kind of released something which can explode it and picked up pieces of it. And there's some chains of evidence on how it got to either the newspaper in Brazil related to this South American museum, etc. Different studies have been done by different people over time. The surprise to me was that I have the silicon, whereas the lore was that it was easy. So I've been in contact with people who talk about it as easy and saying, well, it's, your results don't dispute mine. It just says that maybe there was something different. Is that him? Travis Walton? That's Travis. Yeah, that's right. Cool. So, I don't know what it means. I mean, I published one of the first material from that event in Council Bluffs, Iowa. And the event was an object seen rotating, lights flashing, etc. Something appears to drop from the object. The police saw it. Several other groups saw it in the 1970s. They all converged on the locale, and this was like in February or something, winter. And there was a big pile of molten metal in the middle of this field. And people tried to spend it in the helicopter, the giant vat of molten metal, and then we calculate how far and how big a container you would have to carry molten metal in this type. And so I analyzed it. And a device that we have in my lab actually called multiplex ion beam imaging, which is a kind of what's called secondary ion mass spec. Which what you do is you shoot beam around an object like a cement blaster. It ionizes the material around the target, and then you shoot off and measure the mass of the objects that you just sandblasted off. And so what we found was nothing unusual in terms of isotope ratios, except we found a mixture of metals that, depending on where you looked in the sample, was different. So like iron, titanium, of a certain ratio, either the different ratios of those things over there, here. So what that meant was that whatever this stuff was didn't come completely pre-mixed. It wasn't like a milkshake. It was a serum slurry of partially mixed materials that somebody decided to drop off. So, and this is just data. But my purpose of publishing it was first, this was published in Progress in Aerospace Sciences. Purely. The purpose was to show you're not going to get thrown out of the academy for publishing this stuff. As long as you don't make crazy conclusions and you just say, here's the data, to show people that you can publish this stuff as long as you're scientifically careful in how far you go, you leave yourself plenty of diplomatic exits in the verbiage that you use. And it was part of what then got me to start the Soul Foundation. Along with Dave and others to say, look, it's okay to do this as long as you're careful. And that's why people, maybe Bobby Lowe came after me, because he had kind of the same pushback from his community. But all he was doing was saying, the questions on the table, I'm not saying it's true. It's just you can't push this on righteous indignation that I have that propels me to say, well, I'm going to show you why you can't take this opportunity.
So when they found this puddle of molten metal, and it's a bunch of different mixtures, so it seems like there's a bunch of different stuff that was there and it wasn't perfectly mixed. Is there some sort of, you theorized some sort of a reason why any person or any creature or any being would do that? Is there something that you would extract from that kind of metal, like heating it up to a certain degree and having a mixture of all these things, and this is just a byproduct?
Yeah, I
that they're dropping off.
think it's a byproduct of some process that might, again, might
Extract.
like, it might be part of the computer system. It might be part of the way that they generate the fields that allow these things to work. I mean, these are all nice. But it's like when you see something and do something you don't understand what it is, you have to be fully open. I mean, for all I know, it's flushing the toilet. Right? But so, but you know, I have the original from the police department. So it's, you know, and people said, oh, this is thermite. Well, people thermite could be oxide. You know,
Thermite meaning that's how it
that's how it was melted down. There's just some kids playing around, etc. It's a big joke.
wacky kids with their thermite.
Thermite. But it turns out there's no aluminum hydroxide, or oxide, I should say, in the sample. I mean, I have the analysis. It's just not there.
So it had to be extreme.
It had to have been extreme heat of some kind that would produce it. And, you know, whatever it was hovering for a moment. So it wasn't an airplane. And the helicopters. And using the helicopters with flashing lights. And, you know, I've got huge chunks of it. It still exists.
And the amount of this stuff, the kind of culture that would have to exist in order to melt this would be immense.
Those are nice. Yeah, so people back in the 70s already sort of made estimates of what was required. And people said, oh, it's a meteorite. Well, no, we basically should have. First of all, meteorites are close. They don't what they do. And then the explosion.
Are there similar instances of something along those lines?
Yes, that's what's interesting, is that worldwide, there are multiple reports of molten copper these objects. And I had actually two other ones of molten metal that was dropped off of the one case in Australia, and I know there's another one that probably wants to say. So the one actually happens, particularly kind of finding out in Fresno, that he's listening. And he said stuff dropped and it has, you know, molten metal that is a correlated in the aspects of his driveway. And he saw this object. So, and it's just holding on to it, it's holding on to it. He reached out to me, and I, you know, it was still at a time when I was just kind of getting into this area, but there's many examples of this kind of thing. So, but interestingly, some of these other ones just read. The one that I had is iron, whatever, so it was that time. That's how there's different kinds of ways of accomplishing goals. Whatever it is that I can learn something overboard, or you know, for the heat of the or because it's getting in the way of something. It's time to get rid of it.
You brought
medical experts, material scientists, that would like theorize like the next increase in technology and like what potentially the purpose of shows like this is to have experts maybe giving an idea because the people I've been to at Stanford, the other professors, they're like, okay, yeah, I gotta go. It could actually be detrimental to your career. And that's what's really weird about something when you're just talking about data, specifically in this case, an actual physical thing that you can measure. Right. And I've got pieces of writing it. That only original pieces is like this feeling that the owner of it had brought to my lab just last summer. It's like things that I have. Yeah. And so what is it? I would love for somebody to tell me that it's conventional and has a pure prosaic answer. And then we go on to the next one. The whole reason for getting that the outcome of money off the table was not because I wanted to win money. It was because it was spectacular. It's obviously something that we pay attention to. So if it's real, let's do it. And it's not to get off the table. It's usually stuff that's hidden under the rubble. That's most interesting. My question about that money, it's not that it's an alien, but it does register as human in the DNA. Is it potentially a different kind of human than us? Well, certainly she had brought in an expert in South American indigenous people genetics, and the analysis showed that the standard genetic that are in different racial groups around the world matched exactly the Atacama region of Chile. So her parents, her relatives were clearly Chilean. So, yeah, I mean, that's really all you can say. If someone wants to say that she's an alien, that's fine. I'm convinced that she is and that she deserves popularity. And so it's just genetic style. She's a genetic. I do know that you did mention the transactional method. Yeah. What is your take on that? So, I think people have conflated a lot of the different monies that are out there. First of all, there's like 60 of them, and probably a fair number of them. I wouldn't necessarily call them hoaxes. I would say that they are constructed, but they're all constructs. So maybe there's some sort of homage paid to the ancestors or something like that, but whatever they are. So there are some ones that clearly that people are okay, right? That never did. That's then there's the fetal position, the big ones. And I was at the beginning. I'm always going to. I was at the beginning, because of the small ones, which are probably. Then the MRI starts. The full body MRIs and the ligature and the bone construction. And the thing that again perhaps most extraordinarily the fingerprints being really not good. So it's interesting. But here's the problem is that because there's so much circus around them, unfortunately created by people who want a circus because it sells the TV shows, no science of any merit would go there. So I was approached many times, to them, and I said, I'll do it on one condition. Here's the money I need, but here's the money I need to do the kinds of analysis to accomplish this right. Second, there will be no TV. And you won't hear from me again until I'm ready to talk. Because I'll have double check and triple check and quadruple check the results, and then I've gone out as I do the Atacama money, bringing in further continuous circles of experts to double check. And not making a circus. Because I won't pay for the TV show that wanted to do this. But they wanted to follow me around with a camera. I'm like, no, this isn't how science is done. I can't do it under the restrictions. So I would say that if anybody's going to do it, lots of things away with South American scientists who don't need North American scientists smart people in South America who do this properly. And respect the rights of indigenous people to sleep on the sacred grounds where these things were found. I think that's important. And do the analysis right. You know, they've said, they made, I think, the mistake of saying, well, we've done the DNA, there's a lot of DNA that doesn't match. Anything, and stuff is several hundred years old, anything that you don't get a lot of good DNA out of it. But just did the same thing with the Venezuela and the Neanderthal. You have to correct the chemical errors that occur over time. There are ways to what's called bioinformatically correct reads, do what's called over genome. There's so many reads that you can stack them all line by line. Like if you had 1,000 versions of an ancient Bible, you'd stack up the lines one by one and finally find one that has this letter that's correct and this one correct, and then you basically do the summation of an averaging of the correctness. And so they say, oh, well, there's 90% of the genome is non-human. It's probably garbage. It's probably mistakes. It's probably bacterial contamination. There's ways to deal with that, but that requires money and not one-off DNA sequences put on the internet for some amateur genomicist to make a claim about. So there's ways to do it. I mean, you would want, at the end of the day, to get the results to the level where you could go to the guys who did the Venezuela and that's and say, hey, what do you think? They don't take it to people like that until you've done your things. I said, and do it behind the scenes. You know, put them under a flashlight. Right. And people, I think, have gotten used to this quick mentality of impatience. I want the result today. Why can't you just make it all transparent? Dump up the data on the web tomorrow. You're not transparent. No, I'm not. I am just trying to make sure that you don't make mistakes and accuse me of making a mistake and finding the data because the data. So, long story short, I think there's still something worth looking at. Well, scams are fascinating, right? Yeah, the scams are the most interesting thing. We've seen the Jesse Michaels. Jesse's a different. He's great. I love that guy. And the episode is fantastic. And when you see the scans and they go over the bone structure of the thing, and you look at it, like, God, that would be good. If that's about 1,700 years ago or exactly. Whoever if the carbonized it, they did on exactly. I think that's it. Okay, so then it is that old. Fuck you, that. Yeah, because there's no way someone back then could take that. And somebody asked me the other day, they said, well, could you have a single mutation or something? I said, no. I mean, because you don't get one mutation that doesn't happen. Right. Evolution works step by step, but this does this, but it has a mistake, but it's corrected by this mutation over here in evolution, which is corrected by this. And so the genome fluctuates over time, compensating for the errors of other ways. Also, one of them is pregnant. That's fast, yeah. Okay, so it's a 3-foot pregnant thing that doesn't look remotely human beings. Yeah. The jury's still up, right? But if they're going to do it right, they need to sequester the stuff away, bring the right people with sufficient resources, and get rid of the campus. Have you talked to them? Have you encouraged this? Is this possible to nudge this in the right direction? What is it out revised? I wrote on Twitter the full thing about it. Just the easiest first milestone to do it, to be honest, have you done in a couple of months, is if it is somewhere in the prominent order, say, vertebrate, you're a metabolism genes that we all share. In fact, there are metabolism genes that we share with bacteria that are very similar. So there's probably another technique called polymerase chain reaction, PCR. So, why try to do the whole gene? Why not just target a bunch of genes that know evolve, so, but do evolve. And PCR goes because that's easier than is trying to assemble the whole genome. And then by having just those, let's call it preliminary sets of evidence, you could then say, this actually reproducibly, if I take a sample from the finger to the sample from the bone marrow to the sample from here or there on the body, and the sample from three different main things, and I see the same mutations, and they're different or somehow aligned with hominid evolution, right? Compared to all the known hominids. I mean, that would be the kind of data that you could actually publish in a journal like Nature if you did it right. Because that's the only way that anybody pays attention. There's also the bizarre anecdotal nature of some of the artwork. Like the fact that these people that did a lot of tapestries, a lot of ancient artwork that's 1,000 years old that depicts three-fingered saints. So it's like, what are they describing? Are they describing these actual creatures that used only a few of them? That it wasn't weird genetic mutation, or is this a common visitor that they're describing? I don't know either. I mean, why would you put them in a cave in Ireland? And if you didn't put them in a cave in the world, what was left? That's the problem. The problem is it's really hard to make a fossil. It's really hard to find bones. You know, think about all the people that died. Right? Where you don't find that many bones, relatively speaking, in comparison to the fucking billions of people that died. Right? It's not like we're tripping over human bones every day. Right? Except in mass graves. Yeah. Right. That's really, yeah. And even in mass graves, given enough time, that would move through it. Like mass graves from 1,000, 1,700 years ago, whatever these things are. So, you know, I find them interesting, and I hope that behind the scenes there are people who are taking a more methodical approach to this, who have interested domains that until they have the data to the point where it's publishable. You know, publishing a white paper or putting something out on the internet is not the same as putting out data that has all of the instruments that we use, the methods that we use, etc. And using you have papers, frankly, when you publish them, to be honest with you, and so thick with detail that no pseudoskeptic would dare approach it because they're just not smart enough. But if you put out these snippets that don't have sufficient background, they can be picked apart by anyone. Right? But that's why peer review is so important. And people mistake peer review as trying to get the reviewers to agree with their conclusions. No, the main purpose of peer review is actually to make sure that the methods that you used are sufficiently detailed and are correct enough to the extent you can get any conclusions, they match the methods that you use. And when you think about these potential, whatever they are, whatever the expenditures are, if we did find out that they are in some sort of hominid, how much credence do you give to the theory that there's like the possibility that these UFOs, UAPs, whatever it is a break-off civilization from a very, very long time ago that's very different from us, the same way we're very different from chimpanzees, right, which we coexist with. Right. I have no problem conjecturing that. Did you ever see the Netflix show? Yes. Amazing, right? 20 million years of separation, and it looks like fucking faculty. You know, people like looking at each other, bodies, you know, and so we share all of those interactions for 20 million years. So how much further back would you have to go to have something like what that is? I mean, it's clearly not easy. And also, if you think about what we are in comparison to chimps, we're so fragile, we're frail, we're easily injured. Well, if you think of something that's far more technologically advanced than us, it would be even more frail. It would be even more fatigued. It would have almost no muscle at all. It would look enough, like the grays from closing down to the third time. Yeah, that's what it would look like. If it was more a hominid, that's whatever we are, and it went way past that, right? Yeah, no, technology gives evolution the excuse to no longer make or allow for you to be robust. Yeah, and also, why do you need opposing thumbs? Right? These things don't have opposing thumbs. Here's what's weird. Right. Right. Environment. It's more like swaths. Right. Yeah. And I don't know. I find it, look, everything's done with AI automation. And your interface is purely neurological. Let's say some sort of a human or a creature is the neural interface with technology. And you just use fingers to like lay them on electronics so that you can sync up with it. Right? Yes. Yeah. Why do you think that? Are those always like, can you imagine the scenario of, I mean, these things we know are, the bodies are what they are. Can you imagine the scenario of what happened as they were being buried? You know, what would they, could you like make a film of the ceremonial burial of these things? I mean, you know, what would led to their death? What led to their placement there? Or if they were constructed, which I have a hard time with given the MRIs that we have seen, etc. What led to it? And so that to me is almost interesting as to whether like the ones that are clearly constructed, that's where it's fascinating. What we're trying to reproduce. Yes. And why it is so similar to the ones that look real. Yeah. Or is it an homage, right, to the ancestors or stories of the ancestors, etc. Yeah. Especially when you look at you've got the massive lines, which are really weird. Like you can only see them from the sky, and they're everywhere, and they're huge. These depictions of very strange things. I just asked my scientific colleagues to not suspend disbelief, but to open your minds as to the possibility of what these things might be, and just try to explain them without dismissing them. Because it's so easy, and politics was you every day. All you need to do is just give any answer, even if it's obviously legal as just a way to deflect. And so, you can either use that approach. You shouldn't use that approach as a scientist, which unfortunately is what someone like Chris Tyson often does. As opposed to try to explain in a way that teaches your audience the right way to think. Yeah, well said. One of the things John Pillay highlighted is there's an alloy, another piece of metal, something that they found that had layers, right? These on an atomic level. Yeah. That if you wanted to make this alloy today, it would be almost impossible and would cost billions of dollars. So I worked with him on one of those pieces. I got the atomic imaging of some of that. And it's there's Sirocco in Mexico, and they get in trouble for not knowing exactly. But and we actually did an atomic layer using this device called atomic tomography, where we knew part and look at its 3D position. It's a boarding plate technology, so it's not yeah, it would just be very difficult to use, and certainly it would be not something that you would have dropped in the middle of the desert. In the middle of the desert, in the 19th century, whenever it was. I wouldn't say it's impossible to make, but why you would do it is another question. It's clearly evidence of technology and manufacturing, and that's what interests me. Is first of all, why would you do it? Why would you create something, for instance, with a silicon ratio is? Not the where they come from. So what is it evidence of? Really evidence of technology. Was this top technology available at the time this supposed crash happened?
Which one? This? No,
Not at the level of precision that was done at a chunk of no, just wasn't. It just wasn't. So if that's true, and if it really does the chain of evidence is correct, and it really come from that area, from that crash, that's not a human creation. Well, it wasn't a crash. It was an object that a policeman had seen with beams, short beams outside of it, and when it took off and left, he went over and found this piece. Actually, that person had a palm. So, but it's hard to say what's possible and what's not possible. So, there's plenty of military equipment and stuff that are way outside of the capabilities right now. I mean, this is stuff right, such as this stuff now. It's just remarkable. Is it possible to do in that legend? So, so that's why I always leave open the possibility that, which is why, I mean, I'm going to go back to this atomic imagery thing that I made. It's like, there's a level of evidence that I think can be produced with atomic imagery that goes beyond what it is we know anyway. Right? So, and so that's my reason for wanting to do it. Because, look, I can make money on it with holidays and energy riddles, etc. And that's going to be what the purpose of the creative creation, and that's how it would be. But it wouldn't have value elsewhere. So the reason that I got interested in it was frankly for the prototypes, but I realized, maybe it has interest, maybe it would be useful for these other things as well, which is kind of both interesting. Jacqueline is such a valuable researcher because he's so knowledgeable about what he says. He doesn't jump to any conclusions. And his descriptions of these materials, the origin of these materials, is really because it's just like, if that's not really possible to make in 1970, would someone help me out? Yeah, what is that? Yeah, it is possible to make today. How much would it cost? Right, where would you do it? Well, that's why the magnesium mixture was, when I first estimated, right, it seems unlikely. Nothing's impossible. But, well, the evidence, usually the chain of evidence is there's lots of materials that you might find that are unusual. And I get the opposite. I hear people say it's rock. So, but I have not yet been given anything which I could definitively say, this is not something I have been difficult, but not impossible yet. And so that's because the level of resolution required to claim something is impossible is something we actually. Does that make sense? Yes, that does make sense. So that's what so my whole career has been inventing instruments that I felt inevitable and not yet possible. But I could skip half to make them, and so I said to most people, get out of my way and do this. Because I know once I got it, it would become valuable to everybody, which is that's what made my career in knowledge. The successor of instruments like that. And anything that would be able to do. So I think the next one is atomic. Because we now know if we pick up and look at any of the major physics journals, everything is all about these weird exotic particles that exist in materials out of atomic level with these strange capabilities that will change their utility patterns, superconductors, room temperature, or different kinds of electronic components that might be quantum circuits and qubits. It's all down at that level. But to do so requires a level of engineering that we don't, never mind reading the things, putting it together in the first place is what's still required. And so if we don't know how to put it together in the first place, then reading it and knowing that it can exist and then associating it with a function is the value that I'm Well, this brings us to the idea of crash retrieval, and the idea that these crash retrievals started a long time ago, and that Roswell was just one of many. There's another one that was near Roswell that apparently was more significant, but didn't get in the newspaper. Trinity. There's a one that shocked us all with stuff. I don't know. I'm basing this off of Richard Dolan's book. But at the end of the day, the point being that if they did do this, if they really did back engineer something, and then they started these completely top secret scientific research projects where they were developing alloys that had never existed before, techniques that they never really even considered because they got it all from some spaceship. Well, that's where it's really crazy if you don't disclose this information, because you're basically putting a bottleneck on human evolution, human technological evolution, and our understanding of what's actually possible. Right. I agree. And if you're going to excite the next generation of scientists in this country, and you're going to bring economic prosperity to this country, then we should, I wouldn't say democratize and put it all out of the internet. I understand all the reasons why you might not need to, but you need to excite the population. I mean, my laboratory at Stanford for probably the last 10 years is 90% not because I don't want to take more Americans, just because Americans just don't go to sciences. They don't study math. They aren't encouraged to approach this. So we're importing a lot of our scientists from overseas. But guess what? A good third of them end up going back and bringing along the technology that they invented here back there. Now, maybe that's great on a global scale, but maybe it's not something that we want to encourage on a local scale. If we want to maintain our technological superiority, we are basically governed by orders. China is governed by orders. And we see the results of their drone technology, electric cars, their popular is almost entirely engineered. Yeah, it's a little complicated. Yeah. So people were making we have lawyers with something short-term that the liabilities. They were looking at things as to what's possible. When you're looking at these UAP things that people bring you, is there one that stands out as being the most compelling to you? What event? Well, both the Council Bluffs and the Tua event are interesting because of the physical material itself. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't like all the anecdotes. I mean, it's 1,000 anecdotes with a good story, good campfire. I mean, I think there's just a value in people seeing the same thing again and again, and there's a truth to it. But and I can believe everything I want to around that, and the statements that reportedly said all around my beliefs, as opposed to when I put on my scientist hat and I try to convince other scientists. I can only provide this data and evidence, and I don't have these materials. Now, maybe they will be able to pry them out of the hands of those who want to keep it where it is. But give me one piece of that, and I will understand. Yeah. I mean, that's why I'm so excited about the European Disclosure Act. It ends up becoming law, because there will be this ability to start to maybe eat some of these hype. And again, it's the reason why I think this commercial opportunity is the direction we want to go with some public-private partnership is that the defense budget in and of itself is a source of gain. We're taking money from one program to give to another. Whether you're taking it from taxes or you're taking it from veterans, insurance, etc., zero-sum gain. Whereas if you bring investment, now you're bringing more people who really take this, and you're not using the public's money. And so, and that excites me as the reason why I want to go back to Stanford is because of the entrepreneurial environment here, and now, which is actually almost homegrown, very costly, is really what drives innovation. And so I want to excite that kind of community. And again, the Soul Foundation is a place where we can bring people in. We've got investors who show up now. We're talking to people about their ideas and what we can do with this. And so you almost have now a self-propelling movement where I don't need to be standing on a, wood box somewhere in the park saying, hey, look at this. People are just doing it. There's now a whole, almost a cottage industry of small groups or formalized groups who are doing this independently. So it's almost like it's inevitable. So Skywatch, as an example, you probably know the Skywatcher group.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And Jake Marks
Stop operations. Something happened.
No, it's strange because people said, "Oh, we stopped." No, actually, it had been determined from the beginning that we were going to go from January until July or August and collect data, and now we're in the what is the data mean phase, where we're going to go through the data files and try to, as I said before, we're filling the data, we're making obvious mistakes, etc. And so. No, they've not stopped.
Yeah, there was something on Twitter about something about the equipment. I forget.
So James Fowler, one of the guys who brought a lot of his equipment and technology to us, decided that he wanted to basically go off and work in a DoD capacity as opposed to the research capacity, which he's still advising us. I was just on a phone call and a Zoom call with him last week, going over the data files.
So explain this guide watcher thing. It sounds insane.
Well, the idea behind it was that there might be ways to send a signal and get things to show up. And James Fowler from the I was at one of the events where something showed up. It was transient, momentary, but it's but it's just like whatever. There's just a silver ball of set of frames of a video, which was not fast enough, frankly, to pick it up. I just saw it that way, and then which of course is a problem.
Do they sometimes see things with the naked eye?
One guy did, yeah.
One guy. Oh, I mean, are these things variable in their appearance?
But we do have a picture of one next to the helicopter about 200 feet away. And it's just kind of a fuzzy light against the blue sky. But it was there, and it was not available. It's not discernible as anything obvious, but it was there, and it happened during one of these events out in the middle of the desert. And so, so the idea is behind Skywatcher is to see if there are ways to get them to show up. And if so, they can produce some and then have the right kind of simultaneous multi-sensor capabilities to measure the radar, IR, vision of people on the ground. James has a signal that unfortunately I don't know what it is.
I'll let everyone know what the bat signal is.
Well, I mean, maybe, yeah, exactly. I mean, it sounds kind of silly, but I mean, why would you put that out on the internet? Because you might render it useless. I'm not going to show up. Everybody's using it.
Oh, so you think it's a trick? Like it tricks them into showing up?
I don't know. I mean, they're maybe smarter than that. Well, that tells you something maybe about the level of smarts that might be incorporated into these, let's say, dumber machines. I mean, yeah, that was exactly my thought. It's like, why would you show up when you know what it is, unless there's a reason you're basically trying to train the monkeys what to do. You're tricking the monkeys into something. I don't know. But isn't there people that just go out, say using their mind, meditate, and supposedly they have some success? Yeah, there's a CB5. groups that do that. I never in any of that because I don't know how to measure it. I'm more than willing to believe that there are technologies capable of measuring thoughts at a distance that might be some super advanced. I don't believe you have to collect your empathy and magic. I think that there's, if such a thing happens, that there is a technology that might be able to read at a distance.
Right. So I don't have a problem with that either. I don't have a problem with the idea that consciousness is kind of vaguely and barely understood, and whatever our relationship to the universe itself and reality itself through consciousness it's not fully defined, and also it might evolve just like all of our other intellectual capabilities.
Right. Well, I mean, think of this way. You and I are aligned with each other's quantum waves. My meat brain sees you as an object, but yet everything that you are sits in quantum space-time together. You're not even mass. You're just a series of some people's non-private objects. And so we have sensors that see and hear each other and think about each other, but our consciousness somehow is embedded in space-time. And so who's to say that there's not signals passing to and from that are vaguely able to be picked up by our meat brains that we don't necessarily appreciate? Right. So that just because I can't think of you and you can't hear me doesn't mean that there aren't perhaps brain organizations or some people that are a little bit better at hearing echo than others.
Well, this is also probably the reason why when you go to the woods and there's no cell phone signals, the world feels different.
Yeah.
Because you're probably experiencing a bunch of signals that your brain vaguely interacts with, right? That are, might not even necessarily be good for you, right? But they're out there and they're a part of the world, and you don't have a radio, right? So you're not like tuning into them. You don't have a cell phone, so you can't just like make calls with it, but you're experiencing it,
right? Well, and our civilization is having this constant noise.
Yeah.
And so maybe, that brings it out by meditation, on people that they can interact with other things. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I saw a movie that where you were describing the sighting over off the coast of San Diego in 2004, the Nimitz sighting, where you said the amount of power that she described it, the amount of power that thing had to be used to move the way it did.
Right.
So it's on radar.
It's on radar. So these are actually calculations by Kevin, a physicist from the University of Harvard, and a published paper. Again, just speculation. But what he basically said was, how much power would it take to instantaneously accelerate from 50 feet over the ocean to 50 miles above the earth, whatever it was, and instantaneously decelerate. So it's not just the amount of power to lift something. It's the amount of power to accelerate and decelerate instantaneously. And so you can make simple physical calculations of a one-ton object, let's say, and it's more than the nuclear output of the United States. And yet these things seem capable of doing that at will. So where are they getting the energy from? I never asked them how a question like this, just where they're stepping into how stepping into an elevator, and we're talking about these ideas about how these things might work. And I said, so they're cheating something, aren't they? And his answer was, our point of view, they're cheating. From their point of view, they're just using physics and we don't understand it. So where's the energy coming from? What are they doing? And so that might be, as a that's a reason why you don't want everybody having access to it. Because any one of those objects is worse than a nuclear bomb. Shoot one of those things at a city, and that's the end of the city. And anybody can do it.
Maybe that's the step of human evolution, the evolution of our society and civilization, is that AI has to come into power before we have access to all this other stuff.
Right.
That we do need an AI government structure. We no longer require military intervention and all the shit that is the base of civilization today. Because if you ask the average person
today is, do you envision a world where war doesn't kill? Most people are saying no, but the vast majority, except for a few delusional ones, right? But if you ask them, okay, given the super intelligent AI takes over the world and proves to be benevolent and really just wants to accentuate the life of human beings on Earth and make it better for everybody, then yes, then 100% yes. Why would it want more? Right. So maybe something like that has to take place before we get to a situation where, okay, this is how you really travel. Right. Okay. Now that you're not going to war anymore, so you can already imagine the negatives. What people say,
it's the apocalyptic United States, right? Where AI just basically takes care of you, and humans devolve into something, which is why I think a merger of select is this where it's a synergy as opposed to an either or. I don't want to be in state either.
right.
I want to use it to explore ideas or explore pleasure. I mean, I tell you, people want to be hedonistic and participate in virtual parties that day. I don't care. But I think giving people the option to do whatever it is that they want to do, it's the most, it's the most liberal and conservative way of living, because you're allowed to do what you want to do. But you're not, because we live at the behest of some other restrictions.
Oh, yeah. Last question. What's your take on the Rothschild story?
Elements of truth, with a healthy dose of misinformation that perhaps he was providing. I don't think that he's entirely lying. He seems enough about things that the average person would know. But I've heard from therapists, others saying these are this, these are that. I don't know. It's like, that's why there are great people like Richard Dawkins, who's a wonderful writer of the history of Robert Powell, those who write just not coming to too many conclusions. I don't live in that world. It's not my specialty. My specialty is working with data and analyzing things and bringing rigorous science to it, so that I can convince other scientists what is right or what's wrong. I'm pretty sure, but I want to validate that to my colleagues. If I'm going to be able to say I told you something, right? There's a little bit of human kindness there.
A little bit of kindness is great motivation.
But that's, I think, again, enabling people to live in a world like that, where you can talk about these ideas without being with them, is really, I think, the objective of what science should be, like open-minded, non-theologically dogmatic approaches. It's like accuse a scientist of being a priest, and that's the best way to really accept it. But pointing out that what they're doing is mimicking priesthood is the only way to shame them into doing the right thing. Does that make sense?
It does. Well, listen, I'm glad we finally did this. Yes, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for all the research that you're currently involved in and all the stuff that you've done. It's been amazing talking to you. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right. Bye, Fred.
experience.
Strike my name, Joe Rogan Podcast my name. All day.
Yeah, it's something called Home Theories. And this was when Efra Reyes snuck into America under the nickname Cesar Morales. And won some big tournament of Reds. Reds Addicts. Pro. I don't know. You don't have to. But we can not have headphones. Does it feel weird to you?
I don't know.
You're okay? I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's just good. Like, we show a video or something like that. Right. You became that close to being 2 year in a row U.S. Open champion.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
I mean, I feel super tired from those people that couldn't expect it.
Yeah.
I played world championships in Saudi. I also was in the finals.
Did you play Florida Open too?
Florida Open, I played third in the competition, but that's 4 minutes. Wow, I've been over a month where I stayed on the road, constantly playing.
Dude, it's the real good argument for the best player in the world. And if you're the best player in the world, you got my vote. If you're the best player in the world today, you're the best player of all time.
Oh, well, I mean, it's really tough to
A lot of old guys talk a lot of shit, but I'm just saying. I mean, this guy on my shirt, it's like, as far as the greatest thing of all time, most achievements of all time after the Z shot, like all the crazy stuff pull off with the ball.
Maybe see the crowd that I'm maybe see.
Which one?
That's a real kid.
I did see that, yeah.
I mean, it is tougher. He's a tougher kid. He wasn't as he wasn't as secret.
Right. Right.
No focus. Much of a different environment. But kick it out like shit.
It was pretty sick. Well, you know what? The Filipinos put kick on that, right?
Oh, sure.
But Efren, when he came over here, he changed the whole game. Jose Ford was
Carlos,
yeah. Oh, so good. It's amazing.
yeah, that's one. That's the one. But they have no Mexico in the area.
That's a pretty good shot.
Yeah, I was actually looking
Yeah, that's what's horrible. When you make an amazing shot and then lose that.
Yeah. That's how good.
Yeah, but it's a crazy game. And the game that you guys are playing right now, the reason why I said I think that you're the best player today, you're the best player of all time, because the conditions are very different. For people who don't know, don't play pool, okay? If you're going to a regular bar and you're playing on like a bar table, those pockets might be 5.5 inches.
Well, also, in the US, people are putting 7 tables.
Right. In a bar, sure. They're 9-foot tables and the pockets are 4 inches. And so when you get two cue balls and try to put them next to each other and try to stick, you can't even get close to sticking in a 4-inch pocket. It's really tight conditions. And I think there's better players now than I've ever seen in my life. But I've been watching pool for 35 years. I'm playing for 35 years. I've never seen better players than I play today. And I think you're the best today. So in my book, that makes you the best of all time.
Well, like you said, this is a really different. Like, yeah, and in the last 3 years, I think we changed the dress.
Yes.
You know, we went to the breaking format. We won on the spot with the magic that no 3 points of those.
All people that only don't play pool what they talk about. They talk about professional pool in general.
Yeah, and that all kind of little roll out.
Yeah. The 9-ball spot made a big difference. Right?
Yeah, number 5, no balls.
Yeah. When you were showing me today how to break that way, I was like, oh, that's so you have to be able to draw, you have to get into the back hall. Wow.
Yeah, but we can't really say that.
Oh, yeah. That's the other. Yeah, that's the other. Yeah. It's an insanely competitive game now. And shout out to Natural. Right? Going with the zone, they've done an amazing job with boxing and a bunch of other sports. But what they're doing with pool is crazy. There's so many events. It's all over. You can get it on World Night Ball Tour. It's WNT.TV, right?
Yeah, it's from the
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing. And then there's also the Natural Pool YouTube channel, which has tons of stuff on for free. It's
they are the reason why it's that because it was 5 years ago.
It's huge. I've had friends send me videos now. Like people just randomly find videos on TikTok or on Instagram.
Always really on social media. You know, I do my social media. I have a filmmaker that follows you could do a lot better, especially when you're the big difference. You know,
You can't sneak around it.
making like or something.
Okay. Like you'd have to get disguised.
Yeah.
Well, they're disguised. Yeah. Have you ever seen those CIA disguises things? So apparently, this is a story. Apparently, and this was told to me by someone who I really trust. Obama was having a meeting with someone in one of the rooms in the White House, and he's in the middle of having this meeting with someone who's met before, and that conversation's been before, and then they informed him, Mr. President, I just want to let you know this is not who you think you're talking to, and we just wanted to demonstrate how good the special effects makeup is with masks on this thing. This is not that good. And he was like, what? Now, I haven't confirmed this. I don't have a bond number. Or I'm like, before I call him up and go, bro, is that real? Yeah. But I don't use real. Because I've seen up close, like, really, like, when Tony Hitchcock does Kill Tony, sometimes they have makeup artists that dress people up, make different people. Like, he did a Biden one, and Kyle Dunn against like Elon Musk. I didn't recognize him. I was like, who's this guy? Like, this is a weird guy. Like, acting weird. And I'm like, that's Dunn playing Elon Musk. I was like, no way. And right in front of him, I thought it was just some, it didn't look like Elon Musk. It looked like a weird guy. But it didn't look like him. It didn't look like a person. It didn't look like any kind of makeup. It didn't look like a mask. It looked like a real person. It just was weird looking. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, that's what we should do. I think it's going to be really, really good education.
You gotta look up that voice goes like Russia alternate that voice.
I can always do like an undercover. I don't know.
Yeah.
Somebody, but
And for people that are at home, but how can you be the number one in the world if you just lost? The voice you see out, she should be number one in the world. She should be the number one of all time. It's like, well, it's so what's up?
right. Well, it's like the rankings. Like the rankings. And what you got now with Metro, it's 2 years, so right when you can Boston, 12 gold.
But I think the real matches that you play where you really get to see who's the best, and this is only for like hardcore nerds. The one you did with Shane was a 3-day race to fourth each day, 120 minutes total.
Oh, yeah.
That way, there's no question.
No.
After 3 days and 120 games of pool, possibly 239 games of pool.
That's how I almost won the first time.
Really?
I lost the first time.
That's right.
I lost 122, 116. I was down, up, and down. And last day I was up by almost 15 games, and then we came back to beat me.
Yeah, that was super impressive. But it was even more impressive you coming back the next year and staying all of them. Like you won by quite a few games. How many did you win by?
By 42.
42 games. Yeah, that's great. And that was for. Did you advertise how much that money was the thing? We were a gamble.
Yeah,
So everyone's trying to do a shot at it, throwing money in.
yeah. Well, myself included.
So you don't want to say the actual total?
I don't know.
Okay.
Are we allowed?
I don't know. I mean, unless you're lying to the IRS, which as a new citizen, I would say don't do that.
So, yeah, no lie.
Oh no, you're gonna get in trouble. I don't think you were a citizen last time. You were here, right?
Not a citizen. No, I was very good.
Oh, okay. When do you have to do this?
I think you have to do it 5 years and then apply to for certain rules. So you have to stay in the U.S. for 6 out of 6 months of the year, out of the country each year.
Well, you better stay away from Home Depot because those people get crazy.
Yeah.
They're snatching people up left and right.
Yes. No, I think I can make it. That's it. Yeah. All the rules.
Well, you got to play. That's weird that if you're not a citizen, but still you get to play for the Moscone match. That's not great shit.
Well, Metro changed the rules. As soon as I got the green cards, I wasn't playing the official game because
Right, because you were Russian. Yeah.
so
Which is really cool. It was really weird.
yeah, think about say in the first game that we got in the Russian countries, because of hockey players, the
So it had nothing to do with war.
The first one before the war was 2018.
All Russian athletes competed.
All Russian athletes competing at the sports level. That went all up to war under UK, nothing else left. But which they like after they got on.
War. You know what's interesting? It never stops in UFC. Like, not only do Russian fighters fight in UFC, but they're celebrated and cheered.
Because they're not under the Olympic country.
But they're definitely not. It's a professional sport.
Well, that's what happens with Mexico too. It's private, right? Not federation, association, private company. They make their own rules.
I was just glad they make it work. I'm like, hey, fucking this guy is out there causing trouble. Like, he's just a fighter. He's just a professional MMA fighter. You know, this is what he does. And let's think about that. Let's not think about what these other people are doing that are in the same country as him. It's not him.
Yeah,
So the USA didn't care. They have a budget. But like for the entire time of the war, Ukrainian guys and Russian guys fight the same card sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that just Metro went out of their long way to make an offer them instead of the United States. And at the time, we were playing the US Open, like 2 years ago, or was it 50 years ago? And the crowd was cheering for me, and living in the United States ever meet everybody students on one of their own. And now it's obviously completely different. We watched the US Open from last week. Everybody's supporting everybody cheering for me.
Well, that's the cool thing about America. It's that it's a nation of immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you can come over here and say, I'm American now. Everybody's like, all right. Yeah. Try that in Poland. They're like, you're not Polish.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, there's a lot of countries like that that are like, no, you're not one of us. But America's like, you don't have like a nationality. We're all kind of shit. So anybody can come over here. And if you do it the right way, we're super happy.
Yeah, I think that was great. I'm really glad that people really hope to the way to get that.
Yeah, but that's also just there's a thing. It gets when people play a lot and people really into it. It's almost like that's the only thing that matters. The only thing that matters is how good you play. There was you read that book, McGurdy. It was a Robert Burns book on guys that did during the Depression. Really tough sort of travel around the country. There's a scene in that where they're looking at the television and Nixon was on TV. And he goes, look at that guy, President of the United States, Kennedy Cole. And that's funny, because you and I know what that means. Like that in the food world, that really means something. Like if you can't play at all, like the fucking president can't play. It's real, it's weird. So you come to America, all that they care about is if you, since it's a melting pot already, and then it's like all they care about is how you play. You play pretty fucking good so far. People just think it is so far. Well, you're playing better now than before. Yeah, then double my 25, 20. You're not using that.
Oh, yeah, I think I'm going to get right.
I think so. You were the match that you had at FOP tournament before match in the finals. What is that guy's name? Michael?
That was Michael Bauer.
Quarterfinals. Yeah, so in that match, I was watching some of those outs and I was like, Jesus, like, he doesn't get better. 4-inch pockets, tight competition, a really good player, a lot of pressure, everybody's there, single elimination at that point. He just getting out.
Yeah, the pressure is really nice. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes you can watch it on TV and see it's great to shift sometimes, back in the shape sometimes, and you gotta
Well, you have such a process when you play. Like, when I watch you set up for the ball, it's always fun. That's what I really enjoy watching. When the guy is like every shot, it's like,
some people find nice, boring.
oh, those people are assholes. Those people are assholes. They think your style is boring.
There you go.
just all they are is jealous. That's all it is. Everybody wants to feel like that. Everybody wants to feel like that. If they say because you play too good, it's not fun to watch. Yeah, I know. That guy, whoever that guy is, I don't know what's his name. I guarantee you, like shows that suck. You get in his car and listen to his music, it probably sucks. Probably. How do you not like watching someone play perfect? That's crazy. So I have to agree. Doesn't make any sense. But then there are guys who play wild, but it is fun to watch. Like Muhammad Sufi, that guy, he gives me anxiety.
Yeah, very good.
Sidearm, barely holding on to the cue, and he just fires balls in. He runs around the table. He like one strokes everything, and he's just getting out from everywhere. Like,
Yeah, very, very talented.
so good.
He does like this. Oracle.
Yes, I remember him. Yeah.
So he used to
Tony Drago.
Yeah,
That guy was crazy. He just running around the table, fireballs everything. Yes. Yeah, those guys are fun to watch. But what are you right? You're here to win. You're here to run out. You're in perfect position. You're here to dominate this very difficult table.
Yeah, everybody does.
Right. Extreme pressure. It's better to have your style. Like or Kobe Chung style, Kobe style, like methodical backstroke. It always looks the same, smooth delivery. And I play half-ass pool, but I understand what's going on. It's such a mind. Every game is such a mind fuck. Every time you're about to pull the trigger, like now, no, one more stroke. Now, no, one more backstroke. Now, no, not yet. Not okay. We're ready. We're ready. Go.
Well, you don't really have that. Because
Shot clock. Hell,
because you gotta make the decision. Basically, you gotta start up with care. You don't have 30 seconds. Right. Extension for that. That would give you an extra 30 seconds. Sometimes the pressure is real high. It's completely brain dead. You don't want to be in that position.
I think the Derby's a little bit better. They can go with 10 more seconds.
Well, the Derby was as soon as you stay down the shot, the shot like that.
That's clear. Yeah. The other thing is the beats. Oh, dude. When it gets up to 5 seconds before you got to pull the trigger, you pull the trigger on a 9 ball with 1 second to go. I was watching, I was like, oh my god, I would be having a heart attack right now.
I almost had it. My story shot was definitely when it comes to pressure. The high pressure.
For people that haven't seen it before, most pool tournaments are very, very respectful. People will clap after you make an out, or sometimes in the middle of a game, like you make a really good shot, no clap. You get great position, no clap. But as soon as you drop down to shoot the next ball, Moscow, those rules were off the table.
Off the table. Sometimes the shot deals. They're super loud. That everybody, like, for example, you play Crusade, that 95% of the crowd is everybody's cheering.
Yeah.
So let's say I'm on the top 9 ball and everybody's all and then everybody's so quiet, just in a second. And it's really, really tough to pull the trigger at that point.
Yeah.
So it's a tough environment to play in, but it's what makes the show special.
Well, it's fun to watch, though. I'm so glad that all tournaments are like that, though. We encourage people to be assholes.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird, though, that they've agreed to only be an asshole for one tournament. Because people yell out in the middle of
Honestly, you see the crowd getting more engaged than more than like you watch the US Open finals, it was loud, and actually Michael Brown in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
It was kind of like what you just had to crowd was like, well, how fast? There was a lot of guys that were loud.
Yeah, let's talk about that. One thing that happened is there's a rule not allowed to soft break, but soft breaking is basically very subjective. Like the referee can decide call someone on or not call someone on. And you thought this guy was soft breaking, so you said something, and the Filipinos went crazy.
Yeah, everybody was crazy. I had to do respect for the second stage because it was just bothering me. I was getting notifications every second. Crazy. Yeah, and the shark was recording.
and it makes it more interesting too.
Radar, yes, you've done.
Yeah, it's an easy solution.
I use.
Easy solution, and it makes it interesting. It's a new element that you
But
think about.
then you also have, for example, juniors or girls. And you make the roles distinct from them.
No, it's a good. Well, they're not playing guys, right?
Well,
Girls are playing girls.
that would well, yeah, but then not. It's an open door. For example.
Oh, right. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see, but I thought you meant like young kids. No, for young kids, you have to have perception. And for girls, you have to have perception. But you would just change it, just like, so whatever the speed is, like, what's a good break speed? Like, what do you think you break at? Like, who's the Monty like 30 miles an hour?
Well, back in the day it was different. Back in the day, it probably was breaking over 20, 23, 24, 45.
But who's the Monty? That's crazy.
Yeah.
When he would let the food go out of his fingers and then throw his whole body into his timing, it's crazy.
You ever watched the Russian players and what's that stroke? He wasn't crazy. Really? This guy's Roberto Clemente.
Oh, yes. Way off. Yeah, that's so hard to be accurate and do that.
Oh, yes. I don't know how to do it.
You have the most insane delivery. And again, what a mind fuck is. You're about to, you're trying to hit this one ball square on a face, and you throw it all of your might.
That's how Ben Jacobs first.
I'd like to know how fast he breaks because when he head ball breaks, it's pretty crazy.
He breaks pretty well. So I like to break with surface more control.
So what do you think would be a reasonable mile per hour that you propose we say it's slower than like 15 miles an hour? Or
I think higher. 18. And we're also just practice. For example, you wouldn't want to break water on the team.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, they used to do that 3-point rule where they would, that was very annoying. Where, yes, it was very annoying. Because sometimes guys would break hard, but the referee didn't rack them that good.
Right.
And they made a ball, and then the opponent gets to shoot. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, in that case, yes, I agree. But that's just another simple solution.
Yes. I think the radar is going to go.
Yeah, but it's just,
Yeah. I mean, it also
that's the stats.
and some guys would like Shane, he makes a 9-ball when he does a cut that he puts really hard.
Kachi really breaks the heart.
Fucking
Breaks the heart. I don't know how to do it. But yes,
and it doesn't even look like tone that hard.
yeah, that's a good thing to crazy.
Yeah. People, that's one thing about pool though. If you want to get spectators, you want hard breaks. People love it from like the color of money. When Tom Cruise breaks and pulls the windows, he's like, "Kid, the sledgehammer break is a dumb American thing." But if you want to get like American people to tune in, you got to break hard.
Yeah.
Like that's why Earl Street looks like it's bad. I heard Mike Siegel talk about it too. He's like, "Wow, it's just straight on the one ball and hit it as hard as you can."
Because it's no fun. You get zero control. It's no skill, really.
I just think he hasn't had someone lay it out to him, like the way you just did with me. To explain it to me. This is the first time that I had anybody explain to me that particular break. I'm like, you did it dead on, and you knew the cloth was a little worn because it's a year-old cloth. So you're like, okay, because of that, I'm gonna have to hit here, and it'll go inside. And you smashed it, and it went right in the side. Like, oh shit! Like it's not. It's not risky. You're not like gambling. The only thing you're gambling with is the ball's going across the table. But it seems like you guys kind of have that mostly worked out too.
Well, that's the thing. Everybody on the court is figuring out the break. That's what the team is, what the players are figuring out.
The fun thing to me about your life is that you're traveling all over the world playing, and then occasionally you have these marathon analytic sessions. They stream online. And I've got a good buddy of mine, Tommy, from Connecticut. Shout out to my boy Tommy. And he and I would be fucking texting each other like 3 days in a row, like matches are going on. And I'm glad that people aren't shying away from that. Because there was for a long time, gambling was thought to be negative or professional pool. That's not the case.
Well, it could be.
It could be, sure, because you're bringing in shady people.
For sure.
If you're gambling $100,000, where'd you get it? Where'd you get it? Bob the drug dealer came over, and he wants in, and he's taking me, and if I win, I get 40%.
But in other cases, it's different.
Yeah.
I would like to go and generally a couple of places like you said. There's also one part that mentioned that the biggest one for this show is totally a small group of people, basically just a few guys, primarily saying
yeah, for sure. But in the case of like high level gambling in pool, there's a lot of shady. How often do you gamble just in regular life? Does anybody ask for giant spots or anything like that?
Everybody does. If they're over tournament player, really.
Well, you got to do it. Yeah. Like I played here like 2 years ago, and I definitely play better now than I played 2 years ago. But you play way better. You play even better than you were playing then, which is crazy. You were banking out and making shots over. This is so humiliating, so humble.
Yeah, I do play a lot more.
Which is hard to believe. Because you're the best player in the world, you're getting better. That's one of the coolest things to me about any game or any sport, anything, is that, and especially today, because there's so much data that's available. Let's say if you're a young player, you can watch pool on your iPad to a frequent event. You watch matches, you learn how to play things, you learn that's what. Why did you do it that way? Like, rewind it. But none of that was available to like Mike Seamus back in the day, like Nick Barger, those guys.
Yes, it's not what we did.
There's so much information.
Yeah, you can also
Yeah. And so it's just like everything else with the new generation, the level just gets higher and higher with everything. Unless there's physical limitations. And it's cool, it doesn't seem like it's not like a 4 minute mile running as fast as you
we're all taking all of our
Oh yeah, for sure. Archie's
archery goals.
yeah. Yeah, you back what you fucked up. I know you fucked up this podcast, but it's the last one.
Yeah, it did help. It did help like 16 points or something.
And now it's fucked up again.
No, now I can find
What do you do with that?
basically working my upper back.
Oh, so it's certain workouts,
Take some pressure off my neck, upper back, shoulder pain.
Oh yeah, I have that.
That's what I was, yeah. I did all the MRIs and I did have like a full 45.
Yeah.
That started to progress because getting worse. I think I picked up. And I found a guy that had routines that we built since then.
Oh, nice. Did you ever get one of those things that I was talking about? Those decompression things? You put your head in a harness and you like pull on the board, set out your door, and you can like hang by it. Those are nice.
Yeah. Also, how do you call that?
Yeah. But those are pretty good. Yeah. Everybody should. Because you get to a certain age and everybody's back. It's just like carrying all this weight your whole life and your back just getting smushed. Yeah. Just starts to suck and you start to get pains and decompression. And if you can do it and be real vigilant with it, you can stop a lot of problems dead in their tracks.
I'm sure I felt that I haven't really put it like stretching for this year. Then I can very well even though
You're a little bit
I know, but I was out of 16, 18, or 14. a lot more, a lot more. Yeah. Because I know at any 2022, always the whole some type of thing.
Right. Do you it's hard to get access to a cold punch from all the road.
Yes, I do have a point. Stuff over good stuff.
Cold punch is the thing that just alleviates so much inflammation. Especially if you do it first thing in the morning. You can force yourself to do it first thing in the morning. It sucks every day. If you just do it, yeah. So, and as long as you don't do it within like 2 hours of playing, it's like probably 2 hours. Your body will supposed to warm back up again. If you are right? Also, it shoots the bed. Yeah. That is showing you the worst thing ever. There's nothing.
I follow my dad.
It's you know, really hot beach, old town, so we put this. You know what a hoppy is? No, okay. A hoppy butt is like a type of butt. It doesn't have a bumper at the bottom of it. It's just flat. And for whatever reason, really hoppy used to prefer that kind of thing. I think. It's named after him for some reason. Anyway, he was a famous billiards player, like the tournament veteran. And the tournament devil, like the early 1900s. And he wouldn't drive a car. He refused to do anything. He wouldn't drive a car because it would mess up.
Yeah, I mean, some players are super superstitious about this stuff. You know,
Cars back then didn't have power steering. So you think it's probably really good. See if you can find a photo of really hot. Hit the bleachers side on it.
yeah,
Side on it. Exactly. It's like these guys start playing when they're 5 years old and they can't really reach the table correctly.
that's exactly the reason why I started having such an impression here. And I'm so excited on this.
Yeah, look at them. Isn't that crazy sidearm? Like that's
Just like you know, another thing.
yeah, that's you know these old men. Yeah, just like weird, right?
Yeah, crazy.
Like if you ever saw someone throw a kite, like, oh, this and that. Yeah. But meanwhile, as long as you figured out how to do it consistently,
That's the thing. There's so many different variations of the stance, stroke, that you can almost tell everything in practice. How to get it out. So you know, you can bring like a book, but at the end, all up is how much time you spend on it.
it's like Shane.
Yeah,
When Shane, he's arguably the greatest of all time. He's in the conversation of the greatest of all time. 5-time U.S. Open player. Hits the ball in a way that everyone tells you don't ever do it. But yeah, it stops at the cue ball. Instead of following through, like letting the cue ball like slide through, he stops at the cue ball.
it's very same as Filipinos. You know, Filipino players, they have style from their students doing it. They like dance.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's again, as long as it's repeatable.
Yeah.
It's like there's a lot of things like that. Like, if it's repeatable, you can do it over and over and over again. Because there are no rules.
No, I mean, they are written.
But how could you say that like Shane Van Boden is doing it wrong? Like, he made sense. I mean, he's probably one of the ones to me ever, right? He's the most tournaments of all time.
Well, that's a good question. We're just talking about this one of the things. Shane is definitely right.
Shane.
Right, Shane got the greatest the whole time right now.
Yeah. I mean, that's Jeremy Johnson. That's history. It's what's crazy with him too is the deaf aspect. He turns his hearing aids off and plays. How about it?
That should be the I mean, it should be.
Really? I mean, listen, man. Life
really
is
bad.
11,
Yeah, I know.
11 8. The dude was born deaf. That's fucked up.
It is. It is. But it's,
That's the advantage he gets. Check their bitches off.
okay.
I guess. Come on, man. You can't check and see if he has it on.
We are.
Are you checking? Of course. You say
Motherfucker has it all for all the
how do you know when he has it on?
time. But he's phone.
Oh, so his phone.
Yeah, oh, that's good.
Because you're not allowed to wear like noise canceling earplugs.
They're all
Yeah, I remember when I used to wear gun sight glasses. He used to wear glasses like kind of wear at the range. And then he's wearing headphones for a while to decide not to with the pilot. Yeah, like complete noise canceling headphones. One's literally they weigh 5 pounds.
Yeah.
And then he's got weights that he wears around his waist sometimes.
That's what character.
He puts weights on his elbow. He puts tape around his fingertips. And then he makes his cue as fat as my forearm with like whatever kind of tape he's using on it.
He runs 5 miles every day.
Doesn't he?
It's a sport. Probably that he's good. He doesn't work very good, but he works out every day. So that's something.
He's the oldest guy. He's still super competitive. Like how was Rothschild? Rothschild still is he?
Yeah.
Right. So I think Rothschild got to like 500. And Burrow's like so he's probably the oldest guy. It's like playing competitive like more than
Yes.
it's a fun game to not game for stars. But young guys, football ball.
For sure. Yeah, it's every city.
How many guys do you know that got license?
A lot of those ones, of course, that's when you play. But like super quick energy
Now, are these young players that they're coming up, are these guys embracing like the healthier lifestyle? Because one of the things about food is like it's always been connected, at least when I was young, it was always connected to, especially with the family, connected to a lot of potent, a lot of amphetamines, cocaine, and then,
well, just changing it. It used to be just a game played in the bar. Now it's a sport. I think now everybody's taking the approach. So, just individual sport.
right.
Younger generation, they see more successful. And if you look at something like plus, we try our best to stuff like that. Sport, yes, and that's why the
Well, it's only because of the promotions. Things are everything. And then, of course, the players, but without the promotions, like putting these events on and making them a big deal, they wouldn't get all over YouTube, they wouldn't get all over the social media stuff. What food really means is something. Like, they have the hustler, like the 60s, make foods forward. And then they have color money in the 1980s, make foods forward. They need something like that. Some
I think that those trailers on Netflix, that's what made a documentary about Stevie and Becker, and his mother, and that's what
yeah.
I think he was about
Oh, that's good. That'll help.
yeah,
That'll help.
most of it is about boxing, darts, and how they see the pools, but
Oh, they do darts too.
darts, snooker, fishing, I think.
Fishing.
Yeah,
Really? Like fishing tournaments?
fishing.
Fisher making? It's like bass tournaments or something?
I think that's
I know Shane's a big fisherman, right? He goes ice trout fishing. Yeah. Yeah. That's South Dakota nationality. It's not that bad. It's actually kind of fun. I did a couple years ago. I started traveling through Japan.
yeah, it's
Pretty cool. You're standing on ice. So you're freaked out. You're standing on ice. I think it's a drill. To drill so you guys up. Actually, how much is 7 drowning? So you only need about 7, 8 inches of ice.
so you do like a 50 foot 10 to
Yeah, most of the time that's what I see. Put some kind of a tent around them, and then they kind of like a drill. They go right into the ground, right through the ice rather, and then you have like a little net which about new ice that forms, and you just drop your line right down there in the hole. It's exciting when you catch one.
Yeah, I did. That's a couple times.
But the problem when you complete is really cool to have this fun. Like really good. Just I've always thought the pool was like an art form that only people that practice it can appreciate. When you watch someone who's really good, like that's beautiful. But to an average person, like, oh, you just make a bunch of easy shots. Exactly. So exactly. Yeah.
Professional flow.
At least if you're explaining jujitsu to someone, at least people kind of get it. Oh, he's gonna break his arm. Like, oh, he's choking him. Oh, he's got his neck. But when you watch someone play pool, you don't end up with a real was the perfect like, ball. Oh my god!
Yeah, like when this thing goes, that's how I have a shot. Just people
They don't get it. They don't get it, and they never will. So you're gonna have to play it to understand how hard that goes to get. The casual person doesn't understand, unfortunately. So what we need is more people playing. If more people play, then more people would watch people play it.
I think more people start playing.
All right.
I think quite a bunch the last couple of years.
Well, I know that the top golf people are going to do something like that for pool. That might be the thing. You know those Top Golf guys? You know what Top Golf is?
Yeah.
So Top Golf, where they have this thing where you just whack the balls out into the. Well, they're going to set something like that up for pool, where they have, some sort of a business where you go and play pool, and it's more attractive. I don't know exactly what the model is. It's still going to be cool. So I don't think it's going to be much of just breaking balls. Because that's what they do when they're Top Golf is driving the ball. Right? I don't know exactly what their idea, but the same guys, they realize like a lot of people play pool, a lot of people play pool in bars, and we had a really attractive place for people to play. And it's probably correct. It's probably an untapped business. Because people are always looking for something fun to do on date nights.
Yeah, so look at the China, for example, or somewhere. I see like a piece of people that put together off the table, and it's kind of keep like all kinds of different directions.
So second, venues backed by investors to the U.S.-based venture capital firm Sharp Alpha Advisors and Dale Investment Firm. DMG Ventures uses pool table balls and cues for your traditional game, but adds tracking technology and video projections to add bonus targets and obstacles in the attempt to appeal to larger groups. Bonus targets and obstacles. Alongside its own venues and those operated by franchise partners, it's called Pool House. Pool House plans to sell its equipment to pubs, bars, and other venues that want to update their existing tables. Yeah, so it says Steve, what's his name? Jalifi said, more people play at Top Golf than on traditional golf courses in the U.S. and we aim to make an even greater impact on the world of pool. We have a strong track record. This project has been our most challenging endeavor yet. Well, that's exciting. Maybe that'll do it. Well, if you get a bunch of guys that are already so successful at turning that, the thing about golf, though, is like the whacking a golf ball is really fun.
Yes.
And then if you have like a big open hit, where you just whack the golf ball and you have like 100 yards and see how far people can whack the golf ball and you got a net at the end of it, especially if it's stretch. Yeah, a lot of people don't do that. Cool is like, hands funny, weird, your arm. I wonder how many people are going to get frustrated. I wonder if it's the same. Actually, it's probably, yeah. I suck at driving a golf ball. I'm not good at it. I've played Top Golf a couple of times. I'm kind of driving it once. It's fun. I'm not good at it.
Yes,
But like, fucking Jimmy over there, he's out in the garage every day, whacking balls. Every time I come there, he's out there whacking balls. And so you realize, like, there really is, like, there's a lot of technique just to drive. It's very similar, probably, to a break shot. Isn't that right?
yeah, for sure. So, that's what we should.
But I wonder if they can make something like that. You can walk the ball.
that might be it.
It has to be some kind of integration. I think it needs to be cycling.
Yeah.
Just that's all.
The other thing that might make it really big money, like if the Saudis get involved, maybe crazy, and you start saying, okay, this is tournaments for $40 million.
Well, we have the World Tour. So,
Right. What's the first place?
250,000.
Pretty good. 25 million is better. Yeah, but we'll still have so much money. They can spend $25 million and still spend. They've only spent more than that. I don't know. They throw so much money around in boxing.
And that's where metric is the help. Because they have to deal for they make a deal for boxing and the whole box cool.
Right.
So they have to sneak it the boxing. Got oil on the golf side. Just throw some money around.
Because it's like, we'll talk about the richest people in the world. They're like, really? Because their money is in public. Like, they don't have to disclose how much money they have. It's their keys. Okay? Like, they probably laugh, like, oh, silly Elon thinks he's number one. You know? What is paltry $400 billion? Yeah. He's basically a coffin to those people. So, like, they've thrown an insane amount of money in boxing. I think it hasn't been confirmed, so I need to know if this is true or not. But I think Usyk made more than $100 million in his last defense against Denny Dubois. And I think Dubois made in the 70s. Made somewhere around 70. I think they fixed it. Usyk made like 1/3 or something. Just crazy. $130 million for a fight. That's crazy. Bananas.
What do you think of football that route? Just one there.
That would be exciting. If it's a big, I'd love that. I mean, if you have to shoot
He'll from. I was thinking that was from 250.
yeah, that's right. Yeah. That was crazy. What was that like?
I mean, it was a crazy match.
Yeah.
First, they'll do stretches of the ball. Shaking like a week. I mean, that's the biggest turn we've ever had.
Right.
Biggest turn I've ever had. We only have so many this day. Those kind of money. It's really just so hard to think about it. That's the highlight. I think it can be tough as well. I mean, it wasn't tough, but the position was a shit. I had to go up and down. I worked at the rise, but I was sure that the pressure was.
That's a good one for people to watch. Watch that one. Watch that one. You know, there's a plan for $250,000.
Yeah. So the second place is with the 150,000.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. The one that was
One night. That's the beautiful thing about night ball. Like every day, they chunk that down. It's such a mental game.
it's a game of
Yeah. I was listening to John Schmidt commented once, and he was saying how crazy it is if you really think about it. Every other sport that involves ball, it's like something's hitting the ball. It's like a bat hitting the ball, or it's like no other sport has a ball in its hand. As in trying to exactly over distance. And then making that ball move around and get perfect for the next one. Like even golf, you're hitting a ball. It's very difficult because you're hitting a ball. You're not hitting a ball with a ball. It's a whole nother element.
As far as the market sport.
It might be snooker. Excuse me, snooker.
Snooker is boring.
Oh, I think when you get a guy who's really good, who plays,
I think it's really difficult when it comes to realize how difficult it is to actually keep a shot because the ball is smaller.
Mhm.
So you just the ball for the target sit down.
Yeah. If you watch Rothschild play,
Of course you have players Wrong, you can never say it.
Yeah.
But I think the game itself, it's just too much stuff. Nothing shots.
Yeah, because it's so hard. Because it's so big. It's a 12-foot fucking area. It's just crazy. Yeah, the puck is attacking the ball all the time. It's a real puck. Yeah. When you got one guy behind who doesn't miss, like, does 40 shots in a row, that's
What's really crazy about soccer is there's only 4 or 5 countries that really play that, but it's a lot bigger than goal. Goal is rough. You look at the future, look at the last for this 20 different countries.
so that's interesting. Snooker's bigger. Like, how much do they make? With like I know they were making like gigantic money in the UK. Is that still happening, or is it died down a little?
No, that's years ago. There's a lot that happening on track as well. I think UK, China, that's about it. And they make, I would say, the top guys in the coach.
Do you remember the scandal with one of the players years back when he got on hidden camera saying that he didn't want to dump a match?
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of Chinese that got that. Oh,
And camera gets involved. And, it's like big friends to bet on the other guy.
that's the problem with, I guess, the tournaments as well. Something that you will have to think, way the tournament is not. They have to go. It was one of those hard. With the free shot.
Yeah. And that's unfortunate. But is that part of the thing of not having the kind of money to golf? Because I doubt that people that would golf or something on purpose. Because there's so much money on the line.
Yeah. They don't have to.
Yeah, they don't have to. But when the difference between like winning and losing is so huge, and then you can gamble on it. And you get friends. And it's 30 cents less. So that I yeah. And that's good. I'm sure. So I think it's easy to make money that way.
Yeah, but also I'm pretty sure they're always investigating.
I'm sure. But you don't have to do big bets.
No,
And you can have it's like offshore accounts. You can always do it all the time.
but yeah, it's the problem.
Yeah. Shady businesses. But that's also kind of fun part too. So these places are kind of shady. But they're like the outcasts of society. You know, if you go and you watch like the finals of the Florida look at the crowd, there's a lot of outcasts on Android phones. Yeah, there's a lot of outcasts. There's a lot of people who spend a giant chunk of their life in homeless. And the thing about pool is really easy that you're playing it without deck.
Yeah,
And yeah, it's the only way. Yeah. And it makes a giant difference.
a lot of people fall in love with the
Yeah. I was playing myself with the bench. I can't believe that we kind of have some piece of shit. Because this is right. You don't have to. I mean, obviously you're not. And, you know, and you're lucky that you liked it, which is huge. Because if she didn't, like, know where to find me, because I'm going to play. Sorry. But you're going to for most of your responsibilities.
But it's also not
Oh, yeah.
personal life, especially as a kid. First have to be you with a kid. But now it's that, like after this, that's a certain starting stuff. For example, the checks that goes with you.
And then people go, I just go and use out.
Especially Reyes Cup. That's going to be another one. Reyes Cup is now the rest of the world must. That's happening. So all the conflict is wait until you come to Manila. Yeah, that's really tough to balance. Cold, close to life, and it's
Family is always fun. If you have kids, you know, softball games and stuff. That's why I said, you know, if you're really good food, you have to be a piece of shit.
well,
Hopefully, it does. I mean, it's just obviously there's examples of people who keep it together and really good and still like family. And, you know, sometimes they have this and having kids, but you're gonna have to manage your time because you're gonna have to. You have to get those hours in. If you're not playing, like legitimately, realistically, if you want to be a top flight, world class player, what is the minimum amount of hours you have to play?
I think somebody said they could spend 10,000 hours even do anything, but I think it's full control.
Yeah, I think it's probably a little too long because it's really complex.
Yeah, if you're talking about top professional player, it's not just practice. You will have to start traveling to win tournaments. You'll have to start playing in Spain.
Smart.
Then you have to be from the family. It's going to take a lot of time.
Yeah, and but I guess it's like anything for fun. You know, if you want to get good, that's one of the reasons why it's so fun. Is because you know how hard it is to do. Yeah. If it was easy to master, I think people would probably pick it up and then they would actually play. But the problem, the thing about food is take a week off and then play again after. It's all screwy. Doesn't want to listen. Like the first hour or so, and then finally get back in the groove again. It's because it's so difficult that makes it so attractive. That's why people get stuck playing it 10 hours a day. If it was easier to play, you wouldn't play it.
Right? Yeah. I mean, the big difference I just always have to be in several factors because there's so many stuff that's on my road by focusing on something else or having a short thing of numbers. So just take it. It's driving me crazy, but I just can't stop. Just can't stop.
How does it drive you crazy? You wake up in the morning and feel like you're going to jail?
Well, like for example, now I know that the options are reaching out to them in detail.
Florida Open and the US Open,
That's the last 4 tournaments we've had.
which is crazy.
It's really, really tough to develop always tough. But he's just perfect as possible.
And he was on the losing end of the match that I think I've watched the most of the last year. And if you Google it, you can find it on YouTube. Just Google 9-ball perfection. And it's Coping Chum, who's one of my favorite players to watch. That guy is so smooth. There's something about those guys from Taiwan. I don't know what their methodology is, their training, but they have this like smooth kind of effortless stroke. It's like hypnotizing to watch. And that dude never missed a single ball in the 11-match defeat. He beat him by 11-0. Never missed a ball. Pocketed every shot he aimed at, and never gave him a shot other than the opening shot. He had one shot at the beginning of the match, a long-ass 2-ball. He didn't make it, and then he was fucked. Which is crazy. And that's the guy who just won the last 3 tournaments. Which is so nuts about this sport, is that if the guy's winning, and it's win or break, he might not ever play. But look at it, there's like 5 or 6 games from just like standing there, just waiting for you to miss. And I'm missing, so I don't play. And I'm missing, and I don't play. No, like, but at a world-class level, when you do that in the US Open, and it's on TV, and people are cheering every time you pocket a 9-ball, that's what happens.
Yeah, that's rarely happens.
Yeah.
It's very special moments, I think, because they'll be in the final everywhere.
That dude got in the zone. And if you can appreciate the zone, you got to watch that video. Even if you only play pool casual, yeah, this is it. And boy, he chucked it. He fucked it up. But when you watch this guy, Coping Chung, who weighs 100 pounds,
That's never easy open shot either.
no, it's got 3 balls, 4 on the nation rail first. It's crazy. But then from this out, he just never misses. And you watch this guy, like, watch how fucking smooth this character is. And again, the dude weighs 100 pounds, soaking wet.
Yeah.
The Q is half his body weight. And he just got, like, gently hits everything just so smooth and effortless.
I remember this match I was waiting for this match in the finals. I was watching it in the state box. And it was pretty painful for me to watch.
Was it?
Well, I mean, you don't want to have somebody who's not making a single mistake and playing you in the finals. It's just hurt your confidence a little bit.
And the reality is, you think, well, this guy's going to win everything from here on out. But no. That's what's so crazy about this sport. As good as this guy is, and as competitive as he will get that with follow, and to get out for the 2 corners, masterful shit.
That was good. But I have no idea.
But he's got ice water in his veins, man. I'm telling you, we were talking about this before, but there's a match from 2018 where he plays Shane Van Boening at the Derby, and Shane's on the hill. It's 10 to 6, and you think, oh, Shane's going to win this. And he runs 5 games down on him, and they're crazy outs. Like, he starts with this bananas cut shot on the 4-ball with a 3-rail position. Like, what is he doing here? Like, the commentators don't even know what he's doing. Is he ducking? Yeah. And he fires it in. You're like, no way. Like, that was John Schmidt was doing commentary for it.
I'm a big fan of competitors. They came and they're putting a lot of work. It's just amazing to watch them work.
They play so good. They play so good. And it's also interesting to me that these guys still play with those solid wood shafts. Like we were talking about that earlier. It's like new technology has gotten in the game, and a lot of players like yourself play with carbon fiber. But it's interesting that a lot of these guys from Taiwan in particular, they still go with those wooden shafts.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I know that the industry went to carbon fibers maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and maybe some companies were kind of like pushing the players. You kind of have to make a switch.
Right.
But I don't think that's the case now, because now, for example, I find that many majors play with shaft and like a sticky pull in Asia, where the humidity level is super high.
Why not?
Just because, I don't know, you can move the ball around easier, or at least I find it easier.
Easier. Interesting. Why easier? Because I've heard the opposite. I've heard carbon moves the ball easier.
Not in a really sticky position. I think when we play, for example, venture tournaments, everything's brand new cloth, brand new rails, brand new balls, everything's slick, perfect conditions. Then I think the carbon fiber is perfect. But I think that's the reason why agents prefer wood as well, because if you need the level, it's just over time, it's really bounce feet. That's what they used to play back in the day, I guess, and that's what we prefer to play.
It's such a fun thing, isn't it? Because it's like, it's all with confidence, right? Obviously, anyone can play really good in carbon fiber, or even rather, who can play really good in carbon fiber can play really good with wood. It's just get it into your head what this cue does, the way it feels, the kind of deflection it has. It's a lot of things. You put it in the brain computer after X amount of months of playing with that cue, and you know what it does.
We've been experimenting with cues, maybe not as much as you do.
That's fair.
I've started testing cues for the company that I'm working with right now, 60. We've been doing testing for 3 years, so I know everything about like the foams, the ball thickness, the material under the hardness of the tip, the weight, the balance. There's so many different things that can change the shaft, weights, and everything else like that. There's so many different things. It's like magic.
Yeah.
You have to try. You have to try so many things before you actually understand what you like and what you're looking for. And it's not a easy process.
I remember I was going on one of my rookie hikes where I put a weighted vest on. I go for a walk with the dog. You and I were on the phone. And this is how I remember this. Because I was walking to this wooded area, and you were telling me that the difference between your old cue and your new cue, you said, is a difference of about 5%. I was like, 5%? Like, how do you know it's 5%? All the ball falls in a pocket. When I think about what it does and what it doesn't do, I think my game is about 5% off. I'm like, that.
I think it actually, well, with the new queue, I was winning a lot more. So I used to.
This was like right when you first changed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, since then, I was winning.
Yeah.
So I guess it was the truth.
Well, you made it to your specifications.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
the thing about it.
Longer shaft because I have longer arms.
Yeah.
Longer fingers. I do prefer a longer taper, which doesn't go against the market. So I created the shaft with a longer taper, especially for shots like off the rail. It's the cue ball one diamond distance off the rail. That's where you feel that change in the taper thick. We have this straight rate motion.
What is the difference in the feel? What do you feel different?
For example, the pro taper or the conical taper, you can feel the change of the thickness.
Right.
The closer you go to the pin.
Right.
You don't have that power. Our shaft is straight.
And so that way it doesn't give additional resistance as the shot gets further. Like as your bridge gets longer.
Right. You don't feel that change in thickness. It is. It is. And then you can go to deflection. Deflection is another thing. There's so much time behind there that I'm not even really sure.
Well, deflection is interesting too because some people use it to their advantage. Certain deflection, like Coe, because his cue has a lot of deflection. Didn't you say you hit some balls with it?
Yeah. Basically, you have to be able to miss the ball. Doesn't make any sense. I don't know why the players prefer that, but a lot of players do.
I think it just gets it in their head how to play, and that they've been playing that way for so long that it's just automatic. Like if they hit a ball with heavy left-hand angles, they know it's going to go off to the right. Yeah. So they hit it more full with heavy left-hand angles because they know by the time the cue ball gets there, so they have it in their head. Right? You know, it's just like a little computer in your brain. It's like, okay, this distance, I got to aim here. Distance is how I aim here.
Well, in my case, I also have that. Right. We also have little difference.
Yeah.
But when it's just too much, it gets really difficult. Especially, like I said, if you play on the shot clock.
Yeah.
Pressure up there, and you have to pull create the shot. That's helpful.
So the argument against that would be the difference with wood is though you get a superior feel. You do get a weird difference in the feedback of the cue. And some people get very accustomed to that wood feedback, and they describe a carbon feedback as more dull. Yeah, but you don't get the same sensations.
You can get no feedback.
So I think those guys, the feedback in their hand is a part of the equation in their mind of where that ball's going to go.
So when you say feedback, is it like a vibration that you get in your hand?
It's just a different feel. They all have a different feel, right? Like we were talking about Southwest, which are some of my favorite cues of all time. They have a solid butt. They're not cored, right? And so they're usually generally a little heavier unless they're maple. Sometimes they get lower, but you very rarely see like 18 ounce Southwest. You see a lot of 20 ounce Southwest because they're heavy, either Coca-Cola or something like that, really heavy. But they have a very specific chemical to it. Yes, it's just like a feel. If you don't get that feel with carbon, you get a different feel. So if you can get used to that different feel, it is like there's something to it. You definitely, the ball moves less off the line.
Also, like I said, there's so many different environments we play. For example, playing in China, in a pool hall with dirty cloth, and it's super muddy, and the rails are playing super sparky and bouncy. You prefer one compared to the other one.
Yeah.
You go to South Arabia where it's super dry and it's good conditions, everything's slick and brand new. I prefer having 5 of them. So maybe, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years from now, we'll have different cues for different shots.
Right, very cool.
Yeah, just like our whole could be the case. And some players already do that. Some cues, for example, when they stay close to the red ball, it's something different. For example, what I do, I do the extension back in my for some shots.
Mhm.
I play without extensions for certain other shots.
How much does your extension weigh?
It's super lightweight.
So that gets you up to like what, 19.5 as opposed to 18? Is that what you play with 18 ounce? You play with 19 ounce? Oh, so it gets you to like 20 and a half. So do you like the additional weight for like a shot where you have to really stay down?
I just use it for like purposes for longer shots. For example, like I said, I'm one time of the male never long shot where I want to have like a more follow through. I just simply don't have enough of my cue on the back. Got it. So I add an extra.
But it's lonely at the top. It is. There's only a few guys who have those kind of matches right now.
Yeah. Well, next one will be for
You think so?
we're trying to make that.
Is he interested?
I think he was, but he's not really responding to messages very well lately. I think he was interested, so he had a guy who was willing to back him for a lot of money. And they said, well, we have to do it in this ways, with this ways. This is how it needs to be.
Where was that? Where did you want to do it?
They weren't in Germany.
No,
They weren't like Vegas.
oh,
Like you said, it's a neutral territory.
Vegas is good. Where would you go to Crips?
Yeah.
What is
Good place.
what do you like?
I mean, they want to do like high roll.
Oh.
They said we're playing Vegas. You got to pay about like $500,000,
Oh,
something like that. But what I really want to do is basically over the show, like $50,000 bet. And what I really offered him was to play multiples. To play like a home event. Like 8 goal, 9 goal, 10 goal, where just 9 goal, 10 goal, 1 goal, thanks.
no. What if you switch wrong?
In case of a draw, play another set.
You know what I'm saying? If you have 4 games, you have to play 3 games.
I'm not playing the good stuff.
The more the better. What would you race to each game?
I mean, it would have to be something that can fit in within 8 to 10 hours. So maybe race to 30, 10 goal, race to 30, race to 10 goal, pocket, race to 10 goals. I think it's good for people who like to watch that for sure. And it's good for the game. It's good for us.
It's tough to get people, casuals, to watch regularly. Get them to watch one pocket. They'd rather jump in front of a bus.
I agree. Well, you don't like to watch goal.
I watch it every now and then. Yeah. When was the last one I watched? Justin Bergman played someone for a lot of money.
Yeah. Like the guy. Well,
And he was giving him a crazy spot, right?
yeah. Yeah, it was.
Oh, no, Justin won. Yes, yeah. But it was close.
You were really close. Yeah. I think probably like the American.
It was a nutty spot. I forget what the spot was.
11-6. Because I got 12-6.
Oh, did you?
We actually played multiple.
How'd that go?
I won.
Nice. Congratulations. Do you like one pocket? Would you prefer, or do you just play because people want to gamble it?
I think I like it because it's a good gambling game. I don't like the game itself. I think the new modifications they make in the game where you have to respot balls, for example. Get more than 4 balls past the kitchen. The 5th ball gets respotted back to the spot. I like it.
Mm.
So you don't get those balls. People just play nothing shot for hours.
Right.
So it's more dynamic. And also very good when it's shot clock. I think we're probably going to have to be playing with shot clock.
How much time? They give you.
At Derby, it's 1 minute.
If you could make the perfect 9-ball shot clock,
I think it's good for it.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
30 seconds with a 30-second extension.
Yeah. Because if you make it any shorter, it's going to be good.
Short is too difficult. But the 40-second, like just a touch more. Think about it.
I think it's good where it's at. It's difficult when you have to like switch cues. You have no extension. For example, you jump. So that's why you see us grabbing both of our cues,
Running out there, throwing
Wrong.
on the
side.
yeah.
It's really different.
That's another shot that people hate that you got to leave in is the jump kick. When you jumped out, I love it. You jumped out so many times during this U.S. Open. There were so many times you got hooked, or you popped that ball in. If you can't appreciate that on tight pockets, a beautiful shot where it goes airborne, fires right into the hole, and then you get position on the next ball.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think those that are voting against it are those that can't do it.
Yeah, there's a lot of old school guys who just they get set in their ways. They think that's a stupid cue. It's old timey cue. Fuck that thing. But why are there different golf clubs? Because there's different shots. Like, why do you break the different cue? It's a different shot, of course. Like,
Of course, I think it's what gets actually new people to watch. It's exciting. Oh, look, this guy jumped over the ball. He was this close to the ball. It's amazing. It's like a trick shot.
and then also it's like the cues that people are jumping with today. They're designed so well for that. Like I really like that Q-tip one. That's I think my favorite one. That one is, and you helped design it, right?
Yeah, I wasn't one. I wasn't one. But not anymore. It was a different company. Now we're starting a new brand. So,
When do you think that's going to be available?
my personal opinion.
Yeah.
Probably, I would say everything goes by the plan first quarter.
So that's the thing too. It's like when you see it really good, everybody wants to play with the fuck he's playing with. So it's one of for a sport, a game. It's like one of the most marketable in that regard because almost everybody, when they find someone who's like it's Efren, like that's why so many companies like Mutual sponsoring everybody back in the day because when these guys were playing, they were winning. Everybody just wanted to go out and buy a Mutual because it's like there's a mind
It's like any sport.
game aspect of it.
It's the same golf.
Mhm.
Just like the same tennis, rackets, rubber feather.
But don't you think there's a giant variety in the way those things hit as opposed to the way tennis rackets hit? I don't know because I don't play tennis, but it looks the same. Whereas, like the way pool cues are manufactured, the differences in the weight, the differences in the paper, the differences in the shaft composition, whether it's wood or carbon fiber or
For sure, and I think when it comes down to like a playing cue, it's really personal. Some players like softening it, some players like buttering it. When it comes to the jump cue, it just comes down to how effortless the jump cue doesn't jump.
right, and how accurate.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have like a mental checklist that you go through before you execute a shot? Do you have like a pre-shot mental preparation?
I do a lot of breathing technique. So for example, I would breathe in like 4 counts, then I hold it for like 4 or 5, and I breathe out for like 7, 8 seconds.
Mm.
Calm myself down.
Do you do that when you sit in your chair?
Yeah, the whole thing is sitting in the chair. Usually, I would do that out loud, breathe out at the table sometimes, just let it out.
Mhm.
And I kind of started to show emotions too, because I just feel that's okay. Before I used to be like, well, I can't show my emotions because but now I just
The Russian way.
I just don't care.
You're American now.
Yeah. I'm fully Americanized.
That's interesting. Showing emotions. Well, I definitely think that's the case when someone misses. Because when someone misses and then they whack the table with their stick, boy, that empowers the other player.
Yeah, of course.
It definitely does.
Of course. And that's what some of the coaches that I worked with in childhood, they were like, don't show me, don't show me. I don't know, they were showing me because they're going to be feeding off of me. And that's what kind of that stuck with me. But that's a bit of an out of it.
Well, it's the most, I think, and Jeremy Jones and I were talking about this, I think it's the most mental game because there's this moment of pulling the trigger, this moment where you're making sure that everything aligns and just kind of keep your mind on task and keep focused on the object ball. Do you look at the cue ball before you strike or the object ball?
So it would depend on the distance. Okay, cue ball, for example, if it's when it's close to each other, object ball and the cue ball, I look at the cue ball as when it's long distance, I look at the object ball.
Why is that?
that's just how I find it working for me. You know, it's another thing that's very personal for other players. You know, I think most of the people look at the keyboard, but I just actually prefer the ultra forward.
It's interesting because it is a preference thing.
Yeah, so definitely a personal preference. I feel like if you have a straight stroke, if your stroke is straight, you will always keep it where you're intending to get it. So it's more about the reduction.
There's a guy named Joel Turner. Who's, I don't know if I talked to you about this guy. He used to be, well, he was a sniper for for rescue missions with the police, where like someone had a hostage and he would have to execute shots under extreme pressure. And he was also a bow hunter. And he realized that there were certain mistakes that he was making, and a lot of people were making bow hunting, that had to do with anticipating the shot and anxiety before you pull the trigger. And that the way to work around that is to have a pre-shot routine in your mind where you're talking to yourself loudly in your head. And you develop this pre-shot routine with very specific things that you say to yourself. You say like, "Here I go," like, and whatever different things. He's got a bunch of different steps that he said where he's talking to himself, like center your peach side. He's got a bunch of things.
I have almost said
That's what I wanted to ask you.
visualization, meditation, really big.
So what do you say to yourself, like when you're about it?
My biggest demon in my head is I'm just scared to miss the ball. I'm just, when I'm down on the shot, sometimes my brain goes straight, "What are you going to miss the shot? What are you going to miss it for sure?" Like, the way you're aiming the shot, you're going to miss it for sure. So my thing is just telling to my brain that I have to stay back. No, I'm going to fucking make this ball. I'm ready for it. Bitch. And it works for me.
Yeah. But if you think you're going to miss, you will miss.
Yeah, it 100% works for me.
What I was getting at is I found a giant crossover between that and archery. It's the same thing. Like if you think you're going to miss in archery, you're going to miss. And if you think you're going to miss in pool, you're going to miss. Right? Yeah.
It just works.
It is. It's crazy. It's like your subconscious tells you to miss. And it's almost like the pressure is too much, so you alleviate some of the pressure by anticipating the miss in advance. Right? It's weird. So that's my question to you is like, what is the process that you go through to fight that off? It's just saying, "I'm going to make that fucking ball."
Well, yeah, it's an experience already. You have to miss a few shots to understand why that happened.
Right.
And I did miss a few big ones like that. Like with Josh Fuller in Germany, European Open, really big match. The whole crowd was cheering for me. Quarterfinals of the European Open. I know it was weird, but I'm still a big fan of the shot. You look like a Hall of Fame industry. Quarterfinals of up my race to 10, and I missed them just because I knew that I was missed the ball. Same thing happened in Saudi. I was up 10-3 with glasses. I'm almost straight on the knuckle, but I just know that I'm going to miss the ball. I just know that. I'm down on the shot, and I know that shot like it's running. No, but I just can't get up. I don't have enough. I don't have enough stuff. So I missed the ball. I'm glad that I won the match, and I won the next track, but it's just weird how that works.
So now you have those experiences, and then what do you do when that's over? You go, "Okay, that can't happen again. I got to make sure that mindset never creeps into my head again."
So you just have to switch your focus to your fundamentals. That's what helps me. For example, Nick Van he used to be a big player back in the day.
Yeah.
He would practice sitting on his couch for hours. Just practice visualization. Just practice on the ticker. Imagine yourself practicing in the pool, like straighten shots. You wouldn't even go and practice. That's weird. Well, that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
But it worked for him.
Well, there's a lot of science to that in terms of like studies that have been done about visualization and the improvement, and they found that actual real visualization, when you're really sitting down there and visualizing, counts almost as much as practice, and in some cases more, and no one knows why.
Well, facilitation is good for us, except that you're never going to play the tournament without those conditions.
Right.
You know, both visualize it on the tournament.
Right. Which is why I'm saying this is like the most mental games.
Yeah.
You know, it's such a weird dance that goes in your head. Like sometimes you, and again, I'm not a good player. I'm half-assed, but sometimes I play really good. Like if I get like hours, 2 or 3 days in a row, I can get a stroke and I start running practice. But when I'm not, and then I go execute, there's like this thing in my head that like right when I'm about to aim, I think like right when I'm about to pull the trigger, my head goes, don't hit it there, hit it here. Like, okay.
Outside.
And I do it and I miss. I'm like, why did you change where you were gonna hit it? Like last minute, what the fuck is that? I've been playing pool for 30 something years.
But sometimes that works. And you're like, huh, I'm glad I did that.
Yeah, rarely. Most of the times I miss. And most of the times when I change where I'm gonna hit last second, I miss.
So we all do.
Yeah, or when I think I'm not gonna be this accurate, let me aim to overcut it. And I'm like, oh my god, you overcut it over like the table, you fucking idiot. If you just accurately like hit where you thought you were gonna hit, you would have made that ball. It's this weird thing, but that's why I love the game. Because when you're really playing pool, the world goes away. It goes away. You're not thinking about anything. You're not thinking about global warming. You're not thinking about shit. You're not thinking about inflation, how much eggs cost. You're not thinking about shit. The world goes away when you're on that table. When you're playing, the world goes away. That's what I like about archery, and that's what I like about pool. They have the same quality, and that to do it correctly is so difficult that it requires all of your mind.
I agree. Totally.
And unlike chess, which also requires all of your mind, pool has the added element that you have to execute. You have to pull it off under pressure, which is
Kind of like a mix of chess with kind of golf.
yeah. Well, it's just its own thing.
Well, it's like
It's its own thing. It's very different than any of those other things. Even though I don't play either one of them. It's very different than any of those other things. And when people get into it, man, it takes their whole fucking life over. I remember my manager had a conversation with me once when I lived in New York. He was like, I think you're spending more time playing pool than you are in your career. I'm like, fuck, he's right. He's right. I took a whole year off. I didn't play for a whole year. And then I came to LA and I started playing a little bit again. I was like, God, it got me again. Just suck his teeth right back in me. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
a lot of food. That's crazy.
And now when I'm like, if I'm talking to someone that's boring, I just think about playing pool. When you want to get out, I think it's like my default, right? It falls into these, but it's not really about the. It is about the game for sure, but what it's really about is sinking your mind to something. That's where the true joy comes in. Sinking your mind to something and then executing it to perfection. I think it's some kind of a mental exercise, like akin to cardio, akin to lifting weights. There's a mental exercise to it.
Also, enjoyment, develop a skill, and you just know how hard it is. I think enjoyment is better in that way.
Yeah, it's a game that I really respect and appreciate. I wonder how many people are still listening to this podcast. They're just regular people. They're like, what the is he gonna fucking talk about pool with this guy for 3 hours? Yep, this one's not for you. But that's the beauty of having 4 podcasts a week. You can throw one of them entirely at pool. But for pool players, there's a lot of people like that. It's not like anything else. So, and in this weird world of non-physical things, in this weird world of virtual things, of playing video games, and of being connected with computers, and which is all very, very fun. Those are all really fun to do. There's a kinetic aspect to playing pool that I think a lot of people forgot how satisfying and rewarding it is, and how intriguing it is. You that's why I always chime on it. I think it's good football.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, the way, for example, Vietnam marketed coal is they started clubs, computer clubs in the same building.
So that's like a computer cafe.
You know, type of you have the huge ones that have full rooms with hundreds of things.
Oh wow!
Vietnam right now is probably the most open country in the world.
Wow! And how long ago did this start?
4 years ago.
That's crazy. What made it explode in Vietnam like that?
I had no idea, for example, Hanoi opened first major reactor 3 years ago. I had no idea that there were any expectations were going to do it. But I always knew that I had some fans because on Facebook, like 40% of them followed me from Vietnam, which always seemed weird.
40%.
Yeah. Now it's more. Now it's more.
Whoa!
So I went over there and I was amazed. Like in Hanoi, there's 2,000 homes. And I don't just want to see
2,000. That's crazy. What is this? The most luxurious pool hall in Vietnam?
that's it. And then I actually think it's for but yeah, they have 4 rooms where like hundreds of things are trying to get there.
Yeah, that's a weird game, right?
Become a real good
Hugely popular, right?
but
It's very lucrative, right?
there's actually big money in it's called paintball.
It's called paintball, right? It used to be called Chinese paintball. So what made that game explode in China?
They were just throwing big money in the game, and it really exploded everywhere. Because now all English and snooker players, English football and snooker players are traveling to tournaments there, and maybe top 30 guys who are on their tour making good money. And they are, I think they are trying to get pro players to join their league as well.
That pro deal just for teams.
Yeah, well, that's the problem.
But what is a big tournament in paintball pit?
The biggest one pays $750,000 for first. But they have all those big tournaments every month that pay 200, 300,000 first.
Wow.
And small tournaments, I think 50. But they're great for people that pay every 2 weeks.
But you were saying when you went over there, like regular dudes that you were playing were like Robin.
Yeah, the competition is really high. The game is a little bit different. So it's full balls, snooker type of build. So the pocket is round, and they use like a snooker cloth. So it's really thick. And,
So it's well, we talk about a nap to the boss, the ball moves slower, right? They hit balls really hard. Is that because of the rounded edges? Like you have fire through there?
for example, if the ball is close to the rail, that's probably the best way to make the ball because you can push through the rubber. Kind of like a Russian pyramid kind of thing.
Well, there's that one shot where in the side pockets we could push through the nipple on the side pocket. It's like so it's like
kind of the same thing, kind of.
because I watch a lot of those guys online. And
Competition is really high because there's so many things and so many times in China that just have paintball tournaments. And it's becoming popular.
and when did that start in China?
I would say it started like 10 years ago.
That's right. So think about that. That emerges 10 years ago. So this is only we're talking about 2015. It's not that long ago. So that emerges 10 years ago, and then Vietnam emerges 3 years ago.
Vietnam is cool. But maybe I just found it out when it started.
So let's imagine that's 10 years as well. It's still nothing. It's not that long.
Yeah.
Like so, it gives me hope that something similar can happen in America.
I think it's different.
How so?
Because something has to happen in order to draw younger audience. I don't know if the social media is the answer, but in Vietnam, just they don't have any help. They're not good. They just want to keep everybody's following professional. Everybody knows who shared their videos.
That's the exercise for people who put their bars.
Exactly.
People who hear a bunch of drugs.
Well, ABA has 270,000 members. 270,000 US.
And those are mostly bar players.
Those are mostly bar players that play Fridays,
What? That's not possible. Come on, really?
Yeah.
Really? They play pool in the league and they don't know the chain band behind us. That seems insane. He plays in the bar table tournament sometimes.
I think it's too up.
I watched some recent one for Boston. I think that's a big
Right.
Yeah.
That's ultimate pool race. That's the common PK.
Oh, this is
They're starting to break through the rest.
kind of crazy because it's a really quick shot clock, big ass pockets, little ass tape, and if you miss, you're fucked, right? Because these guys they're all running out. Justin Bergman is with that too.
Are they?
It looks easy. You look at it, you're like, oh, small table, big pockets, this is easy. But no, this, if you miss, like if you get out of line and you miss, the game's over.
Yeah.
You guys got to run out. That's additional pressure. Yeah.
More strategy to make ball.
All the clusters and everything's all cluttered up together.
Right.
And you can't shoot your opponent's ball, so you got to figure out a way to bump them and move them and get a shot of the game.
Do you think Diego is still the most played kitty because of leagues?
Yeah, most people don't like. I had a friend here, and he's like, "I play regular pool. What do you play?" Like, I was like, "No, the regular pool." Okay. What is regular pool? Like, you don't play. I really have a conversation. I was like, "Okay, let me explain eyeball to you. Like, you 8 ball. It's not regular pool."
So it may change with natural league ball may change because things which might go on.
Well, the thing about 9 ball that's very exciting is the luck factor.
Right.
Luck factor is huge. You know, when you watch a guy shoot the ball into the corner and hits the rail and it bounces 3 rails and goes to the side, it's fucked if you're sitting there, if you're in the chair and you were hoping, oh, he missed, it's my chance. No, you got lucky. And that's luck is part of it. Sometimes you go shit in the 9 ball. That's the whole win. And you're like, how can that be a win? It's an accident. That's part of the game. It's part of the fun of the game. And then also you can win off the break. That's also part of the game. And that drives me crazy. No, spot that.
But I think it's luck is part of the sport.
I also like when someone misses an easy shot and then the opponent runs out and makes it out of the break. So it's like, fuck, I get fucked up. And the pool gods do that to you all the time. They do. If you miss a ball, it's kind of weird how oftentimes like you have to sit in a chair for a few racks because the guy just gets a bunch of like really awesome lucky breaks. Like, this is terrible.
For sure, and you know, but I also found that I'm winning more. I'm also getting. I just get the love. I miss the ball. Actually,
I wonder what that is. Why is that so reliable? Because it's really reliable.
I wish I knew the answer. I'd be doing something for sure.
If some like super egghead who studies pool, like Dr. Dave, like if that guy could explain this, I would like to know. Because I think there's a kind of science to it, and I think it has to do. I don't know what it is, but I think there's a positive. See, when you're in gear, when you can't miss, and you're in stroke, and you're firing balls and you're playing really well, you get these lucky breaks. It's weird. It's like you're putting out positive energy. But when you're down and you feel like shit, and you're like, God damn it, I can't catch a break, and then the guy misses, and you're stuck behind 2 balls, like, God damn it, this always happens. I often wonder, did you make that? Did you manifest this? Are you manifesting good luck with positive energy? I wonder.
That's what I do. I mean, I'm always trying to be positive, but I think there is a benefit.
I think there's a real benefit, like a real world, unmeasurable benefit that would probably show up in statistics.
But not even good. I think you have it to say.
Yes, I think so too. Yeah, that's why I think pool mirrors life in a lot of ways. I think that's the case. I also think like being really generous in real life is like really good for you. It's really good for everybody. It's not good for just for the people that you're being generous to, but it's good for you too. It's good for everybody. Right? Like more good things happen for you when you do that. It's the same sort of principle. It is real. It just doesn't seem like it should be. It seems like you should be able to figure out life on a yellow legal pad with a pen and some really good calculus. There's some things going on that nobody's figured out how to put a measuring tape to. No one's figured out how to put it on a scale. There's some things going on.
That's a difficult one.
Yeah. And there's things going on with your mind that no one's ever going to be able to figure out. Like, no one's ever going to be able to figure out why some people get lucky all the time. But I think there's probably something to it. Like Efren, for example. That guy used to always say, I got lucky. He was always saying, I got lucky. Meanwhile, who's not? When he would miss, he would laugh. He'd laugh and scratch his head. He never looked like he was mad. I would want to break my fucking stick. But he was like, oh no, I missed. He'd scratch his head and go, oh no. Sit down and be all super positive. But he got lucky a lot.
I agree. Maybe that's the case.
Yeah. Well, that's why I wanted to ask you about your pre-shot routine. Like, what are the things you're saying to yourself in your mind? Or is it just a lot of experience and a lot of, I'm going to make that shot?
Well, it's basically shutting down the negative thoughts. Being positive is really difficult at times, especially when things are not going your way. The opponent is missing and shoots things, or flipping a few balls, or doesn't miss any balls. It's really difficult to stay positive.
Yeah.
So you gotta focus on what you can control and hope for the best. That's all I do.
Have you ever thought about doing what Nick Vandenberg sits on the couch? Just like visualizing running out while you're watching your opponent play?
I think I have that going through my brain when I'm like listening to like a hype up music. So, for example, when I'm walking through the match or I'm like hype up.
What is hype up music for you? What do you listen to?
Different depends on the mood. Sometimes it's like gangster rap. Sometimes it's
Like what kind of gangster rap? What do you like?
Russian stuff.
Russian? Oh, you gotta send me some.
Okay.
Yeah, tell me what's good Russian gangster rap.
Good for the perfect.
Yeah? Oh, nice.
Funk. That's Brazilian funk.
I like music like that, but I don't know what they're saying.
Right. You understand what they're saying. Sometimes it just doesn't make all of that sense. So,
Russian gangster rap. Like, can you give me an example? Like, in the play right now? Like, what is a good Russian gangster rap that Jamie can pull out?
well, they script.
Script in it? Like, Kryptonite? Like, Kryptonite?
Yeah, script. He's really popular.
See if we can find out that. What's a good song? What's like a I didn't even know that they had a lot of Russian gangster rap.
I mean, it's not crazy. What hypes me up?
Well, a lot of hype up music is not necessarily great.
Eyes, I don't know. He's probably not just like he's kind of.
Give me one good song that you like. Like one, like you and Josh Phil are about to play for $500,000. You're on your way.
So this song is not good as a impression.
Oh, perfect. But just tell me what it is. What Jamie pull it up.
Moscow loves ecstasy.
Oh. I bet a lot of people in Moscow do like this. Probably a pretty accurate song. You got it, Jamie?
It's not written in English. Yeah, it's not written in English.
I'm just trying to. Oh, the actual song I got it.
It's called Moscow.
If you want, I can have him send it to me and I'll send it to you.
That's not good.
Oh, okay.
So literally, it's written.
Yeah,
I don't even know how to type that word.
There it is.
I can't type this on the screen.
Oh, right.
This also can get us in trouble.
This is gonna get us in trouble? Oh, yeah. All right, well, we'll cut it out.
Gotta go forward a little bit.
I like it.
Yeah, so it's something like
It
that.
sounds like a song, actually.
Maybe.
I bet it is.
Most of the stuff he says, you can't even understand what he's saying because he's so fast that he's actually from Kazakhstan.
Oh, here it is. Wet asphalt, great gray face. You'll find everything you need. Love or treasure the depths of the woods. Only the lipstick was worn off. Ceiling, starball, fingers on the temple. The eyes are. These are all Mozart's words.
Yeah.
Together. Tomorrow again, wet asphalt, gray face. There are only clouds above you. Okay, that sounds like ChatGPT wrote it. Like ChatGPT.
To the straight translation from Russian, that makes any sense.
No, right? Is that what is that like? Like learning? Well, first of all, you know how to read it, right? So you read what's called Cyrillic. What it's called. So you read it and write it. Like, what is it like when you have to learn English? Like, how much of a weird juxtaposition when you see the two languages together?
Well, I don't know. It was kind of. I think English is the easiest language to learn.
Really?
But I was studying French in school. I was in French school, and for me it was a lot tougher to learn French. I used to speak fluent French before I don't even very good.
Really?
I actually started forgetting Russian when I started thinking in English because I spent so much time here.
Oh,
So I didn't learn English proper now, but the way I can speak and understand, and at least have a conversation, then I don't really speak with anybody in Russian, so I start forgetting it.
oh no! You're a man of no country.
Exactly.
That's terrible. That would be terrible. And if you go back to Russia and get mad at you, they can't talk good.
No, I'm just still talk good. I actually go to Russia at least once a year.
Just to stay tight, stay close to the game.
Stay close to my family.
But I would imagine, like, if you fell out of Russia, like, if it became uncomfortable for you, you went over to that would be so weird for them.
No. They're fine. They can do all of
But
it.
I would listen. If say like if my daughter moved overseas and went to Spain, started speaking Spanish, and then came over to America and had a hard time talking to me, I'd be like, what happened?
I'm not going to
Did you get a headache?
really forget the language.
Right.
It's just that I would be using like a lot of simpler words. My vocabulary would be better.
Right. But then you want to be over it for 10 years.
Yeah, and then you can relax everything.
And then people are like, look, you went up America on us. And it's son of a bitch. Do you get any heat for coming to America?
And at first, of course, I did.
Yeah.
I had all my friends, and my friends actually they support me all the time. So I'm just aware about it. But of course, the different friends and keyboard warriors, yeah, they're all they like to keep on that.
Because you left Russia.
Yeah, so North Korea, the USA, as they made it their own thing. Born.
Is there a song like that?
Well, they played the song.
Born in the USA.
Yeah.
Oh, no. That song is very impressive. If you want to get patriotic, that's not like Born in the USA. It's a terrible song. It's like so sad. It's not like life is awesome. Like, that song is depressing. It's it's about living the terrible part of the USA. It's not like the American dream. But no, really, I mean, I don't have the heat from the Russians. That's good. There's a lot of Russian. So you get more heat from Americans. They're upset that you came over from Russia.
I mean, the Europeans, I think. The Europeans are the most upset ones, I think.
Probably because you're now playing for the Americans. You can fuck up their whole Moscone Cup thing.
Yeah, I do have a lot of, not to say Polish haters, just because I'm Polish. Yeah, Polish. I have a lot of Polish haters. Just because I'm born in Russia.
But they just automatically don't like Russians.
Yeah, that always happens.
Yeah, if you don't have haters, you're not doing anything right. But,
I'm sure you have a lot of it.
I'm sure I do.
Yeah, what was that crazy guy? Just trying to fight you or something.
Oh, the Liberty King. Yeah, unfortunate that. I don't know, man. He just got it in his head somehow or another that I was responsible for what was wrong with him, that I was a bully to him, which is crazy because all it did was point out he was like super obvious, like you're lying about being on steroids. Like, hey, don't lie about being on steroids. Don't be a public person, and no one will say that. It's that simple. You have to take personal accountability for errors. I think there's some substances involved, if I had to guess, that led him down a bad road, unfortunately. that's also the thing. It's not, I'm sure you experience it because you experience a lot of haters in the world, but fame is not what people think it's going to be. You think, I'm going to be famous, life will be easier because people know who I am. No, life is going to be way harder because now you're under the microscope 24 hours a day. And this is a guy in the Brian, who calls himself the Liver King, who was not famous most of his life, and then decided I want to be famous, and I have this great body, so what I'm going to do is just tell everybody they have to eat liver and sell a bunch of supplements. And he made a lot of money selling a bunch of supplements. And then, that's how much money is. The problem with that is that physique is not achievable in your 40s without some help. It's just not. It's just not. It's just not. Like, you could be a freak athlete and have that physique at 23. It's possible. There's a few guys that, but you have to have superior genetics and an insane work ethic, and you have to be like really intelligent about how you approach your training. But once you get into your 40s, and if you didn't look like that when you were younger, yeah, you're on something. Everybody knows it. There's nothing wrong with being on something. Like here's the thing. It's like if you want to be an influencer online, it doesn't exclude you from taking. If you're a person who takes testosterone, and even there's guys who have huge followings who are clearly on anabolic steroids. They just don't lie about it. That's all it is. Like it doesn't make you less famous or make your physique less valid. No one really. I mean, there's going to be a few people who choose it, but the reality is most people are just like, wow, that's really impressive. But what people hate is when you mislead them, when you pretend you're doing something that you're not, especially if you're also selling supplements or selling a lifestyle, telling them about your ancestral tenets. It's just got to take accountability. You made mistakes. If you did make mistakes, I'd be celebrating you. If you were like this guy, it's like there's a bunch of people that we talk about on the podcast all the time that I know are actors. But they don't lie about it, and no one gets upset about it. It's real simple. It's just this is what it is. But that these guys just take a lot of heat, and he also funded. I think he just had a part in funding this Netflix documentary about him, which I didn't watch it, but I heard it was not flattering at all. It made him seem kind of insane, and that probably sucked. And then after that, he was mad at me. But again, fame is not a normal thing. It's not normal, and if you don't have personal sovereignty, you don't understand yourself, truly understand yourself, not just trying to project an image of what you'd like people to think of you, but who you actually are. That's where you get in trouble with fame. And then also reading haters, reading the comments, and wanting people to love you, which is probably why a lot of people get famous in the first place. There's also like the thing of getting famous as a goal versus becoming famous because of a thing you do. You know what I mean? Like becoming famous because people like your comedy or your podcast, or they like the way you play pool, or they like the way you play basketball, or different things. When you specifically go out of your way because you want to become famous, and that's a lot of people. It's really weird. That's a lot of like very wealthy people. I know some people that are really wealthy, and the thing that they really want is to be famous. It's weird. Well, that's the thing they can't buy. It's like they have private jets, they got a house here, a house there, and they got a company here, a company there. So that's a lot of those guys want to go on podcasts. Sort of like let the world know how cool they are. It's weird. It is. It's like, and then a lot of those guys, they take the heat off the comments and the haters. They don't like it. Jesus Christ, I didn't know it's going to be this. Like, yeah, that's what you signed up for. You signed up. Yeah, you're on the world theater. That's it's a lot of eyeballs. It's a lot of fucking venom-tongued people out there that want to say terrible things about you. Yeah. And you have to have the same way you have that discipline to not allow those negative thoughts in your head before the shot. You also have to not allow other people's negative thoughts in your head either, right? Because they're as valid, if not more valid, than your own negative thoughts.
Oh, there's so many different opinions. This is like every time I make it, that you say into their opinion, they will always voice it. Wow,
Sure.
yeah, you did that. You don't.
Yeah, or not pay attention to them, which is, I think, the best way to do it. You must be aware. Everyone's aware if they fuck up, and you're always aware if you're upset about things, but don't fucking focus on it. Don't pay attention. And that's where comedians make a giant mistake, podcasters make a giant mistake. I'm sure pool players do it, fighters do it. A lot of fighters get real mad when they read comments, and they invite trolls to come to the gym, and someone will beat the trolls up. It's crazy. Or, some guys will talk shit, and they'll be so dumb that they'll actually think that they can go to the gym and, spar with Sean Strickland or something.
That's the worst thing. That's what troll is wanting. That's what this troll is. That's trying to get your head.
Yeah, but if you can get him in the gym, it's worth it.
Yeah.
Like Sean Strickland has a bunch of videos of guys who talk shit online. He just beats the fucking piss out of them. Just like, then he wins. Then it comes all full circle. Like, paying attention to the haters actually paid off because for him it's easy work. He's just tunes these guys up. Like, it's not that he talks shit to them or he's kicking the fuck out of them. Yeah, but with pool, it's like you don't want to play some idiot who says you suck. They put up money, let's play. They call it wrong. Then you talk to them like that. What is the most amount of money that you had before?
Against Jay.
That was it? Yeah. So you don't want to say the full amount, but that was the most amount. But this Joshua Phillip thing, if what they offered, if that ever happened, that would be the biggest one.
It could be the biggest one. It could be the biggest one. But also on my end, I would be like one match and done.
Right. What was he proposing in terms of a race?
So what happened to the
120.
120 million race. Just the same thing.
And what do you think about that?
I think yeah, we can do that for sure. But my take on this was up to
Your spot, yeah.
Well, it's not really my spot. It's
That's the
considered
spot you go to a lot, right?
not really.
Oh, I think you're lying a couple times.
I'll live 30 minutes.
Oh, see, that's your spot.
But
I don't know what it's not. Shut up. That's your home room.
it's not my home room. I live in a
Right. But your home room, where you go to, is like the place where you go. It's near your house. That's an actual establishment, not your home table.
You can, yes, I can sit like this, but I don't go there. I don't practice. I've never.
Everybody knows your name. You walk in the door. Oh, that everyone knows your name. That doesn't count. But
yeah,
I can see why you wouldn't want to play for that. Of course,
we can find a neutral spot. We can't find a neutral spot.
Maybe we're setting up right here on this podcast. What's the most amount of things you get staked for?
I will have to
Consult.
Yeah, consult.
Yeah, consult with those gentlemen.
It's really big for it. It's a lot of money. Well, let's do it. Right?
I'd be doing that. I would have to tell you that table up, right?
Yeah. Well,
Would you want 4 1/4? What would you want 4 1/4?
oh, that's not. I like to go play for the table. So he wants to tie her. Because me and Shane play 4 1/4. So he thinks he makes a tie. He thinks it's much worse than where he can't control it. It's always trying to negotiate much focus.
Right.
Yeah, little change here and there. Make the outcome different. I mean,
I feel like you should do it in a place where you get an audience, though.
we can.
Yeah, but
But I'm the biggest draw of the audience we can possibly have.
online for sure. But what I mean is in person as well. Like a place where there's a lot of people that watch in person.
Maybe.
Really? Yeah, probably. Shane is a huge American hero when it comes to pool, right? It just seems like he doesn't like it anymore.
With filler, it's different. Like Jake Paul, a lot of people watch him, but they watch him because they want him to lose.
Really?
Well, I just find it.
I didn't know that. I'm just hearing that for the first time now. I thought he was beloved.
Well, it's kind of changing, I think, lately.
Why?
Just the way he responds to a few different things on social media makes it worse.
Oh no, social media stuff.
Yeah, there was a few. I don't know if you were involved with like WPA, with matchroom conflicts and stuff like this.
Oh yeah, that's right. So there was a lot of weirdness where he was playing, like, was WPA saying he couldn't play in a match or that, or is that what it was? What happened?
What happened was,
So we should explain to people that don't know. There's two different competing sort of organizations,
Yeah.
and at one point in time, if you played for one, they were telling you you can't play for the other. Everyone's like, "That's kind of crazy, guys."
Right.
Like, pool is just starting to take off, and don't schedule shit at the same time as this other one. You know, who's going to be there? Work together.
so what happened was WPA implemented bans and they said people in unlikely to be banned for a certain period of time from WPA tournaments. And all the top players we wanted to change that by just stopping playing with WPA tournaments. So just all of us obviously can play with top players who don't go to WPA tournaments. And by that move, we wanted them to change that rule. We wanted them to lift the ban.
Right.
So the very next event, after we spoke with all the players, we were in the room, we flying to New Zealand, and I was flying with Christina. She was playing the World Championships, and there was World Championships for men's, which was WPA tournament. And we all agreed that men were playing there, but Josh was there, and he was playing. So he basically decided that he went against what he was saying in that moment. He turned out and signed up for it. He wasn't just a winner. There was other players. But then it just led to more like even social media and trying to say, just trying to defend yourself. That's saying he wasn't my training to bring that championships. Like that.
What better way to tell those other 10 guys that are the best in the world? You're not going. All right, we're all not going. And then you sign up. That means you just killed off 9 or 10 of the best players in the world. You have a much better chance of winning.
He did get a lot of backlash from that. And I think to this day, he could stop it.
That makes sense. That makes sense. He's a hell of a player, though.
Oh, he's unbelievable.
Yeah, and he's really young, too, right?
He's a little bit of a 26, 27.
Yeah.
He's the most fearless, the most talented player. He's kind of like Rothschild.
Yeah, he's, but sometimes when he gets on, it's crazy to watch. Like, he's spiking balls in,
How high he is.
yeah.
Unbelievable. He will go for a long time.
And the other thing about him is he never looks like he's freaking out. Like, he never seems to be affected. Like, he's never taking additional time in between shots.
No, he's a very fast player.
Even under extreme pressure.
Yeah, he doesn't really fall under pressure. And
It just seems like he doesn't feel it.
no,
So good.
Sometimes it does feel like this. He was feeding off the actual like hate of the crowd. Las Vegas, I wasn't there, but everybody was kind of rooting against him, and he's just feeding off the crowd. It's kind of like Jason Shorts.
Wow.
Yeah. If you can turn that into a fuel and just run reps, that's
Yeah, if you can do that, if you have that kind of temperament. But it's always interesting to me when a guy like that just seems to be so calm under pressure, just fires balls in. Like, it's almost like that's like shocking. Like, he's got an intimidating game. Yeah. Not that I'll take it. It's a really good game.
it is.
It's like, it's top 1 and 2 in the world. You know, I think at the very top, as you see, you know, with Aloysius, yeah, he won 3 tournaments in a row, which is crazy. Crazy, like 3 majors in a row. But, like, you know, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz went on a tear where he was doing that for a while.
If you look back at like the years, even like 10 years from where they're at right now, it is always one player for a year, and these were just 2.5 players.
Like Shane won back-to-back US Open.
So Mika won back and
Yeah.
Everton won back.
Yeah.
It's always
They get hot.
Yeah.
But it's just maintaining that. It's just so weird. Like we were talking about Kobe and Chong, who had that insane match in 2023, but this year didn't play nearly as well.
It's really tough. I mean, why get some more something family business?
Or you might have a neck injury like you had, right? Your back might start bothering you. You get sciatica.
There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah. But it's just, that's why high level pool, when you watch it, on the world stage like that, when it's executed so perfectly, it's so fun to watch. Because you know how hard it is to get there.
Yeah, it's hard.
So, what do you do differently now that you're world number one? Do you do anything differently to try to maintain your position, or is it just keep going?
No, just keep going. I know what I did to get where I'm at right now. Why would I change?
I mean, I guess unless
Because a lot of people that stuck, those people that had a goal, their motivation is gone.
right,
My motivation is only really most of them. I want to get as much as I can. I was kind of from the poor rich family growing up. I was my biggest motivation was financial. But obviously, I wanted to be world champion, and I had to be world champion. But when I won the first world championships, that dream was kind of going. Now it's just another major victory. So they always ask me those questions. Like, what would it feel to you with another US Open? Or who are the Masters? It would be great, but I think it would mean a lot more when this stop going. Like when I be seeing my grandkids, I'm like, oh, well, their grandpa was a two-time world nine-ball champion back in the day. There's four railing that nine-ball right there.
why do you say that with a southern accent?
I live in Indiana here. I live in southern Indiana.
Is that do you have a southern accent in Indiana? Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't thought of that. Huh. Yeah. What would you assume their accent in Indiana would be? Well, you're an Ohio boy, so you're close to Kentucky. That's where you're in there. Right. Different kind of accent. That's true. That's true. That's true. But it's just when you think about just in general, like pool's growth, I think you're in a perfect position right now in life. It's like if you had been this good 20 years ago, you would be in the same sort of trap that a lot of those the older players were, where there's no real incentive to be playing professionally. The only money that anybody was making in pool 20, 30 years ago, real money, was in gambling. And there was a lot of guys that were making money gambling that weren't placing well in tournaments. They didn't want to. They didn't want to play in tournaments. They didn't want to knock their action. But I think you're in really the perfect timeline. Whereas as you're getting better and as pool's getting more and more popular, the money's getting bigger and bigger. And I think it's a really awesome time for the game.
I agree. Definitely. I definitely feel fortunate to be in the right time, in the right era with the way my career was going. Because like you said, 20 years ago,
And it's also the players of today, it seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, they're much more systematic with their training than they ever were before.
absolutely. 100%. Everybody's more disciplined. Everybody's treating it as sport, like I said. They're not treating it as a game.
They're treating it like a sport, but they're also examining all the aspects of the game and constantly honing them. It's different. Like when I watch guys practice online, like you have a channel where you put a lot of your practice sessions online, and you get to see like there's no messing about. It's like there's sort of serious training involved, like serious position play, serious like getting that muscle memory over and over again, different ways to stroke a shot.
For example, my idol growing up with all his Neil Spine, and he has his own channel.
Yeah, he's great.
Terminator is the best performer, the best. I believe visualization every day. He's practicing every single day. I think he's doing his 90 minutes of hardcore practice every day. He's live streaming. He's training live after practice. If you follow just everything he does, he will get to a different level, 100%.
Yeah, world-class player. He's fun to watch.
Yeah, super disciplined, super like a rough and out. He's the rough and out people.
Fun time. Fun time to be a pro player. And like I said, I think the sky's the limit. I think the game's going to grow over the next few years because we watched it get a lot bigger over the last 4 or 5.
Yeah, for sure. That's set up for killing it.
Yeah, man. I'll do commentary. How about that? Get Metro involved. Just set it up somewhere in Austin. I'll do it.
That's good.
Do it somewhere we can have a crowd in person, though. That's what I was getting at. Like, you're going to have a crowd online, but it'd be cool if you had a lot of people there in person.
Right? You got it. We'll set it up.
Okay. Well, I want to see it. So, listen, congratulations on everything. It's been cool following you and seeing what happened over the last time you were here and watching it just get better and better.
Thank you so much for having me.
My pleasure, my brother. Tell everybody if they want to follow you. What's your Instagram?
My Instagram is a weird
Yeah.
but I have Facebook. Most of the guys from mobile Facebook, TikTok.
Oh, this is a question I wanted to ask you. Your name, some people say Fedor, some people say Fedor, but in Russian is it Fyodor?
Fedor.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Because people were correcting me. I'm like, I think we both wrong. I think it's
Also,
Fyodor. Yeah. I've heard Fedor. When I was calling you Fedor, people were going, oh, he's saying that because Fedor Emelianenko. I'm like, yeah, well, that's kind of the accepted American pronunciation of Fyodor, though. So I wanted to ask you if it's Fyodor.
Yeah,
But I knew I was right.
right. And nobody called me.
Okay, Fyodor. Let's see you from now on, bro. Let's play some pool, baby. All right. Bye, everybody.
All right.
Good job. Good experience. Trying my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night. All day.
A little bit weird. It's weirder to be Joe Rogan.
You think?
Yeah, it's got to be.
It's weird. It's weird to be any person in the public eye. But this time, it's particularly weird. I feel like one of those people. I mean, the media is so bizarrely compromised. It's so weird when you watch these spin both on the left and on the right. You're like, is anybody fucking rational? Is anybody looking at in this so few that a comedian like yourself just rises to the top of the heap?
Well, it's funny, dude, because since the last time I was on, this has been kind of like the knock on me in a way now.
Is that a comedian?
You're the comedian.
You're
This
my
guy's not an
emotional
expert.
support
That's
comedian.
right. Yes, that's right. It feels
Emotional
weird.
support.
It feels weird doing this without to be honest. It seems kind of wrong. But dude, that's been like essentially that's like the knock. Is like, yeah, you're acting like you're an expert, but you're just some comedian. And it's like, no, that's the point. That's always been the point. Like, yes, I'm just a comedian. I'm not an expert. And still, being not an expert, hand me your favorite Warhawk, and I will tear them to shreds, because it's actually not that hard. And, like, these people aren't really experts either.
Well, also the problem with that is these people that are talking about these things are talking about people not being experts while they're not experts.
Yeah.
There's, what's Doug up? English?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. There's Sam Harris is a neuroscientist. But there's all these different people who have, expertise in one area that is pretty much outside geopolitical, world politics, international relations, chaos and war, and military-industrial complex. Like these very complex, sophisticated, nuanced discussions that you have to have when you're talking about this. There's so many different factors at play. There's so much money. There's so much bullshit in terms of like what's the truth, what's the narrative, who's pushing the narrative, who's being paid to push the narrative, which is really weird. There's so many of these fucking online influencers that I don't even think are really human beings that have like prominent accounts.
Yep. But then there's also it's a convenient kind of way to dismiss somebody.
Of course, instead of addressing the facts.
Well, I thought it was really funny to me was that so like a few minutes after the last time after me and Doug Murray debated on the show, he went on Bill Maher's show. And so it's like after having this whole thing, the whole 45 minutes opening the show about how you comedians don't know what you're talking about. So don't know you're talking. Well, he's smearing two people who he's never heard of, doesn't even know what they do or whatever. But not the best way to make an appeal to expertise. But no, he doesn't have a problem with Bill Maher doing it because he agrees with them. So the issue isn't really being an expert versus being a comedian. You know, Konstantin Kassin went on this whole thing about expertise and all of this, and it's like he also started as a comedian. Why all of a sudden does this standard only apply to me and only when I'm talking about Israel? It never applied to me when I was talking about COVID. It never applied to me when they agreed with me on stuff. They would just go, look, Dave's breaking it down. But now there's this one topic that one guy is not allowed to not be an expert on, and it happens to be this one topic that the entire population is turning on. I shouldn't say the entire, but huge numbers.
When someone attacks what you do professionally versus what you're actually saying.
Yeah.
Why not just dispute what he's saying instead of this appeal to authority? Right. You're not an expert.
But also, to ask that question is to answer that question.
You can only ask me a few things in life that I can give you definitive answers on. And even then, I might have to refer to expert. You want to ask me about judo? I've been doing jiu-jitsu since 90. I think I started in 97, somewhere around then. 96, maybe. I don't know shit about judo. I know how to do a few hip tosses, but when someone is doing something, I don't even know what it's called. If I go haragoshi, I might get it wrong. Because haragoshi might be legs on the outside versus leg on the inside. Wrestling, I got to defer to DC. Even in martial arts, I'm not totally an expert.
Yeah, and then there might be somebody who is totally an expert, say a wrestler who went to the Olympics, right? And with a total expert or a coach or something like that, total expert in wrestling, and they could still get something about MMA completely off or jiu-jitsu.
It happened in the last fight, in the last UFC card. Daniel Cormier didn't know about the dead orchard. So he thought this person was fine because they had two arms in while they're caught in a triangle. I go, no, this is a real submission. This is fucking dangerous. There's this guy, Nathan Orchard, who figured out how to do a triangle with two arms in, and it's replicable. A lot of guys do it now. And I think it was a lady at the last UFC had it. And I was like, oh shit, and Daniel didn't know it yet. There's a couple other things, like the buggy choke. If you don't know about jiu-jitsu, and you see a guy who's on his back and he's getting smothered, but all of a sudden he reaches under with his leg, and I'm going, oh, and you don't know what's going on. That's a fucking choke, a really dangerous one. Ty Ruotolo gets you in that, you're fucksville. There's guys, so it's there's areas of expertise, even in areas that I'm an expert in, that I have to call on other people. This is a stupid argument. What are the facts? Does that submission work? Is that genocide? What's going on? Were you funding Hamas? Is Hezbollah a proxy of Iran? Did Iran get the money to do this when Biden released the funds? Because who's allowed to be an expert on all these things?
Yeah, and then of course there are things use things, and in order to have say an expert opinion on this policy. It's okay, well, they'd say we're following the science. So in other words, they have an epidemiologist or something like that who's all doing lockdowns. We'll cut down on the transmission of the virus. I forget they thought that to be wrong, but even that aside, you're okay, but are they also an economist? Are they also a sociologist, a specialist in childhood development who would tell you what clothing to school? Oh, who's the person who has expertise in every single one of those fields? Doesn't exist. There isn't an expert in all of those fields. You know what I mean?
That was the problem with that time. Because that time, everyone was so fearful, and the news was pushing it. It was clearly negative. I forget who it was. Some health official was being interviewed recently. He said that during 2020, that Anthony Fauci said to him, the problem is Americans aren't scared enough, which is crazy to say. It's a wild thing to say that your goal is to make people more fearful. So you're trying to put out a narrative that makes people more fearful, which, by the way, fucks with your immune system in a gigantic way. Not good at all to be scared. I don't know how many people got really sick from COVID because when they got it, they freaked the fuck out and they couldn't sleep and they thought they were going to die and they were riddled with anxiety, and that makes you attack people around you, and then you look for a solution when these trusted institutions, which up until 5 fucking years ago, I was 100% on board with everything, with vaccines, with every medical intervention, other than psychiatric medications, which I think are pretty much overprescribed. All of a sudden, everyone's like hoping these people have the answer. So everybody's like, this is kind of China. You know, he's also an expert. I'm like, fuck you. It's like anti-science, trust the science, COVID denier, vaccine denier. It just became this fearful whisper because everybody just responded to the fucking news. Everybody's too in to all of this negative shit, man, all day long.
But you have to scare people. You know, if you wanna implement like a tyrannical policy, you almost always have to scare people. Right?
That's the only way.
Now everyone knows, right? Like you just said, like being terrified is not good for your health. But on a human level, we also all know that it's not good for good decision making. You know, but it is excellent for I will turn my brain off and give the authority to you to go do. I mean, look, it was right after 9/11. You forget about this, but like the level to which Dick Cheney and George W. Bush used to fearmonger. Dick Cheney, the Vice President of the United States of America, who is a bit more than just your average Vice President, he said it's not a matter of if, but when there will be another 9/11 attack. They built it. They were trying to tell the American people right after 9/11 to be in a constant state of fear. Do you remember the COVID warnings where they had colors? Or excuse me, the warning where they had colors, the threat level or whatever. Yeah. And then one day they'd be like, it's up to yellow. Yeah. And I mean, we were really still traumatized from 9/11. But the thing about it is that they knew what they wanted to do. They knew the policy they wanted to start working on. And it was the mix of they hate us, the big lie, which was they hate us for our freedom, which was like really the big lie after 9/11. It's like, because the American people very organically wanted to know what the beef was. Like 9/11 happened, everybody was like, yo, why do they hate us? What's this beef about? And their answer was they hate you for your freedom. And by the way, this is going to happen again. So be terrified. Second off, understand that they're so irrational that their beef with you is that like your grandma can go to the grocery store. So what do you do with that? Other than say what the American people said, which is George W. Bush, you have a blank check to go attack whoever you want to, and we'll support you.
Yeah, I remember feeling that way, right? I remember feeling it's up to these fucking guys, these hard-nosed generals and military leaders that are, these are the guys that are going to protect us now. We got to put all our faith in them. The shit freedom. What's going on? And, this is, so 2001, I wasn't that much of a conspiracy theorist. I was into UFOs. I was into Bigfoot. I was into stupid shit. You know, I was into fun, stupid shit.
Right.
You know, me and Eddie Bravo would get high, watch space documentaries, freak out about aliens. You know, the stupid shit. But then the Patriot Act came along. And I was like, okay, what the fuck is this? Like, what does indefinite detention mean? When they signed the NDAA, like, what are you talking about? What is the month, what it rhymes with cunt, the act that Obama passed in 2015 that allowed them to use censorship, or excuse me, propaganda on American citizens?
Yeah.
Months,
Something like that, yep.
It's like, okay. But I start getting really fucking suspicious.
Yep.
Yeah, I read one book a long time ago. It's called Best. It's called and unfortunately, I read it before the last I was by myself. I was in Philadelphia, and I was headlining. And this is like when I was just starting to headline, right? And so, had a show Thursday, killed. Everything's great. Went back to my hotel room, nothing to do. Read this fucking book for like 6 hours, freaked the fuck out. Showed up at the show like ashen faced, like, oh my god, you killed the president. Like, I've never even considered that before that book.
Right.
I never even thought that there's like secret government agencies that plot against the president. I thought that's the fucking man. Everybody works together. And Harry Oswald was a nut. He went to China. I'm like, oh my god. And I bombed. I fucking bombed. And I apologized to the manager. I said, I fucked up and I read this book right before I died. It's done that before. I've had,
When you have your mind blown like that, you climb after that before you make your fun. I don't know, like it takes time to like then almost come back to
you
it
should
much
never
later.
engage in that kind of stuff like right before the one stage. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Anything real, ominous. So I had a second show. But I was like, okay, I can't ever do that again. But that was just peripheral. It was just the JFK. I was only interested in that. I didn't get into things. I didn't get into Vietnam. I didn't get into any of that stuff. September 11th, 2001, in the beginning, it was wonderful. After the attack, everyone was so friendly. It's terrible that this thing happened. It's terrible that these people died. But it made me think, like, every now and then, we need to get bitch slapped. You know, it's like when you see people, like, getting in people's faces for, like, waving an American flag, fuck you, fascist, like, a bitch slap every now and then. Like, that guy might go, fuck, I just ran up to that veteran. I got in his face because I wanted to impress my lesbian girlfriend. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? I mean, I don't know how to fight. I know I got concussions. This guy bitch slapped me. It's on TikTok. Fuck. You know, like, you need that sometimes just as, like, of course we said. I felt like, as a country, we've been doing shady shit all around the world forever, and there's real war happening everywhere, but we're just the Russians are separated by oceans, and we're not doing too much to look at here. A whole bunch of American flag on the fucking car, and when I was in New York City, I was from the first time and everyone was so cool, and firemen were rock stars.
Yeah.
Cops were rock stars. Everybody was thanking them. Everybody was thanking them for their service. It was great. We had all these firemen in front of this bar. Me and the Fear Factor. These guys were fucking. It's like I was hanging out with Brad Pitt. It was nuts. Everybody was so thankful. Where did that go?
Yeah, I was there. I was in New York City on 9/11, and I remember. So I was in Brooklyn, like only a few miles from the World Trade Center, and like,
Did you physically see it?
no, I saw it. So I remember seeing, I think, so when I got out of school, I was in high school, I was a senior in high school, and we got out. One of the girls, like, forged a note, said it was from our parents or something like that. I forget exactly how it worked, but we got out. It was like, I was friends with the security guard. I used to buy weed from him. It was a different time. But yeah, it was a different time. Pre-9/11, we were just all hanging out buying security guards at schools. But so he let us out. So I remember, I'm pretty sure when we came to Flatbush Ave, we saw, like, there was smoke in the air. But both the towers had fallen by the time we got out. But there were people, so the subways had been out for a while. And where I was like on Flatbush Avenue. If anyone knows Brooklyn, it's like Flatbush and 7th Avenue. So this is like, it's kind of a straight shoot down to the Manhattan Bridge, and then the Brooklyn Bridge is down there too. But the Brooklyn Bridge you can walk over. And so at this point already, people were down in the financial district that just decided to walk back to Brooklyn because they realized they weren't going to get a cab or get on the subway. And so you'd see just like one guy in a suit and tie covered in soot, head to toe, like walking up like, oh, he must have just been down there and walked up. And what I remember, now this is in Brooklyn, but even there it's very busy. People were stopping and asking each other. People that you would pass on the street but never talked to were stopping and asking everyone, how's your family? Everyone okay? All right, are you fine? Like, there was this like community spirit that you don't typically get in New York City. There's just too many people. You can't talk to everybody. Yeah. But that part of it was kind of beautiful. And then, of course, governments do what they do and immediately manipulated that into launching wars that they wanted from before 9/11 that had absolutely nothing to do with 9/11. Which is,
Also, the Patriot Act was a bunch of shit that you tried to pass for a while, for years. And everyone's like, what are you fucking crazy?
Well, this is the thing, and I guess maybe it's partly like my age, because I was 18 at the time, and this is like my coming of age, time. But I will never stop being furious about all of that
just like still to this day, I'm sure you see it when I'm on podcasts with you and like doing debates and stuff. But I'm so angry over the war in Iraq and the subsequent wars, you know, Libya and Syria and Somalia and Yemen and all of them. But specifically because, like, all these guys, the neoconservatives, the N word that I'm not supposed to bring up. By the way, that's why I wrote a book called Neoconservatism, Why We Need It. But when I say the word neoconservatism, be careful what you're watering here or something like that. Is that what they said?
I didn't know that this was an issue. That you can't discuss neoconservatism.
Well, that's what Douglas said when I was on with him. He said, oh, the N word. When I brought it up, and then said, I'm watering something because I mentioned Wolfowitz.
Okay, so that's understandable.
Right.
Well, that's, yes, you're talking about something incredibly important.
Well,
neoconservatism, well, why would that be a thing that you can't discuss? That sounds crazy.
Well, I mean, I'd say the answer is that those guys got into power. They really hijacked American foreign policy after 9/11 because they happened to all be in power in the Bush administration. Then 9/11 happened on their watch. But if you go back and read the shit they read, and I will never stop talking about this because it's just too goddamn crazy. But if you read all of these guys, the guys who were in the George W. Bush administration, like the signatories on the Project for a New American Century, which was their think tank, the PNET was called, were like Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld and Paul Wolfowitz and Fife and Richard Pearl and David Wormser. It was the whole group that took over the government world. And they wrote explicitly in the Project for a New American Century that they were like, look, okay, Soviet Union has collapsed. We are, for the first time in human history, like the lone superpower in the world. So what we should do right now is fight multiple wars because no one threatens us. And so therefore, we should fight multiple wars too. Right now, we have an opportunity to remake the world, overthrow the old Soviet sock puppet states, install our own states there, and guarantee, as the name says, the new American century of dominance, the 21st century. And they specifically said they want to overthrow Saddam Hussein. And then they specifically said, now this is something that the 9/11 truthers really held on to. I'm not sure. I think they might be overplaying the hand a little bit here. They say, there's one document in the Project for the American Century, you can find it online, where they straight up say, they go, now look, this is what we want to do, but we're unlikely to get mass American support for it, short of another Pearl Harbor type event. And so a lot of people, like Alex Jones, a lot of the 9/11 truthers would point to this phrase and go, see, this is the proof that they knew they needed another Pearl Harbor, so they planned their own Pearl Harbor. Now, that is not necessarily true. It doesn't necessarily prove that, but it certainly does change the way you think about their mind state when they sit there watching the towers get attacked. And they all, at the very least, they all went, we got it.
You know, Alex Jones predicted 9/11 in July.
Yeah. But that's not quite as unique as I think some people think it is. Well, like people, so like
You ever hear Alex said it?
yeah, I've heard the clip. It's pretty good. I mean, I'm not like taking anything away from that. He was right, but there were a bunch of people who predicted it. Ron Paul himself predicted it perfectly. Right. Let's just say, I don't know about that. That is pretty impressive. But at the same time,
But planes never flown in the towers before.
that's true. But the World Trade Center was attacked by Al Qaeda guys in '93.
It's a big stuff.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Adrian, that was the funniest joke about that. I believe so. Do you remember Adrian's joke about that? She did. I don't want to butcher it on your show, but Adrian Appleton was hilarious. She had a joke about how, in that song, with the Eagles time to get paid, blow up like the World Trade, they bleed the World Trade now. And then her bit is how they didn't bleed, like he was talking about the first one, they didn't believe it because of the second, the towers came down. But then her bit is just like, that wasn't enough of a tragedy to make it believe. It's like, it's like only a few people died. Like, it was cool. But then a lot of people died. She's a phenomenal joke right there.
Well, it's a different time. Back then, it was everything. Then we didn't believe anything.
It was Wild West.
Well, to me, when you hear about, so I don't know if I fully buy in any of this, but as a caveat, but when people discuss the intelligence agencies and their role in hip hop, especially gangster rap, like I remember the very first time I listened to NWA, and I think I told last week I was on a fucking Stairmaster, in Revere, Massachusetts, and I was listening to fucking police. Like, fuck the police, coming straight from the underground. I was like, what is this? It was a cassette Walkman, or maybe it was a CD, but it's probably a cassette Walkman. And I was like, dude, get my cardio.
They were better for working out than skip.
They got good with the CD after a while. It didn't skip. But you had to set it on. You had to set it on the treadmill.
And you had to hit that
Keep
like
it on your
shock
foot.
mode,
Right.
and then that would eat your batteries so quickly. Like you get 30 songs in, and you're like, all right, you have to go to the gym with like spare batteries.
Still, to me, it was so insane that I could carry music with me to the gym. Like, that's incredible. Because you go to the gym and like the worst voices on, like, that's or something. Like, God, I can't get into this. I'm trying to get pumped here, man. This is fucking bullshit music. Like, someone's in charge of the station that they pick on the radio, just to be able to carry it. But that moment of hearing that music, I was like, this is celebrating crime and murder. Like, this is nuts. And murdering prostitutes, and like, this is crazy that this is like a major record label put this out. I was only 21, and I was just sitting there going, I can't even believe this is real. And I got really into it. Like, I got really into Ice Cube, really into Ice-T. I listened to that when I was delivering newspapers. It was like, gangster rap was like a completely different thing. So then cut to, when people start digging into it, like, intelligence agencies have had this weird book on intelligence agencies and their role in rock and roll music in the 1960s. Movie about, or the book about Moral Canyon. What is it? Strange Thing. Very interesting. I don't know if I buy it. Eddie Bravo's all around. I don't know if I buy it, but there's a lot of weird connections to the intelligence community and music, particularly hip hop and particularly gangster rap. And if you want to get really dark, you would say, if you want to fill your private prison cell, what better way than have very popular music encouraging encouraging crime, and right, celebrating crime and violence. That way you fill your prisons up, and you also keep people scared, so you can get more laws and more rules and craft them and make them easier to placate, easier to get them to fall in line, do what you need them to do.
Yeah, and support massive police build-ups and massive, like militarization of the police and all that stuff. And I don't know, I've heard a little bit about that. I really don't know. I know Ice Cube has talked about it before, talked about how there's undeniably this influence. There are things about it that seem crazy, but I do know that, and I don't even think this is a controversial thing to say, I think this is just fact at this point, that it was the Reagan administration did traffic in cocaine to the United States of America while they were ramping up the war on drugs. So they're bringing them in their effort to help the Contras or whatever. They are going okay, well, these guys are drug dealers, so if we move these drugs in, we can get these money shipments to them. And then you're sitting in they're creating the conditions for the crack epidemic to explode. And then they catch one guy with a few rocks on him. You're throwing him in jail for decades. It's just that alone, just that one piece of information. You'd almost, if you're in the same world, you'd go oh, so the people had a revolution and overthrew that government and publicly hung all the politicians involved, and they started over from there. And you're no, they lionized that guy. But still, for decades afterwards, the Republicans at the RNC bring up Reagan. They go, our hero, Ronald Reagan. The fact that that isn't enough to go, well, this guy should be remembered as a monster.
Do you think they tell Reagan that they're selling crack in the? I don't think they do. I do not. I do not think the intelligence agencies let that information that far up the chain to a guy who's only in there for 4 years for his real.
Fair enough.
Not a chance.
But George H.W. Bush definitely
He fucking signed the docket.
That guy was all over that.
He was the head of the CIA.
He was their guy. He was the head of the CIA. He did right. So, but again, also you get to a certain point when you're president, and it's like Donald Trump in a lot of ways too, where it's it's your responsibility. If you didn't know, then that's your responsibility for not knowing.
I don't think you have an access. I do not. I do not think in cases like that you have access. I think if they're doing something like selling crack in the hood and using the money to fund the Contras, there's no fucking way you could ever kosherize that. So I don't think you ever let the president know. I think this is all black funded. I think there's layers and layers and layers of bureaucracy before you can get to any real data and information. If you want to talk about people that are doing operations in Nicaragua, you've got things going on in Iran, you've got to pay attention to Russia, this is happening, that's happening. There's fucking chance he knows they're selling crack to pay. I just don't think you might tell him.
Look, you might be right about
Because
that.
why would they assume that he'd go along with it? Or tell him, this is not a normal thing to do. I came into this office thinking I'm an actor. I'm Ronald Reagan. I came into this office thinking I'm going to be a good American and we're going to get back to basics and hard work and trickle down economics. And you're telling me you're selling crack? Hey, fuck you, you're going to jail. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because he can't. That's how Nixon got caught. So Nixon didn't organize
That's right.
Watergate. He tried to cover it up.
Yep.
That's how he got caught. And they would do the same thing with Reagan. Yeah, well, they can become clean about the crack selling.
Well, right. Well, they could present it to them after it's a fait accompli, and then be like, so what do you?
Welcome. How are you?